right, Jabosai, good morning, or good Shabbat. It is such a small spot, Hashem, to be able to begin this last week of our Basra. The excitement is palpable. Oh, Hashem, so incredible, so beautiful, so wonderful. Again, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors, to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Dov Shin Pei 5785. We tell some Mishpacha for dedicating all the Sherman drushos this year as a Zichus from the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Joshua Becker Friedman, information of the art site of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda. Better of Chaim Yefon, Zepon, the Rafa, the schools. The safe return of our precious hostages and the success and security of our holy soldiers. Semi Maka Estes in memory of their parents, Woodward Stiefel, Yitzhak Leid of Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Abram, Hilda Esterson, Hilda Bas Hannah Ephraim, and in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, Naftali Yonah, Shemi Kondamo, and Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Yunah. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Jacob and Julie Blumenfeld, Leila Nishmas, Julie's grandfather, Harav Zachariah, and Harav Aryeh Leib. These yard cyclists today, we hope that on the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishamis having Aliyah, the families in the Kama, all of those who need or wish to have a good old phone call to yourself, to respond to Shalom, hostages, be Shalom and Bekara, and our whole nation soldiers should be successful. The call Maaseh Yedehem. So with that, let's go. Today's daf is Kuf Ayin Gimel 173. We are picking up in Yeretz Hashem. Numbers on the top of the daf. The Eloh B'Sayna. So let's remember again, at the end of yesterday's daf, we were dealing with a really fascinating and riveting discussion about Chashinon L'Nefila. So we have to be concerned that you have multiple people with the same name, and perhaps again one person, Reuben and Yaakov dropped the star, and the other Reuben and Yaakov was able to pick it up. So essentially, the Gemara said is that halacha l'maisa, we're not choshesh for nefila, right? We don't really worry about. We don't really take into account the possibility that someone dropped the star and someone else with the same exact name fell in the star. That's gotta be you gotta stop doing that in movies. They did it in the new we have to be concerned Knives Out movie too. The priest throws a rock through the church window. It's like, really? Did your Knives Out? I was born white, my fiance was. I knew it was gonna be bad. The first one I liked. Yeah, first one was good. And I don't even know if the second one was bad because I fell asleep. But I was tired. I didn't fall asleep because I was like, I fucked this movie. I fell asleep because I'm pretty good at that great. Well, I can't wait to watch Mean Charlie. Hitchhiking. Charlie's picked up by a man in a sick mother. The man agrees to drop him at a bus station after dropping his car off home. However, when he discovers Charlie has stolen his mother's Oxy cancer pills. Okay, Oxy cancer pills? I never heard of that. I'm gonna try that shit. He throws him out of his truck. Charlie calls Adam, his best friend and dealer, married to Ellie. What the hell? To come pick him up. When he arrives home to Los Angeles, his parents stage an intervention. Alright, so still, that is a little more normal to describe a person in Wikipedia describing what happens. But there's still some pretty, there's still some cliches, and then obviously stealing the intervention we can talk about that part is normal. So that part is like, beginning is a little bit like, what's going on here? What are we doing here? That part's normal. I'll give you the choice between the traffic and going to jail if you talk to him. Charlie is forced to go to overreact. There, Charlie is beautiful heading from heaven. Another enabling factor. What do you got some music about white type voices? And then the perfect jailbird drug counts. Yes, so that was kind of dangerous. I don't know, there are some famous people like Common is in it, Trey Elwes from Pride. Is in it. I don't know the other Nick Robinson I've seen and stuff. But yeah, Chrysler keeps on. A man at Charles' most recent vacation facility. Seems the most eager of the group. Leaves abruptly after punching a concrete wall when he didn't get the painkillers he wanted. The time at the inpatient facility moves by quickly. There's a routine, group meetings, yoga sessions, visits from I'm perpetually scared and nervous about failure.
telling your story to get in YouTube every month. That's how it works. But when Charlie moves to an outpatient house, the routine continues, albeit with some freedom. The head of the house where Charlie stays tries to explain the problem with having a romance during recovery. Recovery is and must be selfish because addiction is selfish. And so Charlie's relationship with Eva might not work out as a weird name. Can you say Eva? I don't know what it is because I haven't seen the movie yet. Okay, I could be either one. I'm pretty sure she's like an Australian. Charlie's mother gives him blunt but compassionate support and love and encouragement to grow. Okay. So, I don't know if I realized it after that paragraph, but my thing that I'm seeing here is like, I think he wrote this with
they also can't lend
I think they that's what I'm getting at. Because it's very like specific, and he goes into like the thought process behind like scenes, and he's like, it's so poorly written. Either he wrote it or another drug addict logged into Wikipedia off the moment when another drug addict was like sort of not high. He just watched this movie about being a drug addict. He's like, all right, well, I got some time. I'm in the library. I'm gonna do a little bit of Wikipedia article. It's a horrible Wikipedia. Oh, yo, did you go? No, I do. Dude, it's fucking great. Yeah, I kind of want to pull up another movie to show that it's like Avatar, Blood People Water. Check it out in theaters. And I mean, well, sure, it's entitled that. It looks like it's supposed to be the whole story and also minuscule things that aren't important in the story. It reminds me of, if you ever did the thing where you see a movie, you see a movie preview, you just, oh, that looks horrible. So you read the whole plot of Wikipedia just so you can read before it's like, man, this piece of shit. That's the ending, fuck that. I do a little bit of Devin Costa up for that for myself. So this movie, I'm sure if I'd seen the trailer, I would have absolutely done the same thing. But this I watched completely with like without any kind of expectation. I read this. I started it. I was like, I don't know if it's gonna suck or not. It sucks ass for sure. But it also is just so strange. It's a very weird. Also, maybe if you're struggling with addiction, don't watch this. You know what I mean? Just having somebody or something. I mean, it might not be the movie to watch unless. No, I can't imagine it is. Watch it. What's the middle about a boy or something like this one day? Okay, the box office is full of 30,000 to 30,000. Rob Reiner just gave it to him like, please don't do that right again, dude. I'll have all these things in Okay, after Charlie and Eva have their weekend pass together, although he is euphoric when he offers advice or wishes to talk about love, she shows fear, desperation, and sometimes blankness. How do you show that? I guess you just don't really respond. Crazy, I have no emotion in your face. At what point? I don't think that's the fastest answer you've ever had. Oh, well, I'm gonna tell. Oh, yeah. Take it back. At one point, Yvonne tells Charlie that the program is not working. He thinks it is working. This time, but she realizes he doesn't get her. Okay, yeah, it's a lot of run-on sentences. Yeah, not really. There's a lot of prepositions, but not really ending the sentence. You know what I mean? When he goes, although he is euphoric. Kind of weird.
Essentially certified
sounds like he relapsed. Don't worry, Eva leaves. That's probably the best sentence in this whole film. Charlie abandons the outpatient home to find her. Taking his mother's vehicle for the search, he tracks her down to Venice Beach. He declares he loves her, embracing her, but she seems vacant. Taking her to the beach house, although leaves in his arms. By morning, she has left and emptied 2 bottles of wine. She is gone for good.
But even if you have possession of the style, you still need another level of certification. We learned after you have that start of your this is actually very difficult. Sabai's coming along to say, when I say if you shop in Daisy and you have the style, even though again you're named in the style, Abai says you still need another level of proof to certify your code. Sabai says, where do you know this from? exactly quite fascinating. Bisogna essere una casa, c'è stato io sono stato a spiegare, lo chiedo proprio. So take a look at the Rashtam. It's actually Rashtam is right across. Echamina Achem Sheshkach Bod Yotzei Mitachas Yado. Obishin Aviyam, Obishin Malva'at, the Toy Achim Yasmu Ali, the Head Omus Ata Chatat Chatafte. So listen to this, they're a bunch of brothers, right? And one brother goes ahead and he shows up with the collection document. Right now, again, we'll just call the brother Reuben ben Yaakov. And Reuben ben Yaakov shows up with a document, a loan document that belonged to his father Yaakov. And Reuben is trying to collect on the document. Reuben says, Dad gave this to me. Or the other brothers gave this to me as my right to collect it. The other brothers are claiming that what did Reuben do? He stole it. Right? Stealing is such a strong word. Right? He took it without permission. Right? In other words, he went ahead and he's claiming either Dad gave this to me as my right, or I was given this from the best of my brothers. But no, you just took it. You just took it. No one gave it to you. So what's that halacha? So the Gemara says, Allah, ultimately, again, the brother, so Reuben, has to bring a raya that indeed he is entitled to collect this debt. So my love, who are the lachri? So Abaye says, what do you see from here? What does he say? That possession of a loan document doesn't automatically entitle you to collect it. In other words, just because you have it, now obviously possession is a very strong start, but it's not enough. You're going to still have to certify your claim with some additional level of proof of ownership. So
we just drank wine and left.
Brother.
She's an addict, and that's it. I would so badly want to get shiny. Yeah, you want to. I know why too, but it's gonna fucking blow your mind. Yes.
Because it's coming from brothers.
Can you scroll back up to the top for a second?
Right? In other words, so again,
does it say anything about his dad being a politician at the beginning? That's crazy. They changed it within a day. They took that part out because that's at the end.
Does not automatically result.
Your plot is like his dad is like he used to be an actor and now running for the governor of California or something. Or Maine or I don't know. Outside of that program, Charlie relapses. He's on the streets for close to 2 weeks when he's robbed. Broke, he seeks out Adam. They party, but Adam overdoses and dies. Charlie is exonerated, but it makes the news. The next day is the election. So he takes off for the beach house, believing that it is unlikely that he will win his... Okay, cool. They told him David accompanies his enemy wife to rest. Would engage informs him of his victory, but used distraction from what really matters. He accepts his win alone. The next day, what really matters? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, his son, I guess, or I guess he's an absentee father, maybe. The next day, David looks for Charlie. They make peace, and Charlie pays to head out into the world. He becomes a stand-up comic. Do you want to know? Yeah, that's what I mean. That's hilarious too. That's like the cherry on top of this insane description of this movie. He's a stand-up, of course. He's a stand-up comic. A lot of mental illness leads to stand-up comic, as we know very well. But I would love to see the end of the movie. How do you show that someone's become a stand-up comic? And how do you end the movie there? And it gets worse. That's just, it was blowing my mind. I was reading this, trying to figure out. So crazy.
By the way, whether I'm named as
one thing that I wanted to point out was how nuts he looks. He does not look crazy, and he looks weird here, but he looks crazier now. You see what he looks like now?
Yes.
He's got like a shaved head.
He says no.
Weird beard. He looks like if ChatGPT was a person.
And Robert says yes.
Like trying to fit in,
let's go back
trying to have nuance. Like a robot or something. Yeah, like a robot.
Even though
Yeah, he's got a little robotic. Let me see what he looks like now. Yeah, I just saw the picture and seeing that. He looks like son is... True son is charged with that. That picture, Son's a anarchy version of him.
Because it's coming from brothers to take stuff from
He
each
does
other.
not look happy in that picture.
Brothers are going to be
And it's like, was this just taken now afterwards, or was this before? Was this pre or post that? Yeah, it was the same thing. But really?
That's how.
Yeah, no, I mean, he looks like Ben Affleck smoking a cigarette. Kind of, but it's more fucked up.
And therefore, you shouldn't have to be how much more.
Drugs are can do bad shit. Your desktop unlocked.
When you go ahead, and you have this guy.
When you scroll down, why do they have so many of these pictures of
ownership?
where was it? Oh,
no, it's not the sun.
tracksuit.
First wildlife.
He looks so much better when wrote that.
Geschehen
Oh,
schmutzig, heen,
it's like him after
Stadtwald,
Wikipedia.
Kat, schmutzig,
After
große
writing it.
Namen, Breise.
Of the
Schmutzig, heen, Stadtwald, Kat, schmutzig, Zalza. Now, this Breise, okay, remember, this is the Breise of two Ruben and Yaakov who live in the same city. Now, this Breise says, in the same way that they can lend each other money, ultimately, again, they can also lend other people money. Contradicts our Mishnah. To which man says, no, start Lenova Alpha Pisha in Malvi Emo commitment. So, okay, that's an focus on the two Mishnah, right? So, that's quite fascinating. That the focus is also, do we write? This is very
we wanted to talk about this right here, dude.
we write the loan documents,
Boys out here
right?
wilding. Oh, yeah, this blew my
Even
mind.
though the
On the
lender
group
is
chat,
not with us. I want to find out something.
Postman this morning, I
Everyone
woke
will
up and he
agree
goes,
that
do
you
you guys see what
can't
Trump said?
write
I think
a document for the
and
lender
I go,
if the borrower
just
is not
was
there,
looking at
right?
the phone.
Why not?
Yeah, I want to share it, but Cutter has to, he has to make sure he doesn't go crazy. He won't go crazy. Cutter's like a very appropriate chat.
Structure
And so he
document
posted, and I thought it was
using $1 million,
a
right?
very sad thing happened last night. I went right under a tour church struggling.
On the other
One's very
hand, if a
talented
guy
movie
shows up
director
and
and
says,
comes
listen,
to
I'm
best way
borrowing
to
$1
his wife
million
Michelle. Reportedly
from
due
you,
to angry costs, others
okay,
through his
I
past
mean, again,
incurable affliction with microglial
with
disease known as Trump derangement
do
syndrome,
you
sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy
when the
by
borrower
his
is
raging obsession with
drafting the
President Donald J.
document or
Trump
not?
with his
So this
sex
is
with the third person.
fascinating. So
With his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness within the golden age of American bonds. Perhaps like never before, may Robin Michelle rest in peace. That's like, what are you doing? What are we doing, Papa? That's crazy. Everything before the last sentence says, don't rest in peace. He's like, by the way, rest in peace. And they're great people. Wonderful. We want to make sure they rest in peace. Rest in peace. Never been in peace.
Even though the lender is not dead.
It's so weird to put in your condolence post, I guess, that we're going through a golden age. I want to do, if someone dies that we know, I'm going to be like, I'm not going to trash them. But I'll say, oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear about so-and-so dying. You know, they were so talented. I love working with them. And it's great. It's horrible that they are now gone from what is the best time in history for 10 minutes of shot. It's every week. We need a tater tot once a week. I wish I could share tater tots with them. Anyways, rest in peace, Luke Schwartz. That's what I was going to
I'm borrowing $1,000
but like, oh yeah, well, very sad to hear about Jay Light passing. He's a great guy. It's always we enjoy seeing him around the comedy shows. It's even worse that he would go at our views or at a point where we just kind of really make some money on YouTube. And much of the Reddit is at 1,000. Jay was killed by his wife. It just had hit me. It's very sad to see that his wife did a murder-suicide on him when our show was doing so well. And I'm really, he used to everyone who dies, we just say that our show is really good. Or like even worse, or like, oh my God, I was so sad to hear about Buddy's passing. His father shot him in the head, and I can't believe.
Borrow money from him. So again, remember, this is only a problem if what? This is only a problem if you write a loan document without the lender being present. So the of our Mishnah holds that our local rights, you're allowed to write a loan document without the lender being present. Well, because of that, therefore, again, if you have two Yosef and Shimon's in the same town, they can't take out loans ones against the other because it's an easily exploitable situation. On the other hand, the Tana of Abraisa holds in Kosush Malova, Achi Malva Imo. Author of Abraisa holds that no, you can't write loan documents unless both parties are present. So because both parties are going to be present, even though both of them are named Yosef ben Shimon, we're going to be Mavarer, who is the lender, who is the borrower, and it's not exploitable. Incredible. So I'll just point out over here, by the way, just some fascinating halacha l'maisa in these particular cases. So first of all, the way we pass with Abaye and Rabba is that halacha l'maisa, once you have the shtar, you do not need any additional layers of certification. Now, remember, that being said, if I show up to the shtar that says that I lent Ruben $1,000 and Ruben owes me $1,000, so remember, Ruben has a right to challenge that document. Ruben could say it's forged, and therefore, again, we're going to get a head pick, right? A character, we're going to do certification of faith. You can always do that. So a document by itself can always be challenged. The authenticity of it can always be challenged until there's a process of kiyum. But that being said, in a general sense, assuming that everybody agrees with the transaction, possession of a document is enough to entitle you for collection. There's not an automatic secondary level of certification necessary in accordance with Rama. Okay, fine. Let's go back there. Says the Mark, Nimsa la'achad ben shtarosov, shtaros sheyosef ben Shimon paruach, shtaros shneihem paruim. So what's the interesting case over here? So what happens? So let's say again, you have the same scenario of a city with two Yosef ben Shimon's. There's a lender, right? There's a lender, and the lender has finds a document. And what happens? And it says that the document of Yosef ben Shimon, the loan of Yosef ben Shimon, has been repaid. So let's say he had lent money to both Yosef ben Shimon's. What's the halacha? He can't collect from either of them. Can't collect from either of them. Now, I want to point out, by the way, actually none of these cases are English. Because the truth is, they all operate based on one simple principle, which is in our guiding light. Our guiding light, all of Basra, Mitzia, Kama, which is something like over resounding to that one. But yes, good. Right, okay, good. Right, so right, that's remember again, that's in general. So therefore, that's always the principle that's at play over here. You want to collect, the burden of proof is always upon the extractor. So in this case over here, I find the receipt essentially amongst my paperwork, and the receipt says that the loan of Yosef ben Shimon has been repaid. I lent to both Yosef ben Shimon. So Moshe says, just play this out. I show up in Yosef ben Shimon number one. I say, okay, time to pay your debt. What is he going to say? He say, not me. I'm the guy you have in the shoulder, in the receipt. You go to the second one. So obviously, again, if I could prove who did or who didn't pay, then Allah I could collect. But basically, inability to pay, and Allah said both of them are to be paid out. So the Gemara says, "Time of the nimsa, hollow nimsa, matzi mapik." So one says, now the reason ultimately, again, this is true, is because I found this receipt. If you look at the Rashbam says, sorry. So time of the nimsa, hollow nimsa, matzi mapik. Banan, below acha yokyaved. 1 second, I don't know how this is happening. The Mishnah said that if you have two Yosef and who live in a city, you're not allowed to lend either of them money because of the transactional confusion that could ensue. To which the Gemara says, sorry. Oh, no, we'll say, remember again, if you have two Yosef and Shimmons who live in the same city, you can lend them money. How do you lend them money? How do you lend money? If you attack on another third generation. So the assumption is that even if you have two guys named Yosef and Shin, the Pashtus what? They're not going to have the same zeta. Like the name of the same zeta. That's what we're assuming. So I said, again, you put in the third generation. So you are saying, that's the case. Let's look on the receipt. Let's look on the receipt, right? Because one is Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak, and one is Yosef ben Shimon ben Avraham. So that's how you're able to lend the money. Let's see whose name is on the receipt. To which the West says, okay. So let's say, so nice when they put in a third generation on the loan document, that enabled the loan of money, but they do not put a third generation, excuse me, on the receipt. Okay, so the West says as follows. Rabbi says, Nimsa Lelovek Ben Shtaros Shtaros Yosef ben Shimon Alai Parua Shtaros Neapolis. Abai says like this. It's actually the following case. If the borrower found amongst his shtaros that the shtaros Yosef ben Shimon is paid, ultimately again both documents are considered to be paid. The most significant is the Rashbam. The Rashbam says over here. Sorry. The Rashbam says Abai Amar. First white line, Abai Amar, Masnisin Kibay Slova married. So Abai says, no. This is talking about a case where the documents are found not with the lender, but the documents are found with the borrower. So the Gemara says, this is what it means to say, Nimsa lelova echa bein shtaros of shover, shashtar shahayono sheba Yosef ben Shimon Parohu, Bayu shte Yosef ben Shimon no shebo. So let's say it's the reverse case. The reverse case is the document wasn't found with the lender, the document was found with the borrower. The borrower had borrowed money from two Yosef ben Shimons. So he has amongst his documents a receipt that says, I paid back Yosef ben Shimon. Only one problem, which is what? It doesn't say which one. So let's say it's the same principle. So now what does he have to do? Who does he have to repay? The answer is neither, right? Why? Ultimately, again, whoever said they're entitled to errors, he knows he paid one, he doesn't know which one he paid. So whichever one, if he's the one who's unpaid, he's going to have an obligation to prove that he's been unpaid. And if okay, incredible. So Mark goes like the kids and Yasa, Yashlishu. So let's say let's give a simple Eitzah, which is a very intuitive Eitzah, which is that halacha l'maisa, if you live in a city where there are two Yosef ben Shimons, and indeed you want to lend money to them, or they want to lend money to each other. So what happens? Thank you. So what happens if halacha l'maisa, you do live in a city, and what? And you want to lend to Yosef ben Shimon's money, right? Or they want to lend each other. So what do you do? It's not a problem. All you need to do is add on a third generation. So Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak, Yosef ben Shimon Abraham, and that differentiates them enough that then we can engage ultimately again and then borrowing or lending money.
I believe that his father shot him in the head when I just found out that my Chris levels are actually still differentiated from that. My medication is working, so he's not even. It's right when I heard about Mondays passing, I went to my doctor straight away. That's what I got figured out. There is absolutely let's engage
in tribal differentiation. Right, so
but that's not. I mean, he's a psycho. TDS. It sounds like he has TDS.
If that doesn't work,
he's
then
now part of.
Beautiful.
He's the one with Trump Raiders. I think probably said that. I agree. Yeah. I mean, listen.
Right, so you have a case of a father. He says to his son, now, the way that
sometimes he doesn't, though.
highlights this case is
sometimes he never really has normal reactions to things, but when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, he was like, I'm hearing this for the first time, you're telling me right now, oh my God, wonderful woman, great girl, never met her, he had a relatively normal reaction for him, but also he holds grudges. Like, if you say something bad about him in 2016, you know what I mean? Before there was like a wave of MAGA, dude, yeah, he's still been you could have changed sides by now. If Rosie O'Donnell was like red to the core right now, he would still be. What would have to happen to Rosie O'Donnell for him not to, like, what's a horrifying thing? If Rosie O'Donnell found a way to end Epstein picks leaking and shit like that, then you'd probably be like, Rosie, I said a lot of stuff in the past, but you're great. That's funny, yeah, she was sort of like you guys, she a lesbian. I think she is a lesbian, yeah. But what I'm saying is the worst possible thing probably that happened is this Rob Reiner did kill your child. That's a pretty horrific, tragic thing. I can think of almost nothing like that's more sad than that. But maybe if, like, God forbid, Rosie O'Donnell killed her own kid or something by accident, and Trump would Trump be like, well, it's really sad, or would Trump do something like this? So the answer. He's gonna do something like this. You're right, but what if it's totally by accident? Like some horrible tragedy, and Trump. Today, another Trump derangement instrument of Trump derangement was we lost a beautiful soul, and Rosie O'Donnell's child killed her on purpose, and she's a demon. She's inspired by demons. He probably would, right? There's like nothing that she could do, nothing horrible could prevent him from doing some sort of strange social. It's funny because he went totally like arch in fear mode.
Like the ones who are the black on the beauty,
He's very
the ones who are the black on the you back up
He
our
just
mind,
starts
you
taking
see this
Shafir bits in. That's Trump. Trump is like the guy that jokes about death now.
I don't know what happened.
He's fucking, what is that, the line pusher or whatever. What is the thing? Edgy comic. Fucking, Trump's just an edgy guy. Someone dies. Oh, dude. I guess he should have worn a seatbelt. It's the pork of the struggle. Malala Yousafzai gets killed by the terrorists, and he's like, I told her not to go to school. Don't go to got
money
messed
to
up.
the same borrower. Same borrower. One of largely as one of my loans. In fact, the history said one of my loans is as employee is to make like the larger of the two for you loans, but the small loans for that. Incredible. You know, I'm gonna find a copy of it. There's one of the calls, like the borrower, the lender said to a borrower, like, a lender like keep some of the money to a borrower. And so find a copy of it, pay off. The guy that I have, like, is paid, stays unpaid. I'm going to pay off that copy and I pay off. The extreme also is making it up from the so it's going to copy of it. Not so much as also, like, the reader lends it for me 2 sums of money. 2 sums of money. A large sum and a small sum. You're going to get secure, by the way, your debt is paid. Your whole everything. That's what the copy of it. That loan document that you have with me is paid. Now, you have to make it one is paid. You get paid. The larger one and the smaller one is not paid. Both of the copy of it are wrong. If you don't use your different lessons, you're going to do it. You are yes. Both. You're yes. It's very subtle, it's all the loans that we're looking at in the center. Increase of the large is like thousands of copy of it. One of the settles you have with me is paid. So the two like that, how much do you see the large up and back to 10, the smaller one is still outside. If you say first, which is a more all-encompassing thing, it's your back and everything is paid. Pretty much. I don't know what you know about that. I would laugh at.
No, I think
Like I understand it, right? Most of the time,
that's already happening. Like my last, let's say I'm gonna try 11 times out of the hospital, take 4 days to get sick.
I tell you what, I got you. Like, I'll pay you to see that.
Everybody doing
Okay,
bad
it's a great
things.
case.
Why
But how you
everybody
find
so
them guys,
bad?
so now what happens? You're gonna rock on getting divorced. Getting divorced. So watch this. You end up on dog, so I have a right to demand that you guys have to continue that, right? Prohibiting rock from getting any benefit from it. And this is a matter, yeah, some point out to you, and so I'm trying to figure out what you're going to do. A public matter. So it's a public matter is irrevocable.
Surprised there. I would be
What the fuck
is
to make it irrevocable matter, that Ruffles won't get any benefit from this. Now, what does that matter effectively do? What does it do? It prevents them from ever getting you out. Because what do you think about it?
That's just AI.
So the United States, what are we concerned about?
I was cracking it the other day. So I'm reading this. Okay, I got a Christmas gift.
What are we concerned about?
You're gonna give it. It was like the best short stories of 2025. And I'm reading it. And I'm reading the short stories. I'm not smart guy, so every short story I'm like, I don't know.
Have a good idea.
So I went on ChatGPT and I wanted to see if I was
You'll be able to
as close to what it means. So I type in the name of the short story and the name of the author. And I go, tell me what this is. And the first thing where I go, favorite short so mystery is this and that. Like, does it sound like it's sort of what the story is? And I go, am I like misremembering? And so I do another one and it gets kind of close to what I think the theme is, but it's missing some very significant parts of the short story. And then I do another one. And they take the character and they make it a man instead of a woman. And I go, are you just hallucinating this stuff, AI, or are you not? And they go, yes, you're very much point out I'm not mystery. So I'm just trying to get, I'm just trying to like use things that are normally in stories like this to help me. And I go, what the fuck? Are you serious? That blew my mind. Yeah, I was looking up something on AI. On ChatGPT. And I was trying to do something. I forget what it was. Where their names come from, like culinary wise. And I was like, I was trying to prove a point. So but serious, all category. And it's like so you get all caps before we get the answer. And this is a very systematic explanation, like in all caps again. I forgot to turn off robot mode. I was trying to be like, see, I told you, and it's like, I almost get overpowered robot mode. Like your desire to do bits is ruining your life.
So the answer is listen.
Then go
So far you got me. I remember this shit. What feelings obligation? Feelings obligation is that chilling doesn't
her to be on a shine, dude. I want to
She starts off by saying she got much for a life. I'm allowed to be mad. I'm not going to the bottom is get the money from here. Okay, that's good right now. Let's hide the potentiality. That's Persian law. That's Persian law. That's not Persian law, right? That's Persian law.
To me, that's very symmetrical. Space for you to try out your own just
actually
as an entrepreneur.
The Persian court
So I did the same thing. He did the same thing. He played basketball for like a year.
Yeah, you just can't go to college. That was you can't extract any from the guy. So what does that mean?
You kind of like made your own space for you to try out your own.
the reason I say that this, if I go
And you know, I was good, and I get 10,000
and
hours, and nobody want me on stage because when you are not good, nobody wants you on stage. So I go to the club, and Melrose and Kamunga is right there, and that's what happens when you do marathon. Yeah.
and only the event of the court of the proper word, only then do I have the right to
That's what happens when you don't marry for love.
There's
There's no real connection to it.
you can't collect from the guarantor. You can't collect from the guarantor first. You can't do your first stop of repayment. You have to first go to the borrower, and only in the event that the borrower can't repay, then only then can you go to the guarantor. Anyway, that's what I said. I'm out of it. I will do okay. If you then get some money, I lend money, you can guarantee it.
You have a reference for
You can't go to the guarantor with other so you can accept so that's an exception. What's the exception? You could get to a transaction in a way that your life is the guarantor. Here's what the exception, and you see all kinds of transactional law. Transactional law, every transaction always has a default set. So therefore, if I lend a shilling money, and within is the guarantor, what if the default setting of the guarantor is equal to default? As default, you only go to the guarantor when? After the borrower gets money. But my first stop is only going to be the borrower. Only after the borrower gets money, then I can go to the guarantor. However, you stuck your transaction differently. So when I go ahead, I lend some money like that. I can leave it in the guarantor. But again, I believe that everything in this transaction needs the right to collect from whoever I want to do that. So I feel like going to the ship, my greatest ship. I feel like going to it's now obviously the guarantor has to agree.
Outside though, I have messy old because first time outside, always want to get a nail stuff. They're like,
So this is very fun. This is obvious. Right, this is guarantor too. Guarantor type, right, and one on one. You just
I definitely think this is right.
guarantor can only default into action. Ultimately, if the borrower defaults,
People like this should do
if the
this.
borrower defaults, but how much can I make again? Unless we structure our words. Let's say this point that I sit over this site in the virtual junction this past week, just quickly. As I'm perhaps Restream says so beautifully, Yaakov will make up a few things when you encounter himself. Nechama, war, Shiva, prayer, and dollar gift. And the Restream asks, to understand why didn't Yaakov daven first? Shouldn't Shiva come before everything? And the Restream gives a beautiful argument, explaining speculation. It says, often in times of crisis, our reflexive reaction is to look upward. It says that's not the first stop. The first stop in times of crisis is to look inward. What can I do about my circumstances? Before you ask that thing for help, before you start to really Hashem for everything, the first shaila you have to ask yourself is, what can I do? So the first thing Yaakov Avinu does in life is not that. It's not the first thing. The first thing he does is he prepares for war. He prepares for war. The first step in the midst of difficult life situations is not looking up, but it's looking inward. There's a sickness, so like, by the way, that's the most aspect of this also. Think about this also. So, the Ribono Shalom is the lender, right? And we are the borrower. The borrower, and there's a guarantor, right? There are many different types of guarantors. Like, the truth is, really, the Ribono Shalom is both the lender and the guarantor. Yes, but I'm the borrower. But the borrower says, I'm lending you a whole bunch of stuff. I'm lending you your health. I'm lending you your finance. I'm lending you your family. I'm lending all of these things. And the debt comes due. The debt comes due. How does the debt come? Because Baruch Hu says, I'm lending you that debt. He's going to give me all of these things. I want to see what is my return on investment. And just understand that the first place that I lend is to borrow it. Every single day I have to give an accounting to everybody about how I'm using the borrowed funds. Each and every day I have to give an accounting to the lenders. And by the way, it applies on Sundays also. It's not just Monday through Friday. Right? It applies really again every day of the week. How, and again, what time is the football game today? The first, good, excellent, right answer, right? Okay, just understand, if there's going to be hours of time, allocated to just mindless engagement with overpaid men in tight pants. Just understand, you got to account for it. Now again, there is a way, I'll be around in Swiss on it, there is a way to account for it. Everyone needs to relax. Right? Everyone needs downtime, and that's fine. So if that's strangely somehow how you want your downtime, right? Then that's fine. That's fine. Right? But just know what it is. Just account for it in your mind. It can't be accounted as football. It can be accounted as I'm a human being. I'm time to recharge. I'm time to relax. This is my recharging time. Fantastic. Again, I don't know if that's the best way to use it, but that's between you and the responsible. Right? Choose wisely. But when I said that's your recharge time. As long as counting, as long as you are accounting for how you're using the borrowed money, how you're using the borrowed resources. Because understand, the lender comes right to the loan. Right, the guarantor only gets involved much later on. The first thing is transaction list is, we let you a whole bunch of stuff. I'm the borrower is the first stop in collect. The borrower is the first stop in account. Incredible. Take your life. I'm going to do that. And it takes 27 days. I'm going to do that. You're not in the always in the status. So okay, now it's just being enough to say, by the way, from where do you know that a guarantor is incumbent? Right? It's where do you know how logically this concept of guarantorship. So you must just sit, is incredible. And Veno, you are deep to that channel. There's a next week's concept, the next week's concept. Incredible. This is by Yehuda. Right, remember again, this is where they have to go back to Egypt. Right, they have to go back to the only Yosef. Remember, they don't know who Yosef is. They think he's just some unpredictable ruler. They don't know who he is. Right, so the nice thing, what does he say to Yaakov? You got it. Yosef won't give us food unless, of course, we go ahead and we bring Binyamin. And of course, Yaakov Avinu doesn't want to let Binyamin out of his sight because he's the only one in Israel that he already has. He saw and he thinks he knows what happened to Yosef. And so Yehuda says to Yaakov, Anochi Avinu, I will be the honor. I will be the honor. And because I am the honor, ultimately, again, if something happens, you come to me. Something happens, you come to me. So the man says, no. This is not a denial. Why not? Not with a sister, Hakamonis, we just say, today also are Yadi, not Yadi. So when we talk about this, there is a higher level of guarantee, of being orange, and that's called a kabbalah. Now again, so we must have got different discussion. That's a different discussion. You can see, by the way, even in the secret here, so Yehuda is so much more than just a guarantor. Right? Yehuda is taking complete and absolute responsibility. So we must say that's not the only we're talking about over here, but that's what we call a kabbalah. Keep that in the back of your mind. We're going to circle back to that. So what says, you stuck me up. Here's where it comes from. So that's a mother called a very beautiful person from Mishnah. Lokach Bigdo, the orange guy, so literally again, faith is frozen, right? Faith is the orange guy because he guarantees on behalf of exchange for Omer. I was all exchange for exchange for Omer. Think about getting parts of the very much again is often the case. Omer, in my last story, I will explain what these people need to know what you for me. In my last story, I heard Takash was that Kataka, the cash today of the so literally says, my son, if you have become a guarantor for your friend, Takata is that Kataka, literally outstretch your hand to a stranger. Your kashta image you stumbled over your words. Your kashta image you've been ensnared in the utterances of your mouth. I say those infamy in yourself. Do this, my son, and be saved. You never top the alpha. Rape is lacking to not there. Okay, what does this mean? Here we go. So you are says, if you have money in your hand, so remember this, and get a cobbler. If you have money in your hand, then ultimately, if you have a cobbler, then go and pay on behalf of the borrowers. That's the Russian. If you have money, in other words, if the borrower defaulted on the loan, and you have money with the problem you can pay, then you don't need to have. In love, but if you don't, if you're not a guarantor, you haven't done something, you don't owe someone money, but you've offended them. You've offended them, you've hurt them, then hereby Allah Rayim, which means bring a lot of people to this person and try to reconcile. Okay, so again, it's interesting, I just want to point out, it's interesting to know that the Gemara does not bring the biblical proof for ours. Right? I mean, it does, it brings Yehuda, but then it says that's not really a real good of ours. Ultimately, again, that's Kabbalah. It's interesting that the raya for Ari is coming from Mishnah. So also, to understand, to be honest, you don't really need a biblical proof, right, for the type of art. So this is just a transactional reality that people enter into these transactions, and even the reality of this, the item shooting money, even as every right to go ahead and just okay, but that's not but we need one of those items. Finish up, also finish it out. So the orange is done the focus on the also the fact that orange can also not be again become encumbered. When the shab is not focused on you'll see that it's not the kind of orange is so those are very interesting. So you want to make this about asmachta. What's the name of the asmachta we have this? What's asmachta? The hyperbolic statements providing halachic realities. So let's say, let's play this out. I lend money to Shimon. I lend $1,000 to Shimon. Right? So Ruben says, okay, I'll be the orange. So let's say, it's interesting. Ruben says, what's going through Ruben's mind when he becomes a guarantor? What's going through his mind? That's not going to happen. Right? Ruben's going to be fine. He's going to be back. You know, this is just like Japan. It's good. It's good. It's Abbasino. It's beautiful, it's fantastic, right? But I'm not going to, I have no interest of having that silver, because you know got this. So essentially, the commitment of an orange is an asmachta. So watch this, the real asmachta, the orange is not it. So as you hold, asmachta, that's where the orange is obligated. The reason for asmachta no kanya, orange is not it. But according to the reason says asmachta no kanya, you know, if you look again, the orange is not obligated. Actually, that may not 1 second. That's not true. They say we pass him a smack on a time. We got a hyperbolic statement connected with realities. But yet what? We do hold it as a concept of an orange. I'm a guarantor. Shadi reconcile that. I'm an Rashi. Those are incredible. We call the Hemingway, Grammar Umishabi Nafshe. So what we might ask you is as follows. In general, what is it? What you might be asking is, what is it that makes the tour complicated? See, I've always said, normally, how do you create obligation? Kinyan, right? I could be Makabo Kinyan and guarantee myself things. So, for example, right? When a man gets married, he has to take upon himself the obligations as outlined in the Ksuva. How does he do that? Right? If you get married, you've done this. What are you doing with the customers? Right? So, right, what do you do? You top all Kinyan. Like the customer picks up a parent, picks up 100 or something. That's Kinyan obligates him in the obligations of the Ksuva. Because again, in general, in halacha, if you're going to become really obligated to something, it has to be a nice thing. So really what the Gemara is asking over here is, okay, so now I have a spiritual proof, so to speak, for the concept of an orange. But what obligates an orange? I'm lending $1,000 to Shimon. Ruben says he's a guarantor. Well, what obligates him in that guarantorship, right? If we do a kingdom, great. By the way, you definitely can. Right? We could do a kingdom together. We would do a kingdom to do that. But in the absence of a kingdom, what obligates him? The most incredible. You know what obligates him? You know what I'm saying? Bahia no. From the Hanor that he gets, become a Hanor. That he is believed. What does that mean? You know, so what's the incredible thing about this case? I'm lending you $1,000 and Shimon is guaranteed. So what's the crack over here? Right? Why, at the end of the day, why am I lending Ruben the money? Why am I lending you money? Let's boil this down. Why am I lending Ruben the money? Why? Worst group of business. Why am I lending Ruben the money? I'll say why? Because I believe in Shimon. Remember, if I believe in Ruben, then what? Then what? I don't need a guarantor. The only reason is whenever you have a guarantor, well, a guarantor by definition means I am not 100% sure that the borrower is going to come through. Otherwise, if I believe in the borrower, then I don't need the guarantor. If there's a guarantor, essentially I'm saying, who do I really believe in this regard transaction? The guarantor. That's really who I believe in. That's really who I believe in. So let's just listen to this. Shimon feels so honored by the fact that I'm willing to commit transactionally based on his participation. That hanor that he has, that I believe in, is what commits him to the guarantorship. That hanor that he has knowing that I am only lending to Ruben based on his guarantor, I'm lending to Shimon. Based on his guarantorship, that's what generates his halakhic commitment to this transaction. Absolutely, so that's the mechanic. Now let's say to see something incredibly amazing. What's the greatest thing you can do for someone in life? The greatest thing you can do for them is believe in them. When you believe in someone, and they know that you believe in them. Right, we all know this because we all have someone in this world who believes in us. That knowledge that someone believes in you gives you the chizuk, gives you the strength to move forward, to accomplish, to do. And when I fall, to pick myself up. Why is the other willing to commit to this transaction? Because he's so honored by the fact that the lender believes in his such a degree that he's willing to commit himself financially to this transaction. The greatest gift that you can give to another person is that they know that you believe in them. That knowledge, the ability to go through life knowing that there's someone who believes in you, gives you the tremendous spirit to accomplish anything else. So the one side, stop over for today. Go ahead. All right, God bless you. Have a great day, everyone.
So, Jerry, it's one person. How's your subscriptions been going, Jerry? Yeah, I get close to that. I have reached out to you this morning.
All right, Shabbos, good morning, or good Shabbat. It is such a small Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this last week of Baal Basra. The excitement is palpable. Baruch Hashem, so incredible, so beautiful, so wonderful. Again, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Restream Day 5785. It's also Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shurim Drushos this year as a Zichos for the Soros Havos of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Joshua Bekafi, the creation of the yard site of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, better of Chaim Falls, the Holy Racha, the schools for the safe return of our precious hostages and the success and security of our holy soldiers. Semi and Malka Esther in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leid, Benara Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Esther, Hinda Bas Elef Ephraim, and in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, Naftali Yonah, Shemi Komdamo, and Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Lina. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Jacob and Julie Blumenthal, Leila Nishmas, Julie's grandfather, Hadad Zachariah, Benara Kaye Leib. The yard site is today, we hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishams have Aliyah, the families in the Kala, all of those who need us, wish that with the Kol Kol Yisrael, and Shalom and the Kala, and all your precious soldiers should be successful. The Kol Nasi Yedei. Most of that, let's go. Today's daf is Kos Ayin Gimel 173. And we are picking up in Meretz Hashem, the numbers from the top of the daf, the Ella Hod B'Sayim. So let's remember again, at the end of yesterday's daf, we were dealing with a really fascinating and a very riveting discussion about Hashem and Melechila. We have to be concerned that multiple people with the same name, and perhaps again one person, Reuven and Yaakov, dropped out, and other Reuven and Yaakov was able to pick it up. So essentially, what Gemara said is that we're not coaches for Nefila. Right? We don't really worry about, we don't really take into account the possibility that someone dropped the star and someone else with the same exact name found the star. We're not coaches for Nefila. This concept of coaches in Nefila, we have to be concerned that perhaps something fell and was lost. So, halacha l'maisa, we're going to see in Paskin, in coaches in Nefila. We're not coaches for someone's going to drop the star and someone else is going to pick it up and find it. But Hashkafa Lamaisa will always function in the field. He always has to be concerned about the field, about failing. A person has to be constantly spiritually on guard. Sometimes you become a little bit. Let's say I have this situation like this where a person, maybe, I don't particular idea that I've been struggling with. And then what happens? So then I go ahead and finally, I feel like I mastered it. I feel like I've conquered it. And then what happens? And so if you fall off the wagon, same Avera. You wonder to yourself, how could this have occurred? I'm sure I worked on this so hard. I dealt with this for so long. And yet now, again, I'm right back exactly where I was before. Why? Because in the realm of Ruchnius, there's no such thing as complete security. In the realm of Ruchnius, even if a person is able to manage a certain Yitzhahara, you have to live your life. If you live your life, I am never above temptation. Every Avera is within you. You ever come across like certain lavin in the Torah? You're like, thank God, I don't have any Torah. Like Baruch Hashem. Like kind of like a different afternoon when they're reading that PSO and all the alliance. And Baruch Hashem saves all of these counts. But the problem is, if the rebellion of Olam Asher, it means that we have a type. You don't need to answer things with a type. If it's also, it means there's a type. And if there's a good means, given the opportunity, you do it. And it's certain he says that, no, come on, that's ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. The person has to be incredibly self-aware about their own human frailties, their own human shortcomings, and to live life recognizing I am not beyond temptation for any that you live life like that, and I live life with a heightened vigilance. In other words, if I live life essentially with the mantra, I am perpetually scared and nervous about falling down. I am perpetually scared and nervous about failure. You live life with your guard up. You live life with a heightened sense of vigilance. And when temptation comes your way, which inevitably does, I'm ready to meet that challenge. The Gemara says, I think she's talking about the Allah hard design. So the Gemara says, now that we established that at least halacha l'maisa, lo chayshim v'lefilah, so all the sign כשם שמוציאים שטר, כשם שמוציאים שטר או פריזה, כך הם מוציאים על אחרים. So I'll say, so here's the problem. We have another brisa. The brisa contradicts our Mishnah. What does the brisa say? The same way that if you have two, Reuben and Yaakov from the same city, they cannot go ahead and lend money to one another. They also can't lend money to anyone else. That contradicts our Mishnah. So we'll like him if we Osios Nikos with a certain refuge. We'll say this is fascinating. Now we've seen this concept of Osios Nikos with a Sira. We've seen this like again beforehand when we introduced this concept was really the idea was that when you acquire a star, the entire transaction, so to speak, drops, is vested, is locked in with the acquisition of the star. Here in this context, it still means that, but it also takes a little bit of a different nuance, which is, do we essentially assume that Allah for myself, whoever's holding the star, that's the owner of the star? No questions asked. In other words, essentially, I'll say, the way that the marketplace has to work is, if somebody is the one presenting the star, we have to assume that they're the owner. And if you start kind of second guessing, well, how did you get it? Where did it come from? Did you found it? Getting rid of it. So Marcy, here we go. Tandi done Sabra. Also, think that's going to see that. So our kind of holds, but ultimately, again, also think that's going to see that. For just a moment. Tandi done Sabra. Lenefila dechalo chayshinan my ikonim my dilma ihu yavle osios nikotensila. Now, Korachol yifrolo lemishash tabiyalos. Our kind of holds this. Whoever has the star, that's the owner. That's the owner. And then they have a kind of brasa in osios nisila. But the kind of the brisa holds that no, just because you have possession of the star does not automatically allow us to assume that you are actually the owner of the star. So we'll say, right, really fascinating idea. So in this case, I'm trying to point out, even though again, in this case, the name of the star is my name, right? Remember again, it's Reuben and Yaakov. It's Reuben and Yaakov. Is the malva, is the lender. So the mice, again, even though it's the right name, so we have to kosher for two people with the right names. My focus is, tell our Mishnah holds Whoever's holding the document, that's the owner. Kind of the guy says, no, maybe not. So much realize they're not possible. I'm also it's not true. Everyone holds the law for myself. Whoever's holding the star is considered to be the owner of the star, because again, the star is determined by whoever is actually in physical possession of it. The hacha, the tzarech lahabiraya primitively. So this is interesting. Here's my focus. So the focus is essentially possession of the star enough, or do you still in general have to certify your claim as an additional layer of proof? Our kind of Mishnah said no. Possession is enough. You don't need any level or any additional level of certifying proof. The Tana B'ras Savar Sharf Lahavilaya. Tana B'Vais holds no, that you still require some additional lives. So let's listen to this. The Itman also Miklos to Mesira. So again, remember again, possession of the star essentially certifies ownership. Abai Omer Sarach Lahavilaya. Abai says yes, that is true. But you still need to satisfy an additional layer of proof that indeed this is yours. You have to bring a raya. Rava Amar Inu Zarch Rabbi Rava holds that no, you do not have to bring a raya. Once you have possession of the star, that certifies that you are the named party, and halacha Ramai says that is Amrabai. Some Rabbi says you not need the law. Rabbi says, where do I know that even if you have possession of the star, you still need another level of certification? The sign that we learned, Echad min ha'achim, sha'ashtar of yotzi mitachas yotzi. This is actually a very interesting thing. Sabai's kind of the one to say, they will say, if you show up in the Easter, you have the star, even though again you're named in the star, Abaye says you still need another level of proof to certify your claim. Abaye says, where do we know this one? So he's actually very fascinating. Listen to this. Echad min ha'achim, sha'ashtar of yotzi mitachas yotzi. Suppose you have a brother. So think of Rashbam. It's actually Rashbam is right across. אחד מן האחים ששתעקב יוצא מתחת ידו, או בשם אביהם, או בשם מלוואה, ותוהד אחי נתנו עלי, והם אומרים אתה חטפת. Listen to this. They're a bunch of brothers, right? There goes the head. And he shows up with right now again. There's a brother, Reuven ben Yaakov. And Reuven ben Yaakov shows up with a document, a loan document that belongs to his father Yaakov. And now Reuven is trying to collect on the document. Reuven says, Dad gave this to me. Or the other brothers gave this to me as my right to collect it. The other brothers are claiming that what? What did Reuven do? He stole it. Right? I just right? He took it without permission, right? In other words, he went ahead and he's claiming either Dad gave this to me as my right, or I was given it from the best of my brothers. But I said, no, you just took it. You just took it. No one gave it to you. So what's that love? So the Gemara says, I love Lahaviraya. Ultimately, again, the brother, so Reuven, has to bring a raya that indeed he is entitled to collect this debt. So my love, who are the Lachim? Sabai says, what do you see from here? What do you see there? Right? That possession of a loan document by itself doesn't automatically entitle you to collect it. In other words, just because you have it, now obviously possession is a very strong start, but it's not enough. You're going to have to certify your claim with some additional level of proof of ownership. So Sabai says, true for a brother. You have other cases as well. Rava says, no. Shiny ochin. The Shamtim Yadod. No. Brothers are different. Why are brothers different? Because it's a brother to take stuff from each other. Right? In other words, so again, both in a nice way and in a not nice way. In other words, especially when you're doing this job, it is common for brothers to take stuff from each other, and therefore the fact that even has it does not automatically result in proof of the ownership. Okay. So therefore Rabbi will say, Abai, this is not a good proof to you. An alternate version of this previous discussion. You did that, Amar Rabba, Rabba says, where do I know that ultimately, again, possession of the document is enough ownership, you don't have to certify your ownership. The sign that we learned, same case, right? Reuven ben Yaakov comes, and he has a star, Right? Now remember again, this is a loan that his father Yaakov made to someone else. And now Reuven is coming back to Reuven here, left on the loan. Reuven's thinking again that either his father gave it to him or the brothers gave it to him. And what happens? The other brothers say, we didn't know he gave it to you, you took it. So what's that? So Allah Habiraya. So ultimately again, Reuven has to bring the proof that he is indeed entitled to collect this. And now Rava will say, it's only in the case of brothers that Reuven has to bring proof. Why? Because it's common for brothers to take stuff from each other. But in the case of non-brothers case, ultimately again, possession of the document is going to be enough. So we'll say, this is a really fascinating discussion, right? Machlokas Abaye and Rava over here about when you show up with a document, right? So that I have the document that says that, right, that I'm entitled to collect this debt. Now, by the way, whether I'm named as the lender or not, when I have the document, this possession of the document is enough to give me the power of collect. Abaye says yes, Rava Abaye says no, you still need to certify your claim to make it proof, and Rava says yes. So no. Let's go back to this. Abaye, ultimately speaking, Abaye will say no. Even though I told that Halacha and Osa, you always have to do an additional layer of proof. In case the brothers are still messy, I'll tell you why. Not that I mean, because you would have thought, gave them the something they had done. That has the beauty of Super Habiraya. I was like this. Because it's coming from brothers to take stuff from each other. Therefore, what? Brothers are going to
welcome, Maris. I'm in the middle of a discussion, so it'll just be a second. Please be patient.
The only one way you got that style. That's how. Either his father gave it to him or his brother gave it to him. Therefore, his friend this kind of message is the right of it, and therefore it shouldn't have to be a raya, a maximum loan. Okay, so if I'm making my phone to Shabbai Rabba, when you go ahead and you have this shot, an additional level of certification, an additional layer of proof of ownership, Abaye yes, Rabba no. The Allah had the son. First white line. Allah had the son. The most in the staff of Allah. Motsin to the other place. Now, this writes up, again, remember, this is writes up of two Reuben and Yaakov in the same stage. Now, this place says, in the same way, that they can lend each other money, ultimately, again, they can also lend other people money. Once again, it's contradictory. To which the Gemara says, no. So we'll say, what's the machlokas over to our Mishnah of Raisa? It's actually quite fascinating. The machlokas is also do we write? This is very interesting. Do we write a loan document, right, for the borrower, even though the lender is not written? Now, what's that? I want to bring us on. Everyone will agree that you can't write a document for the lender if the borrower is not, right? Why not? Why not? That's a catastrophe you need to have. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if you could show up at the sofa and say, Sofa, can you start the document that I'm lending you $1 million, right? And they're like, sure, right? And what is this sign of state? You can't do that. On the other hand, if a guy shows up and says, listen, I'm borrowing $1 million from Reuven, okay, I mean, again, he's put at a disadvantage with that. There's a machlokas. Do you need the lender to be there when the borrower is drafting the document? So this is a fascinating.
No, just one moment, Maris. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space. I'm about to show myself, so just please be patient. The focus is in the following case. Do we write to start for a borrower if the lender is not present? Here we go. How does he do that? So kind of elements in the host. Post we start the Nova. The application of the demo. You're not to. You're not right. You can write a document for a borrower, even though the lender is not there. I've also understand there's a danger in that whole. Where is there a danger? Where is this? Zidman, so we'll say, so now the danger comes up in the case of where there are two Reuven ben Yaakovs, right? So now let's just figure this out. Like Ruben and Yaakov goes ahead, like Ruben and Yaakov goes in and shows up at the sofa, and what does he say? Listen to this. Zimrin, the Ozra got in Safa, so Ruben and Yaakov shows up at the sofa and says, right, Magabisan of the Sadi, there's a scribe and their witnesses there. Ramabahu, Hasri Ishbara, Dibatiyah Lemezef, Yosef, and Shimon. Right? So what happens? So, okay, I'm just using the name, right? So Yosef and Shimon shows up, and he says to the sofa and the witnesses, do me a favor, I'm borrowing $1,000.
Thank you so much for having me here. Anyone out there, if you follow me, I will follow you back. I'm the best follow back in the game. Additionally, I recently figured out how to embed videos into the Purple Pill. So you can actually watch my show live in the Purple Pill if that is of interest to you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera, and you can view that ceiling camera in the Purple Pill. You can view the links to all my YouTube streams in my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. Additionally, if you are not in the Soul on Chain Discord, you need to be. I stream on there as well. It's discord.gg/SOLONCHAIN. In addition to making you all very wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm additionally an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make a drink. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So let's say again, you have a same scenario of a city with 2 young people. There's a lender, and the lender has finds a document. And what happens? And it says that the document of Yosef and Shimon, the loan of Yosef and Shimon, has been repaid. Halacha says we have lent money to both Yosef and Shimon. What's the halacha? You can collect from either of them. Then we'll say, now I want to point out, by the way, we're going to see every one of these cases are different. Because they all operate based on one simple principle. They put on value like all of Basta, Baba which is
you. And thank you for coming up. And we're always doing that. Thank you. For you when you're not available. Right?
So that's always the principle. That's always the principle. That's actually okay. You want to collect, the burden of proof is always becoming extracted. So in this case,
that's the plan.
And the sheet says that the loan of Yosef and Shimon has been repaid. I lent to both Yosef and Shimon. Someone says, just play this out. Just show up in Yosef and Shimon number one and say, in debt, what is he going to say? He says, I'm the guy who has no children. You go to the second one, obviously again, if I can prove he didn't pay, then Allah I can collect. But basically, inability to pay, and Allah both of them are considered to be paid off. So the Gemara says, time of the nimsa. Halo nimsa, natzi mape. So Allah says, now the reason, ultimately, again, this is true, is because I found this receipt. If you look at Rashban says, sorry. So time of the nimsa, halo nimsa, natzi mape. Banan, lo acher yochol lo hotzi aleid. 1 second, but I don't have this is happening. The Mishnah said that if you have two Yosef and Shimons who live in a city, you're not allowed to lend either of them money, dafka, because of the transactional confusion that can ensue. To which the Gemara says, sorry. Oh, no, remember again. If you have two Yosef and Shimons who live in the same city, you can lend them money. How do you lend them money? How do you lend them money? If you attack on another third generation. In other words, the assumption is that even if you have two guys named Yosef and Shimon, the Pashtus what? They're not going to have the same zeta. That's what we're assuming. You put in the third generation. So you must say, if that's the case, let's look on the receipt. Let's look on the receipt, right? Because one is Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak, and one is Yosef ben Shimon ben Avram. So that's how you're able to lend the money. Let's see whose name is on the receipt. To which the U.S. says, no, I'm Ravoshia, the Mishloshim Shtarve, Mishloshim Bishover. Oh, okay. So I will say, so again, so when they put in the third generation on the loan document, that enabled the loan of money. But they did not put a third generation, excuse me, on the receipt. Okay. So the U.S. says as follows. Rabbi says, Insa Lelova, Ben Shtarosav, Shtaro Shal Yosef and Shimon Alai Parua. Shtaro Shneim Parua. So Abai says like this. It's actually the following case. If the borrower found amongst his shtaros that the shtar of Yosef and Shimon is paid, ultimately, again, both documents are considered to be paid. They must say, if you look at the Rashbam says over here, sorry. Rashbam says, Amar, first wide line, Abai Amar, Masnisin Tishinim Suba Beis Lovanai. So Abai says, no. The Mishnah is talking about a case where the documents are found not with the lender, but the documents are found with the borrower. So the Gemara says, this is what it means to say. Nimsa Lova Echa Ben Shtarosa Shover. Shashtar Shahayano Shabo Yosef ben Shimon Parohu. Bahayushne Yosef ben Shimon no Shimbo. So let's say it's the reverse case. The reverse case is the document wasn't found with the lender, the document was found with the borrower. The borrower had borrowed money to Yosef ben Shimon's. So he has amongst his documents a receipt that says, I paid back Yosef ben Shimon. Only one problem, which is what? It doesn't say which one. So I want to say it's the same principle. So now what does he have to do? Who does he have to repay? The answer is neither, right? Why? Ultimately, again, whoever thinks that they're entitled to, in other words, he knows he paid one, he doesn't know which one he paid. So whichever one feels that he's the one who's unpaid is going to have an obligation to prove that he's been unpaid. And then okay, incredible. So Mar goes back to Ketsa Gasa Yashlishu. So once I stay for the Mishnah, let's give a simple Eitzah, which is a very intuitive Eitzah, which is that Halacha L'Maisa, a city where there are two young and Shimons, and indeed you want to lend money. They want to lend money to each other. So what happens? Thank you so much. Thank you. So what happens if Halacha L'Maisa, you do live in a city, and what? And you want to lend to Yosef ben Shimon's money, right? Or they want to lend each other. So what do you do? It's not a problem. All you need to do is add on a third generation. So Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak. Yosef ben Shimon Avram, and that's the first sheet that then we can engage ultimately again and then borrowing or lending money. So Tana is interesting. Other possibilities is what? One of them is a coin, and one of them is a lady. Right? So you can differentiate from that way as well. Tana and how you claim Kohanim, usually go there. So what's interesting? So the Gemara teaches the interesting that the ideal person, before you get into a James tribal differentiation. Right? The differentiation, no say from Shimon HaKohen, no say from Shimon HaLevi. Okay, so seeing that differentiation, that's fine. If that doesn't work, then you go up a generation as well. Beautiful. Mishnah. Homer with no starving, no say for other this is case. Right? So you have a case of a father who says this and that. The way that highlights this case is Mitzada B'Shas Misasa. So we'll call him father. Call him father. Father is dying. He says to his son, that hello for my son, starving Saros one of the loan documents that I have. So father loans a bunch of people. He says to his son, one of the people who I lent money to, pay back his debt. The 80 Yodea Aces. And I don't know which one will do that. What's the halacha? Shtaros kulan turus. All the debts are considered to be repaid. Now take a look at the Rashbam. This is actually a very beautiful Mishnah. This is Real Day Ezel. What's that in the Rashbam? Look at this inside. This is 6 lines after the bottom. Real Day Ezel. V'halo v'ha'eminani. V'lo hechzart ishtaro. So what's this now? Here's the principle. Now generally what would happen is, right? I lend Ruben money. Ruben pays me back. What happens? Right? I give him back the documents. Right? I do not want to be punished ultimately again for any type of financial misdeeds. It was it's incredible, right? What's fascinating about this is this could have been a situation, by the way, that father had outstanding for a very long time. But what happened? Nothing makes you get your affairs in order like that. See, a lot of people in life we're willing to live in the gray. Right? We're willing to live with a lot of ambiguity. We're willing to live with a lot of inconsistencies. Why? Because in the back of our mind, we figure to ourselves, there's plenty of time to get it worked out. Plenty of time to get it worked out. I know I want to get it worked out, but so we live with all of this gray, all this inconsistency, all this ambiguity. Nothing forces a person to get their affairs in order. And this person, the Chazal tell us that Yaakov Avinu davened for illness. So the few months before Yaakov Avinu, what would happen? How would people die? They would sneeze. Right? That's why, again, the Talmud Hagim brings down that there is a custom to say L'chaim to someone after they sneeze. Right? Because that's what happens. Same as Baruch Hu breathes life in the nostrils, people would sneeze and they would die. Yaakov Avinu davened for illness. Because a person should know that the end is near, and they can get their affairs in order. So it's really the goal was as the Imam Bracha says. So his Bracha says that if a person is having difficult times with controlling their Yetzer Hara, so if all else fails, what does the Imam say? Yaskilo Yom Hamisa. Remind yourself you're going to die. I'm going to die. So at the end of the day, if I'm going to do this Adera, I'm going to have to give an explanation for why it's not right to explain.
Sometimes things get messy.
After 120, I stand up for the days in Shamala, and I have to give an account of my life. There's no explanations, right? There's no alternative ideologies. There's no buts. There's nothing. There's just MS and there's shekel. That's all there is. One of two options. So really, the whole result of successful living, like this. But what's the expression? Live life like you're gonna die, something like that. Like live. What is it? Live today as if it's your last day. That's a Maimar Chazal. That's a Maimar Chazal. That is absolutely correct. Whatever. There's an whatever. Point over here is right. I'm just gonna make something up, right? Point over here, as I'll say, is if a person lives life recognizing that they're facing imminent death, possible imminent death in any moment. I know that sounds a little bit like a downer, but it's not. but it's not. Because imagine, by the way, like in this case over here, imagine just how different life is lived if I recognize that at any given moment, see, people usually take a statement like that and use like an hedonistic way. Let me enjoy everything, right? Let me experience everything. It's about in a hashkafic way that I can't leave anything undone. I can't leave any ambiguities. I don't want any gray. At the end of the day, if I was taken from this world right now, I want to be able to stand behind the decisions I have made, and I want to be able to be confident in the way that I'm living in this current moment. No ambiguities, no gray, no inconsistencies. Yeah, do I have plenty of Averas that I have to account for? Absolutely unequivocally. I don't want any ambiguities or inconsistencies. Let me get those things worked out right now. So a father is facing death. He says to his son, listen, I know that one of these debts has been repaid and I don't know which one. What's the halacha? Shtaros kulun purun. All debts are considered to be paid. And again, on both sides. So it's not a chiddush. It's not a chiddush, right? Once again, it's once again chaver alav araya. So remember again, every single possible debtor may be the one who repaid the debt. So therefore, the son doesn't really have the power to extract money from all of them. They're all considered to be paid. By the way, I want to point out, they're all considered to be paid from the perspective of the malva. When you borrow money, there's an absolute biblical obligation to repay that which you borrow. So when we say they're considered to be paid, that's klape the malva, right? As the lender doesn't have the ability to get back any of this money. The borrowers absolutely have a halachic and a moral obligation to pay back the money that they borrowed. Nimtzala echad sham. Sorry, nimtzala echad sham shnayim. So let's say again, in this case, father had lent Ruvain, right? Father had lent Ruvain two sums of money, a large sum and a small sum. So now father is telling his son, one of my outstanding debts is forgiven, but I don't know which one. Hagadol parua v'katan ena parua. So there's an interesting exception. If father had lent two sums of money to the same borrower, one a large amount, one a small amount, and father says to his son, one of my loans has been paid. We assume it was the larger of the two to Ruvain, but the smaller one is still outstanding. Incredible. So in general, if a person says, right, a lender says to a borrower, right, and again, we're talking about a case where a lender lent two sums of money to a borrower, and he says, the shtar that I have, right, is paid, that is already paid. We assume, also, if you look at the Rashbam, the Rashbam says, not yet. Right? So Ruvain lent to Shimon two sums of money, a large sum and a small sum. Ruvain says to Shimon, by the way, your debt is paid. That loan document that you have with me is paid. Now he doesn't articulate which one is paid. We assume which is paid. The larger one and the smaller one is still outstanding. But if Ruvain uses a different lashon, Ruvain says, Shimon, your debts, your debt, actually, debt singular, is paid, then what? Shtaros kulan perui. We assume all the loans are paid. Because here, in case number one, it was shtar l'chabiyadi. One of the shtaros you have with me, is paid. So in a case like that, we assume the larger of the debts is paid, the smaller one is still outstanding. If he says chov, which is a more all-encompassing statement, your debt, then everything is paid. So the Gemara says, Amalei Rabbeinu l'Rabba, 1 second. So let's say again, Ruvain says to Shimon, my field is sold to you, without articulating which field. Sada gidola mechurlo, sada mechurlo, sada gidola mechurlo. We assume that Ruvain sold his larger field to Shimon. Sada shiyeshti mechurlo. But if Ruvain says the field that I have is sold to you, wouldn't we say kol sadosa mechurlo? Wouldn't we say that Ruvain is selling all of his fields? In other words, this would be the opposite of the debt case, to which the Gemara says, no. Hasam yad bal hashtar ala tachton. So we'll say, so again, which is another way of saying, hamotzini chavera alav haraya. So right, in the case ultimately, again, where Ruvain says to Shimon, Shimon has two debts due to Ruvain, a large one and a small one, and Ruvain says, your shtarcho, your loan document is forgiven. So we assume ultimately, again, that that's referring to the larger debt. And again, and if it's not, the burden of proof is going to be upon Ruvain to prove that he could collect the larger debt. In the case of a field, when Reuben sells Shimon a field, so the default ultimately is that he's selling one field, not that he's selling all the fields. And if Shimon wants to prove that he bought all of the fields, then the burden of proof is upon him. Incredible. So we now come to the sugya of Arif, a really incredible sugya. Hamal bes chavera al yidei Arif. A very interesting case, right? What happens? I lend Shimon money, and Reuven is a guarantor. Now we're going to talk about different types of guarantors over the course of this sugya. You cannot collect payment from the arif. I will say now, that statement at first glance seems totally illogical. I'm lending money with a guarantor, but I can never collect money from the guarantor. The Gemara is going to challenge that statement in just a moment. How many days? This is very interesting. We're going to see that there are different ways to structure guarantor transactions. If I lend Shimon money, and Reuven is the guarantor, and the way I structure this debt is to say, Shimon, I'm lending you the money, but I have the right to collect from whoever I want. So if I want to collect from Shimon, I can collect from Shimon. I want to go right to guarantor, I can put to guarantor. Shimon says, "Im yesh nechasim below that, benkach ubenkach lo yifra min ha'aretz." Shimon says, "No. The only time you can ever go to a guarantor is when the borrower does not have money. But if the borrower has money, you never have a right to go to the guarantor." So we'll say, fundamental focus, it's your Shimon Tanakam, which we'll get to in the beginning. V'chein, Hayab Shimon Yovamer, Ha'ari Yisha B'Ksuvasa. This is an interesting case. Let's say I guaranteed a ksuba. Reuben is married to Rachel. I guaranteed Rachel's ksuba. Now, what does that mean to guarantee Rachel's ksuba? What does that mean? What that means is that in the event of death or divorce, if it turns out that Reuben doesn't have any money, I tell Rachel, I got you. Right? I'll pay your ksuba. So it's a great case. The Hayat buying on the Garsha. So now what happens? Reuben and Rachel are getting divorced. So watch this. Yidirena Hana. So I have a right to demand that Reuven has to take a nether, right, prohibiting Rachel from getting any benefit from it. And this is a nether, Rashman points out to me, what we call a nether, Shehudra Adas Ladim. We'll get more into this. A public nether. They always say now a public nether is irrevocable. So I could force Reuven to make an irrevocable nether that Rachel can't get any benefit from it. Now what does that nether effectively do? What does it do? It prevents them from ever getting remarried. Because what are we concerned about over here? This is great. It's actually a great scheme. So the Gemara says, what are we concerned about? Shema Yasu Kinunya on the Fasim Shalzah, the Yaxias Ishto. This is great. What are we concerned about? Reuven and Rachel are on some falling on some financially hard times. Now, Reuven knows that I guaranteed Rachel's ksuba. So Reuven says to Rachel like this. Right now, I don't have any money. So I have a good idea. Let's get divorced. You'll be able to collect your ksuba. Silver is guaranteeing your ksuba. He'll pay you out the ksuba. And then guess what? Baruch Hashem, we just paid for our honeymoon. Right? We'll get back together. We'll reconcile. We'll go through a couple of sessions. We'll go, right? Therapy will make it look like right. Will make it look like legitimate. And then Amir Hashem, small chuppah, small chasana. And Baruch Hashem, now we have a beautiful nest egg. So in order to prevent this type of exploitation, so what happens? Rabbi Shimon says, if there is a guarantor for the ksuva, before the ksuva is paid out, ex-husband has to make a neder that his ex-wife is never permitted to get hamrachah, which effectively preclude them from ever getting remarried. After that neder is made, then the arev could be made obligated to go and have the ksuva. Incredible. Says the Gemara. So my timer. So we'll say what is now again. What the Gemara is bothered by is the Mishnah statement. What was the Mishnah statement? That if you have a guarantor for a loan, right? So I'm lending Shimon money. Reuven is the guarantor. So the Mishnah made this strange statement that you can't collect payment from the guarantor. What does that mean? My timer. Rabbi say Tami Tavalu. Gavra Ashlim asleep. Gavra Ashlim afloch. So we'll say Rabbi Ravil say feel. What Mishnah teaching is like this. What is the job of the guarantor? Interesting about that. So we're going to see there's a fundamental approach to the job of the guarantor. Some say, there's a school of thought that says, the job of the guarantor is to make sure that the borrower is available and present for repayment. In other words, he guarantees that the borrower will be here for repayment. But what doesn't he guarantee? What doesn't he guarantee? Payment. So the guarantor says, listen, you right, Silver, you got me into this. So Ruben says, right, I lend money to Shimon. Ruben's the guarantor. What's Ruben's obligation? Ruben's obligation is to make sure that Shimon doesn't flee the country. Right? So Ruben says, right, you told me to guarantee Ruben. I guaranteed Ruben. Here he is. I'm not giving you a cent. But the borrower is here. Get your money from him. Okay. That's Persian law. That's Persian law, right? That's not let's say regular Persian law, but I don't mean offensive, right? That's Persian law, right? That's what the Parsha, that's what the Persians do. So the Gemara says, Adraba, Basa, Adraba, Basa Arbazi. That's not true, by the way. Persian law actually says that you can always go after the guarantor, right? That's not true. By the way, what does it mean when it says it's Persian law? Allah, Beidin the Parsoi, the lo Yodi kind of the Mosai. That's interesting. So apparently the way that the Persians worked was when a Persian court gave a ruling, they did not have to provide any reasoning to their ruling. So they would just go ahead and give a ruling, and that was it. That was it. So the Gemara says you're making this like a Persian court over here. It doesn't make any sense. In other words, where are you coming up with this idea that a guarantor is just obligated to furnish the borrower, and that's it. That's all he has to do. He doesn't have any other financial obligation on this. No. So not no. What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says you can't extract payment from the guarantor. What does that mean? Oh, no. What it means to say is like this. If I go ahead and I lend Shimon money, and I make Ruben the guarantor, when the debt comes due, I first have to try to collect payments from who? From Shimon the borrower. And only in the event of default of the borrower, only then do I have the right to go to the guarantor. So the Mishnah says that if you lend money with the guarantor, you can't collect from the guarantor means you can't collect from the guarantor first. He can't be your first stop of repayment. You have to first go to the borrower, and only in the event that the borrower can't repay, then and only then can you go to the guarantor. Support this. If you lend your friend money, I lend Shimon money with a guarantor. You can't go to the guarantor first for repayment. Then Amar Amanash Arfa Lushi Itzat Yit Ba'arei Tchila. There is an exception to this. What's the exception? You could structure a transaction in a way that you're allowed to go to the guarantor first. So it's like, here's what there is, essentially, and we see this all the time in transactional law. Transactional law, every transaction always has a default setting. So therefore, again, if I lend Shimon money and Ruben is the guarantor, what is the default setting on a guarantor situation? What's the default? You can only go to the guarantor when? After the borrower can't pay. Right? My first stop is always going to be the borrower. Only after the borrower can't pay, then I can go to the guarantor. However, can you structure a transaction differently? Of course. So when I go ahead, I lend Shimon money, and I say, really going to be the guarantor. But again, Chavra, I, the lender, entering into this transaction with the right to collect from whoever I want in the tefillah. So I feel like going to Shimon, I'll go to Shimon. I feel like going to Ruben, now again, obviously, the guarantor has to agree to that, right? In other words, he's only a party to the transaction. So I'm assuming that he agrees to that. That transaction ultimately will work as well. So both said this is very important. This is Arvus 101, right? This is guarantorship, guarantorkeit, right? 101. This is how it works. The default is guarantor can only be called into action. Ultimately, again, if the borrower defaults, but halacha l'maisa again, unless you structure all as well. So I'll just point out, I sit over this part in the virtual drushah this past week, just quickly. Azan Rav Selatsky says so beautifully. He says Yaakov Avinu prepared himself for three things when he encountered himself: milchama, war, tefillah, prayer, and daran, gift. And Rav Selatsky asks, I understand, why didn't Yaakov daven first? Shouldn't tefillah come before everything? And Rav Selatsky gives a beautiful answer. He explains it's not the way it works. He says often in times of crisis, our reflexive reaction is to look upward. He says that's not the first stop. The first stop in times of crisis is to look inward. What can I do about my circumstances? Before you ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for help, before you start leaning on Hashem for everything, the first shaila you has to ask yourself is, what can I do? So the first thing Yaakov Avinu does in life is not daven. It's not the first thing. The first thing he does is he prepares for war. He prepares for war. The first step in the midst of a difficult life situation is not looking upward, it's looking inward. So we'll say, such a Yisrael, like, by the way, that's the most Haskell. This also, if you think about this, we'll say. So, the Ribono Shalom, is the lender, right? And we are the borrower. The borrower, and there's a guarantor, right? There are many different types of guarantors. Like the truth is, really, the Ribono Shalom is the lender and the guarantor. Correct, but I'm the borrower. The Baruch Hu says, I'm lending you a whole bunch of stuff. I'm lending you your health. I'm lending you your finance. I'm lending you your family. I'm lending you your purpose. I'm lending you all of these things. And the debt comes due. How does the debt come due? The Baruch Hu says, I'm lending you that debt. I'm giving you all of these things. I want to see what is my return on investment. And just understand the first place that the lender comes is to the borrower. Every single day I have to give an accounting to the Ribono Shalom about how I'm using the borrowed funds. Each and every day I have to give an accounting to the lender. And by the way, it applies on Sundays also. It's not just Monday through Friday. Right? It applies literally again every day of the week. And again, what time is the football game today? Good, excellent, right answer, right? One second, just understand, if there's going to be hours of time allocated to just mindless engagement with overpaid men in tight pants, just understand, you got to account for it. Now again, there is a way, I think there is a way to account for it. Everyone needs to relax. Right? Everyone needs downtime, and that's fine. So if that's strangely somehow how you want to downtime, right? Then that's fine. That's fine. In other words, but just know what it is. Just account for it in your mind. It can't be accounted as football. It can be accounted as, I'm a human being. I need time to recharge. I need time to relax. This is my recharging time. Fantastic. Again, I don't know that that's the best way to use your recharging time, but that's between you and Akadosh Baruch Hu, right? So choose wisely. Right. But when I said that's your recharge time. That's as long as you are accounting. For how you're using the borrowed money, how you're using, so to speak, the borrowed resources. Because understand, the lender comes right to the loan. Right? The guarantor only gets involved much later on. The first way the transaction works is Baruch Hu lent me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm the borrower. The borrower is the first stop in collection. The borrower is the first stop in accounting. Incredible. Let's go back to Amar Avuna. Let's finish up with this. Amar Avuna. Minayin lo'orei d'nishtabit. So we'll say, now, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, by the way, from where do you know that a guarantor is encumbered? In other words, from where do we know halachically this concept of guarantorship? So the Gemara says, this is incredible. Anochi erbenu mi'adi tivakshanu. We'll say not this week's parsha, but next week's parsha. Incredible. This is by Yehuda. And Binyamin. Right? Remember again, this is when they have to go back to Egypt. Right? They have to go back to Egypt. The only way Yosef, remember, they don't know who Yosef is. They think he's just some unpredictable, despotic ruler. They don't know who he is. Right? So the mice again, what does he need to say to Yaakov? You got it. Yosef won't give us food unless, of course, we go ahead and we bring Binyamin. And of course, Yaakov Avinu doesn't want to let Binyamin out of sight, because he's the only remaining son of Rachel that he has. He saw it, or he thinks he knows what happened to Yosef. And so Yehuda says to Yaakov, Anochi eravenu mi'adi tivakshanu. I will be the Arif. And because I am the Arif, ultimately, again, if something happens, you come to me. So the Gemara says, no. This is not a good ayah. Why not? So as we were talking about this, there is a higher level of guarantorship, of being an Arif, and that's called kabbalos. Now again, so the Gemara says that's a different discussion. You can see it, by the way, even in the Psukim here. So Yehuda is so much more than just a guarantor, right? Yehuda is taking complete and absolute responsibility. So the Gemara says that's not the Arei we're talking about over here in the Mishnah. That's what we call a kabbalos. that in the back of your mind. We're going to circle back to that. So the Gemara says, here's where it comes from. So once the Gemara quotes actually a very, very beautiful passage from Mishlei. Lokach bigdo ki arei zar uba'ad lochriya chavlei. So literally again, take his clothing, right? Take his garment. Ki arei zar, because he guaranteed on behalf of a strange person. Omer, or a stranger, Omer. Furthermore, again, the passage was on the says, so again, this is all from Mishlei. Omer, bini. We'll explain what these two mean in just a moment. Let's read it first. Bini. Literally translated, my son, if you have become a guarantor for your friend, literally you outstretched your hand to a stranger. You stumbled over your words. You've been ensnared in the utterances of your mouth. Do this, my son, and be saved. Okay, so what does this mean? Here we go. So the Gemara says, if you have money in your hand, so let's say, so the Gemara learns out from this, if you have money in your hand, then ultimately, again, if you are the Kabbalah, then go and pay on behalf of the borrowers. That's the Lashon over there. If you have money, in other words, if the borrower defaulted on the loan, and you have money, you're the Kabbalah, you could repay, then repay on his behalf. The imlav harbe alav reya. But if you don't, if you're not a guarantor, you haven't done something, you don't owe someone money, but you've offended them. You've offended them, you've hurt them, then hirba alav reya, which means bring a lot of people to this person and try to reconcile. Okay? So we'll say, so again, it's interesting, I just want to point out, it's interesting to note that the Gemara does not bring biblical proof for Arif. Right? I mean, it does, it brings Yehuda, but then it says that's not really a real bit of Arif. Ultimately, again, that's Kabbalos. It's interesting that the Raya for Arif is coming from Mishlei. So we'll say, just understand, to be honest, you don't really need a biblical proof, right, for the concept of Arif. In other words, it's just a transactional reality that people enter into these transactions and prove it, in our case, for money, prove it has every right to go ahead and just be an Arif if you want to, okay? But it's in a Smachta. We're bringing, a scriptural allusion to this. So the Gemara goes like this. So the Gemara says, Arif the Mishnah, the focus of Yehuda Rabbi Yossi. So also the fact that an Arif could ultimately, again, become encumbered, so this is very interesting. So the Gemara wants to make this about asmachta. Let's remember again, asmachta. We had this. What's asmachta? Do hyperbolic statements create binding halachic realities? So let's play this out. Right? I lend money to Shimon. I lend $1,000 to Shimon. Right? So Reuven says, "Okay, I'll be the Arev." So let's say it's interesting. The Gemara says, "What's going through Reuven's mind when he becomes the guarantor? What's going through his mind? It's not going to happen. Right? Reuven's going to be fine. He's going to pay back. This is just like Ashtem. Well, it's good. It's chizik. It's avas chinam. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Right? But I'm not going to. I have no intentions of having to actually pay that silver because Reuven's got this. So essentially, the commitment of an Arev is an asmachta. So watch this. The Yossi never asmachta kanya. Arev mishtabed. It's going to be Yossi holds asmachta kanya. That's when the Arev is obligated. The Yehuda is not asmachta lo kanya. Arev lo mishtabed. But according to Rabbi Yehuda says asmachta lo kanya, then ultimately again the Arev is not obligated. 1 second. It's not true. Let's say we pass him asmachta lo kanya.
If you're like this, definitely buy the Melrose comment.
But
you could be on the shop. I'm sorry, I want the shop to succeed, dude. This is not succeeding. I'm sorry, I want LeBron James to do good. He sucks. Everything he does sucks. It's on basketball. That's the only thing he does well. That's true, and his son is really bad. Oh, come on, dude. Leave the kids out of this. What are you doing? Stephen A. Smith will be in it. I'm talking about LeBron James. Obviously, he's good suck-ass at basketball. I don't care who he had. He probably has a few kids. Because if you're getting compared to LeBron James, you suck.
For example, like when a man gets married, he has to think upon himself the obligations as outlined in the
comes to
How
podcasting,
does he do
you
that?
can't touch TV.
How does he do that?
However, Brennan Shaw on his show would be not like on the shop, but I'm saying like if the shop just became him and Maverick watching TV.
So what do you do? You have all his kidney. Like, right, the husband picks up a pen, picks up a handkerchief, something. That kinyan obligates him in the obligations of the ksiva. Because again, in general, in halacha, if you're going to become really obligated to something, there has to be a nice kinyan. So really what the Gemara is asking over here is, okay, so now I have a scriptural proof, so to speak, that it's not but what obligates an Arim? I'm lending $1,000 to Shimon. Ruben says he's the guarantor. Well, what obligates him in that guarantorship? Right? There's no, if we do a kinyan, right? By the way, you definitely can, right? We can do a kinyan together. Ruben and Shimon, we could do that. But in the absence of a kinyan, what obligates him? You know what obligates him? You know what I said? From the Hanor that gets, become a Hemingway. That he is believing. What is that? What's the incredible thing about this case? I'm letting you $1,000. And Shimon is guaranteed. What's the problem here? Right? Why, at the end of the day, why am I lending you money? Why am I lending you money? Let's call this down. Why am I lending you money? Why?
I rarely say it because I don't care if you're good at stuff. What does it matter if your dad is also
why am I lending you money? I'll say why? Because I believe in Shimon. Remember, if I believe in
The name of this is so absurd, it's fucking hilarious.
The only reason, whenever you have a guarantor, what's a guarantor by definition means I am not 100% sure that the borrower is going to come through. Otherwise, if I believe in the borrower, then I don't need the guarantor. If there's a guarantor, essentially what I'm saying is, who do I really believe in this entire transaction? The guarantor. That's really who I believe in. That's really who I believe in. So let's listen to this. Shimon feels so honored by the fact that I'm willing to commit transaction based on his participation. That hanor that he has, that I believe in him, is what leads him to the guarantorship. That hanor that he has knowing that I am only lending to Ruben, based on his guarantorship. I'm willing to Shimon. Based on his guarantorship, that's what generates this halachic commitment to this transaction. So that's in the card.
They're like, you're going to be on the shopping.
What's the greatest thing you can do?
She said, all right, for sure. I'll make one about Mexicans and one about me owning a meal salon. Yeah, it's very lowbrow, yeah.
So I know I have Mexican working for me because if I stand outside, I'm always working and nails done.
That knowledge that someone believes in me gives me strength.
It'd be funny if she actually, the person cutting his hair actually cut off one of the thing.
When I
So, oh, my bad. Sorry, man. They get really mad. Like, you just cut off my hair?
Because he's so honored by the fact that the lender believes in him to such a degree
He sucks, dude. Do you know that? Dude, stop saying that. He does. He does not suck. Yes, he did. Yes, he does. He sucks all the time. He's the worst.
is that
Have
they
you ever
know
heard him interviewed? He stopped talking about my coat like
that
that.
knowledge
He
is
sure
good.
goes.
Yes,
Yes,
someone who believes in me.
Why?
He's
He's the worst. Dude, he is. Ain't no
One
boy
side,
like a dude.
stop over today.
That's true. Did he throw crazy parties?
All right, stop over another day to everyone.
Oh my God, he's like so unlikable and terrible. Did he throw the nastiest parties, dude? You cannot deny that. The nastiest. Is there another party like a Diddy party? Hopefully not. Exactly. Yeah. So he was just speaking facts. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. What a stupid thing to say. What a stupid thing. And it's honest. It's worse than the Ashton Kutcher thing where he's like swinging with a big smile on his face. That's the epitome of saying the wrong thing. Dude, LeBron James is the GOAT. What's something cool that he's done or said? Play basketball for 23 years. Not done said. Outside of being very good at basketball. Somebody said, thank you for asking me. Dylan Brooks. Okay, let me finish before you cut me off. What the fuck was that about, dude? Next. Dylan Brooks during the 2023 playoffs was talking shit to LeBron James. And then he went into the warm-ups of the next game. LeBron James walked up to him and he said, hey, just get up there and do your fucking job. And then he ran to the hoop and did a slam dunk, went to the tunnel. I went to that game. They won, dude. And don't say anything smart against you. Funny because that's what I'm saying right now. Because I know you're waiting, dude. I see your fucking You grab your goddamn beard and find that devastating curly like your last name. Listen, dude, he won that game. He took over. He was 39 years old. So he said, dude, just do your job. And then he's done. Okay, so you're trying to simplify it. But the audience saw what I said. That resonated with them. And then you tried to dumb that resonated down, dude. I mean, that's fine. It's not as lame as the stuff he usually does or says. But most things, I'm just not seeing anything. Also, he compared Stephen A. Smith to Taylor Swift going around doing that tour. That was hilarious. I didn't see that, but yeah. Again, I don't. That Taylor Swift joke. Yeah, hilarious. Learn how to write a joke. You laugh really hard. Yeah, because I'm still learning how to laugh. You're the audience for a Taylor Swift humor. Oh man, they fucking said they did an Eras tour. Like, that's funny. Listen, Kawhi Leonard's my favorite basketball player. LeBron James is the greatest basketball player of all time. He might be, yeah, he's very good. I think LeBron is probably the best. Him or Jordan. It's hard to say. But LeBron, I mean, probably better. Right? You have to get, because when Nick Ryder was in his parents' house, about to do what he did, he wasn't like, let me Michael Jordan. He fucking LeBron James. He got the job done, dude. Okay, I was trying to say that LeBron James is better than that. Yeah, I think it's good. I love for LeBron carried new wages. Then, yeah, it got a little too intense. But you guys accept the point where they look at that. I had no idea that you were even on LeBron James' feet. Dude, I used to hate LeBron. I used to, but then in 2018, when he carried a shitty team to the finals, I was like, why am I hating this? This guy's amazing. He's incredible. Do I know if he puts shit in his ass or puts stuff in other people's ass? I don't know. I don't give a fuck what happens in the Diddy party, dude. What he does on the court's amazing. I saw a playoff game with him. It was a quarterback. He's just always so cringe and like hacky and Jesus Christ, dude. When are you gonna get the point rehearsed? And you want a man to be perfect? He plays basketball. I'd like him to be interesting. 24 years without a major injury in the league. That's not interesting to you. He's good at basketball. Yeah, and you want him to be more interesting than what he's done in basketball? I'd like him to be a human being. He's like and very well. He just seems like an idiot. You know, yeah, that's okay. See that? You don't say that he's not. He's so interesting, dude. But I don't know if he is. I think he's an idiot too. That's okay. Yeah, but when it comes to basketball like you're a fucking idiot, dude. He's a genius. He's the last person to get basketball like you. I forget this. That's gotta be. You failed the test if you break one first. But immediately should be allowed to take that. I think basketball like you tested it. But he's this guy that he has this power in the game where he's at the top of the list, but he has nothing to say, and he's kind of a moron. So they shouldn't listen to him. That's all I've noticed. Dude, I'm intersecting you at the Starbucks, dude. I'm gonna fuck you up, incredible to see that. I don't like watch a lot of sports, but he just strikes me as someone kind of corny and hacky. I'm gay, dude. You're hurting my heart right now, dude. No, I think it's like, dude, if his legacy is going to Diddy parties, then fine. But that's not the majority of people. More people know him for being a great basketball player. Yeah, no, he's very good at basketball. It's not just about the game. He's a fucking idiot. It's like, listen to an interview or watch it. Like viral clips. It's never like a viral clip like, oh man, that was so smart what he did. That was funny. Yeah, but you don't watch basketball like I do, because I get a lot of those moments with LeBron James.
So what do you do with
What's
the
funny
stats?
funny things. I already tried it. I'm not gonna do it again. Like there, but there is that. That's why there's the reason why he's loved, dude. There's a reason why I'm pissed that the shop at jogging showers. LeBron James is way funnier than jogging summer. Maybe. That'd be also maybe amazing. I mean, I don't know how funny or not she is. Oh my god. I'm only seeing 2 seconds of her. She just said some shit that makes me want to fart. She wants to fucking that wasn't funny. Thank you. But as far as like whether LeBron James or is funnier, I have no idea. LeBron James probably unintentionally funnier, like Brendan Schaub. Oh my god. He's not really that far off from Brendan Schaub. And you know what? The people that watch our fucking show, they probably disagree with me. But you know what, dude? Where are the Lakers at in the West right now, dude? That's what I gotta say, good. This is why I'm not even gonna answer that question. This is what I mean. Is that we're on different wavelengths. You don't know shit about basketball. True. You know what I mean? I don't know how that much. I'm not saying that let everyone know, oh, the Lakers are doing well. I'm saying, like, you guys don't know.
Hurry,
You guys are, when I put my ex feed, and there's a shooting in Australia, I still just get highlights from yesterday's game. I wish that I got basketball over that for sure. NBA is boring, and I think part of it, Jesus Christ, dude. LeBron James ruined the NBA. They made it terrible. Who's good before him? Crazy. That sucks. No, it's boring. I don't know anything. Players aren't weird. Oh my God. It's because the game broke your heart, broke both your wrists. Hey, if I have all the grudge in my personal injury. No, I just don't think it's that entertaining.
It's actually warm.
It's boring. Who cares? I obviously cared. And the ratings were really bad for a while, I think. That's what matters to you, dude. The fucking Nielsen ratings. That's what you really care about the Nielsen ratings? Do I really care? No, I just think it's an example of like, it's like a symptom of Restream's the games illegal here. Okay. And I don't, I mean, maybe
5:45 in the morning, right? But
allegedly, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's probably streaming as part of it.
Expands the world.
But it's also that it's
great supposed to
I don't even know who won that stream. Who won that meeting? Oklahoma City Thunder, dude. And who gives a fuck about their the Oklahoma City Thunder won? And did they have Kevin Durant on the game? Besides, is that what you want? You give a fuck about people's like amount of championships they won in the big city that they're from? Are you serious? What I'm saying is that Oklahoma City, if they were going to win, they should have won with Kevin Durant. With Durant, who's the other guy? What the fuck is who's the beard guy? I'm not going to answer any of your questions. James Harden and Westbrook or whatever. Yeah, that's what they're interested in. Now they got Shai Gilchrist and something. Alexander, kids are shit. I don't give a fuck about that guy. Boring. Who cares? Oklahoma City won. I farted with that. They beat somebody else. The best player in the NBA is like some Serbian guy from God knows where, Denver. God knows where. Serbia. Is he from Serbian guy? From Serbia. Even he doesn't like basketball. Have you ever seen those where they're like, damn, he's on the beach? I don't, I do. Because you haven't seen what I've seen. He's bored by the NBA, and he should be. It's basketball's at an all-time high right now. It's at an all-time low. In your world, nobody cares. The ratings suck. Most people don't know who it is. This is one of the first times in history where, what is his name? Shai Alexander? Figure it out, dude. Whoever he is, because I don't even know his name. He could walk in any mall and like not be recognized. You're crazy. No, I mean, like, do you think Bud Easy knows who he is? I doubt it. No, I don't think any of your friends know who he is, for sure. Well, I mean, Cutterson says that.
Okay, but that's not true. I mean,
outside of people like him, nobody gives a shit about that. Like, you can be very, if the best player, is he one of the best players? Right. Back in like the 90s or 2010s or early 2000s, if you were the best player in the team, you would be no different. Yeah, because everyone fucking sucked. Now everyone's so good. It's like the ceiling or the floor is raised. So everyone's pretty much kind of like cohesion. It's going to happen every single night. It's not as fun when just one team wins. That's what you want. You want one team winning every year. I like the unpredictability of the league.
So it's
You know what I mean? It's from top to bottom pretty stacked. The Clippers should not be in second to last place right now, but they are. You know what I mean? Their team was good. Injuries fucked them up, whatever. They're my team, yeah. Am I crying at night? A little bit. You know what I mean? But it's so unpredictable. People had them so high in the West, they're second to last place. Like, I don't know what you want from a sports league. For it to be entertaining. Yeah, that's entertaining. I don't think it is. I mean, how often are you watching? Never. Exactly. So you're not entertained by something you don't watch. That's not surprised. I'm not surprised by that. Great job, Cootie. Do you know that the square fucking peg goes in the square hole? Did you know that too? Or no? Or you're still trying to put the circle in the triangle? Stupid motherfucker, dude. You don't watch it ever. That's true. I don't. Because I can't be stupid. Really, this is very the crackheads outside are going to check and see if we're okay. No, I mean, it just, yeah, great. I don't watch it. So I can't really comment on it other than what I've seen. It's coming off out of Oklahoma City Thunder game versus the San Antonio Spurs. It was one of the best games I've ever seen. And did you have to do something fun after it? No. No, it was amazing. It was a great game. I don't think so.
I want the original rate of the transaction to remain.
I'm glad I didn't say that. I probably watch a show on the fundamental because the fundamental disagreement. And you say that you Devin Costa, But that's not what the cost is. He watches it, and then he orders ourselves. Nothing different. You got your point. It's like, hey, a movie's good or a movie's bad. You're willing to say it's bad without even seeing it. Yeah, if I know it's bad, I'm not going to say it's bad until I see the whole thing. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say a sport sucks until I watch it. And I'll be like, that's fucking boring. I tried at least. You're not even trying at least. You're just trying to piss me off. That's the only thing you're trying to do. Is get me upset. And you know how much I love basketball? And it's fucking infuriating. I mean, you are definitely mad about that. I think the real reason that you're mad is because you know it's not signing. So I think that's what makes you want to kill myself. You want to like be in the room thinking about what you told me right now on the podcast and be like, Cody is right. The one thing that you choose to live for does suck. I should then like you fucking like go home, don't do that. Take some heroin. And you know what? Let's not stop taking heroin. Let's just fucking hey, hopefully there's fentanyl in my heroin, dude. You are. Go home to God. It's awesome. No, don't do that. The NBA would save your life. It's great. I'm gonna watch that video all the time.
I don't know why. It's very exciting.
I like how I somehow won the argument with life. You start doing that, you learn the wrong lesson. You start doing that with other people. One, just
she pays back part of the debt. He's paying in installments, let's say.
yeah.
Not after that it was an installment plan, but he has money now. He decides to pay back part of his debt. So what do you do?
I just got a text somebody explain your name. What the fuck is that? I'm like, I'm pissed about the basketball thing, and then somebody has a
Ready, we go.
you got a happy Thanksgiving.
Tear up the old document, write up a new document. The new document says that Shimon owes Ruben $500, and use the original date of the transaction so as not to mess up the lien that was created on the borrower's possession. Now, the OC actually did not go certain dates, but that was just a receipt. Hold on a second. Isn't the receipt really greatest for the borrower? Just a list says, no. Yeah. We want the borrowers to feel the urgency of paying back the money, so turn up the heat on him a little bit. Let him know that maybe the lender has a document that says that she still owes him $1,000, and I'll give you an urgency of repayment. Beautiful. All right, let's go back. Turn up on him. So say start. Now we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. But you might want a little bit of a detour. Turn up on him. Start. Shezman of Custom the Shabbos or Ba'asar to say, start the cut is ready to go. Okay, so let's say this is fascinating. Let's say you have a document, right? And the document was dated not in accordance with the Jewish calendar, but rather with the secular calendar. Like or some other secular dating system. And it turns out that when you look up, so I give you a good example of this, right? Next week, you find the star says that even when Shimon money,
it was call it 775-557-8667.
now, there's only one couple with having a date December 14th, and that's what? It's Shabbos. It's Shabbos.
Absolutely.
Or
Call
you
us.
find the document that says even when Shimon money, October 2nd. What was the problem with that? October 2nd was Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah. So now you have a date. Ultimately, again, I think it was. Check that out. I think it was. Right? And all can see Bobby buying this year. That's the piece. So again, the point is, somebody's using an alternative dating system, and when you look back at the date, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense because the date is a date in which the transaction would not have occurred. No one's lending money on Shabbos. People are talking about money on Shabbos. That's a different discussion, right? But I said no one's lending money on Shabbos, and no one's lending money on Rosh Hashanah. So now, what do you do with a transaction like that? Rabbi Yehuda says it's not a problem. How do we understand this? It's a shtar mo'ocher. Shabbos says this is very interesting. Shtar mo'ocher means this post-dated document.
The great Nick Simmons played last on your story there.
Post-dated document and a pre-dated document. Now, as we're going to see,
I like you. They had to call me and say, hey, dude, you remember we had that conversation about Helen Keller? You know, I was fucking with you, right? It's a big deal. And I was like, so another thing about history. You probably forgot we're on a comedy podcast because he's still on his podcast.
What? That's not funny. How about that? It's not funny to joke about it.
That every real estate transaction
Really?
comes with a guarantee. That's essentially how
Bangerson.
Or when Ruben lends money to Shimon, so Shimon is guaranteeing the debt with his property. So what we're going to see is as follows. So so when does the encumbrance start from? So the the encumbrance, the lien begins on the date mentioned in the shtar. Here's the problem. Well, if you post data star, then that's fine, right? As long as both parties are okay with the post dating, that's not a problem because no one gets hurt in post dating, right? In other words, if the lender is okay with post dating it, that means his encumbrance is not starting until whatever 10 days after they actually made the loan. That's his business if he wants to accept that. Purchasers, people who will be purchasing property, they're also not put at a disadvantage if the encumbrance only starts 10 days later because, hey, they're buying property without an encumbrance. So post-dated shtaras don't really pose a problem. Pre-dated shtaras do. Because what's going to happen? Essentially, the pre-dated shtar, you're creating an encumbrance before me, before the transaction. And that's problematic because you can't create a lien which predates the transaction. The lien or the encumbrance ultimately is a result of the transaction itself. So a predated shtar we're going to see is going to be possible. A post-dated shtar is going to be kosher. We're going to see, by the way, that this actually has certain
Talking to mathematicians and historians. Yeah, well, my favorite word in the car, and who's actually editing his shit now, was like, hey man, next time you think about having a mathematician, just call him. This is not a conversation anyone else needs to hear. We don't need this out for the public, man. Just give a call. These guys sat me down there like, listen, people don't really want, like, they're allowed to do really well. It does it very well. I like talking to them, but nobody wants to hear me. And, well, there's some people, there's a handful, but for the most part, to the comedy, you have young couples on. The problem is something like that, your interest was all good, but that's your interest, right? It's not what you do. So I think the problem people have as a mistake, it's like, all the good, all bullshit is people think just because it's your passion, right? People aren't into it, that's right. It's just not your thing. It's just not.
There's one of the possibilities.
Just call up, just talk to him. Voice it all. Fucking voice it. Hey, and everybody tell you, they know what we're really doing. You know, they're like, well, I think it's always been simple to me. They're like, well, you get over it. So she goes, we got the road together, and like, it's always so great when you're like a big gig coming up, and hopefully we're gonna sell tickets. Let's see what Brian's having on this week. And that's it. So every guy, you're a scientist. They go down the book. You ever had a secret scientist before it comes? You're like, really know what to ask them. He's like, well, look at the book, and then you call. And to this point, call, but then also no one's watching you talk to this mathematician. Like, I think I want to see that guy live. You know, Brian's the king of going on podcasts too that no one's going to see. Brian's like, I'm going to go see this one. So, oh, yeah, I think it's an average of 4 listeners.
It's trying to look at what they're doing.
He's held in a time, now especially. I need more. My voice is so cracked. I want you to like what the because what do we have? We have brain. We have energy drinks. It's called water. Do you want to see if you love it? What's those CVs? Yeah. What's a CV? And I should see you as yes, no sugar. Yeah, they're good for what you never see. What do you have to drink? Nice to cold.
When the star has a date, now we know for sure the star did not happen on this date. It did not happen on this date. And she says, in that kind of case, I'm okay with saying that the star is a post-dated star. Because that makes sense. People are doing the transaction now, they want to post-date, so what they do, which is a date, without recognizing that the date, let's say the secular date, that they're choosing lines up with the Shabbos. Or lines up with Yom Kippur. So again, when it's clear that the date used in the star is not a date on which the transaction could have occurred, that means you want to hold that is kosher. But when it is a regular post-dated document, that Yossi says that it's possible. Now,
civil servants in Israel are, it's ideology. Not civil servant. If you're a Mossad here in America, like you're working for me, you get paid that.
Okay.
So you might be a Mossad asset, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, if you was an asset, but you're not. You can asset. So, people think that too. Mossad's like, if he brings on a motherfucking side, but no one's picking out the message. You know, pretty made off from so many people, and then they couldn't find the money, like billions. Where'd that money go? Some people think he was talking about this funnel to
that's clear that it's postdated, even though you will say that it's kosher. What's an example of a shtar that was postdated in a way that's clear, that's good and postdated? When the date used is a date in which the transaction can have occurred. The shtar, that means you're saying that such a shtar is going to be kosher. Again, you don't understand why yet, that's just the speaker. That's what I get.
Private corporations, shell corporations, and actually make money. Oh yeah, right. They have tech companies, things like that. They make a lot of money. So somebody might, they'll have another CEO external owns it. They get paid. But make no mistake, that money is also
December 14th.
goes to their own.
Yo, what up, Momo?
And keep in mind, I won't mention names, but there's comics that
How you living, pimp?
December 14th, right? And what happens? The name says,
Momo.
Shabbos Obasar B'Tishrei, right? And it turns out that December 14th was a Shabbos, right? So it's clear that the date that was recorded in the shtar is not
You
the
talk?
actual date of the transaction. Everyone agrees.
You just do your thing.
businesses to make sure their stuff goes viral.
Hey, so
Different
can you
like that. This was so
organize my
Okay, what do you want to do?
Remember again, if it's if Ruben's lending Shimon money,
Like, I want to make them. I want them to like
so first of all, Shimon is obligated to pay that. What else happens? Shimon's property becomes encumbered. Now again, what is post-dating?
What do you want them to do?
It delays the encumbrance.
I want them to be able to host.
Who does that hurt? Right? Really, only
Okay,
person
what do you
hurts is
mean?
the lender. And if the lender is willing to do that,
Like,
that's his choice. So because, right? So because there's no foul, right? No one's hurt. No one's hurt. Therefore, halacha
Yeah.
as long as it's clear that it was postdated. How the case was clear that it was postdated? The date that was used is clearly not the date in which the transaction
Okay.
occurred. Everyone will agree that it's kosher. Okay, I'm a base.
Like,
Okay, here we go. So it's like, where does the
what
property
I'm
come
trying
out?
to say is
The
like,
property comes up when we call a shtar
It's like
mu'ochel,
the
which means
logo.
a posted document where
Like,
it's not
how would
clear
I
from the document that it was
do
posted.
like
What's an example? Like, you look
anything
at a
outside
shtar,
Okay. Are your descriptions all streamlined?
Does this come up? This comes up in a case where, let's say, dated December
Yeah,
13th.
basically, I want all my
December 13th is a Friday. Is that today?
I understand.
All the settings streamlined.
I understand.
Here, I know.
Do you have trouble connected to Rumble?
It's possible that it didn't. That's where the machlokes between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi
All right.
Yehuda.
Why not?
Right. So let's say, here we go. Let's get into it. It's so exciting. Rabbi Yehuda,
Why not?
Rabbi Yehuda, here we go. Get ready. And then let's say you can see how all of this comes
I
together.
have Rumble connected to all my screens. Yes.
What does Rabbi Yehuda say? The Amar,
Okay, even Trovo?
screen shover. Rabbi Yehuda holds.
Yes.
We do not
Okay, great.
write
So
receipts.
generally within Rumble, there's a setting that will make it's like your default settings. It's not there. It's in the. It's not in Rumble Studio. It's in. Just go to rumble.com. Just go to rumble.com.
Right, because at the end of the day, what's going to happen? The borrower now has to hold on to this document. So the people who don't write receipts, right? There's a loan document that was
Yeah,
drafted.
upper right corner. I think it's under settings. It has all your defaults.
And therefore, again, there's no concern. So now watch this. Play this out.
You're gonna look on the left-hand side and see what are the options. It's not there. Go to the next one.
And you repay your loan. What happens? Right, we're going to show $1,000.
It's not.
Right now,
It's not there. Go to the next one. It's not there.
To what? To what?
It's not there.
To get that document.
Go to the next one.
If I'm Shimon, I'm not paying anything back.
Not there.
Gives me back that
Not there. Go to the next one.
What happens if Ruben? What happens if
Not there. Go to the next one.
The doctor is not going to pay half, right? Why? Because paying half leaves him exposed. Because if he pays half, he's not getting a receipt.
No, not there. Go to the next one.
So it's not in Shimon's best interest to go ahead and pay half. So therefore, again,
Not there.
essentially says there's no chicanery, right?
No. Are you sure you're in settings?
Because at the end of the day, even if the document is postdated, so
Go to upper right corner. Okay, and then what else is there?
That if Ruben has the document, it means that Shimon hasn't paid him back.
No, on the right. On the right side, what are your options? Go back up to the top corner. What are your options? What does it say?
I know this could be exploited. This could absolutely be exploited. I wasn't getting ready for this. Now, we don't yet know, so I don't care what could be exploited.
Go to dashboard. It might not be there.
It's about to get crazy.
No, it's not there. Okay, go to there's like a template that you can create, and it like has your default like everything in categories.
Oh, guess what? I got 2 cents.
Dude, that's more than most places pay out.
What I know is everyone agrees that a post-dated document that has a date that is clearly a date in which the transaction.
All right.
Everyone agrees it's kosher. Nothing bad is going to happen.
All right, go to. Well, firstly, do you have a link tree?
The transaction occurred. It was dated December 13th.
All right, so that's what you need. And before you do any of this other shit, are you on Twitter? Okay. No, I'll just send you what I advise everybody to have. You should have all of your social media profiles. Basically, I don't want to say. You should have them all aligned. So unified. So whatever your username is on one, it should be on all the others. And I will send you. It is Thursday.
Do you write receipts only for partial payment? Or do you write
I will
receipts
send
for
you
entire payments? That's apparently
a list of what I advise that you have. And if you want it, you can start working on this shit. Now, this is a message that I send to most people on X, but it works the same for you. So I'm sending it to you right now. Go to your Discord messages and just read it and make sure it makes sense to you. Yeah, that's the page. Wait, I think that's it. No, that's Kick.
In other words, you give me the documents, I'll give you payment.
All right, go to your Discord messages and read them.
So I'm going to start ear custody. Because instance of Yitzchak said, I lost the star. But don't worry, I'll write for you a receipt. Amarle, Harav Ushmo Gamitavayu in Kostin Shover. So he said, 1 second. So Rabbi Yitzchak said that. Sorry, Rabbi Abba said that, but there's Rav and Shmuel. And Rav and Shmuel both hold that we do not write receipts. You don't write receipts. So I said, this is incredible. So Rabbi Yitzchak responded and he said, Amar, man, Yohev, first white line. Man, Yohev, Rav and Shmuel. If only I would have of the dust of Shmuel to put in my eyes. That was it's actually very beautiful. Then ultimately, again, so what's happening, just what's going to happen over here. The idea of putting the dust around the Shmuel is obviously a sign of incredible cover. Like, not even the dust beneath the feet of Rav and Shmuel. If I would only have some of their dust to put in my eyes, I could see with such incredible clarity. But, listen to this, Rabbi Yitzchak said, but as great as Rav and Shmuel were, Rav and Shmuel says you don't write a receipt, but Yochanan and Reish Lakish said you do write the receipt. So Yitzchak was kind of like Rabbi Abba. I will say, there's a tremendous Musar Haskanis. What was Rabbi Yitzchak doing? You see, Rabbi Abba quoted Rav and Shmuel that we don't write a receipt. Rabbi Yitzchak held it differently. He held like Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish who said, you do write a receipt. But what did Rabbi Yitzchak do before he disagreed with the positions of Rabbi Shmuel? What did he do? He built them up. In other words, he respected them. I must say, it is such a profound insight into the mechanism of disagreement.
All right, big dog. So create your link tree and create all that social media, and then let me know when you're done. It's going to take you a little while, though.
Disagreeing with 8%, we all agree that one of the greatest things that we have lost as a contemporary society is the ability to disagree agreeably or to disagree with dignity. Humanity has always had different opinions, and that's beautiful. I want to say one of the most beautiful things, Gemara, right? We learn Gemara every single day. And what is Gemara? Can you imagine Gemara without disagreement? Oh, Gemara without disagreement? Like kids are showing up, like that's whatever, whatever. I think it's 3 minutes. You did get showing up, and that's showing up, right? I know it's interesting. Again, I want to say, all of us love learning kids are showing up.
Should I stay on schedule with my screen?
The Geshmak that you get from Gemara.
Well, generally you should, yeah. I mean, it's a good thing to do. Be as consistent as possible.
The excitement of it is to see a variety of different opinions, but yet everyone lives on the same dot. Everyone lives in the same space. Everyone occupies the same Dalit Amos, the same Dot Gemara. Because one of the most important things in Yiddishkeit is the ability to disagree with dignity. And here, it's incredible. Rabbi Yitzchak, this is money. Things tend to get heated around money. Rabbi Yitzchak is disagreeing with his borrower, with Rabbi Abba, right? And Rabbi Yitzchak is saying, I want to write you a receipt. Rabbi Abba says, no, Rabbi Shmuel says you can't write a receipt. So again, when somebody's going to disagree with someone, there's such a yitzhara to attack their principles. Rabbi Shmuel, who Rabbi Shmuel? I got the Yochanan Shlokish. So what Rabbi Yitzchak does, Rabbi Shmuel, such good Lord, I had that. If only I could put the dust of their feet in my eyes.
All right, Big Dog. If you need me, I'm here. In the meantime, I'd appreciate it if you could mute your mic.
I said, that's how you disagree. That's how he disagrees with dignity, with covet, with the recognition that the other person is entitled to their point of view, even if they are absolutely
Thanks, Big Dog.
wrong.
If you need me, just unmute your mic. I'm here to help you.
Incredible.
It costs a lot of money, yeah. So, but to have these random accounts that will take clips of theirs, and then they make them go live. So it's like how many meals are all the day. So politicians do stuff like this. This is a fraction that hired clippers. Oh, yes. And what they do is they just pretty much hire some kid in the Philippines, like a bunch of them, for like $1 a day. And they just make like 25, 30 clips and just start posting them all always.
So what should happen?
And
So the lender should go ahead
forums that
and
just
use
have
the
fake
document,
comments and stuff
and
like
then
that.
the
And they also
buyer
have a
has
bunch
to
of
do
other
anything.
influencers
So
where
you
you
guys
get,
looks like it.
some girl with green hair who just sitting there serving cheese to support the mall. And just blasts it out. I know a girl that they offered her good money for yoga money. Went on a date with her and she actually, she told me she was like, they were offering some real serious cash. And they've already made a bunch of real well, billionaires who are either the Democratic caucus or the Republican caucus hire their underground propaganda machines that they can get the information. So if you're not gaming that algorithm, you're going to live the everyone in business is doing Netflix is doing it, CBS, they can't all make influence or it's so crazy. You have celebrities doing it. You have celebrities like you'll see now, there's PR firms like, they're not like, oh, let's make sure we get the cover Vanity Fair, you have negative PR comments or hiring these young kids that blast out their
Disadvantage. Why you're sick? How's it show up? The bar has documentary too.
Everything I see now, I don't know how to trail.
No, why does it put on disadvantage? Listen, you're writing a receipt for what?
Jumps over a wall. Pitbull grabs onto it. They're fighting. It looks so real. Is that Sora? Or is that mostly AI? It is mostly AI. Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, Black Rifle posted like this Santa Claus jumping out of an airplane. It's so crazy. The bunch, anything about that, it was up for like a day or two. It had like 500 likes. I'm like, this is so, this should be millions of that. What they did is insane. But with AI, the way people are working now, it's kind of like, I got that one right there, Santa jumping out right there. But with AI, just honestly, AI stuff is so good now that like even if you actually jump in an airplane, everyone's like, who cares? It's like, yeah, that could be AI, right? No, that's not AI. I know, but I'm saying for real, you could do that, but that's the issue. That's the issue. Is now kids, their audiences are going, yeah, catch them up. They just said that. You know, when does an elephant stop? I don't know. It's like, unless he crashes and dies, we don't suck off. So, the only thing you can tell with AI sometimes, especially there's like voices in it, that the inflection never makes sense.
For
now,
at the level that you smell that,
for now,
means
but,
that literally when you borrow
it's gonna get to
money from someone, you
it's
absolutely
crazy
are
how
beholden
far
to
it's
that.
come.
That's really what Trump was saying. But people that will come up was also saying, is that when I talk, we
Compared to now,
want the borrower
it's
to
crazy.
feel
Nothing where it's gonna be in
we
5
want
years.
we want the part to feel
People not
pressure. We
feeling
want to feel pressure.
I
And we
it's not
want to go ahead and ultimately feel compelled to keep
authenticity is
getting
gonna
this
start
back no matter what. So we're
once
going to
you're
let
able
him
to
see.
figure it
I have
out.
1 second.
I know
We're
that's
not
like
going to
a
see
younger
never
kid,
the power
like
has to
younger
be
than me,
careful not to
like
lose it.
they didn't know
Yeah,
they're like they go
be
AI
careful not to
garbage.
lose your stuff.
Moving on.
Be careful
Well,
not
my
to lose your
17-year-old
stuff.
daughter,
And if you do lose your
I played
stuff,
her 2
suffer
songs.
repercussions.
One was
That's
an
it.
AI
So
remix
it's
of
such
that
become
song, and
sarcastic
it was
and it's also
Rosa
it's also
Lucia.
part
And
of
she
the
was
reason
like,
it's called
"Wow, this is
halacha.
amazing." She loved
This
it.
is very important.
And I
Halacha
said,
is not a
"Those aren't
system
real people,
that
it's
is
AI." She goes,
designed
"I don't
to
think that
make
she
people
got
feel
mad."
good.
She was
Like,
like,
this is not
"Well, that's
DEI.
disgusting."
This is,
She
you
was, "It's
halacha,
gross," and I don't think
is
she
a
was 17. She had
system.
such a
Halacha is a
visceral
system
reaction to
that
being
is
gamed.
designed,
And she was like, "I think it's gross, and I think it's
functioning of
anti-art." I think
society.
I was like,
And in any
"Jesus,"
society, what
because
you
she
have,
felt duped.
you have
But
haves and you have
if you grow
nots.
up with it,
Right? You have people who have
when
more,
you
people
grow
who have
up with
less.
it, right, and
And
you
people
get
who
your
have less
dopamine
are
hit,
going to meet
you
the
get
people
your
who have
meaning, you
more.
get your
And
whatever
that's
the
the bad part.
church
People
gives
who
you
have
much
more
greater art.
have a more and legal
Our
obligation to help
younger
the people
people
who have
gonna
less.
care.
But the
When
people
I
who
was
have
12,
less and
what
the
are you
people
gonna
who
kill
have
me?
more
This generator, I
have
have
to
a sheet
feel
or
an
not? So
urgency
look at
to
anime,
come through
or
it
look
on
at
their commitments. I
even
have also
like
been making
Pixar.
feel
Pixar,
like
but
really
Netflix never built it. They
we
feel
don't,
the Pixar.
that's not the
But
goal,
Finding
right? The
Nemo
goal is
was
to create a
a
function
perfect
think about
movie.
this, especially in the Jewish loan market.
All
Remember,
of that
in the
is
Jewish loan market
essentially
in general,
computer generated. Yeah, there are people are doing the voiceovers. But I don't think anybody will ultimately care if the stories are good, if the story moves you. We're not going to care ultimately.
So if
And
you're not
if it was generated by a machine or
I think
or
what the
animation,
borrower
you're
can do
right.
is
Yeah,
ensure
nothing with
that the
animation, but
lender
with like
gets
real
feedback
shit. I'm
on the
saying like
transaction.
especially
And so
with
the
anything
lender, the
now,
borrower
especially when it
feels a
comes to
bit
like the
of urgency to do
automotive
it.
business. If someone posts a truck with some crazy
We want
5,000 horsepower, it's all
it's
AI.
not
No,
necessarily
it will get
there are
tuned
times when
for
it
now.
is about making people
For
feel
all,
good.
but you
In
can't
general,
tell
legal
the
systems,
difference. No,
the
you
idea
can't
is
tell.
creating a
People are gonna
functional
know.
society
How are
where
they gonna know?
everybody is
I think they're
getting
probably
Yeah, what up,
gonna
Lucky?
advertising
What's up?
like you know, on Instagram and TikTok, if you don't disclose that you used AI,
on
then you
their
will get throttled.
obligations.
Because
And we
I know.
want the
But what
borrower
I'm saying
to feel
though
an
is that you
obligation to
will.
come through to the
People
lender.
go.
Just
So
without
where
having
people
to
get
also
it,
think
they
about
want to
it.
understand.
This
They
is so
want great
profound.
stories,
This is the
great
borrower
music,
in this world.
that's
This
all
is
they
the
are, and
borrower.
all that's real.
Especially one of
Yeah,
us.
but so it
Every
calls
day
the
we go.
question though.
And I
Right now,
follow
what's real is
another,
generated by
everything I
a
have
human.
is
But a
unknown,
lot of stuff is
so
also
it doesn't
generated
show
by a
up.
computer. It's
I
so
open
you
my
might
eyes,
animate
I
something.
sight and watching my legs
You
working, my
might,
arms working, my heart is
Pixar has
pumping,
does it with
and all of
computers.
these things. These are
So
mine.
we already live in a world where there's a hybrid
It's not like I did
version of
something
that.
to
Now,
somehow
a group
acquire
of people
all of these
sat
additional
around and came up with the idea
They
of
are
finding
on
Nemo,
from
and probably
Nemo
300 people
and
ultimately
said,
worked on making it perfect. None of us care who those 300 people were.
the borrower and the
We don't even
lender.
care how much
Tell us
computer
this is very
generation
simple.
they've used.
A
What we
borrower
care about is what we
is
see on the screen,
slave
which is this
to the
amazing
lender.
story.
Because the
I'm just
borrower
saying,
owes everything to the
eventually,
lender. Without the
you can go
lender,
to
without the
animation.
lender,
Well, that's never been
that lender wouldn't have a
right?
house, right?
But now they'll go over
And
to,
without the
let's say,
lender, without a
they
police
redo
to the lender, I would not
fucking
have
Stranger
my
Things.
life.
It's
You know,
all
this is
AI.
such a important aspect
Well,
nuance
but
for us
so
to consider when
what's
we
this
look
Millie
at everything we have
Newhouse?
is
Is
on
this
loan.
new
Everything is on
the
loan. And
actress?
just like in any
The
loan
actress on
situation,
who's
there's
bring up Millie
stipulation about
Newhouse,
how
the
you
actress.
essentially
She's
how you divide
bring her
money.
up for a second.
Everything
Well,
you
have
have
you
is
seen
on
there's
loan.
an AI?
What
There's
comes
an
with
interview with
having
Millie
it
OnlyFans girls that are making 50 to 100 grand a month because people actually don't care enough that it's not a real girl.
I have given you.
And
So
that's
that's
what
one
I'm saying.
day
Could you imagine it's
the
here
loan gets called. The loan gets called after 100
porn
years
at this point
the
is
loan
already
gets
AI.
called. But the difference
Which,
with this
in all
loan
fairness,
is
that
that
industry,
when I come up with
that's
a
fine.
Shamala, I
You know,
have
it's
to
a
do
real thing. Like
about
that
how
one
the
reviewer
loan
was
is
going
used
for
as
porn
an
and
interest
it
rate.
shows AI.
That's my loan. How does he use my investment?
Not
I
yet.
do is
Not yet.
interested in one
Really?
thing.
That
One
popped up
thing.
on your thumb? No, I'm
What's
saying
the
I wouldn't watch
ROI?
it yet.
Right?
Do you know
What's
how
my
actual
return
stuff
on
are?
investment?
Millie
I
Newhouse
lend you,
just
I
to
give you all
watch
of
like
this stuff.
Peter Griffin, Homer Simpson, there's some weird people out there. That's for sure. And it's been around for a while. Like tentacle stuff, that's very strange, but I don't think it's even massive.
But understand, everything we have is on the
culture that's all AI,
is always in the sugar.
Lily,
It's like the bottle. It's always in sugar. It's a straight managed.
Lily,
Let's go back to Thomas. As soon as I back to Stamuk, the more hard, incredible. Right, so
Now,
it's that
let's
awesome.
ask you a
Starting
question.
from how it's done. So what's this? Again,
Now,
I know
where
you're
where
wondering.
she's talking out there?
I know you're wondering that once again, we never explained the positions of the beginning of the OC.
My name is Shamik Dolan. I'm
Like it's like 10 years without
model.
getting involved, right? We've done that. As you know, what we are conducting, what happened to the respective students like Stamuk? So here we go.
Just look. She looks almost real.
So we'll
She
say
is
if you
pretty watching,
predate loan documents, it's
No, she's
tougher.
not
And
real.
the
I
reason
know,
is
but I'm
why.
saying,
Because
you
now again,
listen
if
to
you
her talk.
predate, then what are you
Well,
doing?
this new
You're backing
actress
up
is
the
turning
reference
heads in
date
Hollywood
trading
today
transaction
after
that's
making
illegal.
her
That
big
means
screen
unshaded.
debut.
But
The
post-dated
performance that
documents are
comes
tougher.
with the
Every,
catch,
I'm not,
it's
I mean,
AI
not things like
generated.
what the other
Telling
side
Norwood
how
has caught the
so what do you
attention of
say
talent
that
and
predated
agents, but
documents are
real
tougher,
life
post-dated
stars
documents are
have
tougher?
raised
That's
them.
only by loan documents.
Hey,
About
could the
starting
industry
Meta
try
in
less hard?
America,
I'm gonna
people
pick
will
up
current
this new
manuscript.
AI actress.
By
Can
what
they
they sell
start trying
documents,
again?
so if you're
This is
selling
insane.
something, not only selling
The world's
something, even
first
post-dated
AI
documents
actor.
are
Come on with me.
problematic. My time,
So
what
we are
phase it
looking
is.
for all sorts of
Zinging
people.
the misogyny,
Yeah,
I
that's
release and
great.
what principles. So here's the
Yes,
constraint. Here you go.
great
Now
to
we're
have
going
them.
to
That's
pictures
true.
of it.
Spurts though,
What's
right?
going to
Because I
happen?
didn't see like a full.
I'm selling you
Not
a piece
yet,
of land in
but I'm sure there was
Nissan.
an
So
interview.
we
But
posted it. We posted it. And what did I put on it? I'm selling you
I
the
guess
land in
let's take a little
Tishrei.
break
So
here
now
because your
it's
boy
Nissan.
gets into a lot of
Now
stuff,
it's
and then
Nissan. And
Fabletics
ultimately,
sent me a
again, I'm
little
selling,
package to the crib. Open up, I'm like Fabletics. I've heard
I'm
of them.
selling
My wife uses
the
them all
data
the time.
payment document
Look for
is
the bros, and
Tishrei.
dude,
So
for
what happens?
active
You know,
wear,
customer
I wear
Tishrei.
dang
And
hair
it's
every day
funny
to
when
the
it's
gym.
usually dating
The
data. Now
sweats
what
are great.
happens? Now what's
Then
like,
I get this hoodie that's
now in
awesome.
between,
I wear it all
what
the
ends up
time.
happening is I run
If
into
you're like
somebody,
me,
or I should
basically,
say,
you live
this
in
is a,
active wear,
so,
you know the struggle. The good stuff costs way too much. That's why I love Fabletic. It feels just as premium as those expensive brands, but without making my wallet cry all day. So when I sign up for a new VIP, I got 80% off everything. I repeat, you sign up for VIP, you get 80% off.
so I'm
Right?
selling
They
land
got you,
to
man.
me
The
in
fit
Nissan
and
because
feel
I
are
need money.
dialed
But
in.
daily
It's
documentation,
breathable.
fine, so
It's
that's
super
not
soft. I use it for
Meanwhile, in
workouts.
Av,
Some people
Scottish
are on
Av,
the plane.
I go
All
ahead and I
right.
run into
So
somebody,
it's also
and I
confirmed
go
that
back and I
Fabletics has built a
repurchase my
community
land
of
from you.
over 2 million
You
VIP
don't have
members
to
in
sell
more
back
than
to me,
100
but you
retail
just sell back
stores,
to me.
which
Right,
makes
so
them
what
feel
happens?
like I'm
When you're
joining
selling
something
these
already.
there's other
Love
way,
and
and
rely.
I go back
They're
and Scottish
fantastic,
Av,
man.
and I buy
There's
back the
nothing better.
property from you.
Athletics already has
If you
amazing
market
deals, but
Tishrei,
right now
market,
they're running their
I'm not
biggest sale
going
of the year. On top of
and
that,
what happens?
and
In
boy, do I got
Tishrei,
an offer for
you
you
get
guys just for you guys. 80% off everything when you sign up
silver
today as a
sold in
VIP.
property in
Head to
Tishrei. Don't you see this happen over there? I sold in the property in
FableticStackCom/TFTK. Sign
Nissan.
up as a
From
VIP
daily
to get
document in Tishrei.
80% off
Meanwhile,
Fabletics,
in
man.
Scottish Av,
This
I
is
ran
only
into
available
somebody.
through this
I
link.
bought
So
back
go to
my property.
FableticStackCom/TFTK to sign up as a VIP to get 80% off. That's FableticStackCom/TFTK.
Tishrei.
I also
He
don't know
pulls out
because
that
I just
star
hit
and
this age
selling
now.
again.
You
You could
probably hit
claim
this like 30
ownership of
years
the
ago.
property.
Where
So
like
see from here, you could
you
exploit
don't
a
even
post-dated
recognize new
document.
actresses or new singers
The
anymore.
office,
Like if I
that's
was
the
in an
thing.
elevator with Sabrina Carpenter, I'd have no fucking
There's
clue.
loan documents as well.
And so
There's
with
nothing happening
this,
in loan documents.
you
Watch
know,
this.
people are going to fall in love with her. And just the way they fall in love with a character on TV that they've never met. You've never met, you know, you've never met your favorite actress. Actually, the one's AI in the season is straight to the your insurance things.
Now what happens?
Like the AI will to go back. They age them. Oh, that's right.
And it gives me back to that.
But you know what I'm saying? Don't think of yourself like that. If you want to de-age someone for the movie or for the film, yeah, like for the plot, yeah.
But
But when you're using a whole actor, that's insane. I know, but this is the future. So what do we tell you that our industry could ever be taken over by live kids? No, not stay like, but here's the problem. Think about most comics. I mean, they make the big boys make the bulk of their money toward live. There's way more that make the bulk of their money pushing clips. So you're gonna have so many comics with an AI point that they need to write. Yeah.
Transaction.
This is what I'm saying. So it really begs the question,
Whether it's a transaction or whether it's a loan.
where are we headed here? Okay, I still can't write a joke, right? But yeah, but it takes us a long time to write an hour, 2 years or whatever it's notice going to watch an hour's worth of plenty. Sarah noticed that ChatGPT and the assets are right. The joke in Ryan County. And what's the worst? It's always right now it sucks. Like if you have to go on ChatGPT and type in write a joke in Ryan County, it's bad. It's just about a lot about giraffes and skinny birds and punches. What's weird is to your point though, like even the greats, no one's watching the full hour anymore. Like things have changed. Now I guess Chappelle had a 27-minute watch time on his hour, which Chappelle's fabulous. That's the best. He had 27 minutes. Yeah, other guys are way less than that. Netflix made up the ass for it. But my thing is, like, who's going to change that format? If society's going, we love you, but we don't have an hour to give you. The old school comics keep putting out hours, keep putting out hours. We know that's right. 27 minutes is such an incredibly long time now. Like, if I were to sit you
now we don't
to
like that.
do
For some reason,
something
people don't like
to
that.
any
They
brand,
don't like
any
that
TV
line.
show.
Right? Nick Chubb
Anybody
like
that said,
is not
hey,
his most favorite. So
I'm
he's never
creating
say what's
content
ever stuff.
and I'm going to have
Like the
people
will
watch
say
it
to
for
his
27 minutes.
subscribe
People
because
be worth
this is how
$1
it
billion.
when you write receipts for
When you do
people.
a commercial
Iya da
of this
ismini
business,
dışarı
right?
kasmıyor, kasmıyor.
If you
İlo
brand,
kasmıyor
if you
stava.
have a commercial that holds their attention for
Those is it. So if
15
that's the
seconds,
case, so
it's
nobody
more
will
than
when
4
you
seconds.
see,
It's a win.
if you know the
4
date
seconds.
of the
Good.
document,
Do you know who actually I think did the right thing as far as the future of stand-up? Michelle Wolf, because she released 3 separate, I think it was 20-minute sets instead of releasing an hour. She did one at Denver Comedy Works, one in New York. And this way, because you're like, I'm only gonna, because it's like watching a TV show. If I see that the TV show's an hour and a half, I'm like, nah, but I will binge watch 3 hours with a Stranger Things. But if I have to watch one long episode, you're losing my attention. I think Michelle, and she's a beast. I don't know if you've seen Michelle. She's so good, smart, and I love her. I know people like, oh, here, like, because you know, there's a lot of dudes that go, oh, watch female comedians. Watch Michelle Wolf, her Jessica Pearson, unbelievable.
can help you to a certain point.
But
But
it's just
if you take advantage of the opportunities or the remedies offered by Faisal,
there we go.
go
Let's see, this is
If you
Brian's.
don't take advantage of those opportunities, we are
Brian, you
not
want to read it?
here to baby you.
I'm at that
We
age
are
where
not
my body
here to
makes
do the work
sounds
for
that
you.
should.
We're giving
I
you the
stand there, it's like a
possibilities.
haunted house. My knee pops, my back snaps. No, that's true. And my hip goes, hey man, remember when we used to run? Yeah, remember? You don't cooperate. I don't get injured doing dangerous stuff anymore. No, I get hurt sleeping. I wake up like, what happened? My body is like, you turn aggressively. And don't tell me to listen to my body. My body is a liar. My body goes, eat that. You deserve it. My body is not a life coach. It's a drunk uncle at a barbecue. This is the worst. Whatever you want. It says, if you want it shorter, dirty, or more rant style, say the word. Say the word, Jim, make it dirty. But you'd have to be in the pose. If you did it in your pose, it would still work live. The pose. You know, the pose where your knees are bent and you're I'm a age where sex doesn't start with desire, it starts with they stretch. I'm like, hold on, babe. Let me warm up. This hamstring has a pinion. I think that's your actual bit. Yeah, I've seen that. I used to finish strong, now I finish grateful.
By the only
Thank you for your
family
patience,
member
your understanding of the
Michael's
adjustable bed.
grandfather, and
It
his
says,
own
Dylan says, what is you guys still there? Let's go, Chad. I don't do old jokes necessarily like that. We have a bit about warming your toes up before a fight. Well, that's because I can't just pop out of the car. I do have to do it before. That's the exact. Yeah. But that's more like that idea was like I train in case I get in a fight. If I'm not totally warmed up, I would. Oh, this is getting better. I'm not horny. I'm optimistic. There's a difference when he's confident, optimistic. Like, all right, let's see how this goes. That's funny.
Now today that we don't
My
do this.
libido now has business hours. You try something spontaneous, my body's like, sir, this department is closed until submit a restaurant hydrate. I don't talk dirty anymore. I talk administratively. You like that? Is this angle sustainable? Dude, I'm getting better. Dude, you're out there. Just went out cool clearance. Are you good? I'm good. No weird twinges? Great. That's disappointing. No, but I don't talk dirty anymore. I talk administratively. You can see how, like, it keeps getting better, because if you want full club closer or meaner or unhinged podcast rant, just say which lane, which is kind of crazy. I mean, still no bird stuff, so that's how you know it's not Brian. Or black guys. Black guys, yep.
The low culture.
No black guy, no closer. They can't better. I don't cuddle. I lie there like a survivor. Just start staring at the ceiling. Titties. I mean, the thing is, you can see if you keep going down all day. You know, you can do this. You do this for an hour. You probably have a really good bit.
Explicitly right.
Right? Something. I won't say the name, but there's a comic that put out a special not that long ago where I've convinced it's all ChatGPT prompts.
One of the
All of it.
protect yourself is to go ahead and
I mean,
go ahead and write the
I
date
mean,
of
look,
the artist.
it's I would imagine if you know how to game this massive language model,
So the
We
Gemara
kind of
says,
do
on the
this
way,
anyway.
second
When you're
line
sitting
Shabbat
around
meeting
thinking of
Rabbin,
funny, that's kind of what you're doing, isn't it? You're trying things, you're thinking things through.
Yeah, but you actually put effort in.
Yeah, you put effort in. But this would be an hour of sitting at the computer constantly.
It's almost like having like a bad writing partner. Like you know when you're writing with someone, you're
Man,
like,
the
that's not the right thing, but it's the right idea. That's the right idea.
Something's going to hit.
Right?
It does feel like the future. Whether you like it or not, somebody out there is going to get really good at doing this, and they're going to put out an hour a week.
If you choose to use those systems, great. If you
Yeah,
choose
but
to
you're
not
about
use
to.
That
those
guy's going to
systems,
be Brian
then you
Callen.
have lost losses of by yourself, then that's your problem, not the halachas problem. I was supposed to say, it's a very profound statement. But at
Did
some
you ever
point
talk
in
about,
time, all the
what
halachas
was
do
it?
is
Me, you
create
remember
for
we met? That's how
you
we first met after
through which you
the
could
whole
protect
don't count
yourself
thing. That was
from
like one of the
loss.
first questions
But
I asked. Like,
I'll say it's
you were actually super cool about
you
breaking
have to
it
take
down, like,
responsibility
because me and
for
you
the
started at the same time. That's why it's crazy when people give you shit. Because, like, could you imagine you put out your Showtime special, what, 2 years into fucking comedy? Yeah, I was performing at laundry mats for no one paying attention in New York City, just nobody. So it's a Breckles Theater twice. If someone offered me millions of dollars to fucking not be performing to people who weren't paying attention, fucking anybody who says they wouldn't do that is a fucking liar. I think it's like
Your credit, you always call yourself the CM Punk.
No, I was gonna say that. Like I would start the set, and they would get him like I'm the CM Punk now. Yeah, you guys would be doing the same thing, man. Yeah, CM Punk got all that shit. It's like, man, if you could, you wouldn't want to just jump into the UFC and take a shit.
It's not just that. You were also offered a lot of money, like really early. So like you were offered a lot of money to Showtime, and it was like I was like, I remember going, I can't do this, but you were like, but it's a lot of money. I had to do something.
That doesn't come
You
back
2 years in, I got offered one time $14.75,
but there's no
and it was to perform at a Greek pizzeria in Astoria. And it wasn't a comedy room. It was people eating dinner, wanted nothing to do with it. And then on top of that, there's also a surprise. This guy was just getting out of jail, so a surprise party for some guy who just got off Rikers Island. So in the middle, I got a fucking horribly good, took my $14.75, then the girl went up after me. And the guy was coming in at the same time, so in the middle of her set, they said, shut the fuck up. And they turned the lights out on her and their mic off so they could give a guy a surprise party. That's what you do at the beginning. So if someone offered me $40, I would have done a Showtime special. Yeah, it's a weird, time, but I also get it. It's like there's comics 10, 15 years in. Now 2 years in, it's fucking popping. I'm selling out every weekend.
You are witnessing a transaction.
It's like,
For example,
what are you gonna do?
a sale.
We started to
The
tell me
date of
with
the
cars.
should
I mean,
reflect the
cops
date of the
packing.
transaction.
Oh my god.
Right?
Literally,
Look back
they
to
are
your
selling out
Someone who
Wilbur.
loves about
I was doing check spots at LOL Comedy Club in Times Square at that time. I was able to do that. It was while they were already kind of famous. Like, UFC, the podcast was number 4 in the world. They were number 2 at one point. Like, we were huge.
It's a blessing and a curse, because the blessing is you're doing stand-up, you're making a shit ton of money, but you're not ready for it, and it's a tough gig.
It's like everything else.
The transaction occurred at a different date of the
It's I don't,
So another said to these
like I can see how people get
if
upset.
you wrote the
If you're
date,
like,
the actual date on which
a
the
kid
transaction occurred,
just started
write
baseball,
that date
and
in
2
your
years
style.
in, he's fucking
However,
starting
again,
like Dodgers, like, bro,
Did you know,
guys have
if
worked
you
the whole
don't
life,
know
I
the
get it.
date, did you
Yeah,
know?
it's like,
Probably
It's also, most people don't realize the first
right
like 10 years usually for comedy is like the worst internship you've ever done in your life. It is where you're getting paid fucking nothing and you would dream about a gig where it pays you $1,000.
Now, elaborate on that. Now, think about it. Most comics, for the first 10 years, no one's really seen. Like, you can work things out. There's probably questions. Nobody knows who you are. Now, go over to my lane where I can't go anywhere. I fucking just I can't go to open mics. Like, there's no option for me. So, like, anywhere I go, it's like I'm getting criticized. And then I gotta keep up with the game and post, clips and stuff for the clubs to sell tickets. So then I gotta post clips that people are comparing to you're right, you were also throwing it into, like, think about this. He's been doing stand-up for 20 minutes. Okay? And when you say you're ready for 2 years, really, I get
probably
The
count on your
UK
lives.
probably
Yeah, I
done
mean, but you
the
probably
hustle.
did. You
The
probably
hustle
performed,
and
and I'm not joking. By the time he shot that Showtime special, I'm gonna make a call. I bet you he performed a total of 40 times. You made it. I'm not joking. Maybe. By the way, to say the least, like I said, to say the least is the hour if you compare to Schultz and Dale. I get it. But now that those guys have been doing, hold on, here's my thing though. That's like 4 weeks of stand up in New York. Show. Hold on. Film her first. That's so how they were very first started. Have them do an album. I'll just say, they're like, well, I get the heat, but you guys are gonna give me a little credit. No.
For some reason,
You
you
had
don't
done
know the
literally,
transaction
I
date,
really
then
think the number is
just put in the
maybe
thread.
shows. That's why I was like,
Rav
you can't do this. But
Rav said to his scribes,
there was, you were also throwing crazy to say don't do this. But think about what he was throwing to. Like every Tuesday or every weekend at the comedy store. He was thrown into a lineup with people like myself who've been doing it for 20 years. Joe Rogan. You guys were the worst, bro.
When you are
of that time. I'm including my bad shit. We were
in the document, even
we
though
would go
what?
up there. It would be,
Even though you were
all of
given
us who had been doing it
the
forever, and at
transaction
the peak,
itself,
we were all
where
at
you
the
were giving
peak. We were all at
instructions,
the boiling point of our
If you look at our
set.
scribes,
It was killing. And then this fucking guy would get up.
you or
In the
6
middle of all
lines
that,
down in the wide
anybody
line,
want
you're
to try
like,
that? Anybody want to try that after they've been doing stand-up for a year? Please, raise your hand. You guys want to step into that? We'll see what happens to you. But to your credit, because you were this giant fighter who had the balls, who would be able to tell a story, and you found your way through. And by the way, your sets were not bad. They just weren't. I watched it. I mean, I saw it. And people gave you grace because they knew that this pro athlete who was a giant was up among the best comics in the world. Maybe, by the way, put that whole lineup in the pantheon of comics in history.
And when that
I think it's very flat.
At that time, you guys and the seller were just
this
like
document
and the seller was East Coast version was like Louis
records the
Chappelle.
events
So
that
like
saw
that
in
era
the
was a
city
fucking
of
crazy
It was
time.
a
the
renaissance,
idea
dude.
is
That was
when
really crazy in 2020.
in the document.
I would look in that room and I was like,
the
motherfucker,
community Kikaimisu begin.
for $24.
So to again if you're in the
Take a
city
break.
of
Oh boy,
Right.
this Saturday,
You're
the
right.
fight nobody saw coming. It's Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua. It's actually going down live on Netflix
even though
this Saturday, December 19th. Two worlds collide in the ring. And DraftKings Sportsbook has the action covered. Bet on every round, every punch, every knockout moment with live betting and fast payouts. You're always excited for the action. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app today. New customers bet $5, and if your bet wins, you'll instantly get paid $200 bonus bets with the code FIGHTER. Let's go FIGHTER in partnership with DraftKings. The crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call
1-800-GAMBLER in New York. Call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Greenville Casino and Resort in Kansas. Has to approve wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. But in Ontario, restrictions apply. Then must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. 2 hours of people just taking it for us. Such a fun time. We were part of something really,
Oh yeah, it was dark this time. At that time I was at LOL Comedy Club in Times Square, and this is how they sold tickets for LOL. Have you ever heard this? They would have drug dealers in Times Square, and they'd walk up to fat tourists, and this is how they would sell a ticket. They'd go, "Hey, you like comedy?" And you go, "Yeah." And they go, "I'll ask you the questions they ask."
That's
Like,
why we're moving
who's your favorite comedian? So answer who's your favorite.
one document. Bill Burr.
That's crazy. He's up there right now.
We do
And
not
then they'd go up there, they'd all pay $50 each to see
do not
Bill Burr,
do it.
and you're
I
on
was saying,
stage,
take a look at that.
which is not good.
I'm
Yeah,
not even lucky.
not good.
It's a
And the
2,
best part is
4,
when you said
6,
Burr,
7 lines
this
down in the
club
wide
had
line.
no idea
I'm not enough.
anything about
Now
comedy.
that you know it's
So
started
one
out
time,
behind
Bill
me,
Burr
but
actually
I'm
showed
gonna
up while he
his
was
slow
filming that
trade
movie
and
of Pete Davidson.
commission.
He
Şey,
shows
how
up,
the
he gets
another
up
commission
there,
goes
and he goes, "Hey,
arkadaşlar
I want to see if I can jump
Hello,
off."
you
And
talk
I go,
with talk show, but look, Casino show
"Do you want
Dasalo.
to buy
What
tickets
we were going to
to
see
the show?"
was series of cases
And he goes, "No, I want
where
to see if I
one
can
of
like
the
get on the
parties to
show."
the stars,
And
one
they're like,
changed
"What's your name?"
I would say,
goes,
what
Bill
essentially,
Burr, and
I
she
kind of
goes,
give you the conclusion, even
I've
before you
never
start
heard of
doing
you.
that, which is,
And he goes, I put
you
out
can never
4 Netflix specials.
adjust
And she's like,
or
here's what you
change
can do. She goes, if you
anything
come
to
to
do
the
in a
open mic on
document
Thursday,
unless, of course, what?
the booker could
You
take
have
a look at you and we could see if you
consent
put you on
of
weekday
both
shows.
parties.
He got destroyed when he came back to the cellar because everyone
Like
just
something
cooked
that
him
is
for that.
objectively
Like, they didn't even know who Bill
beneficial to
Burr
both of
was.
them.
That's how
You
shit this
still
club was.
cannot
Yeah,
change it
it's the only comedy
without
club
the
where I've gotten in a
explicit
fist fight
consent of both
multiple
parties. So you have
times
a
with audience
situation
members.
one, I
Really?
rented
Yeah.
it
So
$1,000,
as the
I
managers,
got
they did,
$1,000,
but he was a bitch.
give
What
me a
happened
favor,
one time,
give me two
the
$500
manager was just
and give me
always
two
starting
$500
fights
for
with
this
like
$1,000 stuff.
people in the
Of course,
audience,
that's
and then
well, I
there was
just
these
think
goons
pretty
from the
solid
Bronx
because if
that
you're
she
looking at
gave
that
shit.
$1,000 price,
This
I'll
dude
give him
spit
one
on
star
the manager
and
of this
we'll be
girl.
fine enough to start
So
each
us
traffic
comics
start
had
we
security
went
to
on
watch
right
this
time,
whole
so we
thing
don't
go
do it.
down
Why?
to the
Meaning,
bitch.
when we
And
say we
then
don't do it,
so
we don't do
this
it
other
less than
comic, his name is Jaddy, he's
60%
another
of the
comic
load
from the
of the
Bronx,
borrower.
grabbed
Right
that
time,
kid, and
I'll
this is the
drop on
craziest
a
part. He
little
grabs that
bit
kid in like a pretty good choke.
because
He's
also
not a real
ultimately
MMA
again,
fighter, so it wasn't like a great
you have
choke.
like
So he
the
brings him
duties in
down
a way
to
that
this huge
benefits
staircase.
both
So
the
he brings him
borrower
into the
and the
stairwell.
lender.
I help him bring the kid out, and
Ele
he's
gets
start pushing the kid down the stairs, and all his goons, these Bronx goons, are waiting at the bottom of the staircase. The security guard, this is what he did. He closed the door and said, someone get help.
When the
This is a
borrower
problem.
pays back 500,
So we had to
so
fight
the borrower
4
gets,
goons
and he
in the
pays back
stairwell,
500,
like all the way
receipt,
down.
show
And
them.
the best part
What's
was,
he
dude, I'm
discussed
only
yesterday
like
that what
a year and a half in
happens?
the
When you're a
comedy, so
borrower,
you
you
have
get
no
the show
fitness at
back.
that
It's in
point.
your best
So
interest to us.
the biggest,
Yes, the
huge
main
Dominican
is
dude
to
starts
be
running the
why?
stairs at me. So
Because
I
you're
throw him
responsible
back
for
down
watching
the
that
stairs,
show.
and he
So you
falls
have
down.
to
He
that
gets
show
up and he
back.
goes,
You're going to be on the hook for
"You're my
another
favorite
500
comedian."
for the same 500 again. Therefore, again, it can be lending session. It's not that the doctors, because that goes to the bar to that fast. When it's coming to know that, they
It's like
give
I've
you
seen his
this one
voice.
start. I will take the little bit session, which is $1,000 out of why. Because when the borrower does go ahead and get that 500, the start becomes public. The book says, how much are you going to see a public start that are starting to start every year?
Yeah, that club was a fucking disaster. That's why I like when people confuse shit for like taking money to do stand up. I'm like, I would have gotten out of LOL so fast for $1,000. If you gave me $1,000, I would have done anything. Of course, expensive money. I mean, people, most fans know like when you get to the UFC, like when I decided to retire,
the amount of being in the start is not
$700
not the amount
you know,
that's
really clear the ball.
also, it's considered to be
No,
the
that was
best
a ball.
interest
How
of the
old are you when
borrower.
you
If the lender has to do it
biggest
before
biggest
getting
reason
paid why,
with
because that ensures the honesty
before we
of
did a
the
podcast, I
lender.
loved it.
You see, where
Because
it's
like we just had so much
that it's
fun.
not
And
in
he
the
was
best
just a
interest
different
of both
guy.
of them
He was just
to
like
get
I could see he was
$500.
artistic.
You might
He
buy
was just
some
a
of
guy.
them. I'm
Awesome.
minding up to
Yeah,
start
but
doing
he just has such laughs and stuff. That's why
I
I
have
was like, this
two
guy's great. I go, yeah, I'm not friends
$500
with
each
his muscles.
against
You
you
know?
ladies. I let you
But
guys.
no, but I
I
mean,
let
what
you
I'm trying to say is that I
$1,000.
would always worry about him because I was like, man, he's such a
I
good
have
guy.
two documents
He's
of
probably gonna end up being
$500.
some dude that works
They
at
go to Basin.
you
I'm
know,
a
a trainer
shut
or
in
something.
you need
Not that
five
there's anything
star
wrong with
pay.
being a trainer, but I was worried that there was no way you were gonna make any money because you had this weird skill set.
I'm
And then
talking with $1,000.
podcast,
What's
you gotta
that?
imagine even the best,
Long
like
charge you like.
the best paid athletes,
Basin
like
will not
football
do
players,
why?
even after they're
Because
done,
all the job
they
on a
open
mill
up
so
a car
they
dealership
will
tomorrow,
not.
things go
The
well.
next one
It's tough, yeah.
So I would imagine, so how many fighters do you know that have
objectively beneficial
retired
with the
at
Malta and the
30 years
Loga?
old,
And the
have less
reality is
than
that the Loga that is in the best interest of
fucking
Malta
$1
and
million
Loga,
in
the
bank
things
account?
remain
Well,
as
that's
his
not
household.
even
You
like
are
the
the
stores.
the
That's
Malta,
not $100,000.
the come started. So say it's going to get $500 started. Why? Because when I say this way again, when the borrower repays part of this debt, I still have a fully intact start, another $500 start, which is not hug them in any way. And therefore, I'll take a shoe up to collect the rest. The name of the low guy, the name of the borrower, and I was saying the love it says
Especially like
why?
after
Because the love it doesn't have to worry about a show, Gary doesn't have to
for
worry about
years,
it.
you've already
And
put your
therefore,
whole
he doesn't
life
have to feel
into
the lack
fighting.
of to pay.
And then after
I'm
that,
gonna
what do you do?
Hi,
You know
man,
what I mean? Like, that's all like you did the right thing. You're like, I'm gonna get into the entertainment thing. And now everyone's kind of trying to do that thing. Like Cejudo, like all these guys have podcasts now. Sean O'Malley has his own podcast. Like,
I think everybody.
you were the first people to do it, but you guys did it the right way.
I think he's
Just
the
like
first.
one
Yeah, I think
star
he's the first.
for
Yeah,
500.
the first.
I was saying, now why would I be asking
Yeah.
for one star for 500?
Yeah, that's why I had a
Ultimately, again,
podcast.
I say
We don't have This
that
was
essentially I'm claiming that Ruben already paid me
let's
back
not get into this.
$500.
How many
So
people
all I need
they get into
is
like you'll see like
$500 to be outside
Foley and stuff like that. They're still touring, doing stand up and stuff like that, but no one judges them. You gotta it sucks because you're getting judged amongst the
I'm gonna actually hang on to nothing start. Will that bar nail music? Well, I'm gonna start with Sobu Khan Bar Camping. Now, who's man show? Sharap Horror and Mozart. The chorus stars that. Look, Casino, they start acting out long with my show. The whole thing is man shows a young Silva. Shema, start Maru of that. The Yish was Shover, the Loba and Log. The Yotzi and Nova are start of the mission. Yomar Hope, Aka Roost. So they took up Hama. Also, listen to this.
like baseball, out of all
I
baseball
shot the
coaches,
baseball.
I guess
For some
what's your
reason, I start for $1,000. I get through it.
I'm saying
I
when
said,
it comes to
basically,
little league coaches,
just like you start for 500, right? And that's it, because the assumption is that I'm claiming that Ruben already paid back 500. So Rashi says, please do not do this. Gemara says, my time up. I'm Rinon. I'm Mr. Farang. It's us to Ruben that Ruben paid back the entire but if Ruben paid back the entire into both
all
sides,
that shit.
then why do I still have to start? Why do I have to
And
let
then,
that start?
like after the
Here's
same
what happened.
thing, you're still
Well, I'm
getting
gonna help
people
each
on
other.
like Reddit
So what
and
happened?
YouTube
Ruben
talking shit.
paid that
If there
Ruben
was
said,
a
and
group
that
of people
start.
that was over 100,000 that shit on me every day,
Pay back your debt.
jumping
All
off
of
of
the
the
rights
bridge.
to not just start.
I am now last.
I said, I'm gonna I said, I'm so sorry I lost the start, but here's good news. Because of a tabla, I'll go ahead and I'll write you a receipt. Umatic lay high, but I'm gonna lay high acne. I was what's the concern? The concern of the Jew is that I will produce a $500 start, and when Ruben produces his,
I'm sure you probably
so that
still
his
balls.
receipt,
I'm sure the comics that talk shit about you when
this
they
start
see you in
reflects a
person,
different debt.
all of a sudden,
That shovel was for $1,000. This was for 500. This guy is for 500. This I was like, again, as I said to you before we started this business, the bottom line is, even in situations where someone comes up to David and says, I would like to star modification, and a star modification appears to be conducted and does not appear to really negatively impact anyone, or even better, appears to positively impact both parties. A local Nice Humor teaches me no star modification without both parties present and with their express intent. Sorry. Good. Go say that this week. Two brothers. Echad Honey, the Echad Usher. One is rich and one is poor. This is not talking about spirituality. This is talking about right man is one is rich, one is poor. Now listen, now watch this. Now what happens? The near plan idea in America is based on that. Father dies and leaves behind Yerusha. What's Yerusha? Yerusha is America, a baptized, and a base about or a press, an hour press. So what's that? Now remember, just so it's intentional here.
It's like it used to be like when there was a movie we
We're
saw
brother.
Lotto meeting one. So when we saw a movie, we would all go see that same movie and talk about it. All that shit is in those days. It's podcast, comedy, news. It's all the media. I don't trust the media. The media is multifaceted. We have so many different even podcasts like
Older brother, like, oh, where's the fun kid? Numbers down. It's like, I got so long when we started. The first duo, dynamic duo. And then now, a son is SLS. If the father
so now it's like there's
as
so many
revenue drivers, like if the father,
it's just the way it
father
goes.
operating
It's like
as
it's
a
you're also
business,
doing this.
so
You're
how
like
long
about
is
shows
the
too.
son
About shows like
operating
Stranger
as a
Things, a
business?
phenomenon.
And
It's
it's
most watched show ever.
practice.
This show of all time.
A son that smokes
A lot of people talk
was
about
what
that,
happens
but
to the father.
that won't be
Did
over
not
in a
operate
week.
the
Like as soon
background
as
or the
Christmas
business
comes,
outside
that'd be
of the
over
business.
in a week.
But rather
See how
again,
much money they
he
put
just
into
used
that.
it for his own
Like back in the day, like
so
dude,
now
when
what happens?
Titanic came
So
out,
the
when I was
rich
young,
brother
like,
is happy
it's
to
what we're
decide,
talking about. These
the
pictures
younger
are
brother
now
wants to
strip
monetize
solid
these
like
items.
10 times.
So what happens? The area usher on the lawn. The rich brother says to the poor brother, "Half of my budget do you have to America? It's okay, just buy for yourself some things."
Right now, next week,
And those
if the
back
Titanic
in the
sank today,
about household,
it would
so
just
buy
make the
some
bottom of
servants.
the screen
So
on
they'll say,
CNN. No one would care. No, it wouldn't be like, oh, yeah, back in the race. It wouldn't be like breaking news. You know, just like, saying, do you remember one of your guys, because that was
large
a watershed moment for him, because he realized they were trying to make a movie star. And he's like,
buy
fuck
yourself
this,
some
I'm not
slaves
doing this
and
on
don't
camera.
use it
And he got close to Martin
money
Scorsese
to
and
buy
said,
slaves.
how do I
Or
avoid,
it says,
becoming the
Or he
Marvel
says,
guy, or how do I avoid
capital
becoming
facing
this?
uba
He started trying to make me, I want to be
or
a
just
real
find
actor and
yourself
artist.
some outlets
And then
and you
Lars
can
says
use
that
the outlets as yourself. Which I will say is another way of saying it.
but it's
So what
true.
else? Another way of saying it.
Charlie
Showing us
Kirk,
that
dude,
the
if the
older brother
Malaysian
can say to the
Airlines,
younger brother,
everyone
tough
that
luck,
went missing,
monetize.
if that went missing in
Father
1940,
used
there'd
it
be a
for his
movie about
private
it. There'd
needs.
be
We're going to use it for our private needs. And we can't force
it's
me
not
to
good. But then to that
monetize
point too,
this
it's like,
asset. So we are telling the
like
which
even
one
if you're
telling
released a
the
special,
go back
like
to
you released
studio,
a
go back to
special
house.
recently, a
It's
big
like a
boy,
little
like
way
a
to
big
say
one.
it's single
And
flag.
Matt Rife's
I'm
Christmas special
not
comes out, I
changing it.
think,
Not
around
trying to
Christmas.
think
Maybe
of
it's out.
business
I don't know.
because that's
But
not
maybe it
the
comes out.
nature of
Do
the
your
asset.
specials now.
Therefore, even though you need the money from this asset, I am under no obligation to go out and monetize this
Some other
asset.
big show
Fine.
launches that
Let's
just
say I'm
not
switching back to
going
stuff.
out. So it's
This
like,
is Gatekeys also. Stein, I hope you
yeah,
get
so
out.
fucking amazing.
So
The
two guys
specials
live
are
in a city.
so dead.
Shane
And
act
like
like
you
Jose
have to
Fenton.
hope that your fans
Shane
have
act
that
like
streaming service. Like I just watched one of the
enough
greatest shows
like
I've ever seen. And chances are you probably haven't.
I
Welcome to Derry.
Jose Fenton. You're holding the whole
One of the greatest shows you probably realize you welcome to Derry.
Issue
It's
number one
my
is
son is
they are not allowed to lend
my son
each
is
other money.
he's 14.
Listen, so why can't they
my
lend
son
each
is
other
like telling me how
money?
great it is, dude.
It's
It's the origin story of see it. Like, is it real?
And that's
So my son like
money
gave me a whole breakdown. And
Jose
next to the
Fenton
movies,
says,
gives you
I'm
all the
the
lore
lender.
behind it. When you
Jose
first
Fenton
watch it,
says,
like
no,
the
I'm
first
the
2 episodes,
lender.
there's so
Therefore,
many
when
story
this
plots.
I will discuss how they can lend money. In order to avoid this, they don't lend money
spoilers,
to
but
the
it's actually like insane how they
actually,
tie it to the movies.
and you're holding
And
the
it's
whole
actually like
staff
Stephen
of
King,
Zalzat.
like
يفضل
canon.
هذا
So
لسه
it actually makes a lot more sense.
شاكر
And
لقاء
it ties together. Now you find out that
it
it is also connected to the show.
under normal circumstances.
What do you guys think? What
Star
happened
is
on
because
well, this is kind of spoiler. You just find out that like The Shining is connected to Pennywise and Loki. And also every Stephen King movie is also interconnected. It is basically its own Marvel cinematic universe. So now looking at a good example of somebody like Stephen King had to write
Furthermore,
those
again,
incredible stories. If you ever read any of his books, he's so astonishing. No way I can do that. That man has a wiring. And no way I can. Like the way that Skarsgård did that role, you're like, this guy needs to be in every. He's so fucking good. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that you see this kind of stuff, and then somebody comes up with this genius idea of how to put together a collage, right? And so it does seem that even though we're in this shit world,
someone had lent
we still have the need to see
and
things
it
that
says,
last
and
and
the
matter.
document
So
stamps
every genre
Staros,
across the board,
and Peru. Therefore, I was saying, because we don't know which
everything
dosage
the
the
viewership
Simmons
everything
applies to,
except for
most of their loan will be considered to be
course
repaid.
up. Well, they're actually putting out good horror now. Like the 28 years later, and the shit ones do well. 28 years later was made it by iPhones, but somehow filmed better than anything I've seen. What did you say?
Lend each other money. No one can lend them money. You obviously can't operate
Now,
this. What do you
the
do?
newest one's
You
good,
must be very
except for the
simple.
weird
You shall
zombies have 18
This
penises
shows
for
that
some
you
reason.
you know all the circumstances.
Now, definitely that.
Your body's name will identify you.
You
You
know
have
what though?
to use
Stranger
like
Things, even
that.
that,
Blood.
that was such a hit,
Like,
and
out of
everybody would
grandfather,
wait. Now it took them
Yosef
so
Ben
long for it to
Shimon
come out
Ben
that
Yaakov.
the star of the TV show is a married woman with kids. She was an 11-year-old child. That's like the downside of like, if you're doing shit the right way, sometimes with like strikes and this and that, like it takes forever for something to actually come out. Yeah, you can just look at it a little faster. The craziest is them all playing high school seniors when they're all 45 years old.
Oh, lover, or the lighter one. Oh, decoy, right? Yosef Ben Shimon, the Oracle Shepard, the dark one, the light one, the short one, the tall one.
Like, this is
Give
this
some
guy's paying more.
identify
Like,
these words that's politically correct.
you know, this is
Right, so you go ahead, so write a physical
It
scene
almost makes sense in a way because I just started
then
watching
how
these
you
the
see
meme
money. So
where it's like the
okay,
cast
what
of
have you been able to
Cheers
say?
and how old they
Simon,
actually
look
were
exactly the
during
same.
the
Then
filming
you
of
have to
that.
do Cohen.
Most
And I
are
will say
young, right?
ultimately
They're like
again,
my
and
age.
if one of them is a Cohen, you write a Cohen.
They're like my
So
age.
see,
They
and
look
it's just like the
30s.
definition is.
That's
at some
how old
point
is that
in
guy
time,
playing?
you try to
Senior
find
high
something
school.
that distinguishes them, whatever it might be. Now the Chabad was have to be careful. As he finds it
He's in his
distinguishes them.
30s.
That when I saw is something
Yeah, it's
that we're
weird.
looking for. So, for
But
example,
even like if
you
you watch
wouldn't
Home
distinguish
Improvement,
them by, let's say,
Tim Allen
writing
and that,
their
or like
profession,
Al Bundy. Al
right?
Bundy
Because
was
people
like
change
35.
professions. Obviously, there has to
Dude,
be
the
some
people
type of
that
symbol
have the
that
cheer
is
that actually
that is
is
inherent
when
to
you
the
look at that,
individual
the catch
that
is
ultimately
funny.
allows you to go ahead and
Let me bring
distinguish
up Al
between
Bundy.
fine.
How old was Al Bundy on Married with
Ahus
Children?
Tara,
You guys
the
throw a
Napa
bunch of
for
this
the
up.
Init
Al Bundy first? Yeah. How old was Al Bundy
There
on
was this
Married
guy
with
was
Children?
very interesting. There was this guy that showed up in
Because he was
front of
talking
the
about
Days in a
Popeye.
Restaurant. Obviously, meaning somebody showed up with this
He's
shot.
3
And
years
what
older
happened?
than me.
David Sidbey, Ani Ploni,
Always
Bar
portrayed
Ploni,
as a traitor.
Levisi,
But think
money
how
in
old he was,
cost.
41 at
Also,
the
listen
beginning
to
of
when
the
this
show.
guy
But
was written.
when you
This guy
think
was
about Bundy,
written
like
like
he was old
this.
as
I,
fuck. He's like
Ruben,
Archie
the
Bunker.
son of Yaakov,
Yeah,
Ruben ben
oh,
Yaakov,
yeah.
borrowed
That's the
money from
craziest
you.
one.
And
Archie
what's the
Bunker.
fact in this case?
But
The
how
name
was
of the
was
lender
was
is not written in the shot.
that was his
It
name?
just says Mincha
Was it
from you.
Meredith?
Now, before you turn the page, look at the Rashi down. That's what's on the page. The five page in David. Who started enough to be in the direction.
Don't you feel
But
like
the
the
move
40s
for
to
Adam
the 30s?
Akasha, 20, 40, 40, Akasha, the customer must be. The Bishal, these if can't check out Moment Kids. Some of the breaking. But still, so it's supposed to be the piece of yours of God is showing up in the page. And he's saying, I am the God. I'm you. I'm you understand? I'm the you in the sky. I'm Mincha in the sky. So it's like something we'll call it the Tony shows up in days, he's holding the star. And this star says, I, Ruben ben Yaakov, borrowed money from you. So the guy shows up in the base and says, that's you, and the star, that's me. That's me. So Hagaya, I'm holding on to the star. So what's it?
Stupid.
The
Like,
base.
you're saying marijuana is penny
They
wise.
call,
I'm
I think
saying,
it's
like, they are grandparents, and I'm 10 years old.
we can't
I'm
allow
11
you
years
to
older than
from
both
the
of
sky.
them. They would look at you for
Because
advice.
you
That's
don't
how
even
it
know
is. That is
you,
crazy.
the guy
Here,
holding
look
the
at
stars,
that.
is in fact
That's
the
true.
star,
That is
you in
fucking
the sky.
nuts.
You
That's how it
could mean
was
the
back
race
in the
of
day.
the
Like, I
sun.
remember I picture my grandpa. I'm like, Dad, how old is he? He's like,
Right, to mean Shabbat, to mean Shavuot. Yeah, he didn't know the Puna
just back in the day, they
He
lived
said
over
the
my
document
fucking
just says,
life, man.
you didn't
Stress and
Yaakov
shit.
borrowed from
You look at the
you.
cash and
But
cheers
doesn't
actually is
identify
who
who
the
the lender is and who is.
Oh,
When the
shit.
Mesa, what Rapuna said is just because a guy shows up in the basement holding that
Yeah, it's just
document,
different.
the
But like,
section
you
of
can't
that
do this in
document
Cam
is not
and
enough
Adam
proof
Green
that
wrote
you
it.
are the you. That
Like,
you
Cam
are the
was saying,
that
and
you are
Adam was
the
saying, like, I've
anonymous
never felt
lender
that well.
who is named or not
Holy
named
shit,
in the
Norm
sky.
was 35?
I'm gonna
They're all younger than us. That is crazy. It shows what water does. That's fucking crazy.
As much as
Water, peptides, and vitamins. Yeah. But like Cam ain't that creature you're talking about. They're like, I think Adam's 45, Cam's in his 50s, Rogan's obviously 50, 59. And but Adam and Cam was like, dude, I've never felt physically, I've never felt better.
Happy birthday,
Technology,
Justine.
like, well, and all the stuff you can do
Bitch
now.
turned
Like,
40.
when you get to their age, you're doing anything athletic, like mentally, you're so like you have all the experience, but your body, you just can't do it anymore. But now, like with Public, like he's what, 44? Phil Rivers, so that guy's 58. Look at that old man right there.
And also,
I mean,
you tell him
you
what you
guys,
think
yeah,
how long it's
similar.
so not much, so it's
But
like
it's true. He's like, you look like a 30-something-year-old. Yeah, that age. If I didn't touch gray hair, yeah, it's the hair.
And he found the problem like saying a little bit so
So go right here. Let's talk about tracking your glucose and why people are starting to choose signals. You're like, what signals? Well, have you ever noticed that you're eating certain things, it makes you feel a certain way, and maybe you're gaining weight and you think you're eating right? That's why you gotta do it scientifically. You gotta do it backed by science. We're talking about signals, right? Because you gotta understand your body's reaction to food, stress, sleep, and movement. That's where signals comes into play, man. We got you guys. Signals pairs glucose monitor with AI to reveal how your unique body responds to food so you can build eating habits that help you lose weight, keep it off, and feel great while managing your weight. Right? Learn what foods work for your unique body and metabolism. Not all of us are the same, man. Avoid holiday weight gain, build eating habits that support weight loss goals ahead of the new year. Don't wait for January 1. Get started right now. Get in the moment alert.
Folks.
Glucose is rising. Maybe eat white rice, a donut. Like, whoa, this isn't good. We got you, man.
Jesse Justine again. Oh, they're like 50-50 at this point, babies.
Therefore, again, what Lafuna said, Rabba said, that halacha l'maisa, when you have a document, when the document says, I borrowed money from you, we assume that who is the you? The The you is the person who is holding on to the shtar. In other words, we'll say what's Rabbi essentially saying with the following. But when you have certain ambiguities inherent in shtar, we go ahead and we resolve or we dispel that ambiguity through circumstantial reality. We dispel ambiguity through circumstantial reality. So if the get says Hayom Hazeh, today, and there's no date in the shtar, we assume today means what? Means what? Today, the actual date on which I stand. So to Rabbi Pazitz, when the document says I would invention borrowed from you, we assume that who is the you? Who is the you? The person who is holding the shtar. So we'll say we dispel ambiguity through circumstantial reality. Someone should write that down. I think it's a good formulation, right? But it's just recorded good. So only Abai is the following. The Dilma Abishol could have a larger sphere. So one second. Abai, so maybe not. Maybe Abishol says what he says by this man and the get why, because he also got the Eliezer. Where is he? So we'll say the Amr Edim is Sirakars. We'll say, remember again, maybe by the get, even if there's no Zman, the get is going to be Kashalai. Because maybe Abu Shal holds like what? Or like who? Like Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer holds Edi Mesira Karsi. Remember this Machlokas, Edi Mesira Karsi, Mesira Karsi. Edi Mesira Karsi means it is the witnesses who witness the giving over of the document who create the effectiveness of the shtar. Therefore, again, it says the Gemara, maybe that's why, even if there's no date in the shtar, it's okay. The Edi Mesira will know ultimately, again, the date in which the shtar was given, the shtar was written. Which the Gemara says about Holocaust, but here about says in the case where the lender is not named by name, but it just has been caught from you, we'll say maybe we should be concerned that what? The real lender, what happened? The real lender lost the shtar. I will say, if you have a shtar that says, I, Ruben Ben Shimon, borrowed from you, I will say, what happens if you lose that shtar? What happens? Anyone who finds it could easily claim that what? That he's the lender. So the first thing you want is Amalei, then the Filalo Hashina. No, we're not choshesh that people lose stuff. Right? We're not choshesh that ultimately, again, someone dropped the shtar and lost shtar. So we'll say, there's another way of saying that we assume a certain level of documental vigilance. Right? We assume that if a person has a document that reminds them of holding we assume a certain level of vigilance that people aren't going. If I lend Ruben money, I'm not going to lose that shtar. Therefore, getting worse. We're not worried about it. How do I know that we're not koshesh ultimately again for someone losing the document? What's this to this? I'll tell you how. This nan shnaim shahayu be'ir achas. Shem echad Yosef ben Shimon. Shem echad Yosef ben Shimon. Let's remember again. There's a Mishnah. There's a city, and in the city you have two residents. One of them is named Yosef ben Shimon, and there's a second guy named Yosef ben Shimon. What's that? We'll say they are not permitted to lend money to each other, as we just spoke about before. And we'll say someone else can't lend either of them money, either out of all the reasons we discussed before. But what can you see? We'll say, but what do you see over here? That they would be permitted to lend others money. So we'll say, even though they can't lend each other money, because they can't have a fear, and it's not really going to be collectible, and even though others can't lend them money, because when you show up at Yosef and Shimon's house, he's going to tell you what? I'm not the lender, I'm not the borrower, it's the other guy who's the other Yosef and Shimon. But yeah, we'll say, what do you see? That ultimately, again, they are permitted to lend others money. They're permitted to lend others money. So you might say, but why is that? We'll say, if you're a choshesh that people lose documents, then how can you allow either of them to lend money to others? After all, what? After all, why don't you say that if you let them lend other people money when one of them shows up to collect, why aren't you choshesh that what? This Yosef ben Shimon is not the real lender. The other guy is the other Yosef ben Shimon is the real lender, but rather he dropped the shtar, and this the other one found it. And lav shmamina minafila lo chayshina. Rather, I will say, what do you see over here? You see that we're not choshesh for people losing their documents. Not choshesh for that. Which the Gemara says, Abai will say, well, there's a difference. Minafila dechad lo chayshinon, minafila deradim chayshina. I will say, to which Abai says, there's a real fundamental difference in those cases. I will say. What's the fundamental difference? We'll say in the case, ultimately, again, of Shnei Yosef ben Shimon. So when we're saying that Choshesh Shenafila, because there are only two people who could potentially take who are the two people who could potentially take advantage of the star? Yosef ben Shimon 1, Yosef ben Shimon 2. In that case, the Gemara will say, listen, we're not going to let them lend money to each other, we got it. We're not going to let others lend money to them, we got it. But they can lend money to others. Are you not? So, well, what about the fact that I should be choshesh? That's what? That maybe the Yosef ben Shimon who shows up with the star to collect is not the real lender. The real Yosef ben Shimon was the lender, lost the star, and the second Yosef ben Shimon. So that where it says, I'm not worried about that. And what's says that that's different than the case we're dealing with over here. What's our case? Our case, I will say, is where a guy shows up in Beis. And what does the star say? He's coming to collect his debt. What does the star say? The star says, I, Reuven ben Yaakov, borrowed money, love amos, mincha, from you. Or Abai will say that even if under normal circumstances, you don't say chashinu in the fila, in this case, you have to be cautious for the fact that maybe the real owner of the star lost the viable side, because this star is so ambiguous. This star is so open-ended. This star could have belonged to anyone. And because it could have belonged to anyone, therefore what? A guy showing up in base holding that star ultimately is not enough proof that he is the true Malva, that he is the true lender. So we'll say, with Gemara ends off, and we'll stop over here for today, but also with Gemara effectively ends off is this really incredible fundamental case. So here's what we have. Remember, we begin ultimately with the case of Shnei Yosef ben Shimon. The Gemara then ends off with the real fundamental shiloh. What's the fundamental shiloh here? The fundamental shiloh is, if when you show up in Bezin with the star, are you, and let's say again, you are not named in that star, do we assume that he who possesses the star is the rightful owner of that star? Or do we say, if it's so ambiguous, that the Choshesh, that perhaps again the real owner of the star lost it, and because we can never ascertain who the real owner is, therefore the star is uncollectible. So do we say that possession is what establishes the fact that you are the Malva, or do we need some additional inherent proof in the star? And that's Hashem to be continued tomorrow. Shkoyach.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
So,
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. It is such a zuchos Baruch Hashem to be back here. I mean, it's not supposed to be back at our Tisha, but it's such a sus Baruch Hashem to be back here with all of you. Mamish, when I go away, two things that I miss tremendously. Number one, of course, is my family. I have to say that. I have to go on record as saying that. But it's true, and Baruch Hashem, the ability to start the day with all of you, it's Mamish, the highlights of my day. And even though, again, I attempt to record this year to give it virtually, but for myself, nothing at the matches. The ability to come in to start the morning, to see such beautiful neshamas, such smiling faces, to feel an energy of the greatness of Hashem. So wonderful. Unfortunately, back with good floods, but it is wonderful about Hashem to be back with us. We should begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shuman Tachshin Tehei Zechus for the Soros levels for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for Kislev, Josh and Maxine, the creation of the Yartek of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda. And our time of focus on the Rabbi, and for the of our hostages and the security of all of our precious soldiers. Sending them out to Eskerson, dedicating the Sherman Joshua this month in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stephen, Yitzchak Davis, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stephen, Shara, Obas, Baruch Hakram, Eva Eskerson, Linda, Bas, Kenneth, and Feiner, in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonah, Shemi Kondamo, Benavitas Miriam, and Daniel the Yochel, the marriage of all of our Talmud Torah, all the Jewish will have an Aliyah, the families in the Kama. Yes, Hashem, we should return all of our hostages to Shalom and the Shalom. Our precious soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh Yadin, and indeed, so much incredible things about Shaykh. There's always been such uncertainty. We felt such uncertainty in the last year. Of course, with all of the events in Syria, the uncertainty is even compounded. What's incredible is you also feel in the air. You feel in the air. It's one of the most beautiful things. You feel in the air. And it's almost sounds strange, but there is a certain euphoria. This is all of Syria and the recognition of like this axis of evil in the Middle East. It's wonderful. It opens the door for a profound feeling that something dramatic has happened. Something that the world is changing in ways that we never thought it would, and so rapid. It's so overwhelming. You know, they were showing the pictures of something like the joint coordinates with the United States and Israel about the destruction of all of Syria's weapons. Incredible. In the first 48 hours, we looked at over 80% of Syria's weapons. Without Syria's air defenses, Iran becomes successful. It's incredible just to see what's happening. I'm almost feeling like we live in Italy with this footsteps of Mashiach. And in general, every day it goes by, we feel Mashiach coming a little bit closer. We felt it. We felt it. You know, to walk through and to feel like a confidence, as they say, the Ga'ava Yehudit. Jewish, it doesn't translate as Jewish arrogance, right? But a little bit. It's okay. It's more than pride. It's a shtickle guy. Stoltz. Yiddish Stoltz. It's incredible because the truth is we were so beaten down and we were so hurt and we were so battered and so bruised, and to be able to feel that such a tremendous. So let's begin. We have a lot to do. There's parts of me that are up there. Not over, but in our and as I said, we're gonna have to. It's hard for us to sit down. So we're gonna understand but it is incredible to see that understand we're learning the full week left and ball. That's just what they're saying. They have to find out. And really my price. So we have to go out. So I'm with Alice. The 171A. 2461 down the front. My price. So we quoted a price up, on the day. So we're going to a little bit. In our Mishnah, we had a very interesting three-way matchup. Well, as a Mishnah and Gemara, we had a three-way matchup. Ruben mentioned $1,000. You take that 500. Now we have a problem. What's our problem? So what do you do with the star? In other words, you have to see. You have stars that is inactive. $1,000 and the tax or you are giving $500 for what you do. So it's three matchups. Tear up the first star and write up the star. These will have to tear up and write it up, even with the seat. But he also says no. Let it show them. Write a receipt. You get the receipt and you got $500. And that's it. Then you go to a Kuda and the name of Rav in Gemara. And Rav essentially a principle, namely, we tear up the star right in you. What was the focus? The focus was when the Mishnah says, even to do it, Rav said, this can only be done in peace. Then we don't get it. It says, if Rav had heard of Raisa, he still has not really held the Gemara says, what the Raisa, my Raisa, he signed up. Here we go. He signed up. Harisha, Ayub, Notion, Bo, Ellen, this is exactly our case. Ruben mentioned in $1,000. Ruben mentioned in $1,000. But they also just mentioned I get to see that every temple that is so every day. Maybe try to join the Navy SEALs for the Marines. Try to names. 65 degrees is absolutely beautiful. You should just know, you don't see them. But we have a beautiful couple of marriage Israel who's part of our shir every single day and are dedicated. Of course, I'm not gonna lie, it's not easy to be dedicated at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No offense.
Here we go, baby. If you're not following me, you should be. I follow back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet, baby. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on 1 YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. And to update you all, you can look in the purple pill and see many of my live streams that have been embedded there. Nobody else live streams their life. Nobody else has their shills live on camera in the purple pill, but I do. If you want to view the links to all my other YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. I also have a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you all to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you right back. Send me a DM. I will respond immediately. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
Shimon owes him $1,000. And again, without the receipt, Shimon has no way to prove that he paid. I mean, I guess if he paid in front of witnesses, he could prove it in witnesses. But for so that's a document. He has no way to go ahead and prove anything. So Yossi says, I like it that way. You know why I like it that way? Because ultimately, again, it creates an urgency for the borrower to repay the loan. Yossi says, I want to turn the screws. I want to turn up the pressure on the borrower. I want him to feel the urgency to repay. The other thing Yossi says is, I want the original date to remain on the document. All right, so Yossi says, I want the original date because that original date, if you start rewriting documents, there's a concern about date confusion. I want the original date of the transaction to remain. This way, the encumbrance date remains as it originally was. One second. One second. Yossi, calm down. Rabbi Yehuda, right? I want to remember what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that when you shouldn't pay back $500. What do? Tear up the original document, rewrite it in the document. But Rabbi Yehuda also agrees that you use the first date, the initial transaction date. So Yossi makes it sound like he's the only one who wants to use the original date, but at the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda also does. Which the Gemara says, no. How can you come on Rabbi Yehuda? This is what Rabbi Yossi is saying to Rabbi Yehuda. He's saying the following. He says, listen. If you agree with me that in your replacement document you will use first date, then ultimately again we only argue about one thing. What's the one thing? The Rabbi Yehuda says we create the new shtar, and Rabbi Yossi says we write the receipt. The Gemara says, if you hold that in the new document you use the second date, the new date, then ultimately again I'll argue with you on two things. Okay, so we'll say, so that's all right stuff. That's all right stuff. So we'll say, remember again, so this is really, I don't know why this is very exciting. Listen, if you think about this is really interesting because this happens all the time, right? Where someone owes, right, living relationship with $1,000, she pays back part of the debt, paying in installments, let's say. Not that it was an installment plan, but he has money now. He decides to pay back part of his debt. So what do you do with his document? With the loan document. So again, just keep on remembering this. Fundamental focus, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yehuda, tear up the old document, write up a new document. The new document says that Shimon owes Ruben $500. Use the original date of the transaction so as not to mess up the lien that was created on the borrower's possession. Rabbi Yossi, absolutely not. Don't start with the dates, but rather just write a receipt. I've always said, isn't the receipt should be dangerous for the borrower? So Rabbi Yossi says, yeah, we want the borrower to feel the urgency of paying back the money. So turn up the heat on him a little bit. Let him know that Ruben, the lender, has a document that says that Shimon still owes him $1,000. And that's the case. It's urgency in the case. Beautiful. So we'll say shtar. Now we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. And you might want to go on a little bit of the other details. The shtar says, "Mano kasu the Shabbos or ba'asara b'tishrei." Shtar lo'ochor hu b'kasu zeriga. Okay, this is fascinating. Let's say you have a document, right? And the document was dated not in accordance with the Jewish calendar, but rather with the secular calendar.
How are you?
Right, or some other secular
Table.
And it turns out that when you look up...
Look, Tails, how are you?
Right,
What's up, son? How are you?
Find the star.
How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
Kick. Stream kick. Stream kick.
Oh, tight. Wait,
Stream kick.
Stream Kick? What is Stream Kick? You found out about me from Kick?
I need to remember. Wait.
Go ahead, take your time, big man. Okay, that's tight, man. Feel free to stay as long as you want. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, Rocco. I'm extremely excited. I've learned how to embed videos successfully into the purple pill. So you all can not only watch me when I do my shill in a little bit, but also you can listen to this space live. So I think that is a really cool option. Absolutely. I've been amazing. First and foremost, I don't miss days. I've been doing this essentially 24/7, 365 for the last more than 4 years. So that's the first law of Rabbi. I don't miss days. I'm as consistent as they come. I've been really proud to be able to continue my streams. It's certainly not always that easy. You run into technical aspects and certainly other challenges that can arise. But I've been able to do this and continue to do this since 2021, since fall of 2021. So I've been able to add yet another year on camera of my life, which I think is really exciting. The good and the bad. Well, frankly, there hasn't been much bad. That's been really good for me. I know some people have certainly went through some difficult periods in 2025. I have fortunately thus far been able to avoid them. The good is the growth of my accounts and the growth of my streams. We surpassed 2,000 people in my Twitter in my Discord community. I got a message from Discord actually. I'm in the 0.01% of Discord users on the entire internet. Not the top 1%, not the top 0.1%, but the top 0.01%. That's like the top Discord user in the world. So I'm also on Discord 24/7. Additionally, some things that I've been able to do is connect with some really wonderful people. I got back on Twitter really within the last 2 months or so, and I have 2,700 followers. Really great people, really wonderful individuals who I've been able with them to connect. Another highlight of my 2025 has been just the amount of people I've been able to help. Right now, we have about 50 people who I have been able to assist in expanding their social media profiles, their social media networks, their social media footprint. And they have gone from just regular reply guys or shillers or raiders to full on social media organizations. They have each of them essentially like 30 different social media platforms on which they can promote themselves, promote their clients. This has allowed them to dominate AI and social media and search engines. So that's really exciting, being able to pass along the education to other people. Some other things for which I'm really happy, I've got to say, is just more and more people are finding out about what I do, and that's really exciting. I've got people who can do my show almost word for word as well as I can do it, and that's what I want. I want people to know exactly what I'm doing to pass along the good vibes, the good information, and really just looking forward to 2026. We can say perhaps maybe all our lives will be different by this time next year. You never know. But I'm really looking forward, God willing, 2026 is my year. We go viral and we start traveling the world and spreading the love. So that's been my 2025. And how about you, Rocco? How's your year been?
All right. First of all, I'm gonna say that's a very good words from you right there, Rabbi. And it's really, really great that you had a good year. It's really awesome. Like it's really great, and I'm really happy for you too. And for all your followers and all the live streams you've been doing all year, like you said, you haven't missed a day yet, and really saying congratulations to you. And for those that you've helped this year, like they say, what goes around comes around. You get so good that you do for others will also locate you when the time comes. And congratulations also on your followers. It's really been a great year for me. Like it's really, really been a great year, and it has not been easy coming through. Maybe locked in, maybe inconsistent in what I do. It has helped me a lot, and I've also used that avenue to help others to also be consistent. Like people look at me today and they also want to be like me, they want to be consistent the way I'm consistent. And I think I've also helped people in that aspect. We get so me knowing on my brand this year to make this year like a very awesome year for me. Like there are so many things that I not wish to do this year, but because of my virus, it was as if my virus was like a push for me, and it was really great. I really love the pressure that came with my virus, and also I've done so many good things, nice things this year, and I'm really proud of them. And also, I really want to say a big thank you to God also for making coronavirus memory, because if not for coronavirus, I wouldn't have been hosting a space like this today. subscribers. You guys are welcome to. GMV, you have the mic. You have the mic. How you doing?
GM, everybody. My apologies for being late. I had family. We had family karate training, and it went longer than expected, so I just got back home. No.
Hold up. Did you say family karate training?
Yeah. It's a traditional thing. We do it once a year with the kids. So I'm actually been. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'm moving around the house, and probably the reception is not on its top form because we have a cloudy and sort of kind of rainy weather, and it's always a bit shitty at this time of the year or at this weather. So what's going on? How's everybody?
We are all good, man. We are all good. Welcome back. Before I forget, everyone, you have to repost what you see on the Jumbotron and also comment on the Bumblebee. Tell your friends to come into the space and also repost the room, so that we can have a fuller house today, because today is like a reflective space, and this is like one of the spaces that you wouldn't want to miss, and also your friends wouldn't want to miss this kind of space also. So please repost the room. What we are doing today is like a Christmas reflection space, like what this year has been like to you, what this year took from us and what it gave us, and also why consistency matters. We have to know why consistency matters even in the holiday period. I see you, my brother, L5 Ferrans, from the Dog Project. All right. GM. V, you have the mic if you want to say something.
Yeah, I want to say prepare a crow memes, because I just noticed that the crow with knife answered to my rebuttal call earlier on. I just go back to X and realize that they're actually picking up the cloth. So I guess we can have a little fun with crow with knife. And coming back to the subject, like, it was a tough year for me, not gonna lie. Changes. And work-wise and life-wise, got myself in a little bit of a predicament, so to speak. Not necessarily crypto-related, but life-wise. But overly, I think we're gonna pull through sooner or later. So pipeline mine was probably the main highlight of the second part of the year, I guess, because otherwise things went sideways. So I think a lot has been taken away from me this year, and a lot has been given to me also this year, like this opportunity to express myself with the graphics and be a part of this great team and grind on the daily basis. Is also with my schedule a little bit to make it more uniform, if I could say so. Apart from that, I'm not going to bore you with the stories because it's a long story, but all in all, we're going to be okay. The year is ending with a nice note. I think the combine virus is growing nicely. We're all still here. We have the plans for next year. It's a good thing, something to look up towards next year.
Yeah, all right. There are more questions joining the room. TM John, TM Speak. You guys are welcome to the room. And all right, V. That was some really reflective words from you right there.
that consistent with my online presence, even though I supported several projects. It was more on the on and off basis. So I'm not too strict with it. Plus, I'm big on families, so if people prefer to stay offline at this time of the year and spend times with families, I guess it's fine too. But on the other hand, it is not too difficult to log in just for a few moments and drop a couple of hearts, some wishes, wish people Merry Christmas and all that. So yeah, I definitely think we could do that. Whoever is available at this time of the year, I think it will definitely increase visit. Not what I wanted to say really. I believe, I just think it's easy to do, and it doesn't take much time for one to log in and say something nice and share a good vibe, I suppose. So that's what we do about my Fridays, we're sharing good vibes. So I suppose I'll be doing that over Christmas period. Not overly online. What I want to say, not too much on the online side. I'd probably just be on the love, wishing people Merry Christmas and sending a little Christmas memes, I guess. Yeah, but I don't think it's too difficult to do, and I think it's just nice to vibe with your Web3 family as much as possible. Of course, respecting your real life and your family also. So that's it from me. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, like what I want to say is that even if as you are celebrating this in this Christmas period, you should also have a time for you to maybe once or twice in the week just come online. That with the Web3 family, give a post. I mean, make a post. Post some memes. Just try to do one or two comments, and you are good to go. Excuse me. You are good to go. Just try as much as possible to be active. Maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes, you're okay. But I know numbers is going to do great this period, and it's always locked in now as well. We are all locked in here. That's why we have people members. Get so Rabbi, back to you. Would you like to share your project?
You know it. Absolutely.
All right, let's go.
Absolutely. Before I do, I want you all to, if you can, take a look in the purple pill. You can watch this live. I have embedded the video. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera, and you can view that ceiling camera in the purple pill. You can find all of the links to my YouTube streams in my profile. Additionally, you can find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, I am an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
All right. This guy is really, really pleased. He's really, really pleased. See him saying all these things back to back every single day. Like, it's really, really great. I love his vibe. Every time he comes on this place, he says everything word for word without any mistake. And that is what he's been doing every time. You get, he's been consistent. That is why he can do it again and again and again and again and again. Even when he sleeps, he's been consistent. That is why he can. You can wake him up from his sleep and ask him to share his project. He will do it back to back. Like, that's really, really great. Your numbers, send to the mic. We need you right here. And Mama Grouse, you have to tell us how your hair has been, like what the hair gives to you, what it took from you, and why you think consistency matters, even why we are on this holiday period. And we are not really much on space today. People are trying to go about their life activities, and this period is a period for everyone to like try to make some funds so they can celebrate with their families. So I get that absolutely. Normally on a daily basis, we are more than 24 in this space, we are more than 30. Yeah. So I really get it why I'm not on space. And I really want everyone here to like participate. I really want everyone to participate with Speaker Road today, so we can have a conversation, like a really, really, really reflective conversation. We are not much on the space. If nine of us in the space can just reflect or talk on how our year was, to be really, really great. And that would be a really, really great way to end this place. All right. And yeah, Mama Paris, how you doing? How has the year been to you, and what has it given to you? What blessings, and what has it taken from you? Can we hear that from you right now? Yeah, man. Where do I want to go with this? You know, it's like every year. You read.
Oh, shout out to Grace. You're an amazing lady. Worry, Nigeria. There he is, my man AB. Congratulations on your new computer. That's amazing. AB, can you hear me, my man? AB.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent.
GM Rabbi.
Excellent, GM. Excellent. I'm so happy for you with your computer. It looks beautiful. HPs are nice devices. So good job, and I think you got a good one. All right. So here's the breakdown. AB, do you have a link tree yet?
No, I don't have a link tree yet.
Okay, that's all right. No big deal. So here's why you want one. This is what it's going to be able to do for you. Everything I tell you is free. I don't want you to pay for anything. This whole strategy is free. So what you do is you create the link tree. I've sent you the links, but I'll send them to you again if you need. What this is a website that allows you to put all your social media in one place. And you can take that link and put it in your Twitter, and then everybody can see what you do. Now, what I also sent you is a big long list of different social media accounts. And you're going to say, Rabbi, do I need them all? And I say, yes, you absolutely do. And here's why. When you create these 30 different social media accounts, what it's going to be able to do for you is allow you to promote yourself on 30 different social media platforms. It's going to allow you to be able to promote yourself and your clients on 30 different platforms. It's going to allow you to open up communication channels with 30 different new groups of potential customers. It is going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And finally, it's going to make it difficult to impersonate you. Does that make sense, AB?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Excellent. So I've sent you the link, and I'll send them to you again. But basically, what you want to do over the course of the next week or whenever you want to do this project is you create the account. You don't have to download the apps if you don't want to. You just need the accounts. Once you're done with that and you've got all 30 of them and you come back to me and say, Rabbi, look it over. I'll look over your link tree. I'll make sure it's good. Then what we'll do is we're going to put some content on your social media. And you may say, okay, well, what's the content? It can be whatever you want, but if you don't have anything in mind, it will be just short AI videos, 10 seconds that say, hi, everyone. My name is King AB, and I'm a Web3 marketer. I would love to partner with you to promote your project. Send me a DM if you want to connect. That's it. It's really simple. It can be someone who looks like you, or it can be anybody you want, whatever you want. But what this is going to do is ensure that your accounts aren't skeleton accounts, that they have some robustness, so that they have some content, so that when your future clients look at them, they say, oh, King AB just doesn't have skeleton accounts. He's got something here. Then what I'm going to help you to do is to ensure that the descriptions for the content that you're putting out has the correct hashtags, correct titles, and then we're going to make sure that your profiles are optimized. Your profile picture is optimized and unified across all these different platforms. Then what we're going to do, we're going to teach you how to make a Fiverr account. If you don't know what a Fiverr account is, it's basically and I sent you a little bit about this. It's a marketplace where you can be able to promote yourself and do gig jobs anywhere from $5 to $500, whatever you want to market yourself as. And then what you're going to be able to do is also create an Upwork account if you don't have one of those. I will teach you, and you know a lot of this already, but not just how to make memes, but how to market yourself with memes so that you get on the radar of some really big projects. Additionally, how to clip people's spaces, tag the space host, tag the co-host, tag the speakers, whenever there's alpha shared, so that you get on the radar of many of these different hosts. Now, you already have a really great personality, so you already are on the radar of a lot of these different people, but it's never bad to learn. Then I'm going to teach you how to join different spaces, not just on X communities, but also on Discord, also on certainly Telegram, Facebook, because as we know, your network is your net worth. Then what we're going to do, if this is attractive to you and you want, we're going to teach you how to get your pitch down. Now, I've already heard you speak. You have one of the best. I'm not just inflating your ego here. You're one of the best personalities that I have met on X Spaces, and I meet everybody. So you don't really need my help for that. But what you may want to do is have a nice 30-second pitch down, 60-second pitch down, and a 3-minute pitch down, so that you don't come into a space like a lot of people do, and I'm sure you wouldn't do this, but GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to say, but I need a job. You're not going to say that. You're going to be able to come in and say, GM, everybody, I'm King AB. I'm a Web3 marketer, and I want to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. What that's going to do for you is it's going to get you more DMs. It's going to get you more people who are interested in your project, more eyeballs on your project, more people buying your cryptocurrency or your NFT or whatever it is that you may have. Additionally, what I'm going to do is help you to rank #1 on YouTube, #1 on Google, #1 in Bing, #1 in DuckDuckGo, #1 on Twitch and on TikTok and on Instagram and all of the other social media out there. And guess what? When you partner with me, we have a lifetime business relationship because you're going to keep coming back to me to promote your project. If this sounds attractive to you, send me a DM. Again, my name is King AB. I'd love to work with you. That's what you want to be able to say, right, King AB?
Yup, I get you.
I know you do. So I know it's really exciting whenever you get a computer. You play around with it. You download all the apps you want. You get all the bookmarks and everything else. But once that's done, this is the perfect opportunity for you to be able to connect all your different social media and ensure that you have your link tree so that people can find you. And then when someone's like, hey, how do I find your social media? How do I connect with you? You say, just go to my link tree. Apologies, King AB. Discord just had a little hiccup on me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think you were rocking a bit.
I do too. Okay, so what you're going to be able to do is say to future clients, if you want to connect with me, look at my link tree, look at my proof of work, look what I've done for other customers. I would love to do the same for you. And guess what? Everything I just told you is free. And whenever in the future anybody types in King AB, you're going to dominate not just the first result, but the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, the ninth, the 10th. We want people, when they Google you, every single result is your name, your content. We don't want you to have any competition. And what this strategy does is allow you to overtake all your competition because of the strength that Google gives to social media. And then it's going to be difficult for people to be able to impersonate you. Right now, it's really easy for me to take your picture, take your name, go to one of the platforms that you may not have, like Reddit, or perhaps maybe even just take that and put it into Instagram, and then just change your name a little bit or the username a little bit if I need to, and just go around messaging people saying, hey, I'm King AB. You can find my work on X. Send me 5 Sol or whatever, 0.05 Sol, and I'll do such and such for you. And then they're going to be ruining your good name. If you have a presence on all of these different platforms, people say, that's not King AB. I already know King AB. He's connected everything to his link tree, and those are his legitimate accounts. So in my opinion, this is the best way for you to be able to market yourself. And then when people look at your profile and they click that Twitter, they click that Linktree link, they're going to see absolutely everything that you have. And you don't have to say to them, oh, I'm King AB on X, but I'm King AB3 on YouTube, and I'm King AB123 on Reddit, and John Smith on Facebook. You don't have to do any of that. All of your stuff is streamlined. Anybody who wants to connect with you, you just say, look at my link tree. I've got everything there. So I hope that makes sense to you.
Yeah, definitely. And then, getting a lot, I really wanted to, but I didn't have a device. But for now, I do have a device. So what I'm going to do now, tomorrow, because it's late right now.
Yes, sir.
I have to get something to eat.
Yes,
then
sir.
This night, I'm going to, how do I set up the link tree? Because I've not done that before. Will I go download the app? Is it an app?
It is an app, but that you can also do it on a browser as well. So you can do it on your computer. Either way. If you have an Android device, they have an Android app. If you have an iOS device, they have an iOS device. Or you can just do it in a browser. And what you do is you just register. It's free. Again, everything I tell you is free. I don't want you paying for anything. And so if any of these websites say, hey, buy YouTube Premium or something like that, don't do that. Everything is free. And you register your Linktree. So whatever you want it to be, it'll be linktree.com/whatever you want your username to be. And that's the initial start of your website. And then what you're going to do is connect your X and anything else you want connected. And then you're going to go through and you're going to create all the other profiles that you don't have. So in the meantime, I know I've sent you this, but I'm going to send it to you again. And it's just the basic breakdown of everything that you need. And if you have questions, I'm always here. I'm always live. So long as I'm awake, I will help you with anything. And not everybody's going to do that for you. I mean, really, no one is always available 24 hours a day. You can come in and speak with a real human whenever you want. So what you're going to have the opportunity to do is have me look over your stuff. I'll make sure that there aren't any spelling errors, that everything looks good, that it looks professional. So what I did is I just sent you the message that I send to everybody, which basically says, firstly, join my Discord, which you did. Secondly, it says, don't pay for anything. Don't buy anybody's classes. Don't go to some guru. Don't do that. Everything is free. And all of the strategies that I'm telling you are free. So then what you do is you create the link tree. I've sent you the links to the Android app and the iOS app. If you don't want to download the app, though, you can just go to linktree.com and create the account. Then what you do is you want to create a link tree, a Gmail. You may say, Rabbi, I've already got a Gmail. And I'll say, that's great. Is it a business Gmail? Is it something that you feel comfortable giving to a future client? Or is it just kind of like a random name that you made up? Whatever you want it to be. But you want to align all these things and think of yourself as a business, because that's really what you're starting. Ideally, what's going to happen is you're going to keep growing, especially with your personality. You were blessed with an amazing personality, King AB, and we're going to make sure that it is transmitted throughout the whole internet. Once you create all these different accounts, though, what you're going to be able to do is start getting organic followers. People are just going to look at your content. They're going to start following you. They're going to start sending you DMs. What we'll have you do is have all those DMs sent to your business Gmail account, so that you don't have to check 30 different social media platforms every single day to see if anybody updated you. We're going to have all that information pushed into your inbox. So basically, you won't have pull information where you have to go and get everything. It'll be pushed to you. So then all you have to do is check your Gmail or have notifications on. Then you'll say, oh, I got 3 more people following me on TikTok. Or I got 4 people who liked the recent upload that I had on Instagram, whatever it may be. And I'll tell you what, by this time next year, you're going to have hundreds of people on these accounts who are following you. And you're going to say, you know what, all I had to do was start those accounts. Right now, nobody can follow you, though, if you don't have a presence there. The second that you start to have a presence, then people can start following you. They can start uploading your content. They can start connecting with you. But that can never happen if you don't have the account. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. So then the other thing that I put in this message is certainly you want to try to get as consistent of usernames as possible. King AB is a tough username to get everywhere, but you might be able to get the King AB or King AB, whatever, Web3, whatever you want it to be. And then what you want to do is you also should know you don't necessarily have to download all these apps. So you can just create them in a browser. You might, some of the apps that you may use more often, like X, like Discord, like Telegram, you might want to have on your device. But some of the other ones you're not going to use every single day. All you want to do is have the settings say send the DMs to or any kind of message, any notification to your email, and then you'll be made aware when that happens. And again, what this is going to allow you to do is it gives you more places for you to promote yourself. It gives you more places to promote your clients, more opportunity for you to get new business from new clients. Right now, and you may not know this, AB, X is the number 16 most used social media platform in the world. 16, which is good, but it's not a top 5. And so you've got to recognize there's a lot of business out there that you may not be uncovering. Now, it's great for Web3 and it's great for speaking to people. It's wonderful. But why not get a presence on the other top 15 that are above X? It's a really great opportunity for you to be able to perhaps connect. And if anything, let's say, God forbid, something happens to your X account and you get banned. It can happen to anybody. It happens to people every single day. You may not do anything wrong. X may just make a mistake. Well, guess what? Then you don't have to start anew at a brand new network. You already have connections on all of the other social media that you've made, and you can message people, hey, don't know what happened with X. I need you to follow my new account. I'd appreciate it. Then you're not starting all anew, and you're basically coming to the world with 0 followers. You're going to have people organically follow you. And what this is going to also allow you to do is dominate search engines, dominate social media. And what's really underplayed right now is AI. If I type King AI or King AB into AI right now, it's not going to know that much about you. But in a month, it's going to be able to tell me, oh, King AB is a Web3 marketer. They help to promote NFT projects, crypto projects, social media, and they are looking for new clients. They ask that people connect with them, and here's their link tree and a way to communicate with them. That's what you want AI to be able to do. AI then works for you, and you're able to influence what AI knows about you. So you can go in and say that you are a full stack developer. You could come in and say that you're a social media marketing organization. You could say that you're a Spaces host. You could say that you are a reply guy or a shiller or a rater, whatever you want to be. You can basically program AI by just putting descriptions into your profiles, and it's going to read that. It's going to understand who you are. And then when people ask about you, and they do ask about you, they do click that rock button to be able to see what's up with this person. They're going to get more positive results about you, and that's what you want. And then the final thing that I say to everybody is it's going to make you really difficult to impersonate. So I've also sent in that message a version of an example of what you want your link tree to look like. And if you look at that example, it's just really nice. It's really simple. You can go to, now I understand you don't have a website, but like you could go to a website, you could go to a YouTube, you could go to their Instagram, you could go to their Threads, you could go to their TikTok, you could go to all their 30 different social media accounts, connect with them, be able to follow them if you wanted. And then once we do all that, you're going to come back to me. You're going to say, Rabbi, I did it. I'm really proud of my link tree. It looks really good. What's the next step? We're going to start populating your different platforms with content. And then from there, we're going to go through the other parts of the strategy that I've discussed. And I think it's a winning strategy. One other thing I can do for you, if you're interested, do you have a resume, AB?
I don't have a resume, Rabbi.
Okay. Well, we absolutely need to help you with that. So what you're going to want to do is you go to ChatGPT, and I'm going to write this for you right now so you don't even have to worry about it. It'll take literally 1 second for ChatGPT to make you a resume. And especially with someone with your personality, it's a shame that you don't have a resume, also known as a CV. But don't worry. What I'm going to have, so I'm not talking to you right now, AB. I'm going to talk to my phone just in a message to you. So just one moment. Please ask ChatGPT to create a resume for you. You want to provide your contact information, comma, your desired career, comma, your previous career history, if you have any, comma, and your education history, period. All right, let me make sure I said it right. Please ask ChatGPT to create a resume for you. You want to provide your contact information, your desired career, your previous career history, if you have any, and your education history. Okay, so I just sent that to you as well. Have you used ChatGPT before, King AB?
Yeah, I use ChatGPT.
Excellent. Then all you have to do, excellent, great. Then you know how great it is and how it's a game changer. All you want to do is take the last message that I sent you, put your contact information in a message in the prompt, what your previous work experience and education experience are, and what kind of job you want. And for you, I think you'd make a really great social media marketer. You're going to be a lot more things as well, but that's a good start. And then what it's going to do is it's going to send you a nice resume, and you're going to say, wow, this is really what I do. This is what I'm into. This is really great. Okay, now what do I do? And I sent you a list of organizations, primarily in Nigeria, because generally I help people all over the world, but many of them are in Nigeria. So I sent you the list of Nigerian recruiters. And if you want, you send them your CV, you send them your resume. Basically, CV and resume are used interchangeably. Resume just basically is this generally used as the same CV is used a little bit more in academic. It's Latin for curriculum vitae, meaning life's work. But essentially, they're the same thing. You're going to send them your resume, and they're going to at least have it on file. And if they have something that matches your qualifications, then you're going to get a call for an interview. And that's going to be really important to you as well. Once you get all of the link tree done and all of the other steps that we have, and you want a full-time job somewhere, if that's what you want, I can help you get one of those too. We can teach you how the best strategies to be able to apply so that you can get yourself not one of these, gig jobs where you're working here or there or whatever, but you're able to bring home, maybe $1,000 a week, something like that, if that's what you're into. Maybe more, perhaps, depending. And so, if that's something of interest to you, I can help you with that as well. But basically, if you just look at your X messages, I sent you this in writing and a breakdown. And best of all, you know how to get a hold of me. All you have to do is come into this Discord or talk to me in an X space or send me an X message, and I'm going to help you with whatever you need because I want you to be successful. AB, I'm going to read it. One of the best personalities of anyone on X Spaces or anyone in Web3. And we need to make sure that shines, okay?
Oh, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you, Rabbi.
Absolutely.
So I really needed to get the laptop because I heard you on Spaces, and then I saw everything I really wanted to. So on some certain things, and I'm going to give you feedback.
That's beautiful. That's what I want you to do. Congratulations again on your laptop. That's going to change your life. And keep me updated, okay?
All right. Thank you so much, Rabbi. Really, really appreciate it.
My pleasure, AB.
Thank you.
You take care.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Rabbi, I'll be having a space this Saturday, okay? This Saturday.
Okay.
This Saturday, I'll be having a space, the Web3 Roundtable. You know my space, okay?
Absolutely.
I would also love you to, I'll love to have you around, okay?
I would love to make it if I'm able to. I will keep an eye out for the when you create the reminder. And if I'm able to come, I will. And I'll share any of this knowledge with anybody else who's interested in it. And love to help to support you. I think that you have a lot of talent, and I want to make sure that it is developed properly.
Thank you so much. I would owe you all the respect and all the loyalty, Rabbi.
my friend, all I ask is that when you find success with it and other people come to you for help, you just pass on the education to them. That's all. Knowledge is power.
Oh, thank you, Rabbi. Thank you.
Absolutely. King AB, take care. Shout out to King AB. Love that guy. Are you just blowing smoke up his tuckets by telling him that you think he's talented? No, I think he's great. What's going on with fucking Discord?
Absolute, well, everybody knows rugby, so rugby's we're all going to make it. So yeah, go ahead, Dutch. Thanks for coming, mate. Yeah, man, thanks for the space. We're getting something here on the jumbo for everyone to come see and hang out. What we're doing. Listen, guys, I've said, and pitched for months now, 8 months strong, almost. I think in a few weeks, and to be strong held with brotherhood, sisterhood, family is invaluable in this space. And I can pitch to you all the tokenomics and the distribution, and we all know the market sentiment, where liquidity is going, where it's coming, up and down, left and right. I won't bore you all with that. Another show and talking about there's a few things that survive in these conditions and in the long run. Narratives, and then also who you lock arms with. And I'm coming to you as someone that got into mining later after the CTO classic Bitcoin scenario. It wasn't until hundreds of thousands, and my price average now is way higher than it is now because we fucking DCA. So it's one of the single most important things are Nosy, he's in here, Chadley Bradley,
stand-up level in this cold labor, like you did back in 2017 in these ICO days. You had bounties and bounty hunting. There was no real internal network to scale that, to make it make sense. And now here today to bring it into an ecosystem and just these folks that my new TA is now not the chart. It is what get beer with individual. That's my new standard. And there are so many individuals that I've come to know. Who I talk to more than, don't tell her, my wife probably either, but a lot more of my real life friends. And I've got a family, and to be dedicating so much time to something you're passionate in, to everyone making it, it's just really been profound to me. So I appreciate you all for giving us this space. And listen, it's right. It needs no explanation. It's tokenized positivity at scale. There's something here for everyone to win. Satoshi, what you're taking, it may be different than mine. Listen, I just want a little plot of land and cabin in the woods. Someone else may want that minivan for their family. And to be able to express that every day in telegrams and discords and the backs of, sure, eventual shared success monetarily, it's a beautiful thing. Of course, community members come and go between projects. That's what Solana has trained us with, unfortunately, over the last few years. But there is mission critical statement, and that is why at the end of the day that we can all get there. So listen, tokenomics, the CTO law 3.1 creator fee says approved nearly 2%. We just locked a bunch of that, I think 1%, for a period of time because we're going into bouncy boards that are going to be quite fun. Maybe someone gets used to TikTok to get a little bit of the support. They're sharing ecosystem. It's been a DCNDA for quite some time, and that will change as important eventually. So that's there and locked up. I think we got almost 4% every MLP against USDC. My goal as kind of treasurer is, why aren't tokens stabilized against stable coins? Why do we have to all be at mercy to Solana or ETH or whatever our genes on to our liquidity? I don't know. So that is my goal as Solana eventually someday or next again, and actually detach from it, go to a stable USDT, whatever it exists, USDT. So a lot of really fun networking there on the technical side. And of course, 401JK just released a quite competitive saving course to that we're excited to learn more about. We've got a massive merge upgrade on the way. You all probably know that like this good brand, and that's what Maggie would say encapsulate. You can see Maggie has pro shops and Walmart someday. Something you just mass appeal, accessible. We're all going to make it. It doesn't have to have that crypto connotation. We've got the LLC set up in Wyoming, so we can run merch sales properly through that. Again, as an owner of market, you can see that it's just growing knowledge 27 Shopify recognition of that. It's mass exposure and potential there. And listen, this is a time for builders. This is the builders market. This is when you think things suck, but these hundreds, thousands of people you build block markets with is what becomes most valuable to your future. Listen, I haven't seen every bear market since its inception. I can tell you that this bank you're on with now are my favorite people today. There's a reason that they're in iMessages. We're docs together, and I think docs cultures is an invaluable metric to look at as Murad preaches too. So you'll see me on the Pokemon streams up in there, on the YouTube, on the TikTok. That's me, that's on there. We got those on there. Come and go. Chadley Bradley. Just plenty of people that are willing to show their face for this project because it's fucking right. It is the one place for all of us. We're not going anywhere and progressing in that state. So, anybody got questions? I'm happy to answer those. Of course, this is a survival market, but there's also thrival opportunities in this. We got some good thing. It wasn't even all season. It wasn't. Kick a chat, as you guys all have their claim to fame. There's clear liquidity in this time. You see CME at its mini market, but there's no liquidity. There's opportunity here, guys. There's buy ranges here for everyone. And however big it is to you, I swear you stay the course. Right? That's all I got, guys. Happy to answer some questions.
Love it. Love it. Was a tokenized positivity?
Yeah, man. That's it. It's a sign off. It's a hello. It's a goodbye. It's our war cry. Like the endless free shows are nuts. I mean, prices, not mind sharing, radiating positivity with everyone, and have a good day, and let's get after this together. If you want something to go to hundreds of millions, billions, you literally can't look at that. You can't mark that where your price range exists currently. When it's a thorough process of vetting who your forever folks are going to be, you can't look at good pairs, man. You cannot look at that shit. Time in the market is much more valuable than timing in the market. So that's it, man. That's it. Love it. It's brilliant. Right, I'm just gonna hit you up from 401k.
I just want to say, just a quick one to touch on. We're trying to get hold of 401k. I'm not sure if we've got anybody here yet. So, not that's up to the speaker anyway, so hopefully we can get hold of them. But, yeah, Dutch just want to say, not the whole whack thing, keeping it simple. That's what, we personally think. Our personal approach is, keep it simple. Sometimes you don't have to overcomplicate Bitcoin. And when you've got something like Wagmi, it's built to the culture, it's built to the history of everything in terms of crypto, Bitcoin, sometimes keeping it simple and having that narrative that, makes sense. Like you said, I like the way that you said, it takes no explanation. We actually say that ourselves about Satoshi, it's the narrative that needs no explanation about the man that needs no introduction. So it's sort of in line with your type of vibe as well. So I resonate with that straight away. So yeah, I like what you guys are doing. Sure, Wagmi's, Wagmi's Wagmi at the end of the day, so it's always going to be here. So yeah, I love that. It's always nice to build on a project when the narrative is timeless. So we've always got that as well. So
yeah, man, you hit the nail on the head, and we're the first to, create a non-Wojak Wagmi character out of it. We're just the work of Wagmi, of course. Wagmi talking about his positivity is forever bullishness, so we got the green, the colors of Pump Fun, Will as our logo, PFP, and our character. We're a really great artist to help us develop that. Someone that has developed quite a few really, really legendary projects. Of course, we got Shel Turner over from Giga, who actually coined the phrase vlog. Devs there where we're looking for the right name for the vlog relaunch. And it's a CTO. How beautiful is that? It's a Wagmi CTO. Like, it's power to the people. It's a beautiful thing. That's what's to come. And we've got a brand around it. So that's instant IP. That's what I got to say. Like, Wagmi, when you talk IP, it's IP service. Like, wherever you stand on that, or Giga or Troll with their features only because of their IP. Well, the brand is now our Wagmi. It's not linked to this Wojak, which is Wojak Bush. And so I think that's invaluable too. We are actively hunting for trademark Wagmi as it pertains to financial assets, which is the crypto money for it. So that'd be invaluable for us to get, but the IP process is quite long. We are actively hunting for that because to claim Wagmi as our own, it's a little weird with trademark laws because it's not going to, you can't really. We're all going to make it. It's tough to. There are some that do exist, but we're actively hunting for that because then, completely down the road. But that's it, man. Yeah, Wagmi is timeless. It's easy. It's simple. Thanks to Satoshi, guys.
Yeah, just another quick one. So, I've not actually checked this out yet. I know some of the team have obviously talked to the Wagmi team and stuff like that to get, for us to join in today. But what's the good soul? What's the market cap looking like? How long has it been going since like CTO or something like that?
The CTO took over Yanktown. Yak is back. Yanktown is very much on this. And I don't know, after Rug, maybe 15, 20K. Tony Montana, another legend, just an animal on the timeline shell. I think all time high was around 5, 4 million, maybe around there. Sure, currently chilling around 700K. So great buying entry, literally just the natural progression of what Sol has done to us the last few weeks, months, day. So a great entry as it pertains there. CTO team, man, I mean, it's robust at this point. I think 2,600, 2,700 holders, probably 2,500, 3,000 people between TG and X. Discord's in Discord, we figured out for bounties and rewards for rating, unlocking Reddit. StockTwits is our bitch. We do so great there. Such an amazing platform. In connection with the CryptoTwits platform. Pretty much trending whatever we really want to be there. And then shout out to Delta, Captain Today. Just an incredible push and shared love for that ecosystem that we've been able to cultivate the last few months with that. Very
get extra credit. So shout out to that team as well. Yeah, we were speaking to Cappy the other day, and they're killing it on Reddit and awesome platforms. So it's great to see Cappy back today as well. So yeah, that sounds awesome. Market cap's obviously doing great this type of market. So yeah, nice one. Love it. Rugby can't beat it at the end of the day. We're all going to make it. Let's hope so. But yeah, so thank you very much, Dutch. I think we might rotate back to you in a little bit as well. We're having a bit of a chat. I love the narrative behind the project. I'm big about keeping things simple if you don't need to overcomplicate them. So, rugby is rugby, and, Satoshi is Satoshi. So, it'd be cool to talk to you a little bit more if you're going to stick around, just chill out and have a bit of a chat. But yeah, thank you very much. So rugby, yeah, anybody wants to check them out on the top. Victor, what do you want to do? Do you know who's next, or?
Yes, we've got two speakers from We've got Killer Cam and then also as well J-Rock, a guy named Tech. Can you speak?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Sorry about getting you on.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, Satoshi, Pixels, how you guys doing?
Yeah, good buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, my name's Killer Cam. I'm from the 401JK team. Super excited to be on this call with everybody. So, first of all, thank you very much for having us. I think coming together in spaces like these in the crypto world is a super interesting part of like the social engineering aspect of cryptocurrency. So, really appreciate you guys giving us a platform to speak here. But yes, I am representing the 401JK team. So, what is 401JK? Well, a lot of us know by now that your 401k is a joke that keeps you broke. So 401JK launched in late June of this year. It was originally minted. Unfortunately, that mint was farmed a little bit. So the team came together and decided to relaunch a new mint and CTO that. So it's been really exciting to see the progress since then. The growth of the token has been completely organic, and a lot of that has come from the 401JK subreddit, through X, and then also just through word of mouth. I mean, I know a lot of people just around me personally that have never owned cryptocurrency before, and they're saying, hey, how do I get in on 401JK? This is something that appeals to me. The ticker, you immediately know, your 401k, there's broad appeal there. So it's really been awesome to see this collision between retail investors and just your typical crypto degens. So that's just a little backstory on the project there. Now, we did recently launch our staking mechanism through Hello Moon. So that has been something that a lot of holders have expressed a ton of enthusiasm for, and the support for it has been overwhelmingly positive. I think I just checked, and right now we have 75 million tokens staked, and the staking mechanism has been up for about 48 hours now. So that's pretty incredible to see that 7.5% of the total supply is already locked within 48 hours of the launch of the staking mechanism. So we're all super pumped about that. But yeah, to relate back to the narrative, your 401k is a joke that keeps you broke. And I think a lot of people, the reason that this has such broad appeal is because people are finally waking up to that, not buying into the corporate promises that have failed so many times before, and really just wanting to create something different that, we can believe in. So this is the first on-chain retirement plan that is fueled purely by memes and dreams. And so when we're taking a look at some of the content in the community, it's been really awesome to see, different niches within the 401JK narrative that people have been able to create content around. So a lot of the content does revolve around this anti-establishment narrative of kind of sticking it to the man. But there's also just your typical crypto degen memes. We got the pit vipers, the white monsters, the AirPods. So the range of memes is never ending, it seems. But then we're active on pretty much all social platforms. We got the Twitter, the Reddit that I mentioned, but then also on StockTwits, and then Cappy today. We're actually trending #1 on the platform right now, and they're here. So major shout out to Cappy today. But yeah, so if you're interested in learning more about 401JK, I highly recommend going to the website or to our link hub, 401jk.link. It has all of our official material there. You can check out the website. It has our roadmap for what we see for the project and how we're going to continue to build upon this. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys putting this on today. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask, or if later on you want to jump in the Telegram and chat with everybody, please feel free to do so.
Nice, appreciate it, buddy. One thing I was going to ask is funny when looking at your guys' chart, you hovered between 100 and 200k for months, and then September. What was the catalyst in September that just sent it?
That's a great question. I don't know if I can pinpoint on any one thing. I think it was really just, we were rating really hard, and we still do rate really hard. But just getting the message out there and finding holders that have conviction, I think, is what really drove that. Because the number of holders, if you look at it, when we were hovering around the floor after that price spike, so in October, there were about 1,300 convicted holders. And if you look today, it's sitting hovering around 4,200 holders. Not to bore you guys with the tokenomics, but we really haven't seen that number dip below about 4,000 holders, which, given the fact that it's completely organic growth, we're all super bullish on that. But yeah, I think it's really just the conviction that people have in the narrative that drove that initial price spike initially.
I was looking at the chart there. I wasn't sure about the chart, but yeah, sat around 9 mils. That might have been the right chart.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the floor after the initial price spike, but
yeah, you sat around 9 mil now.
Yes, yep. So we're consolidating again. We're all super bullish, and we're just holding tight for now in this treacherous down market.
I mean, that's a great market cap in this market. That's incredible, really. So I'm trying to look at your chart. But how long have you been in the project the whole time, or
So I haven't been in the project the whole time. I joined pretty shortly thereafter the CTO. But we do have some OGs in the chat. Bobo Swaggins, I know is here. He's one of the
Swaggins? Bobo Swaggins, that's funny. That brings back some memories. Picks up from what I'm talking about. That's
yeah. We'll share maybe not one for now, but yeah, we'll share that with you.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, incredible. So with the whole staking thing, so you say that staking just went live recently, you locked up 7.5%. Obviously, that's a bigger achievement when you're at that market cap. Because I imagine the dilution's a bit more, so that's a big percentage. So
So we partnered with Hello Moon, our developer, to actually develop the staking protocol. But the rewards for staking were actually put up by some of our very generous top holders. They came together and pooled rewards that were given out through the staking mechanism. So right now, I'm just getting it pulled up on my end to give you the exact figures, but the time intervals that you can stake for are 3 months, 6 months, and a year. So, depending obviously on how long you stake, you are eligible to receive, 1.1% of what's staked for 3 months, or 1.09. I'm sorry, I'm kind of fumbling live on the air right now. But no, it's interesting sort of where that's cool to know that your sort of community's put together with webs and stuff like that. Because whenever you hear staking, staking's always, it's going to be funded somehow. So it's always interesting to know sort of how. That's cool to know that your community's come together. Obviously, you've had a great chat. You've got some happy whales in there, I'm sure. So it's cool that they sort of give back to the community and help out in that way. So that's really cool. Yeah, absolutely. And to go on that further, the 401JK community is really committed to being a positive force in the space, similar to WAGME. The crypto space has been plagued by the stigma of being scammy or, not very transparent or just untrustworthy all around. So, through the advent of things like 401JK Academy, which is our blog site through Medium, we're actually creating educational content. And I know a guy named J-Rock can speak a little more to that. But we're really dedicated to creating, a positive environment, a welcoming community, and just building something for the long term that people can really believe in. That's awesome. So, is this, sorry, Killicamp, is this a guy named Tex? Is this part of 401 as well? Yeah, so, I'll let you go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just stuff to kind of talk about everything that's going on with that. So kind of going back to some of the points that you talked about earlier, in regards to like when people found the token and everything, what caused the catalyst, all that. Truthfully, conviction, the amount of people that we got, the type of people that we got, they were just super good about retaining information and like going on the offense against fudders. That's when I first came on the project. Was at 300,000 market cap, and they were already on the way up, which is really good. But I spent a solid week tearing them down, trying to find scams. So I saw the bubble randomly from all these apps, and so I used every tool I possibly could to be like, okay, JK is totally a scam. But I did all of my digging. It was probably about a week long. And it was like the biggest tokenomics I've ever seen. Zero bundlers.
I guess what surrounds on me is that
I don't know how GI.ai does most of their analytics and things like that. I know a lot of it is based on like rules of behave like in the past, but there was like none of that.
this is terrible. I've never seen this episode.
What I noticed on Reddit is that a lot of people kept calling it a scam, and they kept calling it a rug, they kept calling it like all these different things. So kind of backing up a little bit, my background is a financial professional with FINRA. In the United States, that's basically just like a financial advisor. So one thing that I like doing is I like to dig into charts, and one thing that I also very much like doing is going in this is probably like my X account, because for a while there, what I was doing, I wasn't really in any communities, but I would go in, I would try to find all these different scam tokens that were just coming out, and I would do all these different analytics and be like, okay, I'm just going to call these people out right here, right now, because this is disgusting. So one thing that I can't stand is people getting rugged, people getting scammed, fished, whatever. And when I was looking at all the tokenomics and everything, I was like, this is super clean. And so then one thing that's really bad in crypto, and I get why people do it, but blindly calling things a scam when they're not is equally detrimental as scams themselves, because those people could be in a safe location. They could invest their money in something like 401k at a 300k market cap that doesn't have any bundle wallets in it. So, and bubble maps, I have like a whole thing that I'm going to be unveiling with the 401k Academy in regards to why bubble maps, sure, it's accurate to a degree, but it doesn't really represent the whole bundle or vibe. Like, it's a good resource to use to see different bundle wallets for sure, but that's not indicative of, like with GMGN.ai, which is my main tool. You go in there, you see a 0% bundler. That means that those wallets in the past have never been like, there's 0% wallets that have been accused of bundling in the past in a detrimental fashion, because GMGN.ai tracks all of that, and I think that their tools are very good. So aside from that, a couple of things that kind of resonate with me with the group. Once we started figuring out all this different fun and everything, I was like, okay, this is everything that we need to spin on this narrative. I hit Reddit as hard as I could, and as hard as I could, I kept taking screenshots of everything. I sent everything over to Funners, and I started educating people a little bit more. And I was like, okay, people need to be more educated, because this is like just not man. So then I kind of pitched the idea to the co-leaders and the mod community, pretty much just anybody. I was like, what if we instead taught people how to go against scams and frauds and phishing and all this different stuff? What if we had these tools to instead differentiate us from other meme coins, from other shit coins, and we actually use this to help educate people and to like really drive a good positive force to the crypto space to help combat all of these different scam tokens. So a couple of like, I have so much to go over this, right? Because I'm really trying to keep this pretty short. A couple of quick facts about retirement accounts, because with me being a financial professional, I see it every day. People come in, they're like, oh my god, like I don't know if I have enough for retirement. I'm just starting at like age 60. I'm like, come on. So a couple of alarming facts in these are pretty much just U.S. based facts. This basically retirement crisis. 50% of Americans have $0 in retirement savings. 1 in 7 people die before reaching the age of 65. The average 401k balance at retirement is $200,000, which you need 1 to 1.5 for a comfortable retirement. And then the traditional retirement system is just so bound on macroeconomic conditions that it's just like, you gotta be kidding. So like a lot of different macroeconomic conditions, like what the U.S. is doing with tariffs and things like that. As you guys see, market conditions, it just tanks. But instead of the media saying, hey, something's maybe good or whatever, they instead cause panic and hysteria, which leads to more sell-offs, which leads to more 401ks being in the negative, which leads to more panic. So instead of people being productive and proactive like the mainstream media should be, they instead continue that path of causing panic and hysteria, and all these influencers just pile on with it so that they can get more followers, more views. It's a disgusting world, but that's why I'm moving more into like with the 401k Academy. I have 30
what in the fuck is this guy saying?
Currently that exposes all different types of macroeconomic conditions, how to combat scams, how to combat rugs, how to spot all these different things, how different like past macroeconomic conditions could have been off better, all the different shady dealings within our government, within foreign governments, everything. The range is just insane. But I've got 30 articles currently typed up and ready to go moving into 2026. So I'm going to utilize the 401k Academy to continue to push these articles out. I'm working on 20 more article topics currently. So I'm typing all those up. I've been working on all these articles for a few months now to help roll all this out. But moreover, I have video content series as well, in a 10-phase kind of thing where I have a bunch of scripts on all these different crypto tools that are actually extremely good that not a lot of people know about, and how to properly use them, and how to properly use them with each other to combat, to find find all these different scams, rugs, shady tokens, shady dealings that where you can save yourself some money by just doing a quick search or just following these video guides so that you don't get hurt by all of these different scams and rugs that are out there, because they get pumped up daily, and overall it's going to cause more detriment to people, because like the Solana space can be a good space. It can be a great space for like tokens like BNB, tokens like 401JK. It can be a very positive thing, and it can make a lot of people a lot of money if people knew how to properly go into the space. I've got a lot more, but honestly, like that's pretty much the crux of it.
So yeah, I mean that sounds obviously you definitely DYOR by the sounds of it, which is you know a lot of people don't do, especially in the meme space. So yeah, in terms of DYOR, I think you earned that medal for sure by obviously checking out the project before. So that's interesting. So you checked it out at like 300k. So did you buy it at 300k before doing your own research, or did you buy it because you liked it and you did your own research ready to pull out?
Yeah, so I did a quick analysis on it. So actually, this is probably the funnier part of the story. I did a quick analysis on 300k. I just used GMG.ai to kind of do a rough analysis on it, and I saw a very clean tokenomic system. So I threw pretty much my entire crypto wallet into 401JK at that time. Moving forward, after like a week or two, or however long I'm researching, once they hit about 400 through 600k market cap, I kind of memed a little bit, and I took $20,000 out of my 401k, and I invested it in 401JK to rotate my 401k into the project. And I've got screenshots and everything as well. I'm still playing.
Well, yeah, I mean that's conviction, which is fantastic. But I mean, it's really obviously that you've got the education that you're sort of pushing that out. Outside from that's a bit of a funny one. Obviously, you know, you do a bigger deep dive than I do. I mean, I don't invest in the tokens now, and that's what's great about doing these spaces, because you know, if I'm online the acres, these spaces are great to be able to hear people out, connect. That's why we don't do a mega space. You know, you get like two or three good projects in, so we can actually find out. You know, they're the projects that I'm looking for. But yeah, in terms of like the bubble map situation. So my sort of views on that, I mean, they're definitely not, you know, in terms of a financial background, you know, I'm not that guy, but in terms of the bubble maps, like, I think it can be a sort of double-edged sword for some projects, because launching a project, I'm not sure, I can't remember if you said 401k, so it's a CTO, but like originally, you know, for that distribution to happen, and you know, sometimes in a CTO flow, I don't know what the history of yours, sometimes people launch a project, it'll die, and then it'll get taken over at a good time where you can get some people and you can get good distribution, and it's all really, really fair. But projects that aren't like CTO, you know, to launch now on Axiom and you know, PopFun, etc., you're sort of launched into a market where you've got a ton of snipers that want to just snipe a load of supply. So if you're there with the right intentions as a project and you really want to do something long term, you know, you've got that worry that you know you're going to get sniped by somebody who's going to dump on the project, you know. And for us personally, we put a lot of time in before launch, so pre-launch we put months and months into the project itself and the community as well, so the team and the community before we launch, and then there's that fear that you know if you don't get it launched right, you know you're gonna there's a lot of people there that wait to buy in, you know, with people, and if they don't get it first and they get sniped this that and the other, then you know they're at a disadvantage, and you know that person who did snipe is gonna jump heavily, and it's an absolute wonder for a project. So in terms of the bubble maps, like sometimes the bubble maps look bad, but they would like you know they was with the best intentions of the project to put the project in a better standard in terms of supply control, having that supply control to raise their bubble market cap so that people can't come in and just screw over good people buying up 2% at a low market cap and dumping it on the community. And, you know, nobody really wants to be in a project where everybody's about 6%, happen during time. So you've got a community there, you've got a team that are absolutely grinding, and then this guy's just, weekly, daily, just full clipping loads of bags. So follow Max 100%. It's a great thing, and it was never there back in the old days. And it is now, and it is something that people always check. But it's very hard for people to get it exactly right when they launch. So sometimes it can be seen as a negative. And I think it's become part of this whole fun culture where people are like, oh, you've got no supply control. Oh, it's, waste of time. Or it's been bundled, it's got a rug. So we call this rough and a hard place. I'm trying to get these analytics because there's so many analytics machines out there now and stuff you can look at so easily. But at the same time, it kind of overcomplicates it sometimes when it is a meme point. I understand everyone wants to do their own research and they want to have the best analytics, but sometimes it's like it can really fuck up a good project because that thing you were saying before, people were funding a project that was good and that sort of got your back up a bit. You sort of educated them. So all I'm trying to say is like the roadmap thing for me can be a bit of a double-edged sword, and people hate blindly anyway. So it's one of these things where, like I say, double-edged sword. So just interested to hear like you think on that. Obviously, you're really good at looking at these analytics and looking into multiple tools for that. So what is your sort of thoughts on the fact that sometimes it doesn't tell the full picture, basically?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I swear GMGN.ai needs to be on their payroll because I have touted these guys like crazy. But like tools like GMGN.ai, so let me back.
What the fuck?
That stuff, it's good to identify wallets that have set supply to one another. And honestly, that's how it should be viewed. It shouldn't be viewed as a bundle. It should be viewed quite literally as a bubble, where
Yo, what up, Joe?
Shtar says that Reuben lent Shimon money on December 14th. Now, there's only one problem with having a date December 14th, and that's what? It's Shabbos. It's Shabbos. Or you find the document that says Reuben lent Shimon October 2nd. What was the problem with that? October 2nd was Rosh Hashanah. So now you have a date. You have a date. Ultimately, again, I think it was. Right? And all the things he bothered by in this year. That's the piece. So again, the point is, somebody's using an alternative dating system, and when you look back at the date, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because the date is a date in which a transaction would not have occurred. No one's lending money on Shabbos.
Something that's just uncomfortable because
right? Right, for the so no one's lending money on Shabbos, and no one's lending money on the Shabbos.
usually in an rehab or something like
what do you do with a transaction? Rabbi Yehuda says it's not a problem. How do you understand it? It's a shtar mo'ofer. Shabbos said this is very interesting. Shtar mo'ofer means a post-dated document. This is very exciting because now we're going to talk about two different types of documents. Post-dated document and a pre-dated document. Now, as we're going to see, the whole issue of pre-dated and post-dated has to do with the creation of a lien on property. Right? Whenever you lend someone money, so for that matter, you sell property, there's an encumbrance that comes upon the seller's property. There's an encumbrance that comes upon the seller's property. Right? I'm telling you that right. That's the assumption. Right? It's closed. So forth, that every real estate transaction comes with a guarantee. That's essentially how we pass it off. Or when I lend money to Shimon, so Shimon is guaranteeing the debt. So what we're going to see is the follows. So halakha l'maisa, when does the encumbrance start from? So the purchase, the encumbrance, only begins on the date mentioned in the shtar. Here's the problem. If you post-date a shtar, then that's fine. Right? As long as both parties are okay with the post-dating, that's not a problem. Because no one gets hurt in post-dating, right? In other words, if the lender is okay with post-dating, that means his encumbrance is not starting with whatever 10 days after the reactivate the loan. That's his business. He wants to accept that. Purchasers, people who are purchasing property, they're not also not putting a disadvantage if the encumbrance only starts 10 days later because, hey, they're buying property with that encumbrance. So post-dated shtaros don't really hold the problem. Pre-dated shtaros is what's going to happen. Essentially, the pre-dated shtar, you're creating an encumbrance before a lien before the transaction. And that's problematic because you can't create a transaction. The lien will be encumbrance ultimately as a result of the transaction itself. So pre-dated shtar is going to see it's going to be hustle. Post-dated shtar is going to be contribution, by the way. So this actually has certain just a moment. So Shabbos is the second of the intermediate wide line. Go. So, for example, in places where they date the documents, and according to the silver triangle, because of the shtar test called the cloning, the document was dated the 15th of December, you can only start being a carbon, must I do a test also for that. Then, so not for the own Shabbos of Yom HaSiyur Tishrei, and then when you check out the line up, the secular date, it turns out that in Shabbos, or it's in Rosh Hashanah, that Yom Kippurim, or Yom Kippur back. All Yom Yishlo, Nechtav, Lo B'Shabbos, Yom Kippurim, Nimtza Shlo, Nechtav, Ba'os, Yom HaMashiach, B'Shtar, Ela, O Muktamu, O Pasol, O Mu'ofer, B'Kasha. So let's say, so again, whenever you find documents, ultimately, again, that does not line up, does not line up with the feasible date that the document will actually be done, there's one of two possibilities. Or two possibilities. Either predated or post-dated. Interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says, I choose to understand that it's a post-dated document in the first place. Yossi post-dated. Rabbi Yossi says, no, it's possible. Why? Because apparently Rabbi Yossi assumes that it is a pre-dated shtar. And therefore, Allah is going to be possible. That's that answer. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yossi, Havo Maisha Balafana Chabitzi for the Sharta. So he's Rabbi Yossi. This case is up for 48 Sikori. It was a case like this. A Ruben mentioned $1,000. The document said the 14th of December. The document on the 14th of December was Shabbos. And they could not transaction references did not happen on a Shabbos. And yet Rabbi Yossi assumed that the Shabbos is kosher. Which obviously meant that Yossi was going to be extended for a post-dated document. Not a container document. So the Gemara says, Amaro, Yefshanti, Bazeh Yefshanti. Amaro, Yefshanti, Bazeh Yefshanti. No. It's at the end of the day, so look at that Rambam. That tells us, Amaro, Yefshanti, Bazeh, which is about 7 lines at the bottom. Shekasa is bottom, Shekasa, make you point with Yefshanti, so you told Omofia, so lift up his mano. So when you start posting, you start Shekasa, make you put it. Now, call your Avinu Shemi Ofer. ולא נפק מן יכולת שלו כמה, אבל מאוקר בעלמה שזמנו קוסם יום לא יקסימו ולא יודע מאוקר הוא יוצא בגז. There are two cases that was like, Yoshi says, there's two cases of date ambiguity. There's when the star has a date, that we know before the star did not happen on his did not happen on his date. So Yoshi says, in that kind of case, I am afraid it's saying that the star was supposed to be that. That makes sense. People are doing the transaction now, they want to post it. What do? They choose a date without recognizing that the date, let's say the secular date that this means lines up with the Shabbos or lines up with the Kippur. So again, when it's clear that the date is in the Shabbos is not a date in which the transaction could have occurred, Rabbi Yossi holds, I hold that that is possible. But when it is a regular post-dated document, Rabbi Yossi says I hold that it's possible. Now, so you will see, Rabbi Yossi clearly has a concern about a post-dated document, which was not fully articulated. This is one to see in the Gemara. Okay, so if you'll actually just finish up to that Sham says as follows. He says, the giver I called the dummy, the Shekasha, the Zanosh, the Dinan, the Casino, Babis, Maris, Casino. Allah Saudi. All right, well, you know what's going on. Fine. Again, so we don't know. All we know is that the Yossi has an objection to a post-dated document. We don't know what is post-dated document. We don't know what his objection is, but we do know as follows. That when it's post-dated in a way that's clear that it's post-dated, even Rabbi Yossi will say that it's post-dated. Once we definitely understand that it's post-dated in a way that's clear that it's post-dated, then the date used is a date in which the transaction is. That you'll see the that such a star is going to be touched again. You don't understand why yet. That's just the shita. That's what I said. That is even Nami Barzak. I would like to hold that even in that kind of case, right? I love for myself. I'm like, just come on, you know. So it's Hakuma or not so such. So it's like everybody's doing the following. It's very cool. Even like the date of the star is December 14th. Now, by the way, this is December 14th. And when we go ahead and we look at the dates, take out our and we line it up with December 14th, right? And what happens? In this case, Onas and Yehuvenes is Shabbos or Basar, right? And it turns out that December 14th was a Shabbos. Right? So it's clear that the date of the dated in the Shabbos is not the actual date of the transaction. Everyone agrees everyone agrees that it's supposed to be documented the question. Remember, let's just play this out. Post-dated document, in reality, doesn't show up as hurts right? Because remember again, if it's right, if you're spending money, so what happens when you're spending money? What occurs in those sense? First of all, students obligated to pay back. What else happens? Students' property becomes encumbered. Now, again, what does post-dating do? What does post-dating do? It relays the encumbered. Who does that hurt? Who does that hurt? Right? Really, the only person who hurts is the lender. And if the lender is willing to do that, that's his choice. So because, right, there's no foul, right? No one's hurt. No one's hurt. Therefore, as long as it's clear that it was posted, how do you have a case where it's clear that it was posted? The date that was used is really not the date in which the transaction occurred. Everyone will agree that it's posted. Okay, on the base. Well, that's what you do. And look, it's time to work on the album. Oh, here we go. So, where does the problem come up? The problem comes up when we call the Shtar Mu'ofer Ba'al, which means posting a document where it's not clear from the document that you posted. Let's so we'll say, so again, where does this come up? This comes up in a case where, let's say, December 13th. I don't know, December 13th is Friday. Yeah, it's a Friday. Right? So when I saw, again, here, I don't know, that happened on December 15th. You didn't happen on December 15th. I don't know, it's possible that it didn't. That's where the machlokas between that Yossi and that Yehuda is going to come up. Right? So let's say, here we go. Let's get into it. So exciting. That Yehuda Tamei, here we go. You're right. And let's say you can see how all of this comes together. That Yehuda Tamei. That Yehuda Tamei. What does it say? The Amar, in shoulder. That Yehuda holds. We do not write receipts. We do not write receipts. Never say now. Why would why went to like this? During the receipts for the last couple of days. And he goes, why don't we write receipts? It's unfair burden upon the borrower, right? Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen? The borrower now has to hold on to this document. So the people who don't write receipts, right? There's a loan document that was drafted. That's the document that we pay attention to, and we do not write receipts. Therefore, what? The loan document. Therefore, again, there's no concern. Now, watch this. Play this out. If you don't write receipts, then what happens when you go ahead and you repay your loan? What happens? Right? We're going to $1,000. Right? Now, who wants to pay back? Shimmon's not paying back until what? For what? So he gets that document. Right? In other words, if I'm Shimon, I'm not paying anything back until Ruben gives me back that loan document. What happens if Shimon wants to pay half? What happens if he wants to pay half? The customer is not going to pay half, right? Why? Because paying half leads to exposure. Because if he pays half, he's not getting a receipt. The document is still there, so it's not that Shimon's best interest to go ahead and pay half. Therefore, again, that essentially says there's no chicanery, right? In other words, there's no trickery over here. Because at the end of the day, even if the document is misstated, so what? What are we concerned about? We're not writing receipts, which means that if Ruben has the document, it means that Shimon hasn't paid him back. Right? And therefore, again, at the end of the day, Ruben can't, there's nothing bad that could come out of all of this. But Yossi, here we go. But Yossi holds, they know, coaching show, right? But Yossi says, no, we do write receipts. I know this could be exploited. This could absolutely be exploited. I'm going to say, get ready for this. Now, we don't yet know, so I don't think, what could be exploited and how could a shtar also be exploited. Just wait, because it is about to get crazy. So, okay, so again, now, what the Gemara is doing is, this is one of these, the Gemara is something that on one hand is very powerful, on the other hand a little bit mystifying. Meaning what? The Gemara is outlining the positions, telling us that everyone holds their respective positions, but we don't understand why they hold their respective positions. Here's what I know. So let's just go through what I know. What I know is everyone agrees that a post-dated document that has a date that is clearly a date in which the transaction should have occurred. Everyone agrees it's kosher. Nothing bad is going to happen as a result of that. What happens? But the date could have been a date in which the transaction occurred. It was dated Friday, December 13th. So what could have happened today? So Yehuda says it's not a problem. Why? Because we don't write receipts. Therefore, Shtar Mu'ofer cannot cause a problem. Rabbi Yossi says we do write receipts, and therefore Shtar Mu'ofer can cause a problem. Now, as Gemara says, the connection between receipts and Shtar Mu'ofer, the Gemara still has not explained. Hold on. I'm going to bring down the Shua. So here we go. Even according to the opinion that says that we write the shover, that we write receipts, honey needed a palga. Furthermore, again, that's only a problem if you write receipts. If you write receipts on part of the loan, but for the entire amount, no. Below me, the question that's not true. We write receipts even for the entire amount of repayment. So apparently, in the world of receipts, there's machlokas. Do you write receipts only for partial payments? Or do you write receipts for entire payments? That's apparently another machlokas. The Gemara says, we write receipts. We write receipts for the entire payment. Okay, hold on. You have that discussed by your faith. Have a massive faith. What's he discussed by your faith? lent money to Rabbi Abba. Also, Rabbi Chanina Bar Papi, the Gimel for Chanina Bar Papi, Amalei, have these Zizoy. When Yitzchak Bar Abba said to Rabbi Abba, give me my money, give me my money. Amalei, have Yishtaroi, Yishtak loses up. So again, what happened? So Rabbi Abba was Rabbi Abba was very smart. Rabbi Abba said, sure, I'll pay you. Give me the loan documents. In other words, you give me the document, I'll give you payment. So we got the document. Ultimately, again, the borrower is exposed. So Amalei, here's the best. Same thing. But you took debt and lost the start. I lost the start. After the look like Papa. But don't worry, I'll write you a receipt. Amalei, Harav before them in Tarvayu, in goes to shoulder. So he said, 1 second. Said that. Sorry. Rabbi Abba said that, but there's Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel both hold that we do not write receipts. We don't write receipts. Look at this incredible. So the Yitzchak responded and he said, Amar, man, Yohe, first white line. Man, Yohe, me after without Shmuel, Ramiran de Istain. If only I would have of the dust in Rabbi Shmuel to put in my eyes. That was actually very beautiful. That's very beautiful. But ultimately, again, so what's happening, what's going to happen here? The idea of putting the dust around the Shmuel is obviously kind of incredible comment. Like, imagine the dust beneath the feet of Rabbi Shmuel. So I would only have some of their dust to put in my eyes, I can see with just incredible clarity. But, with the Yitzchak said, how do you open up a hard luggage? I mean, our value coaches show that. But as great as Rav and Shmuel were, then Rav and Shmuel says we don't write a receipt. But the Yochanan and the Yitzchak said we do write this. Like Yitzchak is coming back to the Abba. I will say there's a tremendous Musa Haskell. What was the Yitzchak doing? You see, Rabbi Abba quoted Rav and Shmuel that we don't write a receipt. But Yitzchak held differently. He held like Rabbi Yochanan and the Yitzchak who said you do write a receipt. So what did Rabbi Yitzchak do before he disagreed with the positions of Rabbi Shmuel? What did he do? He built them up. In other words, he respected them. He was such a profound insight into the way, into the mechanism of disagreement. It's a disagreement with dignity. It's the ability to hold opposing views without diminishing the person you're disagreeing with. Essentially, we all agree that one of the greatest things that we have brought as a contemporary society is the ability to disagree agreeably or disagree with dignity. Humanity has always had different opinions. Always has different opinions. And that's beautiful. I want to say one beautiful thing. Gemara. Right? We learn Gemara every single day. And what is Gemara? So can you imagine Gemara without disagreement? Oh, Gemara without disagreement? Get yourself up. Like that's whatever. Whatever. I think it's 3 minutes. That's good enough, right? I mean, again, I will say, all of us love learning It's fantastic. That's the admit. If you get from Gemara, you cannot replicate. You absolutely cannot replicate. What he said was that the excitement of it is to see a variety of different opinions. But yet, everyone lives on the same document. Everyone lives on the same space. Everyone occupies the same Dalit Amos, the same blood Gemara. Because one of the most important things in Yiddishkeit is the ability to disagree with dignity. And here, it's incredible. But Yitzchak borrows his money. Things tend to get treated around money. But Yitzchak is disagreeing with his borrower, with Rabbi Abba. Right? And Rabbi Yitzchak is saying, I want to write you a receipt. Rabbi Abba says, no, Rabbi Shmuel says you can't write a receipt. So again, when someone is disputing someone, they're such a Yitzhahara to like attack their principles. Oh, Rabbi Shmuel, who is Rabbi Shmuel? I said to Yochanan Shmuel. So what Yitzchak does, no, Rabbi Shmuel. That's how it is with the recognition that the other person is entitled to their point of view, even if they are absolutely wrong. Right? But Mensa always is a goodness. Incredible. He used to have it closes in shoulder. We write the seat from the Stavros to close the shoulder. We'll say with here that for Mensa we write the seat. The Isa and I in close the shoulder. Because here's the problem. If you don't write the seats, then Abad Shtaros says that Yoko Halal the party. So let's say the issue, right? Imagine if you don't write those. So I don't understand it. So you don't write a receipt. Then halacha l'maisa again. So what should happen? So the lender should go ahead and use the loan document, and that means the borrower never has to repay anything. So the Gemara says, one second. Sorry, just the opposite. Just the opposite. But if the borrower goes ahead, right? If the borrower goes ahead and loses his shoulder, so that's it. The lender should be able to recollect again. So the Gemara says, one second. So now you should write a receipt. Avad shovel shozeh yochla halav achadi. I will say, but that argument cuts both ways. What happens if you do write a receipt? If you do write a receipt, then what happens? What happens, you want to say? What happens if the borrower loses his receipt? What happens then? The lender can technically collect the entire face amount of the loan all over again. So the point Gemara is making over here is you make it sound like by writing a receipt, no one's put it at a disadvantage. But it's not true. When you write the receipt, most of us understand receipts, and it's clear, receipts put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why you say the borrower has documentary proof that he repaid part of the debt. No, why does it put him at a disadvantage? It wasn't writing a receipt, then what? The original loan document is still in existence, which means that if the borrower loses his receipt, then Reuven has the ability to come after Shimon for his $4,000. So the existence of a receipt, interestingly enough, as much as the receipt is documentary proof that the borrower paid that part of his debt, the existence of that document does put the borrower at risk. Should he lose that document, lender has the ability to put the entire face of the loan. Once again, for this, Amalei Rava, yes. It does put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why? Eved Love Liish Malva. Closer to the pasuk, Mr. Shlomo says another incredible piece of Solomonic wisdom. The borrower is a slave to the lender. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. The borrower is a slave to the lender. And therefore, again, I will say, we see this location halacha. We want the borrower to feel the heat. Why? Because if you borrow money from someone, it is your obligation to get it paid. And you should feel an urgency, and you should feel the pressure. Like Shalom was saying it a little bit differently. Shalom was saying, Evan Lova means that literally when you borrow money from someone, you absolutely are the holder. That's literally what Shalom was saying. But on a deeper level, Shalom was also saying that we want the borrower to feel an urgency. We want the borrower to feel pressure. We want him to feel pressure. And we want him to go ahead and ultimately feel compelled that he's going to pay this back no matter what. So we're going to write a receipt. All right, but 1 second. When he has a receipt, the borrower has to be careful not to lose it. Yeah, that's called being an adult. Be careful not to lose your stuff. Be careful not to lose your stuff. And if you do lose your stuff, suffer the repercussions. That's it. So I'll say such profound Musar Haskell is also. So I'll say, part of the beauty also that halacha is very important. Halacha is not a system that is designed to make people feel good. Like, this is not DEI. This is, halacha is a system. Halacha is a system that is defined, that is designed for the proper functioning of society. And in any society, what do you have? You have haves and you have nots. Right? You have people who have more, people who have less. The people who have less are going to be the people who have more. And that's incredible. The people who have more have a moral and legal obligation to help the people who have less. But the people who have less and the people who have more have to feel an urgency to come through on their commitments. I have one thing that make him feel bad, he's going to lose his stuff. We don't. That's not the goal here, right? The goal is to create a functional site. Think about this, especially in the Jewish loan market. Remember, in the Jewish loan market in general, not necessarily operating in a disadvantage because we won't creating this way, but you're not charging interest, right? You're not charging interest. It's your ribbis. It's inside a head to You're not charging ribbis. So if you're not charging ribbis, the least that the borrower should do is ensure that the lender is going to get feedback. And so if the borrower feels a greater urgency to get out, says, yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want. We want the urgency to be there. It's not necessarily there are times when it is about making people feel good, but in general, a legal system, the idea is creating a functional society where everybody is there for each other and everybody is honoring their hands. In order to do that, sometimes people have to feel the pressure to come through on their obligations. And we want the borrower to feel an obligation to come through to the lender. We'll say, just the data type stuff, all you think about it is so profound. Who's the greatest borrower in the world? Who's the greatest borrower? Second one of us. Every day I wake up and I have borrowed everything I have is on loan from the Ribbon Shalom. I open my eyes and I'm sad watching my legs working, my arms working, my heart is pumping, and all of these things. These are mine. I don't own these things. It's not like I did something to somehow acquire all of these different powerful. They are on loan from the Ribbon Shalom. It says the Gemara, it says, what is the relationship between a borrower and the lender? Turn off to be very simple. A borrower is a slave to the lender. Because the borrower owes everything to the without the lender, right? Without the lender, I wouldn't have my house, right? And without the lender, without a Kodesh Baruch Hu, the lender, I would not have my life. I would say it's something important that we want us to consider when we look at everything we have in our loans. Everything has a loan. And just like in any loan situation, there's going to be stipulations about how you use, potentially how you use the borrowed money. Everything we have is a loan for yourself. And most times, I'm happy to loan it to you. Use it wisely. Use it responsibly. Don't make foolish investments with the gifts I have given you. Because it wasn't one day the loan gets called. The loan gets called. After 100 years money, the loan gets called. But the difference with this loan is that when I come up for the base in Shalmala, I have to give an account for that how the loan was used over 120 years. That's my loan. How did you use my investment? We're both interested in one thing. What's the ROI? Right? What's my return on investment? I lent you, I gave you all of this stuff. I gave you all of these abilities. Show me what I got for it. And as long as we can demonstrate the proper spiritual ROI, then that is a life. So, everything we have is a lender is always a sugar. Sorry, the borrower is always in sugar. It's a slave managed. Let's go back to tell us. So let's go back to Shtamuk the Morocco. It's not awesome. Starting from Hamuk. So remember again, I know you're wondering that once I never explained the positions of Abidin and Yossi, like Shtamuk earlier. Like there's like 10 years in that Yomi world, right? Remember that. Let's just, but we are going to that. What happened to the respective students like Shtamuk? So here we go. Very awesome. Starting from Hamuk, we'll say that you predate loan documents. It's possible. And we explain this why. Because remember, if you predate them, what are you doing? You're backing up the encumbrance date early in the transaction. That's illegal. But post-dated documents are possible. Look, here we go. What do you say that predated documents are also post-dated documents are kosher? That's only by loan documents. About starting Mecca to Memkar, Afilu Meukarin Namisi. By looking at scale documents, so if you show me something, not loaning money, I'm showing something, even post-dated documents are problematic. Right? I'm more for this. Zimrin didn't Shadane Arabis, and watch this for consider. Here we go. Now we're getting to Kishkizon. What's going to happen? I'm selling within a piece of land in Nissan. But we post now it's Nissan, and ultimately, again, I'm selling the date I'm putting in the document is Tishrei. So what happened? That's like the Tishrei. And this family is getting the data. Now what happens? Now in between, what ends up happening is I run into somebody, or I should say, I'm sorry. I sold the property to Nissan, but the dated petition, there was, and remember again, from the Gemara's perspective, there's only one reason you're selling land, and that's why. Why did they sell real estate in the Gemara? Report. You need cash. So I'm selling land to Ruvain in Nissan because I need money. But we gave the documentation. Fine, so it's on the land. Meanwhile, in Av, I go ahead and I run into somebody, and I go back and I repurchase my land from Ruvain. He doesn't have to sell it back to me, but he does sell it back to me. Right, so what happens? When the son is and I go back in Chodesh Av, and I buy back the property from Ruvain. And what happens? In Tishrei, Ruvain takes out a document. And what does the document say? That Silver sold me property in Tishrei. I sold him the property in Nisan. Oh, he gave me the document in Tishrei. Meanwhile, in Chodesh Av, I ran into some money. I bought back my property. Fine, property's fine. But now, Ruvain still has the shtar. And what does the shtar say? The shtar says that he bought property from me in Tishrei. He pulls out that shtar, and suddenly again, he could claim ownership of the property. So you see from here, you could exploit a post-dated document. So that's the case. Sorry, how about now? That should be a problem with loan documents as well. He's lucky that the loan document. Watch this. Yazit, Yazit Nisa. I lent Ruben $1,000 in Nisa. And what happened? The customer started with Tishrei. Well, he posted his document for Tishrei. So now what happens in between, like the Kodesh Av, Ruben runs into some money and he pays me back to that. But I'm not have to start. And then Av, Ruben says, okay, so I paid you that. Give me back the document. But I'm like, here this is. I'm so sorry, I lost the document. You know, I lose the document. I'm holding on to it. Here this is. Because of a Shabbat. So what happens? I write him a receipt. I have a receipt that says to give me back in Av. So a second, then what happens? Then I wrote him a receipt. So a teacher comes, what should I do? I take out the document. What does the document say? That I lent Ruben money in Tishrei. Ruben said, 1 second, here's a receipt. I paid you back. No. You paid me back for an older debt. This is a brand new transaction. It's a post-dated document, whether it's a transaction or whether it's a loan. A savar ain't close to shoulder. So say, Mr. Behold, you don't write a receipt. They will say again, what's the godless of not writing receipts? What's the godless? The godless of not writing receipts is that the only way the borrower is paying back the loan is how if he gets the loan document. And once he gets the loan document, there's no real fear of exploitation. Amar Zay, Rav Yemel Rav Kanza, Rav Yemel Rav Kanza. No, the casino Shari Yukore, the casino Tavra, my casino Hafi. So they'll say, but nowadays, we do like the Shamo, as you might just point out, we do like the Shamo, and we do like receipts. So how do we do this? So Bashi Damu Rav Yamul Safrei, the casino Shari Yukore, Kasku Hafi. Shara Dinan, Lo Zimane Casino, Ella Akuna Casino. So this is incredible. Because listen to this. So Rabbi Abu instructs his symbol. Rabbi Abu instructs his scribes. Whenever a document is being post-dated, what do? Write that in the document. Just write it. Write in the document. This is a post-dated document. That's all. I'm going to Ashraf Shana. The low casino and Happy. Boston company that's Safra the Safra. Eat casino. Kind of coverage. So listen to this. But now we don't write that. For some reason, people don't write that into their stuff. They don't write that line. Right? Make sure to write that this document is posted. So there's another 8 so. What's another 8 so? Like Rav Safra would say to his scribes, because these 200 comments, when you write receipts for people, either the receipts, the Shara Kasu, below Kasu Stama, or Imas Pinatic Laraye. Let's listen to this. So if that's the case, so what do you do with this? What do you do with the receipt? If you know the date of the document, write the date of the document in the receipt. If you don't know the date of the document, then what? Read the receipt undated. What's the date type of reading an undated receipt? That can be shown as proof of payment or whatever. One more piece, so I'll say we'll stop. I'm going to do Ravashi. I'm going to do Ravashi kind of top of 9 days. Baha Idna, the low of Dinar Happy. Even if you did that early, so let's say, so what happens? You don't end up writing the document. And we don't leave the date off. We don't leave the date off the receipts so that it can be used whenever. So the Gemara says. So Lord of Happy. Amalei Rabbanan. Takuni Takine. Man the Ovid. Man the Lo Ovid. Iu the Afsidan Afshe. So essentially, the Gemara says, well, we don't avail ourselves of these opportunities now. So what should we do about Shama Ofer? The Gemara says, listen. The system can help you to a certain point, but you also have to help yourself. If you take advantage of the opportunities or the remedies offered by Chazal, if you don't take advantage of those opportunities, we are not here to baby you. We are not here to do the work for you. We're giving you the possibilities. Write to the document that is supposed to be the document. Leave the date off the receipt. Do what you need to do to protect yourself. You don't do that, then you leave yourself open to exploitation. That's not the system's fault, but instead that it's going to use error. All right, so something for today. All right, Kevin, have a great day, everyone. Good Shabbos. Jerry was a great supposed to be sitting in that spot. Have a wonderful close, everyone. Good Shabbos. Financial implications. Oh my god, there's like one course that you could like choose to take that like goes over like the most basic things ever. Like honestly, what I'm talking about other classes, it feels like they just like skip on that area. Good morning. We're about to start the second part. It's an essence. Dr. Best 18. Kohen Gadol. This is the part of the Kohen Gadol, the high priest. So now, lots of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol done.
can't serve the dying, you can serve on the bedroom, you can be a judge in the basement. Kain Gadol done an Isai. He can't die on the basement, done an Isai, and he can't be brought to justice in court in front of the basement. Mayid, he can be a witness, he can testify, and he did Isai, and he can be testified about. Now, this is in terms of what the Kiddush has done. We want them to ask the question about whatever is considered. What is the Gemara teaching us in any one of these things? Teaches me to have a question that I can get that watching what they do that. The Gemara is going to address it. The Meiri writes, similar to later on in the Mishnah, that a melech cannot be a goat. And the rationale over here is that someone, the basin is together, every one of the dayanim has to have its own independent opinion. When you go after the majority, that's where you figure out how to use. It's very intimidating for the dayanim to sit on the basin together with the Kain Gadol and to be able to take a position against him. So he is the Kain Gadol, he's the high priest, everyone has special respect and regard for him, so if he's going to issue psak, it's going to be very difficult for other dayanim to take a position against him. That would be the reason to think that he cannot be a Gadol. He's done an Isai, and he can be brought to basic Mayid, he can testify in either Isai, and he can testify against Pilots, he can perform mitzvah Chalitza. If his brother died, the whole Islam got any children, his mitzvah is even, he should marry his brother's wife, he should marry the widow. The Allah is a Kain Gadol can perform mitzvah Chalitza, the Kalsim, Isai, and unfortunately, if he dies without any children, his brother can perform mitzvah Chalitza on his wife. He's not going to marry her, rather they'll do the Chalitza. Why not? Why don't think he cannot do why would one think he cannot do Chalitza? Again, this is the cover of the Kain, because in the process of Chalitza, the Almana, the widow, spits in front of the Kain Gadol. And what we think is not appropriate for a woman to come and spit in front of the Kain Gadol. Miyab min asishtay, if one of the sons he dies without any children, then his brother can perform mitzvah on his wife. He cannot perform mitzvah. Why can't he perform mitzvah? Nay, to offer Ramana. So for Allah, if the person cannot marry Ramana. So regardless of the fact whether it's mitzvah or not, the problem is specifically he cannot marry an Ramana. We are going to discuss later on why not. For anybody to marry his brother's wife. So we'll discuss that later on tomorrow. Basically, if one of his relatives die, any gates after he can't escort the Mita. He can't escort the body. About things Nixon and the Nigla, a Nigla who lives in Yetzi Bar as Pesach Barrier. So basically, what happens over here is he can escort the mace, he can escort the Mita, but only in the fashion that he is only going to be visible when they are not. So basically, Rafi explains that as they're walking through one alleyway, he stays one alleyway behind. But this doesn't sound close enough to the Mita because there is reason to believe that since he is such sorrow over the passing of the relative, he was allowed to come too close, to come very close and touch. Okay? Telling God that something special, meaning that he can't even be the comments to any family member. Therefore, he can't get close. Give you a mail. That is the truth of the miracle. You don't know. Ain't no way to know that you can't even make that. Remember, what says in the apostle to the Mikvah for Yitzhak, you cannot go out of the Sumanah came out. Aaron, he's starting to come to Sumanah come out. Other Adela. Derech Kol Ha'am, Abram B'Zach, and that. The way it was that everyone passed by one after the next. The Kiddush is the first, everyone reached and Ramuna did not say they know that they know of. Ramuna, someone who was pointed and said, in case anything happened was concerned, he always was assisting to him. It was readily available. he was not like he was placed in the middle. In other words, he would stand on his side, but just pretending between the and the mina. He was not in that hair and others came to console him. Kala Amr Malay Anu Kaparasa. Incarnation of who are your atonement. The hate who Amr Lahen, he says that could be far from the tonight and you should be vexed. The Mavronite side, you can see this how God Allah is that any of them is not used first suga from his own others, and they make that meal for him. He uses the relative call on the sugan al aretz and in respect to the kayyid. They take some of the avails upon themselves and everyone else sits on the floor, but who makes it al sapso and he sits on a sapso. I'm not going to be reciting what this sapso looked like in his regular chair or if he actually sat low. He did a tissue that. But the bottom line is that everyone else, all the rest of the relation has to sit on the floor and take upon part of his availance. Amela, now to contrast the demon from a playing Gada to Amela to a king white done what done I said. Amela cannot be so done. Amela cannot serve on a base. And the Gemara is discussing in tomorrow's daf. Why not? Because of the story that happened, it's not necessarily all kings. There are only some kings who cannot serve on a basin, and the terrible story that happened is a very sad ending. You can tomorrow to find out what that was, but it didn't end well. In the case where a relative brought it, it did. And when you see that it's the time is going to you cannot be brought it, then you can't serve on a basin. Like made, like either eyesight, he can't testify in basement. Like violates, but it comes from his place, he cannot perform the mitzvah of chalitza if his brother dies and children. That is at a public to another. We don't want the Amar to keep it in front of him. Like Yavin is like he cannot perform the mitzvah of even why not, but also that's because of respect it doesn't suit the melech. It has to be secondary to his brother. He passed away. That's the fills in the place of the throne. Judaism, because of that rationale, he just says, what's a lot like for the other? If he decides he likes it, perfectly fine. But to him, Zafar Latai would be a beautiful thing. Only lies on us upon the second extended like go, a king cannot forgive him. Covered, can't let it go, and cannot perform it. They nurse now on us side, we won't let anybody else take his place as enough to marry him. Judah says, even though a regular common folk cannot marry the wife with the amana of the widow of the melech, however, another melech can bring the raya, the king, the female, the David. So we find this in the David Ralph, that's how much so he married one of Saul's wives, Shemena, for a second person to Shmuel. That Nasah is based on the Nefa, that's the Shea, the Nefa, the Shea. Clearly, that's the Shea, the Nefa.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, if you haven't joined the Big Steppers Discord, you need to. It's discord.gg/Big Steppers. Make sure you're there. You can watch me shill live from my own VC within that Discord. Additionally, we've enhanced my pitch. In the purple pill, you can watch me live. I have 3 embedded videos in there. You can check me out whenever you want. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than anyone ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera, and that ceiling camera's in the purple pill. If you want to view all my other YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more content archived on the internet than any person ever. Additionally, you should know that you can join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow every single day. You should know I want to, of course, want to make you wealthy. And of course, I want to promote world peace, but I also want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing countries for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump rich seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. I follow everyone back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
In other words, we know that Allah cannot be a giant. He cannot be brought before this. So there's reason to say, you know what? Mela cannot be a giant. Can you? So therefore, the Mishnah has to write clearly that a Kohen Gadol is different than Mela. He can be brought before a basin, and he can't serve as a giant. Levi is saying, "What do you like to do?" The other chariot. Hakam Ashbon, our Mishnah is teaching us Kidakanya like it is written in the Bryce. In other words, there's something in the Bryce which is a very big Kiddush, and Mishnah wants to reiterate it, and that is Kohen Gadol Shahar Hanefesh. That's an Nefesh. A Kohen Gadol murdered somebody, he made it intentionally, first to be murdered. He went and killed somebody. Nera. He gets capital punishment. So he waits, stay, whatever he has to fight else. And the Gemara said the same well, the overall said that is in transgression of a positive and negative commandment. Unfortunately, he is like the regular simple person for every matter. So again, the Gemara right away asks the Kasha, amazing Nerag people. What is this Christ teaching? What is the considered the fact that a Kohen gets capital punishment for killing someone? It's a pasuk in the Torah. Why is it any different? Because somebody gets from himself. It's obvious. Furthermore, you say you teach the Kohen Gadol kill somebody unintentionally by mistake. You go sorry, get that. We needed to write that because you have to say that he goes to Noah and he does something by mistake. No, we do need to write. We need to write that a Kohen Gadol will go to Noah and tell somebody. I would have reason to think. Oil, Sid, Yeshiva, Kohen Gadol. It's like the conscious Chazara literally the left of the conscious Chazara. Since now it is. And someone who goes there and looks like killing somebody by mistake. The mistake is there for the Kohen Gadol side. So I would think it's a package deal. If you're able to get out, you can go. If you can't get out, you don't go. So the Kohen Gadol, who is the Kohen Gadol, the only way for him to get out is when he actually has his device. So therefore, I would say that since he can't actually get out of the mikvah, so then maybe he shouldn't go in the first place. It's not. For it says in Mishnah, how higher is Kohen Gadol? Like Kohen Gadol Shaharai, either someone who kills the Kohen Gadol or Kohen Gadol who kills someone else, like Kohen Gadol Shaharai gets a nefesh, Einai Yaitse Sham Ilam cannot go out of our different forever. Now this is only because it's still the same number, you have no same number to get you out. It's already dead. And same number to kill, can't get out, but he's dead. So I would say Amo like Lizzie, I would say maybe it's a package deal you cannot go. You are look at it together, not alone. The Mishnah is teaching us, the Bible is teaching us that indeed the Kohen will go to Artemis despite the fact that you can't get out. The Lord says, hold on a second, see what's trying to go back now. Maybe Hakanami. Maybe indeed you should not go to Artemis. You can't get out like everybody else. You go. On our soil, on the summer of the staff, on the summer, Torah staff, the Prophet says Torah staff, anyone who kills a Philip Kohen in Rashna. Seems like for the process that everybody has to observe it to kill unaffectionately, and there is no exception. So I guess the only reason for the Kohen Gadol would be to drive slower. Make sure that he does something by mistake. Yeah, that's the problem. They asked me to Kohen Gadol that was good. There's a lot of them the person asked. This is a terrible plight for the Kohen Gadol. Imagine that you have a whole prison, and every day in prison they added a bracha to Shemona Esrei that says, "Please allow the Kohen Gadol to die. You'd like to get out of here." What do the Kohen Gadol do wrong? These subjects to everyone is doubting that he should die. And the answer that the Kohen Gadol is partially responsible because as a leader for Klal Yisrael, he is obligated to follow that these catastrophes don't happen. And when catastrophes do happen, they are generally a fault of the leadership or of Klal Yisrael as a whole. But the leadership has to take responsibility for it. So the killing that happened under his jurisdiction. In this case, happened by him, which is even worse. So he would have to wait for himself. So you said actually the mother of the Kohen Gadol was used to give food to the people in the prison to try to appease them, try to get.
There's Neil. What up,
Don't
baby?
install that my son died. That was the right time. The Brisa pointed out that a Kohen Gadol is in transgression of, and I say on the license, say, positive negative command. You want to ask, why in the world? What did he do wrong? But it's not really about it. He hasn't done anything wrong. Why are we saying that he was over on an say and let's say? It's like an automatic thing that a Kohen Gadol always has on his hand. I say and let's say. Versus no, really, this is the word. That's the word it should say. In over, I want to say and let's say, Array Hulu, the head is the whole Devarah. If he is over on either a positive or negative commandment, he's treated like anybody else. Comes in front of the basis of slavery. Now, we did say earlier that a Kohen Gadol is done. Remember the first mission, like I said, that Kohen Gadol needs the best of the evidence. Now, that is only for capital cases. But in any other case, the Gemara is pointing out over here that he will face a regular basis of slavery. So the Gemara asks the same question we asked the son of Pika, why not? Why should he not face the basis? Gemara says, that's the fact that I mean, I would think. File not ain't done in life to save it. Why is another checker? Why is Kohen Gadol Allah? Since in case of the capital prize, you need to have 71 diamonds. The Amar from Adabar Ahava, in other words, he's trying to give a rationale why a Kohen Gadol would have to lose faith in application. God the Bible says, Kol davar hagadol yavir alecha, as the Pasuk says, Kol davar hagadol yavir alecha, in big cases is what in front of us, Rabbeinu, so he would think that maybe Varav tells Gadol, Ema. Varav tells Gadol, Ema calls Varav tells Gadol, in other words, it could be that you could understand the concept to say big case is not necessarily complicated. But any big case, which is a big case, you have a Kohen Gadol that's cut in front of the basement. Those are the big cases you need to have a suspect. I don't think that it would require a larger medicine for any case where a Kohen Gadol is going to be tried in the basement. Not for us, it's those are some of the very good things. Same often, I mean, maybe really that you look at the Gemara says no. That's not something to must. Reach the different gadol. When you take the matter of a big person, Hadavar Hagadol says a big matter, in other words, a very heavy matter, which the others say is not to wear. So it's to come all the way to our main. Dover Gadol Matter is a very big matter knowledge. So after saying that's the person. Okay, next. Mishnah says many ears and the even eyesight. He can testify and he can testify about it. Marshall Mayor. He can actually serve as a maid to be a witness, testify about Tanya. Doesn't advise the way salam. So that's not the process. It says, if you will see your friend's animal straying on the path, and you will turn away from it. So again, start with blood. You should not see your friend's animal straying, and you will turn away from it. Go back to the process to just say, you should not watch as your friend's animal is straying on the path. You should return, or you should not turn away from it. The process is written back. You should not see the animal straying on the path, and you will turn away. So the word against Alamta is very interesting implication. So the Gemara in Metzia going Bracha understand that there's something to learn from the word against Alamta that there are no alleys on the Siyat. There are times that a person should just leave a lost article on the side and not be. When are those cases? Okay, sad when? Kayin is really sick for us. Kayin. He's passing by a cemetery. Notice in the cemetery there is a lost article. So Kayin is not allowed to go to the cemetery. He can't come down. He obviously is rent from the cannot access a lost article. Zaken not necessarily refers to someone who's old, but someone who is a respectable person. The Eino defeats murder. It just is below his dignity concerning article. I don't know any cases of that you think of, but just imagine seeing really a fucking sky or maybe like a temporary imagine he's walking down the street, he notices a baseball bat and a basketball on the side of the road. And he's realizing that this is lost. He kind of needs to show us the base. But it just won't sit right to see if Tom Kaneski holding his orange folding under his arm as he walks down the block. It just doesn't suit him to walking down the block that way. Or any other thing that just is below your dignity to be walking through the street or to return this article, that will give you our putter from the mitzvah of Shavuot. This is one of the big, this is the source of a very big halacha of Kavod Abrius. Kavod Abrius is something that below someone's dignity is often, in some cases, a person is exempt from the obligation. Here is the case of Kavod Abrius, something that is below someone's dignity. You're doing something, and such a case, in certain cases of Hashem Surveyor, returning those articles, just to be below someone's dignity to return it. The third case is someone who is not obligated to return that article and you can't turn it away from it is a person the lock from below moving yourself away. Just the amount of effort that would go into returning this lost article would very much outweigh the gain of returning it. Just for example, someone finds a big thing. I think it's such a good example. Altogether, this could be the reason. It's just the amount of effort it takes to advertise the fact that you found the thing, and to find the guy, and to bring it back to him. It just is too much for a pen to put $10. So in those cases, it is no mitzvah in the federal regulation. The mitzvah has the idea, but the mitzvah, what the mitzvah is very interesting. How much it is a balance. What is the mitzvah part of it? Yeah. The mitzvah is whether or not it is that mitzvah. Kind anyway, kind like that. Because it was in the category of observation. Nobody would pick up the thing. So that's the word Salamta. The Kassan of the Salamta. The Pasuk says the Salamta, there are certain cases where you can't turn away from a lost article. So the Gemara is asking, there is a sure, a guy can get exempt from the mitzvah because it's below his dignity. What is the appropriate thing to say to the Tango? Tango is coming for a basis, and the Yodim are going to question the addition of Akira, and they're going to ask him all kinds of questions. Maybe just below his dignity to come to a basis, testify against him, either against or for somebody. So Gemara says you're right. You can't see that a Tango is going to come in front of the basis and testify in very ordinary case. You must come to the basis says, Mayid Lamela. He's talking about a case who is trying to testify for a kid. In other words, the king was brought to basement, and he's going to testify for a kid. The obvious question you want to jump on right away is that a king cannot be brought to a basement. That's the instruction of the answer. Or it says, hold on. What's that? It says this is way done. This is way done on eyesight. Can't be broken for a basement. Why made one need an eyesight? So those two things are wrong. You can't testify against him, but you can't be broken for a basement. The whole case doesn't solve. Gemara says, you know what? Ella Rav says there must be talking about a case of son, Chris, the son of the king. Megan with Ben Melech. The Kohen struggled and testified for the son of the Melech. Gemara says, Ben Melech, not the Melech. So why should you do this to anybody else? Below the dignity to pay it to anybody else. It's like a Ben Melech. Ella made Ne'er Melech. It means you can't testify in front of the Melech. That means that the Melech came along more than a slave. The Melech, it seems like at this point the Melech is sitting on the bed. But again, it's the problem. If the Melech is sitting on the bed, the Melech is not sitting here. More again, right away goes back. You can't put the Kohen on the Sanhedrin. Sorry, Melech. Yeah, Melech is in Melech. Melech is in Melech is an Sanhedrin. You cannot sit a Kohen on the Sanhedrin. So what's the case talking about? How is he testifying in front of the Melech? The Gemara says it talks about the Torah the Kohen Gadol also. Yosef and probably their latest idea. Shai Hu also in the Angel. Gemara says what happened was, go back to the original text. Melech's son got he's being brought before the patient. We happen to know that the Kohen Gadol has testimony. The problem is the Kohen Gadol is not appropriate to instruct the Kohen Gadol to basically testify. So what happened was, out of respect for the Kohen Gadol, the Melech, the father of the employee got in trouble, comes to basically. Out of respect for the Kohen Gadol, he comes to get it. Also, the Yosef, the Kabri in LA, it decides to say, accept the testimony from the Kohen Gadol. Call you who, the Ozo. Now, the Melech is having to be very hard to have the Melech. These persons that are basically, that's what happened. Eventually, we didn't kill that. The mice was trying to have Noah, who brought the basement, and two of the others ended up dead. So, sorry, I gave away the secret for tomorrow. But we don't want him there at the time that the basement is going to rule on the case. So after he leaves, the basement will go ahead and they'll be behind in the case, so they'll do the details of the case, and they'll come to the conclusion. That's basically how you can have a Kohen Gadol testify. You have a Kohen Gadol testify when it is the Melech's son, and the Melech will come out of respect for the Kohen Gadol to say to testify. Or to testify, the Melech will leave. The basement will go through the details and come up with their final verdict. Gufo, we learned earlier. Ein Moshiva Melech the Sanhedrin. You cannot sit a Melech on the Sanhedrin. When Melech will Kohen Gadol Yibur Hashem. You cannot involve a Melech or a Kohen Gadol in the Yibur Hashem, making Ivri or adding on a month of the year. Melech the Sanhedrin, but Siv like Sana al Riv. A little bit of a play on the words here. Like Sana al Riv, the Gemara says like Sana al Rav. One should not answer to a Rav, something bigger than them. That refers to the other days on the basis that they shouldn't answer back to him. If they're not going to agree with this fact, they should be answering to him. That's why we should not have a Melech on the Sanhedrin.
Like Melech, but the Kohen Gadol, Dibur Hashanah, why can't we have the Melech and Kohen Gadol involved in the process of adding a month to the year? Melech Mishum Aspania. This refers to the Melech's finances. There are two different chapters in the Rishonim. The way Rashi seems to learn this is that the Melech has a lot of people that he pays on an annual salary. Now, the Kohen Gadol has vested interest in the Nivrayar because if he adds on an extra year, extra month to the year, he gets a free month of labor because he has his people contracted from Nisan to Nisan. And they get paid from Nisan to Nisan, and the contract starts over again in Nisan. So he has vested interest in adding another month to the year, therefore we can't involve in the process because he is in a gap. The Aruch learns the other way around. The Aruch learns, I don't know, somebody have on the side of the Gemara. It'd be a real bracket. He writes, Pirsh V'Haitzah Shaloisu L'Chaylois of Chodesh V'Chodesh V'Doito HaMas V'Shana V'Chazal V'Chodesh V'Yitzif V'Chodesh Tzarchiti V'Shalai. So he says the other way around, that he has people that he pays on a monthly salary. How does he pay them? He pays them from the annual taxes. So the annual taxes is ending 1 month earlier, he has to actually dig into his own account to pay his people he has on a monthly salary. So either way, the bottom line is either he's going to lose money from this or he'll gain money from it, but he's invested in this case, and therefore he cannot be involved in the giver yard. We don't want his opinion to sway the ruling. The Kohen Gadol Mishum Tzina, this is interesting. The Kohen Gadol can't be involved in the Ibar Hashanah because he's going to be too cold. What does that mean? Rashi explains that he has to immerse himself in the mikvah on Yom Kippur a few times. You're going to push off the year a little farther into the winter, and the water is going to be too cold. Yeah, Mr. Yuma said the water. I guess it's not as convenient. Yeah. Yeah, so he basically said that he's talking about the rich floor of the The bottom line is, it'll be too cold for him to do that by the Yom Kippur. So therefore, he does not want it to be an Ibrayar, therefore we can't involve in the process. The Gemara has a problem because Omar Papa, not really a problem. The Gemara says, no, we see from this, Shanta Vasa Yarka Hazla. The Gemara has a discussion. What happens when you actually change over, you add on a month? Does the season follow the months? Or does it, when you add on a month, it will basically just adjust itself to the seasons? And it seems like you'll be adding on a month, and the seasons just continue as regular. The Gemara says 80. It doesn't work that way. But there are three shepherds, I guess, herdsmen, that be timing the Shavinu Rabbanon. They were standing, they heard the Rabbanon, the Ka'amri. The Shavinu Rabbanon heard the Ka'amri Chad. One of them said, "In Bachir the Lakish Kechada Yenates Deinu Adam." He was talking about the wheat and the barley if it was growing. Rashi says, if the ground in Yachayim Rashi in Bachir, the Lakish in Yachayim the Karka the Yitzmak Zera Bachir the Apela Yachad Chitu Shnizra the barley which is planted now. The people which is planted are growing together. They knew Adar, it's a sign that it is Adar. Then wow, if it's not growing, it must not be the right month yet. It must still be too cold. Then wow, less than Adar. If not, it is not Adar. Chadam, another one said in Torah, but Sfar Beteleg, Yamos, if an ox in the morning is so cold that it looks like it's about to die, with Tiara in the afternoon, the Torah Ta'ini Yidbuch, he's hiding himself under the leaves of a big tree, and Yishtach Mishchei, and he was rubbing himself up against the branches. Deinu Adar, it must be that it's Adar, again, a sign of the weather. Then wow, blessed in Adar, the animals don't look like that yet. In other words, it's not cold in the morning, warm in the afternoon. Blessed in Adar, it's not yet Adar, must still be Shvat. Taram, another one said, in Kidon, basically, if even when the strongest wind, which is the part the east wind, the strongest and coldest winds are coming, and still his breath is warmer than that, then Deinu Adar, then it must be out already because his breath could fight it. In other words, it's not so cold anymore. The lav, and if it is, and if it's not, in other words, his breath is strong enough to overpower the wind. If his breath is strong enough to change the wind, it must not be that cold. Lav must be another. If it's not, there must not be other yet. And because of this conversation, as Rabbanan heard these herdsmen discussing, they went to Ibrua Rabbanan Lahishata. They made it to an Ibriyar. They added another month to the calendar. So you see clearly from here that the months will, in other words, you won't have colder times because you push it off. In other words, the seasons will follow along with what the Ibriyar should be. The Gemara says the Tizbra and Rabbanan are Avasasam. If you think that the reason why they added on a month is because a conversation takes place between people after taking care of the animals, that has nothing to do with it. They made their own calculation. They decided they must add another month to the year. In other words, they said, look, it fits. It worked. They basically backed up their case against the conversation that was happening with Roy Booker. We'll continue to the next step. There's some time for Chalzin. Allah is a Kohen Gadol can perform mitzvahs chalitza. This called sin. The Ishtai, they can do chalitza for his wife if he passes away on Mohammed down your children. A pasuk Batani, the Tana stopped and we taught. Loishlam and Erisin, there's no difference between, in other words, there's something missing over here. He can do chalitza, but he cannot perform mitzvah Yibum. Yibum is out. He cannot marry the almana of his brother, because the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry an almana. So the Tana is teaching us Loishlam and Erisin, Loishlam and Asun. It doesn't make a difference if his brother's wife is his wife only because he did Erisin, or because they did Nisuin as well. In both cases, he cannot marry his wife. If they did Nisuin in the second half of the marriage, I understand why he cannot perform this with you. I say there is a positive and negative commandment. It says he has to marry a Nisuin, he has to marry a virgin, he cannot marry a woman who already was married to somebody. And also, Eloisa say, there's two. There's a positive and negative commandment which forbids him from marrying his brother's wife. And all of this, they not say, the mitzvah say, oh, Yavama Yavli Aleha cannot push away and say a positive, say, and negative commandment. Element of Erison, Amayas Amai. From Erison, why not? Now, Allah is, Yavli say, there is an say of Yavama Yavli Aleha. He should marry his brother's wife. It should push away the Loisa say, oh, Amana Layika. Gemara says you're right. You're right. You're right. You're allowed to do it with that calculation. But the Chazal made a gezerah. Gezerah beer rishena to be a shir. Theoretically, only the mitzvah is the first act of cohabitation between the brother and the wife and his brother's widow. Anything past that is no longer in the category. In normal cases, they can stay married. But Kayin, since it is constantly in violation of this of marrying an almana, he would only be allowed to marry her with one bia. After that, we have to leave. Chazal were nervous that if we're going to allow them to have one bia, not a second. Therefore, Chazal said you're better off doing chalitza than doing yibum because we don't want to have the problems of a forbidden bia. And it says, coming on the off, we see the rights of the same is true. In other words, he can actually marry her with the first bia. He shouldn't have done it, but if he didn't listen, he did it anyway. He was kind of her. You also the kind of the cannot stay married to her with the Shnia. So therefore, we don't want to do even the first.
All right, I will say good morning, and let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pehei, the Tulsa Mishpacha, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael b'Shem Yizochem Eretz Hashem to continue to see this is great, by the way. Everybody's closer together, so there's like a lot more Hashem. So we should continue to see. All right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. Now it's enough. Okay, quiet down. Hey, so it is a schos Baruch Hashem to continue to see those besoros tovos unfolding for Klal Yisrael. We should be zochem Hashem to see them continue in the days ahead. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kelman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, the precious Shem will have an aliyah and the family in a chava. Also, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Some really great Gemara today as we embark. Upon Baruch Hashem, another incredible journey. Let's go. So today's daf is Lamed Vav 36. We're picking up in Meretz Hashem on Lamed Hey on the base 35b. And I believe we left off with Amar Abai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So Abai says this also. Abai, Hashda Amrit in Ritzicha Doches Hashabbos. And I will say, so remember again, very interesting and really riveting discussion yesterday's daf about the concept of Ritzicha. Capital punishment is not Doches Shabbos. So basically, you cannot execute someone on Shabbos. Now that we've established that, remember again, that was the last drasha of yesterday's daf of Moshe Sechem. So the Gemara says, now that we've established that, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So Abai says we should be able to make an additional limud that tells us that capital punishment is not docha avoda either. Now again, Rabbi said, what does that mean? That capital punishment is not docha avoda. So we saw this case. There's an explicit pasuk that says that if a person will go ahead, if a person will intentionally kill someone else, which literally means from my altar you shall take them to die. Now, what is that referring to? So the Gemara says that that's referring to a Kohen who killed someone. And even if a Kohen who killed someone is doing the avodah, we go ahead and we take him from the base. So we take him from the Mizbeach, and we go ahead and we execute. Now, we saw that it's not exactly like that. That more it's as if he's about to do the avodah, we stop him from doing the avodah. If he's engaged in the avodah, we'll discuss. This might be certain circumstances where we let him finish the avodah. But the idea over here is that the Gemara has been espousing that Ritzicha, capital punishment, is docha avodas. Now, Abai wants to say, now that we've established that capital punishment is not docha Shabbos, so we should also be able to learn that capital punishment does not set aside avodah. What's Kal Chomer? Now, in general, again, avodah sets aside Shabbos, right? Because you could do sacrificial service. You could do some service on Shabbos. So on one hand, even though Shabbos is docha avodah, yet capital punishment is not docha Shabbos. So the Gemara says, therefore, avodah she docha Shabbos, eno din shleit tehei tzitzicha docha also. So that's the case again.
Beginning. Fibers, lace, mesh, chiffon, organza. The earth. I began to notice cottons and linens, but not mixed, wool, silk, cashmere, hemp, rainy, alpaca, mohair, rayons, modal, bamboo, acetate, polyesters and nylon, spandex and acrylics, microfibers, lace, mesh, chiffon, organza, satins and velvets, fleece and jersey, even ribbed. In the beginning, I created a story. Cotton, wool, silk, cashmere, hemp, rainy, alpaca, mohair, rayons, modal, bamboo, acetate, polyesters and nylon, spandex and acrylics, microfibers, lace, mesh, chiffon, organza, satins and velvets, fleece and jersey, even ribbed. I quickly found myself ankle deep in everything from I quickly found myself ankle deep. I quickly found myself ankle deep in everything from neoprene to lycra. As the sky grew dark as pitch, I recognized that I was in a scenario I could have never foreseen. I was so distracted by the lack of light that I didn't recognize that my ears had been deafened, completely deafened by a high shrieking, uvulating that perhaps still haunts me to this day. My eardrums still pulse from the sounds of the shrieks. And on top of that, there was a shrieking sound that I've only been able to not only was there the high pitch caused by some unknown origin, but it was mixed with a high shrieking frequency that I could only my ears had been deafened, completely deafened by a high shrieking uvulating that perhaps still haunts me to this day. Audiologists could study the source of this sound for an indefinite period of time. The mixture of this sound combined with the shrieking pitch of another sound that I've only heard in the Beatles Shea Stadium concert caused me to lose all control of both my ears meaning my hearing, and my eyes, meaning my sight. I felt like Helen Keller stuck in a cave. I felt like Helen Keller stuck in a cave. Meaning my sight. There was an intense, instinctual feeling that I possessed that did not allow me to scream because I knew I would never be able to overcome meaning my hearing. I was like Helen Keller stuck in a cave. I had an innate guttural instinct that prevented me from speaking, let alone screaming. I had an innate guttural instinct that prevented me from screaming, let alone speaking. I just stood there, ankle deep in elastic, with no sense of light, unable to hear, and completely mute. I felt like Helen Keller trapped in a closet. Light, unable to hear, and completely mute. I felt like Helen Keller trapped in a closet. Control of both. I quickly found myself ankle deep in everything from neoprene to lycra. With screaming. gonna crash. No way. Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna crash.
Like a Klansman without eye hole. It was at that moment that the clock.
Told you. Where's fucking internet? Why? Nancy Kerrigan.
With no sense of light, unable, innate guttural instinct. I felt like Helen Keller trapped in a closet.
Grandpa, guess what?
What's going on, Zook?
Guess who's coming to Adelaide on the 15th of January?
James McCann.
How did you know?
Because I'm the biggest James Foster McCann fan in the world. I'm the one who introduced you to him.
Did you see the Instagram post?
Nope.
How'd you know?
I could hear it in your voice.
Guess who else is coming to Adelaide?
That Armenian chick?
Matt Rife.
That's right.
Oh,
Domestic
yeah.
violence
Wait.
episode, I'm like,
Is it the same show? Yo, dog, you gotta go, big man. Is it the same show, Zoot?
No. Matt Rife's in like a week later. I don't find Matt Rife funny at all.
All right. Do you think he finds you funny?
Probably. No, it's just that Matt Rife. Do you find him funny?
I think he sets himself up with like what's it called? Where you not just set yourself up, but like you do something with the crowd. You
Crowd what?
no, he does crowd work, of course, but he plants the crowd. So like his crowd work, I don't think his crowd work is like organic. I think that he pays people to play along and then he picks on them and then he gets really good clips. I mean, it's worked for him. It's made him $100 million this year alone. So I can't hate him for it. But
$100 million this year.
yeah, I think he's the highest paid comic currently going. Let me look this up.
Why is he so big?
People find him funny.
TikTok?
People find him really attractive. So I think his tour. So he has a net worth of $40 million, but I want to say, okay, here it is. He's the seventh biggest. He's the seventh biggest creator with earnings of $50 million. But I think that doesn't include. I mean, maybe it does include everything, but I don't know. I've just heard other comedians say that he's approaching $100 million a year. But it doesn't seem like he's that high yet. He's closer to 50.
It's still a lot. His tickets are expensive. They're like $300 to $700. I think the general admission's like $150, and then premium's like $800.
Are you gonna go see either him or James McCann?
I'd rather say James McCann than Matt Rife. Matt Rife sucks.
Yeah, I mean, he knows how to do it. I've got to say, I
He
will.
knows how to market.
Yeah, he does. I will say this. I first heard about him when there's another comedian. He's dead, but his name is Ralphie May. Ralphie May was a very fat comedian. He weighed like 700 pounds. And Ralphie May got famous for being number 2 in the first season of Last Comic Standing. And Ralphie May was very funny and made a lot of friends in the um, comic world. And he would go on tour, and his tours were really big. And he did some tour. Uh, he basically took his RV and showed up to some location, and Matt Rife was there. Matt Rife was only like 14 years old or something, maybe 16 years old. So he was young. And Matt Rife, smart as fuck for doing this. I'm sure his parents were involved. They set up breakfast for them with like orange juice and pancakes and bacon and all kinds of shit. And Ralphie May, being like a really fat guy, comes out and he's like, normally he'd be like, I'm not going to let some kids open up for me. But he was like, and I remember he says, like, you got heart, man. Like, you, that's the way to do it. That's the way to get on my good side. All right, if you want to open for me, I'll let you. And he did. And then that's how he got his start. And then he started to go on tour with Ralphie May. And so he got his start really young. But he wasn't, he didn't have all the plastic surgery that he does now. So then what he did, he ended up making money. He ended up getting veneers and basically like chiseling his jawline and his, I think he got a rhinoplasty. He got a bunch of plastic surgery, and that was right as social media was starting, well, like TikTok, really. And then he had a few videos on TikTok go viral, and then he became like the social media comic. He wasn't as big yet as like Jerry Seinfeld or Dave Chappelle, but his audience was basically made up of like young women, not men too. Some men find him funny. And then he started having comedians start to open for him, some big ones. And then he he's like basically, well, I mean, he's the 7th biggest creator in the United States. That's pretty big.
You know what I wish I did with Rabbi at the same time when I was 14?
What's that, big dog?
Do you know what I wish I did?
What do you wish you did?
I wish I got a speaker box and a microphone, which I had at the time, and brought it to school and just be like, fuck this. I'm performing in front of everyone in the school and I'm going to kill it. And I'd prepare myself for a whole year until I got it right. And then I'll just do it in front of the school, get someone to film it, post it on social media. It probably would have gone viral because no one was doing it at the time.
Okay. I know Dave Chappelle did that in Central Park and like got like thousands of people to come do, like, he just had like just a speaker box and got a bunch of people in New York City to come check him out.
Was that when he was a kid?
No. He was already a famous comedian by then.
Yeah, but I would have done it at school because no one fucking likes school. Like, you do that at lunchtime, everyone will be like, oh, fuck, if you're funny, people will be like, that's so fucking impressive, that's funny. And then they'll post it on social media and you'll be like, yeah, I'm famous now.
Right.
Because, like, there was an incident where there was an all-girls school 2 years after, like, when I was 16. Oh, 15, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, 16. There was an incident on this all-girls school, and they were talking about, they thought this was funny, and this is not funny. This is dangerous. It was all over the news. They thought they were funny by posting a video about oral sex and prostitution in their school uniform, and they got absolutely, like, annihilated by the news, and then they got expelled from school. Right? If I just did stand up and I did an appropriate humor and not talk about offering oral sex, I could still talk about, not trying to prostitute myself, and just did stand up, it probably would have gone viral.
Okay.
I mean, it was very easy to go viral back then,
No, it wasn't.
wasn't it?
No, there was no.
Depending on your age.
Yeah, but I mean, there was no quote.
For school kids, it was very easy to go viral. And I'll tell you right? I went to a school with 1,600 students. You only need 30 students at that school to share something, and then everyone else at that school, another school, will see it. Their friends at the school was like 1,300, and it's like, oh, this is what's going on at my school, and then it'll go viral. There was like multiple videos of fights, videos on Facebook of fights that went viral.
Hold on, that's different. Fights are different. Fights get attention. Just some random kid with a boombox talking, unless your shit is really on point, you're not going viral.
You don't think so?
I mean, it depends. If it's the jokes that I've heard you tell, people would kick you out of school. If they were appropriate and interesting.
Why would they kick you out of school for the jokes I tell?
Zoo, you talk about hurting children and Jeffrey Epstein and Amish orgies and like, yeah, I mean, how, like, Jeffrey Epstein is like a convicted child sex trafficker that's like hurting children.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, if you said that in front of, I'm saying if you said that in front of a school, like, nobody would think that's funny.
I would agree.
Zoot, just take your comedy today. Just take your comedy today. Hold on. Just take your comedy today. You go up in front of, I don't know, a dozen people. Not one person has ever shared it. So what makes you think they would have shared it if they were in school?
So there's more people in school.
Okay, but that doesn't mean they think it's funnier. They would just be like, who is this? I mean, truthfully, what would have happened if you would have done this in whatever year? Some teacher would have come up to you and said, you're not allowed to do this. They would have taken your boombox from you and sent you to, like, the principal's office.
Yeah.
So you might have gotten some attention, but it would have been because you got in trouble, not because of what you were saying was so funny. I mean,
yeah, but rebellion is cool.
Yeah, I mean, rebellion's cool, but that's not that big of a rebellion. If you got on the boombox and you were like, "Yo, fuck this school. School's for dorks. This shit sucks." Okay, then that's rebellion. But you would have gone up there and been like, "Yo, what's up with the peanut butter and jelly that they had at the cafeteria today?" And people would have been like, "What the fuck is this person doing?"
I would have started off something funny.
Okay.
I'd be like, this is gonna be hard because I have Tourette's. This is gonna be hard to not do without swearing. You know what? Fuck it. And then I would just be like, yeah. Then if the teacher was just like, why were you swearing the whole time? I would just be like, I have fucking Tourette's. Fuck off.
All right. I mean, there are, like, in the United States alone, probably like not a million, but like hundreds of thousands of kids with some form of Tourette's. None of them go viral. Maybe one on TikTok, and she's like taking up all the Tourette's attention.
Fuck it. Bye-bye.
Go ahead.
Just to make it clear, it wouldn't be funny if I went to a school and told the jokes I do today. If I had the advantage of having the mind that I have now and being able to tell the jokes as I do back then, it would be funny.
All right, I mean, dude,
But in a way,
I've seen you in front of people, and I will tell you that you have a lot of courage to go up in front of people. There's no doubt about that. But you've been up in front of 30 people, and not one of them was like, hey, I want to share this on social media. None of them. So,
a lot of people, the videos that you haven't said, a lot of people came up to me and were like, we'll come back next week. So that's a good sign.
okay, but I mean, again, if they thought that shit was so funny, if you had Chris Rock up there, they would be like, you are hilarious. You have to put this on social media. This will go viral. It is the funniest shit we've ever heard. No one's doing that. They might say, come back next week. That's okay. But they're not saying to you, hey, what's your Instagram? I want to see more of your content. And I know you haven't.
Actually, Rabbi, someone came up to me after my show and said, are you on YouTube? You should be.
Okay. So, and did you tell them, yeah, I have about 12 months of my life, 1 or 2 hours of every day, at least my voice archived on YouTube from 20 different angles?
No.
Well, you could have been. You have a lot of your life.
I don't own that content. You own that content.
I don't own that content. YouTube owns that content.
Yeah, YouTube owns that content.
Word does.
How does it feel wait, you do own that content because you've got it archived though. So you're saving the content while uploading it to YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, like I have aspects of myself that I can control the content, but you know, like the
possession of the content.
Yeah, the actual ownership of it is on the servers, and it's just too much for one individual to.
Aren't you archiving it to your own memory storage though?
You know how much memory storage I would need? I would need like millions of dollars worth of equipment. No, I don't have my own servers.
No. Like the recordings you have, don't you already have like everything uploaded?
Like everything? No, I don't have everything.
I can download everything.
No. I have a lot that's not uploaded. That's just in archives, that are just on like SD cards or terabytes. But the far majority of my content is stored on YouTube servers and Rumble servers and Amazon servers. And when you create an account on there, it says that you essentially you give up ownership of it. You can certainly monetize it, and you can control if you want it public. But at the end of the day, if YouTube takes down its servers, if all YouTube goes away, well, I have it backed up on other servers, but let's say the whole internet goes down, which, you know, I don't foresee happening, but if it did, then I do have a lot of content archived, like far more than most any individual, but I still lose the majority of the content that I've created. That's why, but like if I were to archive everything that I do, I'd have to have my own server farm. It would probably cost at least millions of dollars, if not tens of millions of dollars, just to archive my own life. And in terms of YouTube, they don't. It's not just that I'm transmitting to them, but they're storing it for me. So that's beneficial as well. I mean, it's one thing to have the archive, but it's another thing to store it indefinitely. They're storing it. That's very expensive. Data storage is incredibly expensive. I mean, I can just calculate it for you. Let's say I can just ask ChatGPT.
Bitcoin went to zero.
No, it didn't, Zoo. It's at like $85,000.
Not that Bitcoin.
Oh, Harry Potter Obama sound community.
Yeah, what's 0?
I don't think it went to 0.
It's at 4 cents. It's close to 0.
That's still a $40 million market cap.
Yeah, but it's close to 0.
Yeah, I mean,
4 cents is closer to 0 than a dollar.
yeah, but I mean, it's had that before. If you archived your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 4 years from 20 different angles on YouTube, how much data approximately would this be at 720p if you stored it on hard drives? All right, so 4 years nonstop. Okay, so 20 some, so that's 700,000 hours of video. So I have over like 1 million hours of video at this point, basically. So we'd be looking at um, we'd be looking at
So, Rabbi,
like petabytes worth of storage. I mean, that's a huge amount. Go ahead.
if no one found me funny when I did it at school, I'd probably get bullied a lot.
You did get bullied a lot.
I didn't get bullied a lot at school, yeah.
I know you did. You've talked to me
How do
about
you know?
You've talked to me about it. You said the worst thing that your mom ever did, which I personally do somewhat agree with you. I don't know if it's the worst thing she did, but like a bad thing is to hold somebody back. At least if they're at the same school, because then everybody thinks they're dumb. And it's really hard for them to make new friends. And all of the friends that they had have moved on. Nobody wants to be friends with the kid who's in the grade lower. No one. It's like unheard of.
Yeah.
And you said you got bullied for it, and I understand. I empathize with you. I've only ever seen that type of situation work, and it's very rare. The way I've seen it work is somebody changed schools completely and didn't mention that they were held back. So they were just older than everybody, and then when it came to getting their license, they were the first person to get their license. They were the first person to be able to drink, all that kind of stuff. It's the only time I've ever known of it to work, even moderately well.
That was the same in my high school. Like there was a kid that I knew that would lie about his age because he looked younger, but he got held back twice. He was a year older than me. He got held back twice.
Wow.
And he was very popular though. Do you know why he was popular?
Why is that, Zoop?
Because he was the first kid to get his license.
There you go. Exactly right. I remember feeling like this is fucking unfair that we all have to wait and this person's like a year ahead of us and they're more mature than we are and they've gone through puberty faster than we have. I remember thinking like that just shouldn't be done. That shouldn't be allowed. But
you know what the worst part? You know what the worst part is?
What's that, Zoop?
The worst part is when I rocked up to school, I had a massive fucking cyst, like cyst acne on my face when I was 14. Right? If I went to the same school a year earlier with no acne, I would have been very popular because I was very attractive. It was just that I had that fucking cyst on my face. That fucking, and you gotta realize, first term of school, that's gonna be your first impression of how everyone views you for the rest of your fucking school.
Oh, I've been there, man.
Right?
I know how bad cystic acne can be. Way better than
Because-
most people. It's terrible.
Because your first impression of what you look like, unless you, like, I've seen some girls from high school, and they're like, oh shit, you look so different. You look a lot better than you did in high school. You know?
Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay, so are you gonna go see James McCann?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah. Because even if that happened in school, right? Even if that happens in school, but you're there the year before, people are still gonna remember how attractive you were before you got that cyst.
Yeah. No, I'm in agreement with you. It's a tough world. I know. I mean, I've known some people who are extremely attractive, but they had really bad acne, and in their own way, that just like ruined uh, their social network in some ways because nobody like everybody thinks, oh, they would have been so attractive, but they just had extremely bad acne. And I'm not talking like just one pimple or cyst every so often. I mean, just always have acne, and they have friends, but they could have been more popular easily because they're very attractive people. The fuck happened to Zoot? Man, I hate talking to Zoot sometimes. Shit. Why do you hate talking to Zoot? Because I don't even know when to leave sometimes.
Of light, unable to hear, and completely mute. I felt like Helen Keller trapped in a closet.
I've learned in my time that only about 2% of sunlight reaches the floor of a rainforest, and that is just about as much light as I was able to observe under these conditions. As sunlight forced itself through this canopy of thongs, and as the sunlight forced itself through this canopy of thongs and as the sunlight did its best to force itself through this canopy of boy shorts to thongs, as the sunlight forced itself through this cloth canopy, it was as if I saw a Mongol horde. It was like as the cloth as the sunlight attempted to penetrate this cloth canopy that engulfed the sky, I began to be able to make out perhaps one of the most overwhelming sights thine eyes have ever perceived. It was like the attack of the Huns. It was like a Mongol horde. I found myself in a sea of shadles as far as the eye could see. I found myself It was as if this seemingly fog of war began to subside just slightly, and my ears began to perceive as they once did. However, the only audible phrase I was able to perceive may still haunt me to this day. It was at that moment that I heard, "Let's gang rape him." I was able to perceive in the beginning.
If you're a new business owner, you need guidance.
Yo, how about you shut the fuck up?
It's the
the beginning, I created a story about the heavens and the earth. And the earth was formless and void, and darkness was not only upon the face of the deep, but upon my face as well. I had been blindsided by a pair of granny pandas. An overwhelming amount of fear caused me to run aimlessly in whatever direction my feet would take me. I ran as far as I could and as fast as I could until my body had succumbed to exhaustion. I looked like a Klansman without eye holes. It was at that moment that the cloth fell to the ground, and I found myself in a field, a seemingly holy field, and I knew I was the real deal. As I looked toward the heavens, I saw that the sun began to become dark. It became blotted out like an eclipse. It was like the 10th plague. I tried to focus on that which was obstructing the center of our solar system. It was at that time that I began to be able to see the details of that which was causing an overwhelming darkness in the sky. The sky quickly began to resemble one of those magic eye puzzles. And as I tried to focus on that which was causing the great obstruction, I began to perceive that the darkness was being caused not by a natural source, but women's underwear, a rainbow of colors of bikini and briefs and hipster and boy shorts and thongs and G-strings and C-strings and cheekies and high-waisted briefs, French cut, tanga, Brazilian, seamless, control, shapewears, crotchless panties, lace panties, cotton panties, mesh panties, sheer panties, string bikinis, tap pants, bloomers, period underwear, maternity panties, postpartum underwear, disposable underwear, thermal underwear bottoms, open back panties. It was like a rainbow blizzard of everything from Quebec to One Huggers to Waffles and everything in between. As this fog rained down upon the earth, I began to notice cotton and linen, but not mixed, wool, silk, cashmere, hemp, rainy, alpaca, mohair, rayon, modal, bamboo, acetate, polyesters and nylon, spandex and acrylics, microfibers, lace,
Polyesters and nylon, spandex and acrylic, microfiber, lace, mesh, chiffon, spandex and acrylics, microfibers, lace, mesh, chiffon, organza, satins and velvets, fleece and jersey, even ribbed. I quickly found myself ankle deep in everything from neoprene to lycra. As the sky grew dark as pitch, I recognized that I was in a scenario I could have never foreseen. I was so distracted with light, I didn't recognize that my ears deafened, completely deafened by the high shrieking, uvulating that perhaps still haunts me to this day. The mixture of this sound combined with the shrieking pitch of another sound that I've only heard in the Beatles Shea Stadium concert caused me to lose all control of both my ears, meaning my hearing, and my eyes, meaning my sight. I had an innate guttural instinct that prevented me from screaming, let alone speaking. I just stood there, ankle deep in elastic, with no sense of light, unable to hear, and completely mute. I felt like Helen Keller trapped in a closet. I've learned in my time that only about 2% of sunlight reaches the floor of a rainforest, and that is just about as much light as I was able to observe under these conditions. As the sunlight attempted to penetrate this soft canopy that engulfed the sky, I began to be able to make out perhaps one of the most overwhelming sights mine eyes have ever perceived. It was like the attack of the Hun. It was like a Mongol horde. I found myself in a sea of shaders, as far as the eye could see. It was as if this seemingly flawless war began to subside just slightly, and my ears began to perceive as they once did. However, the only audible praise. I was able to perceive they still haunt me to this day. It was at that moment that I heard let's gang rape him. They still haunt me to this day. It was at that moment that I heard let's gang rape. I was able to perceive I was able to perceive I was able to perceive they still haunt me to this day. It was at that moment that I heard
It's just crashed, no doubt. And that bitch crashed. Why do computers suck so much cock?
Lace, mesh, chiffon, organza. Lace, polyesters and nylon, spandex and acrylic, microfiber, lace, bamboo, acetate, polyesters and nylon, spandex and acrylic, microfiber, lace, mesh, chiffon, lace, mesh, chiffon, microfiber, lace, mesh, chiffon, lace, mesh, chiffon, fibers, lace, mesh, chiffon, fibers, lace, mesh, chiffon, lace, mesh, chiffon, organ, gang raping. Gang raping. I was able to perceive. I was able to perceive. Phrase. I was able to perceive.
Dude, I'm not talking to you right now. You keep leaving and going, and it's just too hard to have a conversation with you. You've got to be more focused. I'm working on a project with It's nothing against you. It's just I need you to be able to like be focused when you're talking to me.
I was able to perceive. They still want me to this day. It was at that moment that I heard. Let's in the beginning, I created a story about
the beginning, I created a story about the heavens and earth, and earth.
Did we rug? I can't hear anyone. Us is having connection issues, but they're also battling with the Telegram too. Oh, okay. Okay, and they do hear me now. Now we can hear you, bro. Alright, I've been trying to join the battle. Well, I can't find the link to join the battle. Or the TG right now. In the battle, you're gonna go to the Mod 5 chat. We'll have the link to the battle. Did you find your next creator? Yeah, it's taking me to moves to share with Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you set up the profile? Interact. It's a Telegram video.
Gang raping. Gang raping. It was at that moment that I heard. Let's gang raping. Gang raping. Gang raping. That was good. May still haunt me to this day. It was at that moment that I heard. Let's gang raping. In the beginning, I Pardon me.
Again, avoda, which is docha Shabbos, so capital punishment should not be docha avoda. That's the Kavachomer. So here's the problem. So what do you, I hear the Kavachomer. I definitely hear the Kavachomer. But what do you do with pasuk? Because the pasuk definitely indicates that capital punishment is docha avoda. So what do you do with that? Alula carbon yochid the lo dochi Shabbos. Oh, so what is that talking about? This is very interesting. When do we say me'im is bechiti kachana lamos? If a Kohen was involved in offering up a private sacrifice, a personal sacrifice, in that kind of case, so Ritzicha, capital punishment, will be docha the carbon. But in another general sense, if he's involved in other karbanos that are not personal karbanos, ultimately again, so Ritzicha, capital punishment will not be docha that avoda. And the raya to that is because that type of carbon, a personal carbon, is not docha Shabbos. This is very important. We know this. When we say that avoda is docha Shabbos, right? That avoda sets aside or trumps Shabbos. So remember again, what does that mean? What does that mean? That's communal sacrifices. Like you can't offer up your personal karbanos and chatas and asham and nidar and nidavas. Like you can't do those things on Shabbos. So maybe me'im is bechiti kachana lamos is talking about a carbon yachid. If a Kohen who's chayiv for a capital punishment, we'll go ahead and is doing a personal carbon, then Ritzicha is docha that. And that's not docha Shabbos either. To which the Gemara says, Rava says, no. Lo tehei Ritzicha docha carbon yachid mikavachomer. The truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yachid from a kavachomer. Now, what does this mean? That Rava wants to suggest that even if a Kohen is offering up a private carbon, halacha l'maisa, capital punishment should not override his ability to do so. What's the Kavachomer? Top of Amid Bob 36a. My yontif shnit make carbon yachid. So you will say now yontif is set aside by even personal karbanos. Now we're going to talk about this is a raging debate. The Rav is espousing it as fact, which is that on yontif you could even offer up private karbanos. For example, again, we'll say this is actually a very important halacha because the person comes to the Beis Hamikdash for Aliyah L'Regel, right? On Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot, will be Zochen, Hashem Yira B'Yaminu. So what happens? So I have all of my personal karbanos that I have to bring, right? Nidar and Davis, different things like that. So Rabbi says on Yom Tiv, you're allowed to bring personal karbanos. So yet, in Ritzicha Docha. So again, Yom Tiv, like capital punishment, cannot be carried out on Yom Tiv. So capital punishment can't be Docha Yom Tiv. So the Gemara says. Carbon Yachid Shidocha Sayamtiv, didn't Shlokei Ritzicha Docha also. So it says, so essentially like this. If carbon yachid could be docha yamtiv, right, and capital punishment is not docha yamtiv, then capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yachid. Salary was first where it says that's fine. So again, the previous understanding works well if you hold that personal kavanos cannot be offered up on yamtiv. But if you hold that they can be offered up on yamtiv, then what do you do with Rava's Kalvachomer? Ella, Rava says, "Let me buy you the man. The Halam is kind of in his busy cloud." So we'll say, so Rava says like this. It goes without saying that according to the opinion that says that Nidarim and Nedavas can be offered up on Yom Tiv, So then again, you have a problem with understanding the pasuk of Me'im Mizbechi Tikach Lamos. But according to the opinion, it says that you can't offer up karbanos, private karbanos on Yom Tiv. What do you do with that pasuk? To which the Gemara answers, it means that if a Kohen is going ahead and doing the avodah, which avodah? If you notice the Bible it doesn't say me'im hamizbeach tikachenu lamos. Right? If a Kohen is involved in avodah, you should even take him from the mizbeach to be executed. Otherwise, does it say me'im mizbechi tikachenu lamos? Ultimately, again, take him from my mizbeach. What's my mizbeach? The Gemara says tamid. My nidhu tamid. B'amrachmana me'im mizbechi tikachenu lamos. So we'll say, so what is it exactly that the Torah is referring to? It seems like it's even if the Kohen is involved in my mizbeach. What's the example of my mizbeach? The carbon tamid, communal offerings. Even if he's involved in communal offerings, then halach l'maisa. Even with that, we go ahead and take him from the mizbeach ultimately again to be executed. Okay, so I'll say so. Takeaway from all of this is that halach l'maisa execution is not docha Shabbos and it's not docha Yom Tiv. It is docha avodah, so that even if you have a Kohen who's actively involved in avodah and sacrificial service, and he's high of capital punishment, we will take him from the Beis Hamikdash and execute him. But that's presupposing, as according to what we're seeing now, he has not yet started the avodah. If he's started and in the middle, seems to be that we will let him finish, then pull him out to execute him. If he is engaged but has not yet actually begun, meaning he's just for the occasion, he's ready to go, but he has not yet actually begun, then ultimately we'll pull him out and execute him like that. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So let's just remember again, if you remember, the Mishnah said like this: when it comes to Dinei Mamanis, monetary law, so when we start telling the judges for their opinions, we start with the greatest judge first. The most most highly regarded judge first, get his opinion, then work your way to the we'll call it the regular chevra. In Dinei Nefashos, in capital cases, we start what's called min hatzad. Min hatzad means from the side. From the side means the lesser known judges, right? The lesser. I'm using the word lesser. Junior. Thank you. Excellent. Good. The junior judges, right? Sounds very condescending. Right. The junior judges. We start from them from Dinei Nefashos. Okay, so says the Gemara. So let's analyze. Samarav, Ana Havai b'minyana debei Rebbe. So Rav says like this: I was part of the Beis Din of Rebbe. Rav, Ana Havai b'minyana debei Rebbe. Ominoi didi havemasli bereisha. So listen to this. Rav said, I was part of the Beis Din of Rebbe, and in Dinei Mamanis, they always started with me. They always started, right? They always asked my opinion first. The Gemara says, wow, but that doesn't make any sense. It says in the Mishnah that by Dinei Mamanis, we always start with the greatest of the judges, bless you. And Rav was not the greatest of the judges in Rebbe's court. So Amarava, Bredrav, I just want to point out something absolutely amazing what's happening over here. Right? Do you understand like what just occurred over here? So the Mishnah says, when it comes to Dinei Mamanis, we always start with the greatest judge when we're in the decision. Rav says, I sat on Rebbe's Beis Din, and they always started with me for Dinei Mamanis. What is Rav essentially saying? Right? That the Mishnah, I guess the Mishnah is not, we don't follow the Mishnah, because on Rebbe's court. Yet by Dinei Mamanis, by monetary law, they always ask me my opinion first. But say there's a tremendous Musar Haskell in life. In life, it's important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there is no shame in knowing what you're not. You know, sometimes we feel very inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not, because we think like it's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should be not. No person is everything. No person has ala milas. No person has all the necessary skill sets. No person is everything. And sometimes the most incredible thing and the path to self-actualization is not only to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I'm not, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what my weaknesses are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that we're like full service. I'm a full service human being. Anything and everything that is needed, I can provide, but I can't. And none of us can. So there's such a profundity in this, right? Rav is saying, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. But I also know with absolute certainty, I am not the greatest person on Rebbe's Beis Din. And that's okay. I don't have to be the greatest person on Rebbe's Beis Din. I just have to be the greatest Rav. Rav has to be the greatest Rav. That's why I'll be such an incredible, we spend so much time trying to pretend that we are everything to everyone. But I can't be. Instead, know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personalistic identity. So profound. Amar Rabba. So let's go on over here. But the Shiloh, how do we reconcile this? So Amar Rabba, Brei Rabba, Vitema, Rebbe Hillel, Brei Rebbe Talis, Shiny Minyana Rebbe, Shiny Minyana Rebbe, the Kulu Minyana Minatsad Halamasri. The basin of Rebbe was different. Why was the basin of Rebbe different? The basin of Rebbe was different because Rebbe was incredibly humble. So even though Rebbe, obviously, this was the basin of Rebbe, which means, who is the ranking sage on the basin of Rebbe? Well, yes, right, Rebbe. Yet, in all of the cases of Rebbe always started from the junior judges. That's what he did. That was an exercise in Rebbe's humility. Rashi says over here, Rebbe was exceedingly humble, and therefore he always started in every case, even monetary cases, with the junior judges. That's why Rav says, again, I sat on Rebbe's Beis and halacha l'maisa, and he always started with you. Incredible. Most incredible. Now we start talking about Rebbe a little bit, and Rebbe's Beis. So the Gemara says as follows: Mimos Moshe va'ad Rebbe lo matzinu Torah u'gedula b'makom echad. Listen to this. In the days of Moshe Rabbeinu, until the days of Rebbe Yehuda Nasi, we never found individuals that both Torah and gedula in one place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across the makom echad. Rashi says, "Torasan u'gedulasan shel Yisrael makom echad." So Torah, I understand. Torah, what does gedula mean? So Rashi says over here, "She'ein kamoso b'kol Yisrael." The Torah u'b'gedula, kigon Moshe she'yagodu al kol Yisrael b'malchus u'b'Torah. That's what it means. Is like this. Gedula means authority. Gedula means authority, like malchus. So what you must point out like this. Let's start with Moshe Rabbeinu. What was mean about Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu has this, we've seen this before. Moshe Rabbeinu had the status not only of a Navi, right? He had the status of a Melech, the status of a king. That's why Moshe Rabbeinu, interestingly enough, used chatzos. When he wanted to gather the nation, they used trumpets, like they would use for a king. When Moshe Rabbeinu died, they put away the chatzos. Yoshua did not use the chatzos. So again, Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. See, on one hand, he was a Rebbe, and he was a Melech, right? See, he was the Torah authority, but he was also the authority figure. So generally, you don't have those two things consolidated in the same person. By the way, this is often by design. We just see it with the shrug, right? Who's authority? Yehuda, right? Right? He's Yehuda, right? Yehuda is not right? Spiritual. Who's Torah? Levi, right? So, and by the way, this is by design. Raman points this out. That by design, there's often a split in what we'll call religious leadership and what we'll call, like, I don't know, I guess, like authority or political leadership, right? There's a split that's there. But nevertheless, you find, Ramban points out that this is what was unique about the Hanukkah story, that the Hashmonaim, who were the Kohanim, also became the king. So whether or not that was a good thing or bad thing is an interesting historical approach. Yes, so it was the first time they had the monarchy in the hands of spiritual leadership as well. So the Gemara just points out over here that rarely do you find an individual like both Torah and Gedula. Right? Torah authority and also, again, final authority on everything else. So the Gemara says, so there were two people. Moshe Rabbeinu had it, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi had it. And in between the two of them, listen to this, there was never another person who consolidated like these two seats of authority in one identity. Now we must be below. Yoshua ben Nun. Right? Yoshua ben Nun was the ranking Torah sage, and the fact that he was also like the Melech, he was also the king. Which the says, no, how about Elazar? So Elazar was the Kohen Gadol. So again, Yeshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. I Bahava Pinchas. What about Pinchas? How was the king of the elders? Bahava Shaul. What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king who was also become Chacham. The message for Shmuel. Shmuel and Rabbi. Bahava Nach Shaili. Shmuel died. Right, Shmuel died. Which the Gemara says, Kula Shani Kami. It means all the days of one's authority that they had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe had English was an authority figure. He had both Torah authority and what we'll call absolute authority. All days of Rebbe, he had Torah authority. He never shared during any point of his life. That's quite incredible. I, Bahava David, David Malcolm Yeshiva, Hava Ira Hayiri. It was Ira Hayiri. Ira Hayiri. So if you look at Rashi, Ira Hayiri, the more Tata, I mean, and the Havi Masnu Rabbanon Agavi Karmi Christos, David Haya Mantigo Alav the Rosh. So he was one of David's rebellion. One of David's rebellion, Ira Hayiri. Isn't that incredible that even David Amelech did not have this idea of consolidated authority, of Torah authority, political authority, or absolute authority all in one. Which is incredible. But Ira Hayiri died. So there was a point in time, there were some times that David Amelech had both the Torah and the law. Kulu Shani Kamila. It means all of the Yitzhak. What's unique about Moshe Rabbeinu and Rebbe is that all of the years in which they were in a leadership capacity, they had this absolute Torah and what we'll call political authority. No one else had it all of the years of their leadership. I Bahava Shlomo Hamelech, Haba Shimi Ben Gera. Shimon and Gera, Vaha Katlai, but yeah, but Shlomo had Shimon and Gera executed. Once again, Kula Shani Kamina. It means ultimately, again, all of the days of leadership. So again, we're looking at the unique part over here that Moshe and Rebbe, all the days in which they were leader, get this absolute authority. I Haha Bachizkiah, he's talking about Chizkiah. So let's say, you know about Chizkiah. Hava Shevna. Remember, again, once we had this story a little while ago with the seeds on Yerushalayim. Shevna, remember, again, the biggest year. And even the biggest year, 20,000 people learning with him. So there was Shevna. I Baha killed. The Shevna was killed. Right? Shevna was killed. Which the one says, no. Once again, Kula Shanya Karmina. We're talking about people who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of their leadership. Baha Hava Ezra. But again, there was Ezra. The Gemara says, Hayin Habenechemia ben Chachaya. All right, Ezra also had Nehemiah. So it's just a fascinating insight over here. That generally, again, you don't really have one person who has all of the tools of leadership at his disposal. But what was unique is between Moshe and Rebbe, again, there was no two other people, right? Moshe and Rebbe were unique. There were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at their disposal during all of the years, both Torah as well as Gibula. Between Moshe and Rebbe, no one else had it. Which I will say tells you something very important. We ask you something, it's historically fascinating. Like, what does it matter to us? What exactly is the impact of this? So there is I think that there is an incredible profundity in this, which is what it shows you is from a leadership capacity, a person doesn't have to have all of the tools at their disposal in order to be successful. Right, so if you notice again, so if you look at Moshe Rabbeinu, right, Moshe Rabbeinu has all the tools. Right, to have that level of absolute leadership means you can control all of the pieces on the board. Right, Rebbe, you can control all the pieces on the board. Which is good to see. In life, you don't have to control all of the pieces on the board to be successful. There's the ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can be felt and be profoundly successful with all of these other personalities. David Amelech, apparently, David Amelech did not have absolute authority. He had Torah authority and he had absolute authority during certain stages of his life, but not during all stages. So apparently, you could be the founder of a dynastic monarchy and the father of the messianic line, even if you don't have all of the tools of life at your disposal. So often we think, or we excuse non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization because we think I don't have all of the necessary ingredients. I don't have all the necessary tools. And we give ourselves a pass, right? But we don't push ourselves as much. And here the Gemara comes along and says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, take the toolbox that the Shmuel was giving you and do something great with it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I also want to add something over here. Most Rebbe had Ravashi between the days of Rebbe and Ravashi. Torah so now what we're going through is the generations over here. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rebbe, we've never found two other people other than those two who had both Torah and Gedula in one place. So the Gemara says, so now from Rashi says, by the way, Rabbi Abba says, in the days of Levi and Torah Ashi, we also Torah we never find again two other individuals who both have Torah and Gedula concentrated in one personality. Below, really, Hava, Una Bar Nasan, about Una Bar Nasan, to which the Gemara says, Una Bar Nasan make up Abakayah for Rashi. Una Bar Nasan ultimately again was subservient to Ravashi. So you didn't have Torah to do one place. So again, just fascinating. Gemara, take away lessons from both of these Gemaras, on the Moshe Rebbe Gemara, as well as from the Rav Gemara on the basis of Rebbe, is that halacha l'maisa, no person is everything. There are certain people maybe who are everything, who have the full package. Most of us are not. Take the tools that the front of has given you, know what you have, know what you don't, take what you've been given and accomplish something. Incredible. Let's go back there. So on the other hand, remember again, in capital cases, we've got to start from the junior judges. Now again, there's a good logic for that. What's the logic for that? In a capital case, what's going to happen if you start with the senior judge? What's going to happen? If you're a junior judge and you see the senior judge asking, in a certain way, you're like, I'm not going against that. Not in a capital case. Not in a capital case. The stakes are too high. So the problem just is, you'll never really end up getting the actual opinions of the junior judges. So instead, what we do is, by capital cases, we start from the junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. Says the Gemara. So where do we know this? The pasuk says, "Lo sa'ane al riv, lo sa'ane al rav." What it means is like this. Lo sa'ane. Now, what does lo sa'ane al riv mean? So literally again, so the lashon of the pasuk is. Literally again, do not get involved in a fight, linkos, to slander. Now we'll see exactly what it means. But for our purposes over here, the Gemara is darshaning, lo sa'ane al rav. Do not, be careful about contradicting someone who is greater than you. Rashi says over there, lo sa'ane al rav, because remember, riv is written closer without the word, lo sa'ane al rav, ksiv below yud, mashma, lo tatlok al mufla shel bezdin. In general, it may not be the best idea to get into an argument with the senior judge. Ultimately, again, don't put a person in an uncomfortable position where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, said to his guys, said to his men, says literally again, gird. It's used in so many different contexts, right? Right? Children, gird yourselves, we're getting in the car, right? Whatever you do that. So again, gird yourselves with this. Right now, again, what's that? Gemara Dashi over here, it sounds like he's getting ready for battle. In fact, Gemara points out you're actually getting ready for judgment. Governor is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, go ahead and gird yourself with your swords. And then it says, Vayach gird David games karbo. David HaMelech also went ahead and girded himself with the sword. It means, what is he doing? Girding himself is a reference to judgment. David essentially said to the other guys, go ahead and judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards. Incredible. Okay, so the Gemara goes like this. Good. Amarav. Shona will tell me. That's the first halacha. Right? So now we've established we just brought a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, we go ahead and we start what we call minat side. Literally again from the side, but of course from the side means from the junior judge. Kamarat. Shana Adon Tamido, the done emo between the parts. So very interesting thing. So that says a person could teach something to his student and then adjudicate with him even in a capital case. Now what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Shona Adon Tamido is 3 lines up before his wife. Umarlo Panan Luskos Imachova the Sochadin. The done emo, the Nimna emo, always the Chus Olachova, Umakin Hadin Afiat Amu Kakamanaga. Listen to this. So it says you have a base there. On the base is a Rebbe and his Talmud. The Rebbe can help the Talmud understand certain concepts, but yet the Talmud then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion, and his opinion is counted. What's the novelty here? I would have thought that if Rebbe and the Talmud are on the base, it's fine by itself. But if the Rebbe is like educating the Talmud in the course of this process, doesn't that sound like the Rebbe is potentially slanting the opinion of the Talmud, right? Because obviously that's saying, oh, I'm going to tell you I really did it. So again, fantastic, because the Talmud, but I don't know that teaching the Talmud is that should take place in the context of the Din Torah for dealing with Pashas Origin on this. Yeah, the Gemara says it's already. Even if the Rebbe is teaching his Talmud how to go ahead and adjudicate this particular case, the Talmud's opinion is still counted. Really? Basically, Hatalos that male Sha'abu Beno Harab Tamid Modlan Shnayim, those when it comes to fasting and Talos and males. So a father and a son, or Rebbe and his Talmud are counted like broken. They're both right. Now the truth is, that's not a novelty. Remember again, what do you need to fasting on Talos and males? What do you need? You don't need a basement. You just need a Rav or a Talmud Chacham. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, so of course the father and the son Rebbe and the Talmud can pass on Tuman Tara. Tuman Tara doesn't need a basement. Tuman Tara can be passed by one. On the other hand, Dine Mamanis, Dine Nefashis, it's Dine Makas, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involving lashes, Kiddush HaChodesh, sanctification of the new month, the Iber Shana, intercalation of the year, right, leap year, Avu Beno, Harab Tamido, a Monin Lahed Ella Achon. In those cases, the father and son are together, or Rebbe and the Talmud are together, their opinion is only counted as one. Right? They are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rav just said before, right? Rav said that if you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on a case, even if the Rebbe is not teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Torah, their opinions count as two opinions. The Raisa clearly indicates that if the Rebbe and the Talmud are putting on a basis, whether it's monetary law or capital law, their opinions only count as one. What's the Rebbe? I'm going to the base. Please come around when Rav said that a Rebbe and the Talmud, their opinions are counted as two. Please come around. He's going Rav Kahano, the Rav Asi, the Lishmer and the Rav of the city, who were Sasha the Rav's law. So ultimately, again, the mercy is right. What are we talking about? What was that talking about? The Parad Asi. The Parad Asi didn't need the Rebbe. Now, why do they need the Rebbe? Because the Rebbe gave them information. But they do not need the Rebbe for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rebbe provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where Allah for the Rebbe and the Talmud, he counts as two, right? It makes sense because here, all the Rebbe is giving information, but the process of analyzing of that information is not coming from the Rebbe. That's coming from the Talmud. That's where the Rebbe and Talmud can count as two distinct opinions. When the Rebbe is providing information and analysis, that's Allah for the again, where the Rebbe and Talmud count as one. That's it. So the Gemara says again, the Ligmar Grab of the people, they needed the information from the Rebbe, and the Savage Grab of the people, they did not need analysis. Analysis came from their own. I'm going to be about it. Notice like this. I started dividing. Based on the show, we said Mr. espoused 10 distinctions, 10 differences between being a nominal and being a function. Right? 10 differences between monetary law and capital law. Alright, the two ones, ain't noggin بالشهر الشهر course may estimate culture. We need to see that also and none of these assumptions are do not apply to a shine itself. I don't know what the shine itself. Shine itself is a shine that kills someone, and therefore itself is going to be quite the opposite. So again, I love for myself, even though shine itself seems to fit into the being the process category, but all of the distinctions between giving numbers and giving the functions don't apply to shine itself. Except in essence of except for the fact that shine itself is also adjudicated by a basement of 22. Let's start off by basement of 22. So you want to know how many from where do we know this? This is actually by the way, like this is the looking logging the day shine itself. You also shovel the in the hustlers. Alpha Pisha when the Paratamon, and the Indian estimate Fosha, the Nisas Byron Takisas and Shop. So listen, here's the thing. We said that the back on base and that. Back on base and down the book of these. And a lot of the advice sure this goal is treated like a capital case. In other words, we treat the shark like we would treat it's like we would treat its owner. So just like if its owner was liable for a death penalty, it's tried by a basin of 23. So to the crime, this one is judged by a basin of 23. But I'm not going to myself, that's kind of where the comparison comes. That's where the comparison comes. We're not having this. Because we're doing like I'm not asking about that, but that's all. Well, start with the part of your company. Because the question says, you have to go ahead and do the alter or swear the judgment of the I will question the reason during this time. Each part of your part, you ask for myself, you can't go ahead and you can't go and swear. Each part of your note about nothing this part social and ultimately again the parents led the judgment of a child. Now what is that? That's because most not that. The raw up the example. So again, what it means is something is like we've seen before. When adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on the majority of one. Leaving the minimum of two in order to convict someone in a capital. So that's question of most facts. Do not sledge judgment of the legal. In other words, you cannot convict someone in a capital case on a majority of one. But you can go ahead and do that for Shahan itself. So in other words, we're going to bring out of here that even though Shahan itself, right, the act that's going to be killed because kill someone, is treated like a capital case in certain respects. Namely, that it's adjudicated by basis of 23. It's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So, for example, where at minimum you need a majority of two in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case. By sharing itself, you only need a majority of one. Okay, so that's the example of your act says, like the law of the and the automatic and the public, you know, sure, and you have to come up with 3 miles. That's what I said. Start off, you just point out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately again between being a nominant and being a button. Is that so? Is that so that you're saying? And what it says, or has something. There are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions to which the Gemara says, why is it 9? You should get in that quote in the actual quote that happens. So we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit for adjudicating a capital case, right? But this is going to see these are not important, right? So it's not fit. Go ahead and adjudicate a capital case. And the allegation of quantity are really out from the same source. So because those two are run out from the same source, on one hand, they're reckoned as 2, right? But they're really also looked at as 1 because they derive from the same source. How do you why is the number not fit to a capital case? بيشوف بعدين الخط موضع الهجة ست الناس الخط but we're going to see because traffic is really going to be 20 years public Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin must be made up of people who are realized you see what he says, ready? We'll do this again. Therefore, there must be the same function people that need for capital case is also the same function that I need to make realized to be fit and therefore speaking master. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learned out from the same source, it's going to be say that the 2 are really one. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. Very nice of my father. Because I taught you to actually and also go attacking. There is another distinction, right? That is the other distinction is that another person, another distinction between being a person and being a right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between matter and capital law. So you might not want to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11? There's another person, another group who are fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital. Who are those individuals? Who are those deciding here we go, fascinating. Any Moshiim B'Sanhedrin. The following people cannot serve on a Sanhedrin. What does that mean? Can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what you need a Sanhedrin for. I mean, unless there's other things. Following people can't adjudicate no stuffing, someone who's old, snitched, right? Someone who's settled, reached in the money, someone who doesn't have children. So what's the shackle here? What's going to be particularly Rashi, this is incredible. Rashi says, Zakin, Shachar, Kibar, Sar, Hebrew Banim, the Enorak money. Looks like someone who's old, has forgotten what it's like to have no children. And looks like what is the key quality one must possess when they have no children? Equality. I think that like, you know, we're going to have to, so, no, the key quality you need is because children do stuff all of the time. And parents have to learn to do the first 56 falls on the top, right? And again, it was like one of the most and up and down, and then the first item falls off. It's like the meaning power of the piece. You know, it was like, then the next and this and that, and the people going here, like he's like, oh, you know, and ready, you want to know, what is this character? You know, it's to be born for all these trials, and to be born for all these people was to be without reading, right? And again, you know what? Listen, so little children, most important qualities of forgiveness. If the judge doesn't possess the ability to have this new God, forgiveness instilled in him, then again, it's forgiveness. It's really, maybe speaking the wrong word, it's really understanding. Understanding. If you don't have that need of understanding, you can't. Right? In other words, so what's the problem? After something where a person doesn't have that need of understanding, everything has to be their way. Right? Everything has to go their way. I need it the way I want. I need it the way it has to be like this. So if you don't have that need of understanding, you're rigid, and everything just has to be the way that you want, don't be right? Right? By the Mesa, that level of rigidity and not true. You can't have that. You need people to be understanding. You need people to be forgiving. You need people to be a little bit knowledgeable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, with something, you haven't had young kids in your house for a long time. Don't do that. Because it's probably going to be too big, too set in your ways, and it's probably not a good idea to have young kids. Again, doesn't matter how you say nobody. And you need to also together. You need to also add another year. Sorry. Somebody right? Or just crazy in a strong way. Just someone who has just like a very cold and a different temperament. Right? Or was there say, so someone again, he can't is very like very almost stoic, emotionally. Again, it's an incredible thing. On one hand, judgment needs to distraction. This is very important. It doesn't need to be distraction. But at the end of the day, I did never be distracted. Like I had that the ability to look at things and a little bit look at facts. But facts, divorced from emotion, that's not the way of it. Nothing is divorced from emotion. Emotion has to be there for everything. So if it does, if it's stick like joy, it's a little bit different, but it's a little bit different. So don't be judged. There are other places for you. Don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, if you're the same the Mason, those are the exact opposite of true happiness. Remember, again, what's the lowest people? Right? What's the Mason? The Mason is the guy who tries to get other people to do every level of his art. For that person, you throw the book in. So for him, he tries the most cooler and different judges. But understand, for him, we don't need judges. Because remember, again, the whole system is in capital cases, the system is rigged, not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them off, that's our goal. When it comes to this, when it comes to anyone who takes that on the shot, it's the opposite. The system is there in order to indict. Okay, try it. We're going to start one on our, let's start one of okay, I told you I'm going to name everyone is basically pull us here tonight. What is that called? What is that called? Right? So the idea over here is somebody who's a genealogical manager is not fit for capital cases, right? Because remember again, capital cases require Sanhedrin, and Sanhedrin requires genealogical people, but the monetary cases is absolutely fit. Okay, you learn this. I doesn't know. However, I love the beginning of the process, anyone who is fit for capital cases is fit for monetary cases. The Sarai Logan being one of us. Okay, but there are some people who are fit for monetary cases. They ain't Sarai Logan being focused, but they're not fit for being capital cases. He said, who is that? Who is the person who is fit for monetary cases but not fit for capital case? Ultimately, again, to go ahead and just prove a manzer. So the message is right, Chagah last year, the Chagah last year manzer. In reality, again, one teaching was to include a ger, the other was to include a manzer. Now, also, why do I need both? I will say, so this is to say both the ger and the manzer are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Now, why not? Yes, you know, ger, if you were to tell me that a ger ultimately is fit for monetary cases, do I love the cow? Because a ger has no marriage restrictions. Two in terms of his marriage abilities. About Mamzer Imolo, and Mamzer can't marry to the General Assembly. Maybe a Mamzer can't be monetary. Definitely a Mamzer. It's weird to say Mamzer is on the people kids. That's what I say. A Mamzer can be in a relationship. But as much as in a relationship, who are parents? Two Jews. Okay, even for blood. Incredible. Two Jews. It's an illicit relationship. But it's parents, if you come really from again, from a pressure drop about Gary, you won't be people. You know, but a Gary who's from right comes from a non-Jewish parents. I would have thought that perhaps he's not even fit for monetary law. Therefore, again, one comes to teach you that I love what I said, the other comes to law, one teaches that. The Mamzer, both are fit for monetary law, so neither are fit for that looks like stuff is what you do. Just at the end of diving, just share, and just put it, whatever you arbitrary use, or you know, just put it against the wall,
as we come to pick up the schedule for today is our last year in this race of matches. Hopefully we'll put that into my review with you and we will stay tuned and let us for just saying it. Changes always good. And especially again after you set it into a certain schedule, a certain atmosphere, a certain framework for a number of years, any change, even if it's a better change, always comes with some level of risk. I don't necessarily have the seat that I want. I don't necessarily have the spender that I want. Right? The perfect setup that I had for myself, the perfect setup that I had for myself is now no longer. And it's tempting sometimes when it happens to feel like the sky is falling. Listen, change always has turbulence. That's the way that it is. So you have a choice in it. The choice in it is don't change, never have any turbulence, and just stay where you are. Or
is this a fucking
recognize it, it's a little rocking, maybe even a little bit uncomfortable, but it's going to open the door to incredibly beautiful, magnificent things. It's going to take everyone a little bit of time to find their muffin, to find their place. And at first, you may not be happy with the muffin that you get, and the good news is, just come forward the next morning. Right? And there's no set seat, so whoever calls them duckable. Whatever you get, and it's yours. And even if somebody else has their stuff in the shelf there, you have to get it's open seating, it's like Southwest, right? It's, you could, right? Listen, so again, and listen, again, I know a lot of us understand the policy. I understand people like you, people like you. Listen, you have such a source ahead of us. That's not even from my income either. You need to have a brand new base level. That's beautiful, that is magnificent, that is incredible. But I've also, again, listen, you can have your attention just for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Listen, it is so important for us to be able to take a step back and say, hold on back, we really have a million years ago, maybe over the every single house. Graduated high school early because the band was so big, and I know everyone's going to have comments and critiques against the current. And it's all welcome. It's all welcome. We're not going to not wait to hear them from you in your session. All welcome. Listen, sometimes what you just need to say is, if we look at the Baruch Hashem, we have in this Mikdash Ma'at, this Kiva for close to 70 years. And the walls and the roof and his units, everything has served us to the best of their ability. Sometimes I think that, like, when we complain about this is not working, he's not working, the air conditioner is not working, I feel like if the building had a voice, if this Mikdash had a voice, you know what she would say? She would say, I'm trying my best. I'm giving you 150%. But 150% of a 70-year-old building is only going to get you so far. She has given us her best years, for close to 7 decades. Now, Baruch Hashem, we're about to go to a new moment. We're about to go to a new Mikdash. And let's treat her well. Let's love her. Let's embrace her. Let's enjoy our time with her. And even if again in the beginning it's a little bit whatever, and maybe there's going to be peace and just how do you say that together? I said, just go back to what was this. That's beautiful. Because there's only one direction for you, and that's forward. So something beautiful is waiting for us. Tonight. I apologize in advance for any of the inconveniences that may occur, but know that the inconveniences are only temporary. They're only episodic, they're short-lived, and they will keep waiting for something incredibly great. It has been a source to be able to go through Shas two and a half times here in this space like this. 2.5 times in this space like this. And we should be so coming to come tomorrow morning and begin our DAF journey. Next door, we should be so coming to complete the cycle many times together. Rosai, Shiraya. Everyone say good morning. Restream, I think that all is well. My apologies for the lack of live share this morning, but it gives us opportunity to continue to everyone now. Thank you. I want to thank all of our sponsors, and there's all of these sponsors we listed in Hashem in the description on the podcast, as well as in the notes on the YouTube channel. And share to everyone for their incredible generosity. May all of the Nishamas have all your families in your summer. So it's total supply for the return of our hostages and the success of our holy soldiers. The mission says as follows. Hamagadi. We are beginning on Nun Vav days after Nun Vav Lalek. We are picking up with the mission on Nun Ham days 55b. Hamagadi Inu Chayv Achi Yisari Shashem. So we're talking about now a transition to discussion about one who Chas V'Shalom curses the Yibon Shalom. So a person is only chayiv for cursing. And, the English word that's used is blasphemy. It really means is cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu until he actually uses the name of Hashem. Now, Rashi points out that
Well, the sound is a sound. So after years of if you go to their YouTube, you can see that their views are great. He's in the band. He was in that band for a long time. Then they signed a contract. He did agreement, so now he's just he does the sound is very cool. But Jesus Christ, their videos get they're getting millions of views. Well, he's not as but they're still getting millions of views. So yeah, so he just sounds so he sounds so cool, man. It's such a big job. Yeah, and he said anytime he's like you great friends and we go backstage and all that shit. Just don't bring your side piece. My dad was at that show. That was the first time my dad got to see my brother at work. Younger. 5 years younger than Crush. Yeah, so he was the first person to break the mold of you could make money in the arts. My dad still to this day is like, oh, why don't you get a firefighter job so you can get some benefits, but you can't do that. You can't have us if you have a fallback in this. You're fucked. You never make it.
So instead of what you do is we employ
with the weed thing, I remember actually I did try one more time.
So in other words, instead of saying that you're using say Hashem to curse Hashem, you use it Yaki Yossi,
S-Yossi, I just freaked out and just started running. I just left, and then I got a mile in the road. I was in my house. Where the fuck was I going? So I went back, but I was too high to cook. So all I had was just hard pasta. So I just ate a pound of rotating and just destroyed my mouth. I called the poison control center. And then I called Harvey Klein. He talked me down. So Mario
person just says curses Hashem.
That
the very blasphemy keeps point is Hashem should curse Hashem. That's why that's the Russian over here. So again, so the actual entire if you don't actually explicitly curse is what you don't utter. Then you use occasion or anything Nigma Hagin. Well, Hagin is doing other motifs of something. Once the version of each that leading
on my freaking 392, on my Demon, on the freaking TRX, on all my whips,
avoid exclusivity
because they have everything in stock. If they don't,
we need to actually hear from the witnesses
super close
what
to
we
shows up the next day. They have everything, man. So
I will see how often the folks we tell everybody to be working except for the dynamic and the witnesses. To show them I don't look at the internet. We ask for them what's easier to do. Only those and my master shall not tell us explicitly what to do here. So who on earth he tells us by Daniel only on our own at this point to witness actually share explicit things on his by the name. When Daniel here it is only on our right hand to stand up, to call him if he shares us building, below the action, and his neck for a heart and his name to prepare. That shouldn't on the hand and the roof, like the second witness says, I will use it like the first one says, I sushi on the act of the connector. The third witness feels like he does well. Interesting enough, you get away with the nickname.
So here's how we're going to do this. So
these ones that actually pass the guilty
we're
verdict,
auditioning
they
as
require
commentators
explicit
or
testimony
as
from the
to
witnesses.
be announcing the fighters' names. So I found some of the hardest names
other witnesses to
in
the same
upcoming
explicitly
fighters
as well,
and known fighters.
confirm that
And
they
you're going to have to
indeed
go,
heard the same.
each one you're going to say,
that's in
this corner.
bias thing of the show.
So go ahead, you go first, buddy, you go first. And you're going to say, in this corner we have this person. You get one shot at it. You have one shot at it. And you have to go all the way through without falling. Try it. That's the fun. All right. First one, Zabit. Mama Met Bo.
Where do you know that from? How do we know that from? In no case, shame, the milk or shame youngest. So it's interesting because the husband was putting over here, no case, shame Hashem, most you must. Now the word no case means curse. When you curse the name of Hashem, you will die. By one year, when you go call it, it should be stoned. To get a rock, the knuckball shame. Again, in curses, the name of Hashem, you will be put to death. Two expressions of person. You know the Gemara says, and you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. Deny the name of the how do you know that name means curse? It says, not cold, no cover tail. It's lucky they kill him. So again, no matter how much money Paul has, how many resources Paul has given, it will sense to be lucky. God doesn't want people to be cursed, they're not going to be cursed. That's what's now. A lot of stuff. The email, the new drugs, maybe the no case doesn't mean graduate again. No case actually means pierce. Like to go ahead and not to take it nice. Pierce is the name of the main statement. Halas is not just a you talk about the downtown. I think in what's not you talking about the whole. That's Halas is not the that's an action. It's not okay. And just like in the middle of the shame for life. It's different. The milky shame, the knuckle. The two other words so somehow this act of blasphemy must include the piece of the race, but the truth name of that is the name of okay, even the manifestation of that maybe the piece of shame that God learned how to love and person of both of the night that's the strength of that which the Lord says is that's how we represent the husband. It's when I see all the time that there's so much need. Yeah, the fight so much in this maybe the community road, maybe that's kind of pick up and it took that pick up and unfold from having a Russian. He's a big thing, the that chance for not having Russian. Which makes it very collaboration with the Russian. And who's perfect is like people who cover up. Not the Russian, it's not the Russian. Rather than getting it came out to appreciation of maybe the milkers, articulation of it.
This is very look at your baby and go, this is a baby. It's cauliflower when it came out.
Doesn't satisfy that criteria. For old, how do they ask Haras Asay? As Haras Asay Roshon, furthermore, you're learning out the love from a positive statement. And any love, any prohibition, that's a positive statement is not really a prohibition. Okay, even from your possibility, our club, and the other possibility is how you know the whole thing we're talking about over here, that Vaiko, the milky and the knuckle. The other possibility says Vaiko, Vaikalo. The possibility we're talking about says as follows. Vaiko ben Aisha, you say it's a shame, it's a shame. Vaikalo, Vayaviu, also Al Moshe. The shame you want, but we're talking about over here, according to the actual story in the part of Nakalo. There was a man who actually got up and cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Russian in this pasuk is both Vayikol and Vayikalo. What do you see from here? Remember, we don't give quality. So you see here, these two words are synonymous. And no cave means to curse. I says the Rabbi Kilma, had to offer tabayot. Maybe not. Maybe there's two separate things. And maybe halacha and nice again, you're only tied if you do both. Or maybe like you said before, maybe no cave means particularly and like hala obviously means to curse. Maybe you have to do both. There's no law, so I call it the sid. Hotias and hala lo sid. Hotias and no cave on the hala. No, it's interesting because by the execution of the hala. Remember again, in the Jewish when the Jews in the desert, there were two dramatic acts of desecration of halacha. One was the Mekoshesh, the guy who gathered wood on Shabbos, Chol Shabbos, desecration of Shabbos. Another was the Mekala, individual who went ahead and blessed and cursed them from the public. So when they executed the Mekala, it says, take out the Mekala. It doesn't say take out the Nokave and the Mekala. Right? So you see from here the fact that it just also the Mekala indicates to us that Nokave and Mekala mean the same thing, which both mean ultimately cursing of the name of Hashem. You see from here that they're both really one thing. So therefore, as follows. So therefore, now we have the model. The model of Megade, of one who curses a Hashem, is one who uses the name of Hashem to curse the name of Hashem. Interesting formulation, but nevertheless, that's the biblical prohibition, really based on the idea that the pasuk that talks about blasphemy uses the lashon of Benokev Shem Hashem and Benokvo Shem Yonos. Two lashonos uses the expression of curse twice and shame twice. So here we see that in order to be chayiv biblically for cursing the name of Hashem, one must curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Okay, so Tarabanon, Ish Matal Omar, what does the pasuk mean when it says Ish? So if you remember again, this is the El Ish Ki Kalal El Gavan Asachat. This is every person when they curse Hashem will bear his sin. Who's the Ish? Matal Ish. Says the Gemara is very interesting. Ish Rabbos Asa Obekochal Shemus Rabbi Hashem. So now the Gemara is going to take an interesting turn over here. And the interesting turn is going to go. It really is a fascinating sugya. Yeah, I think that was fascinating as yesterday. But fascinating sugya. I'm sorry, I've left the thing that I was doing share over the last few days. A tremendous shkaya thing. It's actually not such easy sugyas. So the Gemara says as follows. So here we're transitioning to the interesting topic of Sheva Mitzvahs B'nei 7 Noahide laws. So the Gemara says, what does it mean when it says ish ish? Right? Why does it say ish twice? So the Gemara says ish Ravos is all the Chomshim V'Chas Hashem Ki Yisrael. Teach us that Gentiles are liable for cursing the name of Hashem the same way that Jews are. Fascinating halacha. Again, furthermore, whenever Gentiles are executed like a violation of one of the 7 Noahide laws, so they're only executed with scythe, sword, beheading. Because any execution that the name Noach is only with the sword, is only with scythe. So Rashi says over here, so we'll actually discuss this a little bit later on. Because the only time that we find an execution mentioned not in the context of Jews is back in Bereshit when the Torah speaks about the liability for one who takes life. And it says, Lashon of the pasuk is the Adam Damo Yishafa, right? The Dam Ba'al Yishafa. Person takes life, his blood will be spilled. And interestingly enough, the Gemara understands that to mean scythe. The sword beheading. We talked about that in Beer a little bit. So each one is one side of the hall. First word line. Hashem Zuber Hakim. So we'll say here, Pasuk that you read in Russia. This is by Adonai Yishon. Get ready for this. This is by Adonai Yishon. So the Pasuk Gemara is quoting is Vaitzad Hashem Elokim Al Ha'adam Levar and Kol Yitzagan Achol Tochal. So Hashem says to Adam, you can eat from any tree of the garden. Subsequently, Hashem says to Adam, but you can't eat of the Eitzat Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life. Okay, so now the Gemara breaks down this pasuk. Hashem, when it says the word Hashem, what does that mean? So you want to understand that this pasuk is the blueprint for the 7 Noahide laws, which is essentially the first command that Hashem gives to man, right? Adam, remember again, Adam is the father of all humanity. So the first command that Hashem gives to Adam, the Gemara understands, is the blueprint for the 7 Noahide laws. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzchak Nafcha, well, Nitzchak, so what's Hashem? Hashem is Birchas Hashem. Hashem tells us that one is not allowed to bless and curse the name of Hashem. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafcha, lo Nitzchak el Rabbos HaKivim Bali B'Zabir. This is coming to include for Shabbos as Bnei Noach, even nicknames of Hashem. Because it's not explicit names of Hashem, but other names that Hashem is known by. Design yo, ikavelo kaven asafato. As if a man will curse Hashem, he will bear his sin. Not telling him, what is the Pasuk going to teach us? Now we already learned, no gave shame Hashem most yumas. The Pasuk says, if you curse the name of Hashem, you will die. If you should never no give shame most yumas, you might have thought you're only chayiv if you curse the actual name of Hashem. The Gemara says, how do you know that this applies even to other nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which are descriptive names of Hashem? For example, like Elohim is a good example of this, right? Ado and then Noi, these are all descriptive names of Hashem. How do I know this? So besides the petition of Meir holds out one is not to be chayiv for blasphemy, for cursing Hashem with the primary names of Hashem, but even chayiv for the secondary names of Hashem. Come say no. Hashem hamiyuchad bilvat, Hashem hamiyuchad b'misa, b'akim b'azharim. The Chum disagree, and this actually we have a what is only chayiv execution if you curse the explicit name of Hashem? You need to yud hey and vav hey. But if you curse any of the other names of Hashem, that is allowed, that is a prohibition, but not punishable by death. And also, that is indeed how he passed it. Completed the Rav Meisha, and it's argued Rav Meisha, as well as Rav Meisha, Ben Noach, Shebeirachas Hashem. If Ben Noach goes ahead and curses the name of Hashem, and he does so again with nicknames. So the Rabbanon Chayiv, according to the Rabbanon. In my time, I was to listen to argue what we just said, because Chum just said before, that Allah Almighty only Chayiv would be the actual name. The nation seems to be Machmir, ultimately again on a Ben Noach. He says it's only a Jew who's only Chayiv because of the actual name of Hashem. But a Ben Noach will be Chayiv the person, even one of the Kimuim, one of the nicknames of Hashem. My time was to use the Amrika, Kager Ka'azrach. It's only a Ger and Ezrach. In other words, right about it is only a Jew, right, and a convert who are chayiv if they curse the explicit name of Hashem. About Ovei Kochav Mafilu B'Kinui. But Ovei Kochav is going to be chayiv for blasphemy if he uses one of the descriptive or nicknames of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very interesting. So also it's a fundamental machlokes. So on one hand, there's machlokes in general about Jews. Are Jews chayiv if they curse a nickname or a secondary name of Hashem? So that Rabbi Meir says yes, Chachamim say no. And then interestingly enough, Rav Meisha comes along and Rav Meisha says a Jew will only be chayiv if he curses the primary name of Hashem, but a Ben Noach will be chayiv even if he curses one of these secondary names of Hashem. Very interesting. Rabbi Meir, Hai Keger Kezrach Ma'avalei. What does Rabbi Meir do with this phrase Kager Kezrach? So which the Gemara says, Ma'avalei, Ger ve'ezrach b'skila, and teaches that a Ger ve'ezrach gets skila, about Ovei Kochav Messiah. Ovei Kochav will be executed ultimately again by a sword. I would have thought, I would have thought that since maybe Ovei Kochavim, right, or Bnei Noah are included in the prohibition of blasphemy, that they should get the same death penalty as a Jew, i.e. skila. Kamash will know that whenever a Ben Noach is executed for some transgression, he always receives sayif. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafcha, what does Rabbi Yitzchak Nafcha, according to Rabbanan, what does he do with this phrase? So the Gemara says, Ger ve'ezach u'duva inan shame b'shame. It's only a Jew who is chayiv in this, what we'll call this framework of blasphemy that we established before in Yoni, which only chayiv if you curse the name of Hashem with another name of Hashem. About Ovei Kochavim lo ba'inan shame b'shame. But again, if an Ovei Kochav, even if he just curses the name of Hashem, doesn't do shame b'shame, doesn't use the name to curse the name, he's going to be chayiv as well. Incredible. Ish normally. What is it? Why the phrase ish? Dibra Torah kalashon b'nei Adam. Ultimately, again, the Torah is just espousing the halacha the way that people speak. Incredible. So we'll say there are 3 takeaways so far from this daf that are important to take with us. Number 1, the construct for biblical blasphemy, for which there is a death penalty for Jews. Right? It's going to be only if you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. So again, we're going to see that we pass in a local nice like differently. Namely, it's only if you use the actual name of Hashem. Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. No kinuyim, no descriptors, descriptions, nothing else. Just the actual name of the Ribono Shel Olam. Bnei Noach will be chayiv again for blasphemy as well. But interestingly enough, Bnei Noach will be chayiv even if they curse any of the other nicknames or descriptive names, even if they don't use the explicit name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Furthermore, a Jew, when he's chayiv for blasphemy, will get skila, and Ben Noach ultimately will get saif, will get beheading with a sword. Now again, that's not unique over here to Megadev. Anytime that a Ben Noach is going to be punished, he's always punished in this same way. Hashem is a really interesting studio. Dinim. So dinim is the halacha to establish a judicial system. Right? The Birchas Hashem, cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Avodah Zarah. So number one, establish a court system. Number two, you're not allowed to curse the name of Hashem. Number three, Avodah Zarah, can't worship Avodah Zarah. Number four, immorality, Gilei Rayos. Number five, Shifustam, you can't murder. Number six, Gezel, theft, you can't steal. And number seven, Eva Minacha, you cannot eat the limb off of a living animal. Okay, well, it's incredible. Those are Shemis that's been enough. 56 feet. So it's important to understand this is the first thing. We're going to see that there is a little bit of machlokes about what exactly comprises the Sheva Mitzvahs Bnei Noach. Hananya ben Gamla Omer, Af Aladam Hananya ben Gamla says they're also chayiv eating blood from a living. Okay, the says Af Alasirus, castration. I've also have a conscious. We're going to see Bnei Noach aren't allowed to castrate. This means people or animals. Rabbi Yossi Omer Kala Omer B'Parshas Kishuf Mushalov. Rabbi Yossi says anything that's meant Ben Noach ultimately again is chayiv for it. The Gemara says, "Well, you must become madre b'no ubitaveish kosim ksanim ma'onin u'munachish mechashik v'chol v'chal yishol of you don't need to do shalamesim." So so these are all different types of avodah zarah that existed. And the Torah says, because the nations who inhabited Canaan did all of these things, therefore I, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, am going to displace them. So you see from here that their displacement ultimately again is, or their loss, their defeat is really a result ultimately of their engagement in these sorcerous practices. Never punishes unless of course he first atones. But Allah Omer Avala Kilayim is very interesting.
You think you know David's story?
What the fuck is this shit?
Remember again, Kilayim, they got a couple of people cross-breed animals.
What the fuck is this shit?
Plants, like different things like that.
YouTube is so
What is it? Lobo plants, for example. Stand up to wear woven from the dark lion, and even go and plant the lion. The plants like this, for example, grapes or any other mixture. They have frost and the only thing they're not allowed to do is ultimately again cause interbreeding between animals that Gemara says in Kennedy, committee about this. I'm not the open one. Again, as we don't have to get over here about what comprises Shemus as going off. Obviously, I'm going to have to try to figure out where does everyone glean their respective positions from. So, where is this from? I'm going to be open. Like Salashon of Kimal Adam Levar, Mikala Kol Ha'itz Hagan Achol Tochal. This is interestingly enough that this is quite fascinating. It would appear like the front end we have it on now that we open on, all quoting this string of passage. And Shem is Bnei Noach from the original command of Hashem to Adam. Because this was the first mitzvah that Hashem gave to Adam. This is the first mitzvah that Hashem gave to humanity. And you want to understand this to be a blueprint to Shem is Bnei Noach. For example, the Moshe Zayit Shav, he commanded him, Elohim. This first obligation that is Omer, Yatatu Iman Hashem Yitzvah Hashem This is the first of blasphemy. In other words, the Ben Noach can't touch Hashem. Omer, in no case, he's saying Hashem at most. Elohim. What is Elohim? You have a let's go up. You can touch the phone. You can again find out. In Omer, the Chinu Omer, Lo Yerocha Elohim Achim. Al Ha'adam. So again, that's something in the puzzle. On man, Lush Tichostam. It's the first murder. The Chinu Omer, Sote, Adam, Ha'adam, Ha'adam, Ha'adam. Lemor, saying, Zeg Gibur Alayel. It's the first morality. The Chinu Omer, Lemor, Chain Shalach, Ishtam, the whole from the ego, the height from the asa. So what is the difference what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is assuming that each of these words represent a different halacha, and we're showing how this word shows us later on the Torah in the context of this particular halacha. Incredible. You want to Nicole Ishatan, you eat from all the trees below the earth, and that's in that. That's that. A whole total you can eat below even in that time. But you can't take the room from a living animal. Because of these thoughts was the third wine line. When he's touching along, he actually understood this in an opposite way. By itself, the limit says he commanded, Zuav Odos Kohavim. This is your first idolatry. Idolatry. Right? Elokim, Zudinin. This refers to a judicial system. So Bishtama Elokim Zudinin. I understand that Elokim judicial system that said the Nikar Balabais Ela Elokim. Because again, the pasuk itself, speaking about adjudicating a case, says that the Balabais, the litigants, will come for the Elohim. Now, in this case, Elohim actually means the judges. It references to Shkash Baruch Hu as well. Ela, Vaitzav Zuavod Zarah Maimash. I know Vaitzav means Avod Zarah. But Chista Rashat Sivisim Asulahed. So one says, they have quickly departed from the path that I commanded them. So again, this was an admonition against Avodah Zarah. Right? They quickly is by the ego, by the golden calf. They quickly see. So over here that derech is also referred to. I'm sorry, by Asher Tzidis, the path that I commanded. So command over here is a reference to theology. The other thing quotes the pasuk here from Hosea. Ashuk Ephraim Utzutz Mishpat Yohil Halach Achar Tzav. So once again, you see the same lashon Holet Achar Tzav. The Tzav representing Avodah Zarah. My bad. What's kind of listening to? Very interesting. The path we were seeing is things would be a Gentile created, fashioned in Avodah Zarah, but didn't worship it. Lemanda Amar Aslu Bishas Simachayiv. According to the one who learns that from Aslu, a Gentile would be liable for Avodah Zarah the moment he fashions the idol, even if he doesn't worship it. Lemanda Amar Ki Hoyel Halach, as one learns in the second passage, Ki Hoyel Halach at the Aslu Basra Halachai. He wouldn't be chayiv for idolatry until he goes ahead and actually worships it. That doesn't make sense. Rabbi says, 1 second. No one holds. Rabbi asks it. Is there anyone who holds that Akum makes an avodah and doesn't worship it? That he is there such a thing like that? So the Gemara says that time we learned. But Akum dvarim shebezdin shayisrael memiksan alehem ben Noach musra alehem ben bezdin shayisrael memiksan alehem ein ben Noach musra alehem. Interesting. Bryce says there's a cloud. When it comes to an Akum, right? When determining the legal liability of an Akum, of a Gentile, the way it works is like this, right? Anything that a Bezdin of Yisrael would, right, the Jewish Bezdin would execute a Jew for, Ben Noach is also on warrant for. In other words, he would also be liable for that, right? However, again, if Bezdin of Yisrael wouldn't execute the Jew for a particular infraction, then a Ben Noach would also not be held liable for that infraction. So what does this come to exclude? The following case, an Akum who made an Avodah Zarah, but did not bow down to it. He didn't bow down to it. So what do you do in a situation like this? So here's a perfect case, right? If a Jew, if you would have a Jew who made an idol, but did not bow down to it, certainly not good, right? Not good to make any idols. But halacha myself, there's not liability unless, of course, he actually goes ahead and bows down to it. he doesn't worship it, then there's no liability. However, Papa, and again, as we just said before, if the Jew doesn't have liability for it, then Akum doesn't have liability for it. We're talking about hugging and kissing an idol. What does that mean? What do you mean you're hugging and kissing the idol? If someone was worship the idol, everybody's liable for that. Rather, it's talking about over here, meaning, let's say the derech of this particular idol is not to be hugged and kissed. So in this type of fashion, again, even if one hugged and kissed it, there would not be liability because one is on the tribe of Avodah for what we'll call normative worship of the Avodah Zarah. Okay, incredible. Dinin Noach as kid. Gemara says, now let's go back. That's what football is. So when it comes to setting up the judicial system, is that true that Bnei Noach are obligated in this? What we learned about Tanya, Esron is supposed to establish Salomara. Claudius was commanded 10 mitzvahs in Mara. Sheva Shekiva Leim Bnei Noach. Now, 7 of them were, or now when we say they were given 10 mitzvahs, really, there were 7 pre-existing mitzvahs that Bnei Noach already had. Well, Sivu Alein, Dinin, Shabbos, V'Kibbutz Avayim. And in Mara, there are 3 more added. Dinin, the obligation to establish a judicial system, Shabbos, and Kibbutz Avayim. So as much as Dinin, Dichsiv, how do we know that Dinin were added at Mara? Remember again, Mara, it's time to answer Parsha. Mara was the first stop after Kriyas Yaakov. Like after we left the banks of the Red Sea, Moshe made it takes us, right? We traveled for 3 days in the desert. We couldn't find water. We came to a place called Mara. Why, right? Why was it called Mara? Because the water was bitter. Because of the Pasuk says they were unable to drink the water. Marim Haim. Now, normally we translate that to mean the waters were bitter. But Hashem says that it should have just said Kimarhu, the water singular was bitter. What does it mean Kimarim Haim? They were bitter. The guy says it wasn't the waters that were bitter. The Jews were bitter. And when a person is bitter, even the sweetest of waters has a bitter taste. In other words, your perspective impacts everything. Positive perspective, the world looks beautiful and incredible. Positive perspective, even most daunting of challenges become the opportunity for personal and transcendence. On the other hand, negative attitude, even if it is raha, even the sweetest of waters, becomes something overwhelming, negative, and troubling. Life is always a matter of our perspective. Incredible. So as it says, Dinin, what do they get? Dinin, it said, Sham Sam Lo Choku Mishpat. Okay, Shabbos, Kibbutz Avayim, Sid, Kasher Tzivcha Shema Lokecha. So it's commanded you, Bamar Yehuda Kasher Tzivcha B'Mara. And again, remember that's Lashon over here. Torah, both by Shabbos as well as by Kibbutz Avayim, use Lashon of Kasher Tzivcha. Hashem commanded you. So understanding here as Hashem commanded you previously back in Mara. Okay, Rav Nachman bar Avua. So the point over here is, how can you say?
Yo, what up?
Saying stuff over here is that halacha the Jews already had the 7 Noachide laws before Mara. In Mara, they got 3 more halachas. What are the 3 more halachas? Dinin, obligation to set up a judicial system, Kibbutz Avayim, honoring parents, and number 3, Shabbos, for a total of 10 binding halachas. So here's the problem. We just said the establishment of the court system was already one of the 7 Noachide laws. That's the reason. What are they receiving in Mara? To which the Gemara says, what's going on there? So in Mara, what they got were more legal details. Namely, that halacha l'maisa, if you're going to adjudicate the capital case, as we know in the Beis of 23, right, and the concept of witnesses and the concept of hasra. So in other words, there was a concept of establishing a judicial system that was always part of Noachide law. But the details of it, right, the specific framework that was given at Mara, my vahosifu aleihem. So then again, what does it mean when the Gemara says that ultimately again meaning was added on? It means that it sounds like there is something extra, not just details. Interesting. That some of this thing were the establishment of the legal system was normative law, right? Again, and it's even capital cases. What was the Noach not empowered to adjudicate Knesset's penalty cases? And in Mara, they got the concept of Knesset's penalty cases. Seafood right? But still, it should have said Seafood 50, not Seafood Demon. Because Seafood Demon makes it sound like the laws of the judicial system were added on Mara. And if you tell me they had the judicial system, but rather again they were just giving something extra like Knessos, then it should have said Seafood Bidin. Ella Amarav Achava Yaakov Lenitzcha Ella Lahoshid Dezin Bechol Plach Uplach Ubechol Ear Ve'ir. Rather, again, interestingly enough, as part of Shem is explaining, they were given the obligation to establish a judicial system. And in Mara, they were given the obligation to establish a Beis Din in every city, right? Plach, literally in every neighborhood, and every city. Every city. Local but they did. Local but they did. Or B'nai Noach, not obligated to do that already. Tanya, Kishim Shinistav Yisrael Lahoshib Bateitim B'chol Plach Uplach B'chol Year V'Year, Kach Nistav B'nai Noach Lahoshib Bateitim B'chol Plach Uplach B'chol Year V'Year. That's not true. The Gemara says the same way that Jews were obligated to go ahead and make Batei Din in every city and in every locale, every city. So to Bnei Noach, Amarava, Hai Tana, the Menashehu, the Matech Dach, the Ayo Sach. Right? Also, so this Tana has a different opinion as to what the Shem Mitzvos Bnei Noach was. He takes out Dach. Dach is Dinin and Birchas Hashem, establishing the judicial system, and blasphemy, and instead he adds in Sach, which is Sirus, castration, and Chaf for Kilayim. So this Tana has a different opinion as to what comprised the original Shabbos of Bnei Noach, and he actually holds that din in the establishment of the judicial system was not part of the original seven. And therefore, Allah said this is something that Klal Yisrael received for the first time in Mar, the Tana, the Beit Menashe, Sheva mitzvos Bnei Noach, Sheva mitzvos Nitzavah Bnei Noach, Avodah Zarah, Givei Arayos, Shichos Damim, Gezel Be'erim Menachai, Sirus Ekilayim. So you see from here again. So this is the opinion of Bnei Menashe, right? So in Yeshiva Menashe they had a different opinion. Sheva mitzvos Bnei Noach were 7 different mitzvos. Now they agree on 5, but they disagree on 2. So whereas the primary opinion said that including Sheva Bnei Noach was establishment of judicial system and blasphemy, the Yeshiva Bnei Menashe they took it out. Not blasphemy, they take out blasphemy and judicial system and instead replace it with sirus, castration, and kilayim, and grafting. Again, like we saw before with that. So to stop up here for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow with a beautiful, beautiful Gemara about Avraham Rishon. Sorry again that I wasn't with you in person today. I'm sorry for the last minute cancellation this morning of the live share. But thank you for the opportunity to come with all of you and wish everyone a great day. All right. I'll say good morning, Baruch Hashem, an incredible schus. To be able to continue in our journey of Sanhedrin, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Tavshin Pei, the Tilson Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shumer Trashos this year in the schus of the Saros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Lin Lutova, Terry and Steve Zinn. Loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Herschel Ben Yosef HaKohen, on the occasion of his 12th yard site and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zechron Levracha, B'Yoktan, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos Havan Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need our Fush Havan Kedel, Kol Choleis from Nechadish Baruch Hu, Meretz Hashem, bring home all of our hostages and may our holy soldiers be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yidei. Well, so with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to do today. Today's daf is Ayin Zayin 77. We are picking up on Ayin Vav Mavez 76b, 12 lines down from the top. Tan Rabbanon. Some really beautiful Gemara today. Tan Rabbanon. Ha'oiv Eshchinov, person who loves his neighbors. Damakari Veskrovov, and he goes ahead and he brings his relatives close. Vahanose as Bas Achoso, and he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. Vamalva Selani Bishas Dovko, and he lends money to a poor person at a time that the ani is struggling. Alava Kasif Omer as Tikra Vashem Ya'anem. When you call out, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will answer. So we'll say a really beautiful Gemara. Because so many times, right, we go through life and we're wondering what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? What do I want more than anything? I want to know that when I reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he's going to answer. Right? I want to know that when I need something that Ribono Shel Olam is going to be there. So what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsiveness, right? Responsiveness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to be there for me? It's so beautiful. Sometimes comes out to you this formula. So that's the formula for success. Someone who loves his neighbors, which means once you know what's interesting about your neighbors is although to a certain degree you could try to choose them, right? Because you could choose where you live. Once you go ahead and you move somewhere, you definitely can't control who lives around you, right? What's after that? What's after that is Matavi Skroba, someone who brings his relatives close. You certainly can't choose your relatives. You don't become the denominator here. Become the denominator is able to get along with other people. The person is able to go to forge relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. You are an agreeable person. Diagnosis is basachoso is the same idea. That was saying now, actually, the truth is, this you see something more about Chazal's almost like focus on marrying one's niece, sister's daughter, but leaving aside the actual marriage of the niece. The idea, if you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and a niece. So we know this in life that sometimes the most difficult, sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest. Like those are the most challenging relationships. You like to think, of course you get along with the family. Like, of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, that's sometimes it's the people that are closest to you that you have the most difficult time forging a meaningful relationship with you. So I could be the kind of person, and go, there's outside the circle, inside the circle. Who could get along with my neighbors? Who could get along with my relatives? Who could get along again with my spouse? Right? With you, as I was terming it as the sister of my neighbor. If I could do that, if I could, what does it take? What does it take? Well, there's no wrong answer to this, but there's a lot of things. But I think on the most basic level, the primary need to those relationships in life is God. Living in fields, or living in fields. Rabbi Nachman writes, I've quoted this many times, but that's not Rabbi Nachman. Told the heels, not sure. That's it. Told the heels, it's good to be mevater. It's good to yield. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything your way. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give in to the other because it's just not worth the fight. And if you think about it, in each and every one of these relationships, you need to be in the back. You want good neighborly relations? You want good neighborly relations? What do you need? You need to not be in the back. Why? Because at some point in time, your neighbor, whatever they're going to do, they're going to leave their trash out, or their trash is going to go into your lawn, or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and messes itself in your backyard for a long amount of time. It just could happen. It could happen, right? So Lamaisa, you want to have relationships with your neighbors. You want to have relationships with your family. You have to be mevater. You want to have shalom bayis with your wife. You have to learn how to live. Otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And Gemara says, if you're the kind of person who can create relationships with others, the Prophet says, I promise, I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'll have a relationship with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you call out to me, as Tikra, you call out to me, and Hashem will go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last one is the ani. It was like, it's interesting because the way to read that ani case is Hamalva Sela Ani B'Shas Bil Flow. So the way it's understood is you're lending money to an ani at a time that an ani is having difficulty. So I was looking at the translation, it says it was just translated anyways. Realize, but it doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean, an ani who's struggling? By definition, if you're an ani, then what? Then you're struggling. So maybe it means like this. Hamalva as an ani b'shas doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling ani. What it means is You lend money to Shas even when you're strong. It's talking about the lender. It's talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah, and it's easy to be mevakar. It's all the sinida of Hashemus. What's tzedakah? What's tzedakah? Tzedakah is being yielding with your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? That's what it means to be mevakar. You have to have emotional vakshanas, and you have to have financial vakshanas. So if I'm the kind of person who is financially medakal, financially yielding, and I help another person out even when I'm having a difficult time. The Gemara says, Chazal say you're that kind of person. You're mevakar for people. You're mevakar emotionally. You're mevakar financially. You're yielding. You're giving. If that's the kind of person you are for others, I promise I'll be there for you as well. Incredible Gemara. All right, let's go right there. No, back to Facebook. Also, that's so this is the section over here, quoting. This is the Isha Sheyitach Isha that's Zimani. So this is if a man marries a woman and her mother. So it's very stroke also the as hen. This is interesting. He'll be burned by fire, Seifa. Also, him, the perpetrator, the as hen, plural. That was like now the first telling you over here is once you're married to Rachel, once he is married to Rachel, he can't marry Rachel's mother. And if he does so, it's partial by Sreifa. There wasn't who's partial by Sreifa. It doesn't, Rachel didn't do anything. Like Rachel just married Ruvain legally. In fact, she married Rachel's mother, that's on Ruvain and the mother. So why does it say that Ruvain and Eshen and them, plural, both women are put to death? That can't be what it means. So the Gemara says as follows. So, Osovia Shen, Osovia as Achos and the Rebbe Shmuel. No, it's telling the mean that Reuben is put to death with one of these women, i.e. the mother-in-law. Rabbi Kiva says, Osovia Shen. Rabbi Kiva says, no. It means him and both of them. So what's going on over here? My bad, what exactly is it? What exactly is the machlokus over here? I'm not buying my Shmuel's darshan ikavayim. What's the machlokus over here? How to dash in the pasuk? How so? And Shmuel Sava Osovia Eshen. Because it says, right, you say that we go ahead and we put to death Ruvain and them plural, Osovi as achos man. The reading is as hen doesn't mean both of them. As hen means achos man. It's actually one of them, or one of the women. She came to Lashon Yuvani, Korin la'achos hina. Because of healthy in Greek, the word for one is hina. Hina, so as hen is one of them. Ve'em chamoso, midrash asya, and I want to say this pasuk is not, and ultimately again the mother of his mother-in-law is learned that from a different drasha. And the Kiva Saba, Osovi as hen. What does that mean? Osovi as shtehen. So it means him and both of them. What does it mean him and both of them? Ve'em chamoso ha'chaksiva. And again, Rabbi Shmuel is learning out the prohibition. Sorry, Rabbi Akiva is learning out the prohibition of mother-in-law, mother-in-law's mother, thank you, mother-in-law's mother from this particular hospital. Rava says, no, the point is she can't do something else. My focus of Rabbi says, what is the status of a mother-in-law after the death of the wife? So again, Reuben's married to Rachel passed. So obviously, when Reuben's married to Rachel, so Reuben's mother-in-law, Rachel's mother is prohibited to him. What happens when Rachel dies? Like, does the mother-in-law prohibition still remain? So when Rabbi Shmuel Sarah Chamos Lacham says, Rabbi Shmuel says yes. In fact, the mother-in-law prohibition remains even after the death of the wife, to the point that the relationship is punishable by death. Rabbi Akiva Savar Yisur Baba. Rabbi Akiva on that hand holds is only an Isur. This is only an Isur. It's Asur, but it's not straight. Says the Mishnah. Be'er Neharagim. On to our later topic. Let's go from Streifa to Herek. Herek, remember, again, is decapitation. Right? Killing someone with a sword. So Ve'ilu HaNeharagim. These are the people who are put to death. Remember, the other word for Herek is Saif. But again, classically it's called Herek, decapitation with the sword. So these are the people who are killed with the sword. Who are they? Number one, Haroseach, someone who murders someone else. Okay, number two, Yanshe Yaridachas. Remember, Yaridachas is a city which worshipped Avodah Zarah. So I welcome myself.
Halach the city is killed by sight. Lotseach sheika esre'eu be'ever over or a murderer who killed someone, who killed his friend, with a stone or with iron. The kalash alav l'sochamayim. So what these figures are going to get very interesting. Now, kalash also l'sochamayim means he holds his friend's head under the water. So he holds his friend's head under the water, or he holds his friend in the fire. I think not his friend, but again, you understand the point. So it always struck me that Ehu is also mean fellow. It doesn't have to be a habit, but it is interesting that how Chazal the Torah itself also does this. That whenever there are so many other shorts you could use for someone else. Let's say it's fascinating to see. In general, like Rabbi Nachman writes that when one commits an Avera, every Avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the Avera, but there's also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Like in the moment that I could have been doing the Avera, in the moment that I was doing the Avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. There's like this duality of loss in the commission of an Avera. It's true for personally as well. Right? For every person that I harm and for every enemy, they could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that Torah that's going to first see here Reuben is coming to me, holding his head under the water, and it calls him Re'ehu. It didn't have to be this way. There's that duality, there's that avis, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Anyway, so he pulls him into the fire. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayas, ultimately, and Reuven is going to be Chayas. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case. What happens if Reuven pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately, again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. Umeis, and he dies. Potter. In those cases, Reuven had Potter. So this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuven pushed Shimon into the water, and even though Reuven pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuven is not liable. She sabot hakalas. If again Reuven goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. Or she's supposed to kill it as a nachash. Potter ultimately is Potter. Why? Because also this is going to be a case of drama. This is causation. Because in these cases over here, Reuven is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though again, Reuven riles it up. Here's Shikwas and Achash. What happens if Reuven took the snake? Right, literally held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. Now, listen, interestingly enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuven. What's the halacha over here? So the Gemara says, Reuven says, no, in that case, that's direct koach, and therefore Reuven is going to be chayiv. The Chachamim poster, the Chachamim on the other hand say that Reuven is going to be potter. All right, so I'll have to talk about it in this subject. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel. Nipnei Malo Ne'amra Yad Kedarzon. So this is very interesting. First Rashi in the Gemara, last short line in Rashi. Lo Ne'amra Yad. Kimash Ne'amar Be'even Yad or Be'kli Eitz Yad. So we'll say in the subject where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuven kills Shimon the Even Yad. Now, what that means is literally it could mean a stone that he's holding in his hand. But what we really mean to understand is that Yad means that you have the ability to kill someone with that Even. In other words, the halachas we're going to see that in order to be liable for going ahead and killing someone, halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's actually of delivering a death blow, in other words, if I go ahead and I take a pebble, Reuven takes a pebble, it's a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon, and somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? They get dinged, But it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit him, and he dies.
Ruvain's not going to be higher to that because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause death. So that's why I told you this lashon of yad by Evan and by Eitz. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Shabarzal and Mishpachoshu. Because ultimately, again, Barzal is different. Barzal is different. That when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Even in a very small shear. So Rabbi Omer Rabbi says, so it was known before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. I was saying that what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabbat during this proportion is the third white line on the bottom. That because iron is stacked. So because iron is stacked, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't use the Russian of yak. Yak means that normally the item you use to kill someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, without a shear, ultimately again there's going to be liability. The Hanimili did balancing this up. But this is all assuming of what? This is all assuming of Halacha. So one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be fatal. Okay, the Talmud covers up the mind. Listen to this. And I remember the Mishnah said, if Reuben goes and holds Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this. Both the Rishon and Sefer at the beginning and the end of the Brisa, both teach us tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? Here we go. The motivation of this in the first case, Mishnah teaches us Afagav, Shalav Iudafo, Evan Ben Yachal Lalos Misham, Uneis, Chayim. So let's say in case number one of the Mishnah, let's case number one. Case number one is where Reuben holds Shimon's head under the water. And again, Shimon dies, Reuben is tired. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. Or Reuben didn't put him there. Or Reuben didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the Mishnah is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuben didn't put him there. But if Reuben comes up, right? Reuben didn't put Shimon in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuben comes along and holds Shimon's head under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuben did not place him there. Sefer of the Sakharashman. What's the chiddush of Sefer? Afagav the dachfo, even the Yachalalos Misham Umeis Pater. The chiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in Sefer? Reuben pushed Shimon into the water. Now again, and let's say Shimon dies. Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so, even though he was only in the water because Reuben pushed him there. Reuben will not be liable. Incredible. Kavash Minoan. So we say, how do I know that there's liability for holding someone's head under the water or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water. Or really, Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuben holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire, that Reuben is liable? It's very interesting. On the small Gemara, Hazik says, Obe'eva. Or if Reuben treats Shimon with animosity or hatred. So let's say Obe'eva hiko. If he hits him with hatred or animosity. The Ravos is Hametsamse. So this goes ahead and this proves Mitzamse. What does Mitzamse mean? Literally again, constricting. Mitzamse means holding someone in his place. In this case, Reuben holding Shimon's head under water. Or Reuben holding Shimon in the fire. Let's say there's a tremendous amount of hospital mission as well. And it's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's Eva? Mitzamse. So what does Mitzamse mean? Sometimes when you constrict a person, you don't allow a person to move. I don't mean physically, well, this is not physically. But sometimes, especially in relationships, you back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's tzimtzum. When you constrict the person, that's evil. That's animosity. It's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural yitzhara. Whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. Right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. My spouse to be like this. That's all relationships are about. It's not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful partnerships that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzamtzing someone, when you constrict someone, Gemara says that's eva, that's animosity. Incredible. Hogava. Story. There was a guy, the mitzamtzim of the face of the Chabad. So Ruvain had Shimon. And what did Ruvain do? Ruvain tied up Shimon's animals and left it in the sun. And as a result, the animal died. Two disclosures. The animal died. Ravina Machayev. Ravina said that the guy was potter. I can call him. And Chabara said he was potter. Okay, what's going on here? Ravina Machayev. So Ravina says, of course he's chayev. Why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same thing as an intentional one. But only and extenuating chances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, so we know that when it comes to murder, again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as ratzon. Yet I will say, what's the halacha if you keep a person, if you didn't keep Shimon's head under the water? What's the halacha? What's the halacha? He's chayiv. So to again, Ravina walked in in this case over here, the Ruvain tied up Shimon's animals, so Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun and died as a result of the exposure. Ruvain's going to be chayiv. So the top of Ayin Zayin, Nezikin, Sha'asam and Shogi Kamezid, but only his Kiratzon. I was saying, I remember when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages. Now, what's the halacha about damages? I was saying, interesting enough, damages, accidental damage is as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Russia. Why? Why is that? Why is that? What's kind of like the operating?
Yeah, I heard that.
Not phrase, but the operating concept by Nezikin.
What do you mean by suicidal animal is?
The person is always responsible for his actions.
I don't fucking know. What kind of question is
when
that?
it comes to damages, to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, there was an accident." Okay, I forgive you. Pay up. Hey, oh, it wasn't only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Pay up. You're always responsible for damages. That's what Venus Kabbalah, which is very interesting. So when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and ratzon, get your chayiv for confining someone. Right? Like Reuben holds Shimon's
I live in
water.
reality, my man.
So therefore, again,
I
if
don't
Reuben
know,
ties Shimon's animal in the sun, and the animal dies, he's going to be chayiv for that.
Fuck this shit.
Okay, I mean, it's not that bad.
Why? The
earth is 2/3 water. There are more places to swim than there are to walk.
Most
Correct.
So the pasuk says that the murderer will be put to death. So ultimately, again, a Mishar Shias is fascinating.
I knew this guy that went to school with, right?
The din of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up
And they smoked DMT one day and
damages.
said that.
Sorry, excuse me. The idea of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by bloodshed.
The trip felt like he was living there for about 10 years as a tiger. He said that he smoked it even though that it was only like 10, 15 minutes that went by in real time. He said that he lived a normal life as a
How
tiger.
do you know that you're high from mitzamtzim? How do you know that you're
That's pretty
high
baller.
for confining someone in a situation which
That's
results
pretty
in
cool.
death? So remember again, what
And he
is
swears that like it was like 10 years went by while he was a tiger.
I could see that.
So the Acha will say the concept of mitzamtzim is dafka brought down in a case of murder.
If you came back, what animal would you have been?
And therefore it doesn't
Yeah,
apply.
being a human is
Whereas this
probably,
is really quite fascinating.
I think, probably the best. Oh,
So
yeah, the
according to
human.
Rav Acha, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage
Well,
someone
maybe
with
a-
your own koach.
Maybe a
But if, let's say,
seahorse,
here in this case, where Reuven
because
takes
they
Shimon's
like,
animal, ties it up in the
yeah,
sun,
because they give
and
birth,
the animal can't hear that the animal dies,
and
the vaca is going to say,
it'd be pretty
"It's not
baller
chayiv for that. That's not
to
good. It's not good." And we don't, obviously, the halacha doesn't
be able to have
condone
like.
it, but there's no
No, they don't. They
recourse
fuck.
that Shimon
They're the
has
ones who
under
fuck,
certain
and then they like
It's a fundamental
they fuck,
machlokas.
and then
So
they
again, Ravina
transfer the eggs
understands
into themselves, and then they give
Samson
birth
applies both
to like a
by
bunch of little
bloodshed
seahorses.
as well as by Nezikin. Rav Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by Nezikin.
You know how clownfish
Omer Rava,
breed is
another example. I will say now, just
How are
I'll tell you this
clownfish
as we
bred,
go
big
along.
dog?
It's halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa.
And,
Rambam Paskins like Rav,
most
that we hold that Samson is chayiv both by bloodshed and by
dominant
Nezikin.
male
So therefore, again, if Reuben
becomes
ties
the-
up Shimon's animal in the
after
sun, in a way that the
after
animal's going to
the
die of heat
female
exposure, the animal dies of heat exposure,
clownfish dies,
ultimately remains chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other
the
things we're going to have to qualify with the
female.
rest of the staff, but just understand, nugget
Then
number
they
one,
fuck it.
better amount per guy.
asking like most number
Yeah.
one, a lot of nuggets so far, but nugget number whatever, right? We pass like Ravina.
And then they
Ravina,
fuck it.
that one is chayiv from Mitzamtzim, from
Yeah.
defining someone or something, both by
That's
bloodshed
pretty wild.
as well as by Nezikin damages. Okay, let's go back to Amarava.
I don't know.
Kaf so umeis barav, Potter. Very interesting.
Imagine
What happens
yourself
if
like
Reuben ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? Whatever, 5 years later, Shimon's had no food, no water, have one of the person starved to have food and water, and Shimon dies. Shimon dies. So Rava
imagine
says
a transgender
Reuben is
clownfish
Potter.
that just
Reuben is
wants to
Potter.
be the
They will say now,
dominant, but
why? What's what?
they're
What
not dominant, so they
sounds
don't get
very
fucked.
strange to us. What's the logic of that? Take a look at that.
Dude, I don't know what goes through your mind sometimes, my man.
Kafso misparav, b'shah shekafso ein kan dvar hariga. V'arav ba me'ilot v'holich b'chazak la'achar zman kol shah v'lo dami l'tzamtzim b'mayim u'b'or
Rabbi.
So
What up, big dog?
essentially, by we passing that Mitzamtzim holding someone in place.
Imagine there's an alien species out there that's like break like
That is
clownfish and
only
they're as intelligent as
force
humans.
which brings about death.
Do you think that would be a happy
At
species?
the beginning of the event. So, for example,
I don't know, man.
Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuben is
Sorry?
going to be chayiv.
I don't
Why?
know, man.
Because the water, right, which is
I think
the
that would be
vehicle
a
of death,
happy
is
species.
right there. In front.
Okay.
Right. Similarly, again, in the previous case, if you
Do you
notice,
think
like
humans are a happy
Reuben
species?
tied Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is
Some
there.
of us are, some
Sun
of
is
us
there.
are not.
But in a case where, let's say, Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force
What would make you
that's
happy?
present in that moment, then
Going
Reuben will
viral.
not be chayiv. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up.
Well,
Shimon dies
going
of
viral.
starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that it's not okay, but at the time that he
Is that your
tied
life
him up,
ambition to go
again,
viral?
there was no starvation.
No,
There was no.
I've got a
there
lot
was
more
no
ambitions
death
than that.
force.
It's just the catalyst to making a lot of them
Therefore,
come
there is
true.
no technical liability. There wasn't obviously in the eyes of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. I'm sure that Ribbon Shalom is not smiling upon Reuben for what he's
You
done.
think you
We're
have
talking about in
narcissistic
a very
traits?
technical,
I
legalistic.
think we all
framework.
do.
Is there liability or not? Could Bezin execute Reuben for what he did? To us, it's a very important principle.
I think you
In
do.
order
I
to be
think
chayiv
there's a
from
deep
something,
desire
for
for you.
finding someone,
You want to be
that
famous.
force has to be present.
Dude, I could give a shit about giving famous. I just want the power that it will give
There is
me.
no liability. Next.
I actually
Amrava,
very
another
much
example.
enjoy anonymity.
Kaf sabachama umeis. Sina umeis chayiv. If Reuben tied
Right,
Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? And or he tied him up in
I want to
the
be
freezing
famous
cold.
after. Yeah.
Ultimately, then Reuben and then Shimon dies.
Okay.
Chayiv. Ultimately, again, so Reuben is going to be chayiv. But on the other hand,
Who's
so
someone that became famous after they died?
so Tzina level. Let's say
Oh, that's a
Reuben
good question.
ties Shimon up at
Um,
night, and at night it's
like-
fine. There's no sun.
I don't know how famous Betsy Ross was, but like Nikola Tesla,
Shimon's gonna die of heat
he
exposure.
had some
So Reuben's
anonymity
husband,
while he
why?
was
Some
alive,
idea why?
and
Because at
generally
the time that
became
Reuben
much
tied
more
Shimon
famous
up,
after he
there
died.
was no death force.
I mean,
So
many of
because
the
that,
rabbis
again,
I know
Reuben is going
from
to
the
be
past,
Because
they
Sof Kamalav,
led
Sof Tzina
lives
Lavo,
of
Potter,
limited
So the Gemara says, Rava says, Kaf Sof Lefnei
popularity within maybe a community or
If Reuben
just a
tied
small
Shimon
area,
up in front of a
but
lion, Potter.
as
That's quite fascinating.
their teachings were spread, they become very famous.
Is that, yeah. Take a look at Rashi's very cross. Kaf Sof Lefnei Potter.
I would say that there are
but this is fascinating.
perhaps
Because also, clinical tests have
people
shown
of.
that your
It depends how you
chances of
define
survival
fame.
with a lion,
Like
whether
publicity,
you're
like
bound
publicized,
or
like in a
not bound,
paper
are non-existent,
or
right?
on television or radio or
Says
something,
your chances
is
of
different
survival
than
are no better
people
if
knowing
you're
you around
untied
you.
with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion.
So it
therefore,
depends, but
Rava says,
I gave you some
right,
examples.
if
Nikola
if
Tesla,
Reuven put- if
perhaps
Reuven put-
Betsy Ross. I don't know how
and
famous
listen,
Betsy
the idea
Ross
here, going
was
to see this,
in
that
like
Ramesh, remember again,
17,
the
the
wild
late
animal, we saw this
18th
in the Mishnah,
century.
about Shisa
So like
of
today,
deciding
she's
the
pretty
dog.
well known
Those cases seem a lot more
as like the
Rama,
person who created
Rama,
the
like
first American
causation.
flag.
Because it's not Reuven killing Shimon, but rather what is it? It's the lion killing Shimon.
Jesus
The
was
fact
not
that
famous
Reuven,
after
the fact
he
that Reuven went ahead and tied Shimon up, okay, his chances would have been no better had he been
There you
untied.
go.
So how often am I son?
I mean,
It's part of it happens to be see, but I'm a pastor
no
things like that
one
actually
believes
high.
him.
But again, we'll see it from later. Rava
I
says,
mean, didn't he have like disciples that
so
believed him?
this is very interesting. If
Yeah,
Reuben
but everyone
ties
will know
Shimon
that's what
up with Yitushin, what are
Okay.
Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess it was, a person could die as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Yeah, yes, something, some maybe disease, maybe whatever else, reaction. So the nice one say, what's the idea over here? Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Right? Rashi points out he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up, that ultimately again results in his death. So as Rashi says, Rashi says no, even with Yitushin,
Oh, you know who became famous after they died?
with
Who's
gnats,
that?
he's still going to be potter. Why? Hani asli v'hani asu. Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are
There you
present
go. There's a
at the
good
time he's
example.
tied up. Once again, the
It's a
death
very good
force is not
example.
present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat chevra comes, this gnat chevra goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat chevra that goes ahead and
I think
causes
he
death.
had some.
But again, the death force is not present at the time.
He's
that
certainly
he's tied
larger
up.
today than he was
So
when
say, so
he
again,
was alive.
nugget of information,
But
same ideas before.
That's
In order to
has
be
a lot to
chayiv
do with
from
mass
the sun to
communication.
establish number
If
one,
we didn't have mass
chayiv from the sun
communication,
saying,
you nor I would know
by
who Vincent
and
Van Gogh
by
is
Esau, by Roseach, as well as by Nizik.
or
Nugget
was.
number two,
Jordan
only
Floyd
chayiv from
became
the sun saying,
famous after he
if
died.
the death force
That's
is
absolutely right.
present
That's an
at
excellent
the
example.
time that you tied up the individual. Incredible.
So he only became famous after
Says
he
the
died.
Gemara. Says the Gemara. Itmar. Kaf alav gigis. This is very interesting. Upar alav ma'azifa. If let's say Reuven took right, Reuven took
That
a
might
barrel,
be.
I heard
he
them
put
making
the barrel over Shimon.
That might.
Floyd
Right,
movie.
not put
I
Shimon
can
over
see
the
that.
barrel.
That might be the
He went
best
ahead and he
example
put
of the
barrel over Shimon.
21st century
Rashi
thus
says
far.
over here, actually right across to the right, Kaf alav
Who
gigis.
became more famous?
Umeis b'havla. And
Is
also,
there any
again,
entertainers that
apparently
became
Yeshua
famous
going
after
ahead
they
and
died?
barrel
Like
over someone is
someone who worked really hard in the
over
music
time,
industry
it
or
will
like
suffer.
entertainment industry, didn't have a career, and then they just
But
died. And people were like, holy shit, this guy almost died.
And what does
Have we
he
ever
do?
seen that?
Yeah, I've heard of it happening, but I'm trying to think. Like, so Otis Redding was famous when he was alive, but then he ended up dying, and then he had his only number one hit. Like Buddy Holly was very famous when he was alive, but then he died in a plane crash, and then he sort of kind of became more famous. I mean,
once
You know who else became famous after that?
this time the Rav reporter.
This was before George.
right, is it the 21st? Is it
Shimon up and Shimon
8 years before George Floyd?
That Reuven is potter. Why?
Yeah.
Because the death force wasn't present at the time of the time.
8 years
So again,
before George.
you catch this in these cases as well.
I mean,
Reuven
who are you thinking?
goes ahead and puts the barrel over Shimon again.
Amanda
Right
Todd.
now, there's air.
Who's
Right now,
that?
there's air. Or when he opens up the ceiling,
Amanda
right
Todd.
now, there's a draft.
Yeah, who's a mad
But
Todd?
again, one can make the argument that maybe the death force is not present. And
He was
therefore,
like
would be part of this
most
case as well.
viral.
Futurist is not necessarily. This time, Rabbi Zeri, maybe not. Maybe this price that
She committed suicide at 16 in a video was like the most viral thing on YouTube at the time.
I'm sorry. This time, Rabbi Zeri,
I don't-
Keith Amar Potter. Maybe
Okay,
Rabbi
I
Zeri
mean,
won't picture Potter. Why? What Rabbi Zeri?
yeah,
Rabbi
there you
Zeri
go. But I don't.
says,
That's not like a household name. George Floyd, that's a good example.
If someone takes his friend, right? Reuben takes his friend into a house.
Well, everyone knows George
made of
Floyd.
marble. Now,
Now, again,
Oh, for sure, no. But he's probably the biggest example in the 21st century.
A house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. And then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Now, why is that? Why is he chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuben do? What does he do? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So he's taking up all the, so because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. Now the Gemara says, "Time without shraga." Now the only reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. But you can infer from this is had he not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in an airtight home. And I say would not be chayiv, right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the Gemara says, "Time of the obviously shraga." The reason Reuben is chayiv is because he lit the candle. Halo obviously shraga low. If he would not have lit the candle, he would not be chayiv. So it could very well be that our Rice reflects the view of Rabbi Zera, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, I'm sorry, no Amri.
Yeah, big dog.
It's not necessarily comparable, I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, the low struggle of us will have one. In the case of the airtight home, the issue of Yabosai is apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also taints the air. So apparently the actual act of lighting the candle, had you not lit the candle, sure would have been just fine.
No, I would not be happy with that.
But Maskell have with the shaiti, I'm vague. In the case over here, excuse me, of the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, the low struggle, Nami Maskell have with the shaiti. So as I say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, so the cases are not really compatible. Hasam below struggle of Maskell, but without the candle, the putrid air would not have started like that. Here, below struggle, Nami Maskell have with the shaiti. But over here, ultimately, again, even without the candle,
yeah, a lot of people.
So
Michelangelo,
both cases. There wasn't interestingly enough,
perhaps
the way we pass
Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, perhaps.
There's not focus. The barrel on top of Shimon.
Not really. I mean, like, you couldn't ask someone in Asia if they knew who Michelangelo was. They wouldn't know that, but many people in Asia know who Michelangelo is now. Probably a monarch of England.
The death force is present, but the death force is not a law. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run
how do
out
you
of
define
fame? But right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not an impact.
Okay.
So we'll see this case in Meretz Hashem, what we do with this case, because this is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present for the entire.
Not everybody knows. There isn't one person on earth that everybody knows.
Put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic
No, it would be tribal and just amongst your maybe 10 or 20 people you knew.
Reuben goes ahead and puts the barrel over Shimon. Destruction is very reminiscent.
Perhaps with the invention of writing, where information could be spread, or perhaps through storytelling.
Over us, and what held it over us like a barrel.
I think it's a natural desire that everyone at some point has desired for one reason or another.
Inside of a barrel.
Okay.
Some people who do horrible things like they're suffocating in Yiddishkeit. It can happen. The person feels overwhelmed. Ultimately, I think by the responsibility, overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon our shoulders. And sometimes the easiest of Torah can ultimately feel overwhelming. Almost as if that response was validating that Daddy, both of us, we all have moments like this where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming to me. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the emotional is saying, I get it. I get it. I understand it. Yeah, at times it could be beautiful, at times it could be inspiring, and at times it can actually be suffocating. That's the end of the art. That's the end of the art. Sometimes when someone is struggling with something, they'll say, no,
Dude, I would send you a game invitation, but I'm in the middle of a space. And I'm trying to talk with these people.
We all know people like this, where when you're something, you go over to them. What do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's your often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands, right? I like be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I'm not like I've been around. I know I'm not right. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you right now. Don't tell me it's gonna be okay. You're sweet, calm. It's gonna be okay. You're so strong. You're gonna be fine. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. Right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through difficult times is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. Sometimes I know it's gonna be okay. I know I'll make it. I know I'll stand strong. I'll remain standing. Just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me I understand. Just tell me it must be really hard, or I'm so sorry that you're in this predicament, or these are something that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. And the most of the countless over here is that where do we learn this out? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is truly toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just build empathy and just be there for them. Cover and hard to be this. I got it. This Torah thing, this Yiddishkeit thing, it's big. It's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. That's it. No, but you can do it, right? Which will be great. No, I got it. Just know I'm not going alone with you. Just know that at the end of the day, I'm the one who's Baruch Hu says, I'm the one who's holding the battle. It's not someone else holding the battle. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, am holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, these may feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go back. Says the Gemara. Amar Rava. Dakol Bar is a very interesting case. Dakol Bar, the Sulam Bar. Listen to this. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to see what's happening over here. Now, interestingly enough, remember a pit also has a hevel, right? A pit, we've seen this before too. It's like in our Bible commentaries, right? That a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, if Shimon stays in the pit, he's gonna die. The good news is there's a ladder. There's a ladder. But what happens? The still going. And what happens? Now, just understand timeline of events. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. The still go. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Afilu. Who? Kagam the Silko. Maybe even Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuben is Potter. Why is Reuben Potter? But even as the Shajay, listen, the top over here is, as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? And remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So just to even illustrate the most dramatic way, right? For a moment, Reuben is standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder is there. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuben takes out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to be tired. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing, right? Because that was the act. And since at the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was present, therefore this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is so go, Kadam Nikilaso Shazav, but even if the Shaji Yafalalosu, Upatra Agifia, you should see the Plamatas of the Yube to drum up the Alamo. So since at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuben himself then put the letter out before Shimon hit the ground. Ultimately, again, Reuben is not going to be tight. Incredible. There was Rabbi, similar idea. Zara Kate, just the other. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. Good news. Shimon had a shield. Uba Akav not low, but someone that after Reuben shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. Or even if Reuben himself took the shield, Potter, Reuben's going to be Potter. Why? For a vessel that was remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuben shot the arrow, what was the Metzias? What was the Metzias? Shimon could not be harmed by the arrow. Therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuben is not going to be tight. Even if Ash, again, let's say Reuben is lightning fast, he shoots the arrow, and someone after shoots the arrow, he goes and grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Reuben's going to be butter because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. So the man says as follows. Another case. Good. Dark case. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. The salmon and the adult. But it's okay because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow was going to sort of pierce him. He had a bandage, he had an antiseptic, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and he would have been just fine. Okay? So after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the Reuben himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately Reuben gave Potter. Why? Even the Shanta Bay, both say all the same thing. In order to be high for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing, even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if he himself removed it, it's still going to be part of the line, because at the time of the act is not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. Rashi says, the truth is, even if, right, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy to return, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace, right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuben's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. What happens if at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedy. But then after he shot the arrow,
what the fuck kind of chill and chill is this?
In that case, ultimately, again, Reuben is not going to be tired. There was an interesting, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. But since Halacha L'Maisa, he did get the remedy before Reuben was brought to din. So therefore, Reuben will not be tired. Rabbi's got for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all of these cases right now. Tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. We've got about tomorrow. Shkak, everyone. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tov Shin Pei Hey. We tell some Mishpach we're dedicating all the Shim and Drushos this year as his host for the Summer Solivan. These are Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adra Ba'adinu Latova.
What up, Miss Aquarius?
His father, Dr. Harry Khan. Hirsch, Ben Yosef.
What's wrong?
It's a man to fix my tea, fix my tea.
Are you ready for
Now,
me?
I gotta tell my auntie. So this coworker, man, he's in the department. They did the same thing, right? Tell me why. He said he didn't like it either. He said he had got a gift, right? He picked a gift. It had a nice, like what's it called on your head, like a beanie or something like that. He said it had a Bluetooth headphones in it. How about a lady, when his co-worker stole the gift from her, right? Guess what kind of gift he got?
What kind of gift did he get?
A lady gift with the perfume and stuff like that.
Oh, that's a waste.
Right, that's what I was saying. I said, that's crazy. He said, yeah. I said, they need to do something with some ideas. He said, yeah. Yeah, they do. He said, I'm going to be doing it no more. I said, me either. I said, that's why I said, I'm doing that. I said, I ain't doing that either no more.
That's really unfortunate. What kind of tea you making?
My green tea with lemon and honey.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, so my nose and stuff can act up. I got like a little dry cough and it's getting on my nerves. I'm about to take my the medicine after I take the tunes last night. I'm just trying to make my tea real quick.
Excellent. Well, you have an
Yeah.
invitation. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, hold on. I will in just a minute. Make my tea and sit down and drink my tea and play with you.
Yes, ma'am.
But how was your?
It was good. I get frustrated. I like to give people chances. I don't care who they are, what their background is. I do my best to give as many people as many chances as possible. And I go into these Twitter spaces, and sometimes people look at my profile and they're like, okay, we'll let this person up. Sometimes they look at it and they're like, I don't know this person. And I've got 2,700 followers. It's like, I'm not a brand new account. And they'll just be like, yeah, we're not going to let that person up. And I don't like that. I don't know if they're what it is, what I can do to get on their good list or whatever. And sometimes I feel that the behavior can be discriminatory. You're judging a book by its cover. You should just let me up, hear what I have to say. If you like it, great. If not, then don't host a space that says to allow people to share their projects. I don't like it when people don't allow. I don't like when people judge books by their covers, and I don't think that's very nice. It happens.
Who is so high? But that don't cool off.
Do you make it with a kettle or do you microwave it?
I microwave it. I had to put the honey and lemon. It's gonna relax me and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm gonna put no milk in it. Oh, that what's it called? That time traveling thing came over the counter. I had my hot chocolate again today.
What time traveling? What'd you say?
Yeah, it's called time traveling. They sell coffee and drinks and stuff like that. They sell coffee and stuff and like mocha, chai latte, mocha latte, hot with that shit, apple cider. It's time something I looked at my phone. They are good. So we keep having them come back. This one I had, they put no whipped cream on it. Nah, but it was good. I'm gonna try something else next time. I might try some apple cider.
Well, that's cool. That's a neat name for a company.
See what it's called again? I took a picture of it the last time they came here. It is, okay. Yeah, it's called Traveling Times Coffee Truck.
Well, that's cool.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. And then, no shot supervisor today, she gave all three of me, Marty, and Sonya tickets. So she was like, y'all can go, y'all want to go. So it was so sweet of her. Hey, Merry Christmas to us.
Did you say that your supervisor gave you tickets?
Yeah, we get it's like you get tickets to go to like the coffee truck, like the truck and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have to, but you have to have a ticket to go down. So it was she only had three, so she just came to me and Margie and Sonya.
Very well. And you've got your sleepover this weekend, right?
Yes, tomorrow. Adrian, please pray for her. She didn't feel again, but she's okay.
How'd she fall?
She said that she was going to go get her dad some Reese's. She wanted some Reese's. So she went and she said she don't know, somehow she must have missed a step or something like that. He missed the step. That was it. He missed the step. or whatnot, and he just fell. And they was looking at, she was like, it was like, you need help? She said, yes, I need help. So she swallowed. She said she didn't skid, it was on cement, concrete, but she didn't skid nothing. She said she fell on her leg, but she's good. She said it just swallowed. So I got to check her before I go to bed.
Ooh, that's scary.
I said, girl, take care now. There we go, there we go. I said, girl, we need to stop doing that. You guys, but you can't help it. It's no, listen, yep, it's okay. All right. Ooh, close too.
Got a tough one here.
You know what? I disagree with, but you know what? That's what friends do, and what brothers and sisters do. That's what me and my best friends do sometimes. We need to have disagreements, but if you don't, you're not real family. Ain't that right, Rabbi?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Have you talked to that girl? Oh, that was close. I did good on that one. Have you talked to her? You know who?
Yeah. Yeah. She's not all right in the head, and that's it's sad because, um, frankly, there's not too much I can do to help someone like that, and I think she, um, like she'll have really good days where she's normal, and then she'll have like a blowout, and everything goes wrong, and oh, nice spare. And
Thank you.
she told me that she was in the well, so she would send me really really mean things, like incredibly mean.
Right, like she did me.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
and like
I had blocked her already. I blocked her.
Right.
Then she gets little senses, yeah.
And I just had the same message that I keep sending to her. I hope you're doing okay. I want the best for you. Just something like that. And so she'd send me something really mean, and I would just say, I hope you're doing okay. Or maybe something like, I hope things improve for you. Um, Best wishes to you. Something like that. Like, and then she'd send me something mean again and again and again. And I would just send her the same message. And then I know I could have blocked her, but and I don't really like Frank. I really don't like blocking people. If anything, I feel like
Well, I did.
No, I understand.
I
completely understand. Yeah, absolutely. Um, and it's not why you would think I don't want to block people. Believe
you don't have to
no,
block her,
no, I understand. Discord only allows you 1,000 friends and 1,000 blocks. And if I blocked everybody who's been mean to me on Discord for the last year or multiple years, I'd run out of 1,000. I get people who are mean to me every single day. And not only that, but this is the worst. When you block them and then let's say you're in um, a shared Discord with them, this huge message comes up on the Discord saying, so and so just joined the Discord.
Right, it does.
I hate that. I absolutely hate that because it's like, well, for me,
I don't care right now.
I understand for you, but for me, I have all these different.
I don't gonna sit up there and put God in my thing and telling me, oh, this about God.
No, I understand that, but for me, I hate that message because I have so many different devices, and it shows up everywhere, and I don't want to keep clicking it.
Oh, yeah.
So I really do my best to limit how many people I block, so that I don't get that message. Well, she sent me some mean stuff, and kept sending it, and I would just be really nice in my response. And then most recently, she said that she was in a shelter, which, you know, I I understand. And then she told some woman off, and this woman socked her and like knocked her, like messed up her face. And um I told her to just contact the authorities. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it, and if they'll determine what happened, and then I haven't really heard from her since, and um, you know, I I I really think that when she's in a good mental state, good spare, she can be a very nice person. And when she goes off, she goes way off.
Good, straight.
Thank you. And when she goes way off, she cannot be around people. She's extremely mean. And I've never really encountered anybody like that before. I mean, frankly, most of the people, thankfully, who I've ever been around in my life have been really solid individuals, and they don't do that kind of stuff. So, um, I haven't heard from her. Oh, that was earlier this month. She sent that, and um, oh no, I knew I missed that. And I hope the best for her, just like I sent in that message. And get it. I think it's really hard for someone like her. Really, really hard because she could get a job and she's had them before. Well, you got one. And that's great. And she could have a job for 2 or 3 months, and that's good. But she just has one of those blowouts, and you can't work in customer service like that.
No.
You can't have coworkers like that.
No.
And so with that kind of situation, it's really unfortunate. I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. You and I win.
Yay, good job.
Thank you.
Renee.
Undefeated
You
at
win, I
bowling,
win.
undefeated at friendship. So, and she's got
Let
this,
me see that button. Yeah.
and she's got this baby daddy who, um, I just, I don't get involved in that situation, but it seems like I don't know if I don't think he's maybe that good of an influence on her, and but I don't know what would be. It's like if you're gonna have somebody and over the course of 30 days in a month, one of the days she's just gonna blow up. I don't know what you do with someone like that. I really wish there were like uh, care centers or something that she could go to, and I don't know if a shelter's the best place, but at least it gets her off the street. So I don't know. I don't really get involved with her. When she comes in here, I think she's muted, and
Yeah, I have lots of stuff she do. I don't see her. I don't, I see her, and you might pop up and say that, but I blocked her for a reason. And until she did, because she was never like that when I first met her. You know that, right?
she was really nice. She was really, really
But
nice.
I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't know what's wrong with her. I don't know because you're not giving her attention. What is it? I don't know. She's never been like that.
Absolutely, she's really, really. She was really, really nice, and then you know that's just
Yeah, it's okay. So I still already cool with her, but right now I'm gonna block for her. I could cut down, but I wanted to block her because of the messages. I don't want her hitting me up with that type of messages.
yeah. No, I
Because
understand
you're
that.
mad, you know what I'm saying? I only want to talk to her. Okay, well, you can talk to him.
Right, come on.
You gotta do all that. I don't have time for that, yeah. So
Yeah.
if you get back to her mind back, then I don't block her. Other than that, nope, I don't want her hitting you with no messages, being disrespectful. So that's why I block her. I'm gonna keep her blocked until something changes.
Yeah, I think it's probably your best bet.
Yeah. Oh, but I know the message you're talking about because I do it on Cheerbar, but I only do it because if you just either I started when they do the music or they got his noise, I just cut it down. But if they are going to be disrespectful, calling me a B or calling a woman a B or saying the N word, then I mute you.
Word. I understand that.
And I put it in my notes. I put it down there in the notes so I know why I turned them down or why I muted.
Right. I do.
But I don't block nobody. I really don't block nobody unless they really disrespect in my inbox or something. She's the only one I've been blocked.
I understand that.
And I have blocked some people because they were real nice. Chill. But other than that, You're not gonna come in my inbox because the records are disrespectful. So you're not. Especially not doing my people love me. I'm a solid guy. You're not gonna do that. That's what she needs. She needs some Jesus.
I don't even think that. Um,
She needs something. She needs some kind of miracle.
well, here's the thing. 29 days out of the month, that person could be fine, but she has one of those blow-ups that she can't control, and it's over.
Keep praying for it. So you're still a good friend, man. It's okay. Just have to ignore it. They'll get the gift sooner or later. Now, has Puppy been in here? Puppy Gia?
Yeah, she was in here 2 days ago. She asked me to be her. She asked me to be her Discord husband. I'm like, what does that mean? And she's like,
What?
will you go into a Discord and just like kind of act like? I'm like, we're not married, and so I don't know what you mean by that. And she's like,
Discord husband is to be Discord husband on here.
yeah, I think I don't know, just that she would um perhaps like allow me to like so she didn't look like she was alone or something. I don't know. So I went into this space and the people in there were pretty nice and I just listened to them talk and then I left because um that wasn't really my audience. I don't really that's she's a nice person. Sometimes she gets into got or like I get it. She needs guys to make money for her or whatever, and she's never asked me for that.
Yeah, she's the ego, right?
Yeah, she's never asked me for that. We've always been just friends. But
Right.
but the guys who like pay her or whatever, they're maybe they get too close to her or something, and that's why she wanted to have another guy there or something. But I can say,
What are ego, Rabbi? Ego on here or they're like in real life?
yeah, I'll explain that in a second. She did
Okay,
meet.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
You're good. You're absolutely fine. She did say that she met somebody, which I think is really great because um, I think that I want everybody to find love, and so she was talking about maybe meeting with this person next week or something, and so I hope she finds what she's looking for. I did tell her, and I would say this to you as well. I was like, so how long have you known this guy? And she's like, 2 months, but we didn't talk for like 3 weeks in the middle there, and then we fought a couple times, and he uses, he used to use like racial slurs, but he doesn't as much anymore, and he's starting to move away from that. Like, I just straight up told him, you can do better than this guy. like, I mean, I want you to be like, this person doesn't use racial slurs and doesn't like people who do, and like, that kind of a deal. She's like, well, he's starting to cut back on it and things like that. So, okay, whatever. But he's, hopefully that all works out for her. Okay, so what's an ego? Miss Aquarius, this is a great question that I had as well. I didn't know. I truthfully didn't know. Is it someone who's a gamer? Is it someone who is like a OnlyFans model? What is it? And it's basically
they have it on here.
Yeah, it's basically just a person, usually a woman, obviously, who is on camera, but doesn't necessarily have to be naked. Can be fully clothed. Could be a gamer. Could be someone who's just a commenter. Could be someone who has a podcast, or it could be sexual. But it just basically a girl likes to be on camera, or doesn't even like to be, but a girl spends a lot of time on camera. Usually, it doesn't have to be always on camera though. You could, I guess, just do your voice or whatever. But I think it's just a term that people use for for women who enjoy being in, or maybe they don't even enjoy it, but they're on the internet a lot. And usually, if you were to ask me what's an e-girl, what do I think an e-girl is? it's usually a streamer who likes to play games, but it can be other things like that. It could just be someone who likes the game, but that's usually a gamer girl. And if they don't game and they just talk on stream, that could be considered an e-girl, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to have adult connotations, but it can, and that's kind of what I've just discovered that an e-girl is. And before we, before um, I'm going to look up the the formal definition of it because okay, an e-girl, it's a sub. It's a it's a subculture that it's a subculture that emerged in the late 2010s, notably popularized by the video sharing application TikTok and the evolution of emo scene and mall goth fashion combined with Japanese and South Korean street fashion. Videos by e-girls and e-boys tend to be flirtatious and many times overtly sexual, but they don't have to be. Eye rolling and protruding tongues, a facial expression known as a hago, imitating uh, just just adult things, we'll say, are common. According to Business Insider, the terms are not gender specific, instead referring to two separate styles of fashion, stating that while the e-boy is vulnerable soft boy and embraces skate culture, the e-girl is cute and seemingly innocent. Now, I kind of disagree with that with some of that. Maybe that's one kind, but I mean, I see girls who play games all the time, and I would refer to them as e-girls. They're like girls who use electronics. That's the e part of it, but I guess there's like a whole subculture too. I'm sure is a thing, but I see these people all the time as streamers. And I'm in that e-girl world. I don't talk to people in there, but they're it's
What do they be doing?
usually they are chatting, and when a girl goes in there, they try to flirt with her, and there I'll tell you what, there are barely any girls in there, but there are like hundreds of thousands of people who are um in that server. And that's the only reason why I'm in that server is because there are just huge amounts of people in there, and they generally I have spoken in there in the last year. I've spoken there maybe twice, and that's only because Puppy Girl asked me to, and they just had questions for like, "Hey, why's your camera always on?" And I tell people, I give people a portal into my life. If you are an adult, you feel free to join my Discord, but I don't want to speak with minors, so that's why I don't have my microphone in here. And they're like, "Okay, I mean that makes sense." So they've generally been pretty nice to me. Though I get some mean people who just I don't. I try not to let them bother me, but at least every day I check my messages, and I either have somebody who's mean to me on YouTube or on Twitter or on Discord every day. But it happens so often that it's just kind of part of life. I get that. The overwhelming amount of people with whom I have interactions online are really, really great. They're really nice. They're really kind, and we get along really well. It's just that the bad seeds or whatever you want to consider it, those are the ones who can cause some issues. So yeah, that's what that's what's going on.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I never want to go to the e-guy, so I don't know what this is. I would never go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think you'd like it.
Mm-mm.
In fact, you don't want to talk with kids like you said. You wish you could change it so that you could change the age. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you. I wish I could change the age to 18. Pardon, not 18, at least, but even older to some extent. I have like a theory that like if we can't go to a bar together, I don't want to talk with you. But I guess are if they are gonna allow people 18, okay, that's fine, but certainly no one lower. And I get people who all the time like they'll send me a message to join a server, and I'll send them a message back. But in all the messages that I send back to them are like almost generally 99% of all of them. I might have missed one here or there, especially in the beginning. But I say, please only join if you're an adult. And there are a lot of people who just blow past that message and still at least try to join here. But I do have it on the setting that you have to be 18. I had a friend of mine who came in yesterday from Australia, and they had to do, not Zoot, somebody else, they had to do the age verification. And um, it's just like one of those things that the world is moving more towards age verification. I think that destroys a lot of the anonymity of the internet, which is for good and bad. I mean, it just depends what you want. But in terms of like the culture that's online, I don't understand why a website would want to have adults who can talk to children. I don't understand why that's like a setting. I don't understand. Like once you put in your age and it's over 18, it should only allow you to discuss things with 18-year-olds. I but I get it if you're 19 years old and you want to talk with a 17-year-old. I get that. I get how that's close, but I'm I'm a week away from being 40 years old. I don't want to have any interactions with basically anybody who's not at least half my age.
Right. That's what I said in my thing. You gotta be 34 and plus to make friends. So people be on the chin like, I'm 20. I said, well, I done did too many. I got too many. A few that's in their 20s.
And that's understandable if they're nice. And
Yeah, that's it. But I'm
yeah,
not doing no more. I got enough in my circle. That's it. No, no, no.
I've gotten people in here.
That's it.
This
And they mature too.
this happened. I get people in here. They'll come. I'll say to them, "How old are you?" And they'll say, uh, um, "I turn 18 tomorrow." And I'll say, "Come back tomorrow." And they're like, "Wait, wait, wait. Can you just tell me what you do?" And if it's gonna be like a 1 minute shill, okay. Here's what I do. Come back tomorrow if you want to be my friend. And they'll come back, if they're interested or whatever. But then I get people who come in here, and this is such a like. I ask, "How old are you?" And 18. I wasn't born yesterday. I was a young person as well. And what age did I always say I was when I wasn't? 18. Why? Because that's the youngest age at which you can pass. If somebody comes in here and they're like, "I'm 23," okay, I believe you. Like that's a random number. Everybody comes in, I'm 18. So then this is what I do to them, Miss Aquarius. I say, "Okay, if you're 18, real quick, what year were you born?" And if they have to do math, then I know they're not 18. But if they're like, I had one person. This girl was so funny. She's like, I was born in 2007, uh, Jan, and I was like, was it the beginning of the year or the end of the year? And she's like, it was January 24th, 2007. And I was like, wow, that really does make you 18 years old. She's like, yeah, I just turned 18 years old. It's like, oh, okay, well, but then I'll get some people who I'm like, okay, you're 18 years old. They're like, yeah.
So that is after me. Okay.
There you go. I'll be like, in what year were you in what year were you born? And they're like, 2011. I'm like, yeah, you're not 18. Get out of here. I might.
And as I told Doja, I want to make one. He's like, nah, it's too many. Well, I said, no, what about telling me? I just be playing with you. I don't want one. I said, just a lot of abandoned servers on here. And I know that back in the day, it used to be popping, though, like pandemic, before the pandemic used to be popping. I understand it. I wish you could turn back the head of how it became.
On Discord used to be popping.
Yeah, that's what they said. Way before Gojo, he was on the way before pandemic, he said.
Oh, wow. I didn't use it until, like the pandemic. I found it so difficult to use. It was very confusing to me. I mean, like when you first create an account, if you haven't joined a server, it's just, and you're like, what kind of app is it? And then it's like, okay, do I have to create my own server? You create your own server, no one joins. You're like, I don't understand this. Only like maybe, I don't know, a second go around in 2024 or so, I started using it again. And the other thing is, it's really a heavy app. I know it's got a lot going on, and it has a lot of features I really love, but it's a really heavy app, meaning like it'll take up all your RAM. Like it'll overwhelm your device. If I talk or if I play games on Discord with my phone overheats and it'll like wear down the battery even if it's charged. And I don't know. I'm just somebody who
That's crazy. Yeah, because I was on there 20. I made an account in 2020 because I was on, I told you I was on Bio Video. I was on there and I was in family. And so they was like, okay, well, let's make a group thing on Discord. So they made one. And then next thing I know, it was down. So I just deleted it. And I ain't been on it. And I was like, okay. But it was last year. Yeah. And I said, you know what? Let me just get back up on here. And then I just did Google it and tried to get some Discord service. And that's when I found other people. Mm-hmm.
well,
yeah, 2020. I made an account.
I had some
Never got on the service.
I had some friends who told me, like we were doing Facebook calls and they were like, you should create a Discord for your project. And I did, but it was like unless you have unless you like you have people who are consistent, you might not have somebody join for 5 months. You really have to promote. It's really, really, really hard to get random people to get into your Discord. And I understand if it's just your small group of friends and that's where you chill. That's cool, whatever. But if you want some new blood in there, you really have to work to get new people in. And there's not a really good discovery function. The Another thing that I don't like a lot, I really don't like this, is let's say you get banned. There's no message many times that you got banned, and then you'll try to put in the link, and it'll be like this link is expired. It should straight up tell you you've been banned. Here's an appeal. Like if you want to try to get back in, like that's how it should work. Not this link is expired. Like I don't.
And then when you mute somebody, when somebody mute you or block you too, you can't even cut them down. In the service, you got a chill bar. You can't even cut them down. Like I don't care about you blocking me or whatever, but you can't even cut them down. Making like no, that's all I got to go. I'm gonna have to cut this whole thing down until this person leaves because I can't cut the person down.
Right.
Because he blocked me.
Right. That's
annoying.
That's another one. And it doesn't tell you that they blocked you. It just says the reason why you can't do this is because you probably don't share a server with them. It's like, yeah, I do. It says right there. Just tell me the reason.
Right. We are in the same code.
Exactly.
And we didn't share about it. So why I can't? They got to do something like that.
Right. Or I'll get one that says this person is not your friend, and due to their messaging, they're not allowed to send you messages or whatever. And I'll be like, I'll talk to them. Sometimes they come in here and I'll be like, hey, it says I can't send you a message because your settings or whatever. And they're like, my settings allow open. You can send me a message. I'm like, well, so are mine. Like, it's confusing. It just doesn't tell you like, hey, this person is not accepting messages from people who are not their friends or whatever. Sometimes it says that, but other times it can be really vague. And the big one with me is when you, like, let's say someone does block you or you block them, it has this really vague message, and you can't just tell me this person has blocked you. If I go on Twitter, it says you're blocked. Okay, well, this person's a punk, whatever they want to do, that's their prerogative. But the fact that they're so vague about things, it's incredible. Has anybody ever banned you from a server?
A server?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I mean,
No.
it's happened.
No.
It's happened to me a lot because they think I'm advertising, which I understand.
Yeah.
I get that. I 100% get that. I've never been banned from a server. Oh, you know what? Sometimes people, it'll be wild. They'll I don't want to say make up things about me, but maybe they like. Here's one that I've gotten. I don't. I'll get like one time I read one that said hard R. I got banned for hard R. I don't say that. I don't say that word, and I don't say that word with the R. I don't know what they're talking about. So I appealed it, and they let me back in. And then I got banned from the same server 2 weeks later for trying to message to sending a link that went off site. I was like, I didn't do that either. Show me the evidence where I did this. And they couldn't, so they let me back in. And then they said I was advertising. And then they banned me that time. And it was like, okay, well, that's fine. If you want to get rid of me, that's cool. I get it. I get advertising, but there's a fine line then between advertising and promoting yourself. And why are you going to allow people to have um a profile if you don't let them put their own server in there? That I don't understand. So, yeah, I just
Hold on, Rabbi. Hold on.
go ahead.
I heard that one of my other kids fell in the mop water. I can't get it out. All right, just let you know. Okay, all right.
I heard this guy. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you're good.
I heard this guy tell this story tonight. Normally, if somebody is weird on Twitter, I just let it go. But I was pissed off in this one Twitter space today. I go, I went. It says we chill, you shill, which means you're just gonna have some people in there who are just gonna be listening to people share their projects. That's what that means. And so I go in to and I raise my hand. I immediately do everything that any good listener does. I repost the room and I like it and I put comments, and this guy starts playing music. Mr. Course, this guy played music for over an hour until he got some people in the room, which was like, this is just a radio station. This isn't anything that is beneficial. So I left. I came back a little bit later, and they've got 3 hosts up there. And I go to share my project with everybody, and they're like, I don't know who this Rabbi Rothschild is. I don't know. I'm looking at their profile. I don't know. I don't like it. Mm-hmm. And then this other person was like, yeah, I saw that. I didn't know what to do with it, which pisses me off because it's like you're judging a book by its cover. If you're going to have a space that says, hey, share your stuff, allow people to share their stuff so long as they're doing so in a respectful manner. You shouldn't judge people based on what you think is a profile should look like. So this really made me mad. So I wrote in the comments, I said to the host, I don't think that it's really nice for you to judge a book by its cover. You have a shill space, yet you want to judge who can share and who can't. Why don't you just let people shill themselves or share what their project is? And then I tagged all 3 of the hosts, and I said something along the lines of I really don't appreciate, for whatever reason, you guys saying that you can share your space, but then share your projects, but then you read my profile and you refuse to allow me to share. I feel that this is discriminatory because you're picking on me, basically. You let other people share, but for some reason you don't like something about me. So then this guy, one of the hosts, told this creepy story that I'm going to tell right now. And this guy's story was, what up, the Land of Oz? This guy's story was really creepy. Just one moment, the Land of Oz. So he said, he's like, yeah, I'm going to tell you guys about a time when I crashed out. And the people were like, okay, what's your story? And he's like, this one time I ordered lobster, macaroni, and cheese or something. And I was going to have the DoorDash guy deliver it. And the delivery said it was made, and I went to my front door, and it wasn't available. And so I called the guy, the DoorDasher, and the DoorDasher was like, yeah, I delivered it down the street or whatever. And the guy who was supposed to get the delivery was like, well, I don't live down the street. I live at my house. Are you going to deliver it to my house? And he was like, oh yeah, I'll do so. And apparently an hour went by. They went back and forth texting And this guy, guy who I think is really creepy, looked up the home address of the DoorDasher and went to his house and looked in the window and saw that this DoorDasher was eating his food. And he didn't say exactly what happened, but somehow he got his food and left. And I was like, that is a creepy story that you would stalk the DoorDasher at their home. Whether they ate your food or not, who cares? It's just food. You can tell DoorDash, hey, these guys didn't deliver my food, and you'll get a credit back or whatever. But anyway, so then I added this guy, or I tagged him, and I was like, that is the creepiest story that you could have told. Like basically, you stalked a DoorDasher, and even the guys who were in there, they're like, that's bizarre behavior. Who would do that? Who would, even if this person ate your meal, who cares? The app will reimburse you for all your money if you complain, and that person won't be able to make deliveries in the future. So I didn't really understand that, but I wasn't able to speak in. I agree. I wasn't able to speak in that space. Then there's another space I wanted to be in today.
Wait, let me tell you something to it.
Go ahead.
So today, my coworker, he sits next to me, but he does the front.
Okay.
Counter. So
okay.
I guess he had some food, and so I was asking because I know when he first started, he wasn't eating. He'd eat real late. So we are all four of us, me, Marty, Sonia, and Michael. That's his name. We're decorating out. I think we're doing like a snowflake thing. They got snowflakes, whatever. We're doing like a snowflake like thing, or whatever together. So then I said, well, Michael, have you ate? He said, yeah. He said, but he said, I'm waiting on my food. He said, school, bed's supposed to be now. That food was supposed to be there 2 hours. 2 hours. That was like, at least I was 3 something. Like 2 something, 3 something. And he said, it's supposed to have been here 2 hours ago. Man, they got this food. And I guess he was playing and saying something. I said, what did you get? He said, a cold ass burger. I said, what? He said, yeah. I said, no. He said, for 2 hours. He said, yeah, 2 hours. I said, wow. Yep. But go ahead, Reverend.
Yeah, why didn't he contact?
I wanted to say that. That was crazy.
Yeah, that is. Why didn't he contact someone?
I'm hungry, and you're sitting there waiting for your food the whole time. And then y'all gotta go somewhere, then y'all bring somebody else cold food.
Right. So there's this other space I want to be in, and I don't understand. It's called Chill and Chill with these 3 girls, and I don't really care about them, but I'm able to shill my project in all these different spaces. And if you have the word chill in there, like a green light for me to be able to go in and share. So they had this space on TikTok, and they didn't let me come up and share. And they didn't say anything to me. And when you're wasting my time, I'm going to at you, and I'm going to say, will you please let me know why you didn't allow me to share? Because maybe whatever, just tell me the reason. If you tell me the reason, that's fine. I won't ever come to your space again. I'll know to avoid you. But if you're just silent about it, like what's your problem? Or kick me out of your space and say, I don't like this person. I don't want them to be there. But they didn't say anything. So then this girl put a remind, or she scheduled another space for today. And I even wrote in the space description, I said, I'm going to be there. I would like to share my project in this. And wouldn't you know it, they have this space again. They don't call me up. They tell this story about a dog, and I knew a little bit about this dog, and I put like the some information about it in there and tagged them, like some information that would have been beneficial to their story. They still didn't call me up. And then you came in, and I was like, fooey on these people. They're just, I don't understand people, Miss Aquarius. That's the thing. If you have a space, Miss Aquarius,